Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 938, Chapter 937, The Universe's First Ring. If she were still the sole goddess, she might not have been able to weather this many attacks. Each guardian's combat power was on par with Superman's, and 13 of them striking in unison made for a formidable assault. All 13 together. Even Steppenwolf would have been forced to retreat. But from where she stood now, the barrage registered as merely decent. One hand maintained the barrier while the other rummaged through Ganthet's soul. No. That's mine. Mine. The first lantern had been watching with aloof detachment, regarding them like ants. But Thea's sudden move had thrown his plans into chaos. He began struggling to break free. Thea smiled. She'd found what she was looking for. Ganthet's resistance was fierce, but her tier advantage was simply too great. Ignoring his struggles, ignoring the first lantern's howls, she dragged from the soul plane a ring blazing with prismatic light, dazzling beyond measure. This was the universe's first emotional ring. It wasn't green. It wasn't yellow. It belonged to no single spectrum. It embodied every emotion in existence. The ring wasn't hers, and it fought back savagely. But arms couldn't outmuscle thighs. A rootless, ownerless thing, how could it hope to resist the goddess of death? Thea cleared her mind and focused on extracting the ring from Ganthet's soul. Their emotions were vanishingly faint, fireflies in a night sky. But when those fireflies numbered in the billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, even a god couldn't ignore them. The Third Army, carrying the Guardian's dream of universal peace, transformed into countless streams of light. From every corner of the cosmos they came, radiating kaleidoscopic brilliance, an ocean of light surging toward the first lantern. Reinforce the prison. The Guardians hadn't anticipated this trump card. Forgetting Thea entirely, they threw themselves into shoring up the lantern cage. The 8 wardens worked hardest of all. The long-bearded elder ground his teeth to powder, veins bulging on his forehead, apparently invoking some secret art, wringing every last drop of energy from his body to strengthen the seal. It wasn't enough. Against those countless streams of light, their reinforcements were a cup of water against a wildfire. They were long-lived beings who could fight 10,000 to 1, but against hundreds of billions, they were merely mortal. And opposing them wasn't just the residual emotion of intelligent life, it was the first lantern, who had been scheming for this moment from the very beginning. Ha 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 ha. Tremble before me, primitives. Amid the first lantern's manic laughter, the prison shattered from both inside and out. The long-bearded warden, having overextended the most, was knocked unconscious by the energy backlash. The Guardian's final defensive layer held like tissue paper, one push and it tore apart. And this consumed only a negligible fraction of the light sea's energy. The remainder began converging on the first lantern's body, and his power multiplied exponentially. Thea watched sidelong. The first lantern ballooned from normal human size to several hundred meters tall. Every nerve, every blood vessel was replaced by multicolored lines of emotional energy. His presence was imposing, his aura suffocating. Had Hal Jordan's crew witnessed this, they might genuinely have been shaken. The concentrated emotions of hundreds of billions of intelligent beings were not something ring constructs could defeat. No matter how united the lanterns were, no matter how strong their collective will. So this is the ring you crossed 10 billion years to get your hands on. Thea surged with force, abandoning all caution about Ganthet's well-being. With brutal efficiency, she severed every remaining soul thread at once. A ring radiating every color imaginable appeared in her palm. She'd known from the instant she touched it. This ring was a source. Or rather, the ring was a new god. It represented emotion. Just as Metron's Mobius chair embodied knowledge, sit in the chair and you became the god of knowledge, the chair was the god more than Metron ever was, this ring worked the same way. Whoever wore it became the god of emotion. Emotion didn't rank as high as death, but it was roughly on par with justice or evil, a fundamental trait of all intelligent life. Without emotion, you couldn't really call something alive. Thea had reached the carrying limit of her divine seats. She'd have to shed one to gain another. Chapter 939, Chapter 938, The First Lantern's Fury. In Herba's memories, she'd watched the entire forging process of this first ring. The first lantern had originally appeared before the then still naive Guardians as an earnest, ambitious young man. A little smooth-talking later, he taught them how to harness the emotional spectrum to forge rings. That first ring contained not just the emotions the Guardians had purged from themselves, but also the first lantern's hidden ambitions. The ring was his entire scheme. Unfortunately for him, the earnest young man facade had crumbled a bit too early. The Guardians of that era were already past their prime, but they'd still managed to seal him, ring and all. Afterward, the ring was stripped away and buried deep within Ganthet's soul. Thea took a moment to study it. The ring was a source, but the source wasn't the ring. If she put it on, she'd be borrowing the power of the emotion godhood, not claiming it. The ring had no fundamental connection to her. Borrowing a fraction of divine power in exchange for giving up one of her own seats. That would be idiotic. The result left her mildly disappointed. Emotion was a high-tier source in its own right, not as deep as death, which cut straight to the heart of universal law, but roughly on par with justice and evil. If it didn't clash too severely with her existing portfolio, she could have forced a decomposition and absorbed it. But this ring was different. It was too impure. Woven into it wasn't just the source of the emotion godhood. There were also the emotions of the little blue guardians and of the first lantern himself, used as bait to snare the source. Eons of contact had fused the three elements together. Just like death before it, Thea would need to invest enormous effort to purify the contaminants. Worse, the ring was far more troublesome to use than death had been. She had no affinity for emotion. The emotions of intelligent life were staggeringly diverse, far beyond 7 neat categories. 70, 700, none of those numbers would be exaggerations. If she went down that rabbit hole, she might end up neglecting her own path of death. In the first lantern's hands, this ring would have catapulted his power to terrifying heights. In hers, it was little more than an ill-fitting collectible. But stripping an enemy of a major asset while pocketing a piece of loot, that was a win by any metric. She stowed the ring in her bag, right under the first lantern's gaze, eyes so furious they might as well have been shooting fire. Then she flashed him a smile as radiant as the dawn. Glare all you want. If you've got the guts, come take it back. The first lantern was seething. His plan had been meticulous: let the Third Army grow to maximum scale, then flip the table at the precise moment the little blue guardians were at their most triumphant. He'd savor their horror, then deliver the killing blow, a classic reversal of fortune, and reclaim the ring sealed in Ganthet's soul. A plan that combined humiliation, annihilation, and personal triumph in one glorious package. He'd wanted to destroy them not just physically, but psychologically, crush their wills alongside their bodies. The revenge fantasy had been stewing for countless millennia. Victory had been within reach. He'd even war-gamed contingencies, but every scenario had focused on the little blue men. Never in his wildest projections had some unknown woman shown up out of nowhere. You want to flip the table? Flip your own damn table. Why'd she have to wreck his plan? Thea hadn't just flipped his table, she'd stolen his prize. An ordinary person in this situation would have charged in swinging. But the first lantern wasn't ordinary. He glared at Thea with naked hatred. Everyone in this timeline, this world, was a primitive in his eyes. He didn't even bother asking her name. Hands spread wide, light flickering between his palms, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, mingled with countless other emotional frequencies, streams of energy poured forth. Gossamer threads of emotion drifted like butterflies, dancing through the void, each one exerting its own infinitesimal pull on the fabric of space. Millions of threads converged into beams, and with that combined force, the first lantern tore open a rift in reality itself. He was going to rewrite the timeline. Roll it back to the moment before Thea's arrival. Even with his table flipped, he was getting his prize back. Smart choice. Thea was quietly impressed. He hadn't lunged at her to fight over the ring. Instead, he'd gone straight for the source, rewind time, erase the problem. It showed he hadn't been addled by the sudden surge of power. He could still make rational decisions. The supreme art of war was to attack the enemy's strategy, next, to disrupt their alliances, last, to engage in open combat. At this tier, the same principle applied. Even Darkseid, hot-tempered as he was, avoided direct confrontation whenever possible. Rewriting the timeline, bypassing Thea entirely, eliminating all adverse variables before they sprouted, it was an extremely intelligent approach. But he'd still underestimated her. That kind of trick might have been invincible against Sinestro or Hal Jordan. Against Thea, it didn't even register. Bad luck running into me. Anyone who dared to mess with time these days had better have something to back it up. The first lantern had started tearing, and Thea had countermeasures ready. This was her timeline. He was the one who'd crossed billions of years to get here. Thea had home field advantage by default. More importantly, she had allies in the time stream. Zoom and Trajectory received their orders. No time for subtlety, no time to even switch aliases. 2 streaks of blue lightning ripped out of the time stream. In the blink of an eye, they began severing the first lantern's connections to the timeline. The converging beams looked terrifying in aggregate, but each individual thread was still just one person's feeble emotion, fragile beyond measure. With enough patience, even an ordinary person could have snipped them. The two split the work efficiently. The speedsters cut from within the time stream while Thea sealed the rift from the real-world side. Before the first lantern even understood what was happening, he'd been squeezed back out. He'd never encountered speedsters before, but that didn't stop him from attacking the two pests. His vast energy granted him reality warping power, but the speedsters were hiding outside of time, beyond his reach. As an emotional aggregate, his speed was glacial. Reality warping, timeline manipulation, none of his exotic abilities could touch targets who simply weren't there. Against speedsters weaving in and out of the time stream, he had no answer. Emotional shockwaves were devastating, sure, if they couldn't hit anything, they were wasted effort. The first lantern tore at the timeline again. Blocked again. On her end, Thea opened with a legendary tear spell as a probe. Over 100 flaming meteorites were ripped from the void. This wasn't her first time fighting in space. The meteor swarm was an excellent ground-based spell, but without gravity in space, its power dropped by half. Still, the first lantern stood several hundred meters tall, 7 colors blazing across his body. Parading around like that in front of the goddess of death, Thea felt she'd be doing him a disservice if she didn't lob a few boulders at that oversized frame. As for the lack of gravity, that was a minor problem. Thea mimicked the first lantern's psychic signature to create a beacon, and every meteorite locked on as if drawn by an invisible tether, streaking straight toward their target. Chapter 940, Chapter 939, an unprecedented legendary spell. Faced with the barrage of blazing meteorites hurtling toward him, the first lantern showed no fear. If anything, his eyes held a flicker of contempt. A casual wave of his left hand, and the raging fire elements were soothed into docility. The crushing weight of the earth elements was unraveled. The razor-sharp wind elements ceased their howling. All things possess emotion. These things of yours are no exception. As a scientist from countless millennia in the future, the first lantern had no concept of what magic was, but he understood energy composition. If he could manipulate the emotional state of the elements, magic held no secrets from him. When fire lost its fury, earth lost its weight, and wind lost its speed, the legendary spell collapsed on its own. Thea had to concede, magic was near invincible at the mortal tier, but against beings of this caliber, it didn't amount to much. In terms of his essential nature, the first lantern wasn't a god. At best, he was an emotional. If everyone on the street had courage and willpower to spare, why wouldn't the Green Lantern ring choose them? Because ordinary people lacked emotional staying power. Having absorbed the emotions of hundreds of billions of sentient beings, the first lantern's energy was nonetheless fluctuating, trending slightly downward overall. At his mortal tier, wrestling with that much raw power without a ring to channel it, the first lantern could only manage crude, brute force applications. His earlier attempt to tear open the timeline had been devoid of finesse. And his method of neutralizing the spell, draining the emotional charge from the elements, was nothing more than cutting off the fuel at the source. The universe contained an unfathomable diversity of intelligent life. Somewhere among them, fire elementals and water elementals almost certainly existed in sentient forms. They would have been assimilated by the Third Army alongside everything else, and their residual emotions had now been folded into the first lantern's power pool. Broadly speaking, elements weren't dead matter. Saying they possessed emotion wasn't entirely absurd. The first lantern swatted away Thea's attack without effort, and the ease of it only reinforced his conviction in his own supremacy. He even shot her a mocking smile, as if to say, "You're not so impressive after all. You think you can look down on my magic? Here's a little present." She said little present, but there was nothing little about it. With the godhood of death, her magical attainment had long since surpassed every mage who'd come before, and by a wide margin. She might still lack refinement in the finer details, but her perspective and vantage point were in a class of their own. Every grand sorcerer in history, combined, still couldn't see as far or as deep. If mortal-level spells were ranked by the Weave's tiers, they'd run from 1st through 9th circle. Above 9th was legendary magic, the Weave offered almost no assistance at that level. Everything depended on the caster's personal capability. Every legendary mage could cast 10th circle spells. A select few among them could reach the 11th. And the absolute pinnacle, the handful whose names were etched into magical history, could manage the 12th. Legendary mages routinely looked down on gods, because certain spells were simply beyond a god's reach. Take Ares. Take Diana. Their focus on physical power was so narrow that casting a basic time stop was a struggle. Thea, on the other hand, was a mage god. 11th and 12th circle were effortless for her. And today, drawing on her superior realm of insight and deep magical foundation, channeling both the power of death and the ambient magic of the cosmos, she was going to cast a 13th circle spell, something no one in history had ever achieved. Even with preparation, the spell took time. The meteor swarm had been an excellent smoke screen, buying her a full 5 seconds while the first lantern was busy preening. Her hands flew. Arcane symbols were inscribed at blinding speed. Massive spell arrays linked together, layer upon layer upon layer. The total magical energy she poured in was equivalent to at least 10 mages of Merlin's caliber. A grandfather clock, hundreds of meters tall, materialized in the void. It seemed immune to its surroundings, as though it had existed in this exact stretch of space since before time began. Ancient. Weathered. Bearing the weight of infinite ages. Its case was deepest black, adorned with celestial reliefs carved in bas-relief, suns, moons, stars. The dial was burnished gold, fashioned from fragments of time shattered by the anti-monitor, reforged and polished anew. The hands were ghostly, half visible, half not, imbued with Thea's own understanding of time. A single clear, melodious chime rang out across the universe. Every intelligent being felt a wave of helplessness wash through them, as though confronted by their natural predator. Lost. Adrift. Facing the end of all things, some wept, others laughed. One note. That was all it took to silence the cosmos. The tolling of fate itself. The physical clock still belonged to destiny of the endless. Thea visited the endless family often enough, she'd seen it plenty of times. Destiny didn't care. Look all you want. Smash it if you feel like it. I really don't mind. She wasn't reckless enough to smash fate's clock for the entire world. But she could replicate a fraction of its function. Even with an ocean of magical power behind her and having studied the original firsthand, the best she could manage, at great personal cost, was 1/10 of its capability. The clock's physical form was forged from raw magic, but she'd used death's power to draw in the projection of destiny's actual clock. The first lantern stared at it for a long moment, unable to fathom why she'd summoned a giant clock. In his era, a mechanical timepiece this primitive could only be found in fossils. He snorted. Boring parlor trick. He called it boring, but his gut screamed danger. As an aggregate of all living emotion, he had astronomical resistance to anomalous effects, but against root-level forces like death and fate, his defenses were paper-thin. Damage from those sources wasn't merely unresisted, it was amplified 100-fold. In the original timeline, the first lantern had been one-shot by Necron. The core problem was identical. As an aggregate, he had raw power but no tier to anchor it. The clock seemed to mock him. The golden dial glowed, and in its depths he saw his own childhood, his imprisonment by the Guardians, and a vision of his death, arriving today. Impossible. You're joking. The first lantern hesitated no longer. His body swelled further. Whatever this wretched clock was, he was confident he could shatter it. He'd crossed countless millennia to reach this moment. Gung. The grandfather clock rang for the second time since its summoning. Thea had already bolted back to the underworld a full step before his fist connected. The little blue guardians had no idea what was coming. They'd been hovering at a safe distance, watching the show from a safe distance. The toll washed over them. No crushing force, no spectacular display. Aside from the bearded warden who'd already fainted earlier, all 13 remaining guardians simultaneously spat blood. Zed, worried about Ganthet, had thrown a shield up in front of him. But what good was a shield against fate? The barrier accomplished precisely nothing. The toll swept through them like a gentle breeze, then the next instant pressed down like a mountain on their backs. It hijacked their own psychic energy, sending it surging and crashing in violent oscillation. For creatures who'd lived since before stars formed, this was a first. A billion years of accumulated knowledge offered not one useful countermeasure. Without so much as a groan, they collapsed into unconsciousness as a group. Thea had fled. The Guardians were down. And the first lantern, standing at ground zero, fared worst of all. For everyone else, the damage was merely psychic trauma and unconsciousness. But as an aggregate being, he absorbed an impact hundreds, even thousands, of times beyond the normal threshold. 1/5 of the emotional energy comprising his body was scattered in an instant. His massive frame visibly shrank. He fought desperately to rein in the uncontrollable psychic feedback, barely clawing his way back to lucidity, but that dispersed fifth was gone forever. Its fate had concluded. Vanishingly few beings in existence could resist fate. The first lantern's name was not among them. Vast as his power was, he remained what he had always been, a mortal who had plotted for countless eons and traversed unimaginable spans of time to arrive here, harboring motives no one could fathom. The fate clock, evidently, took offense at being punched. In all its existence, no one had ever swung at it before. Following instinct, it began to retaliate. The golden hands on its face started to spin. The rotation wasn't particularly fast, yet the first lantern felt his personal timeline beginning to merge with the local one. No. You can't do this. I don't belong here. He'd spent all his effort tearing through time to get here. Now the bill was coming due. You seemed to enjoy pulling at the fabric of time just a moment ago. You wanted this era so badly. Then stay. Time didn't appreciate being toyed with. It appreciated being insulted even less. Those who tried to master it always paid a price in the end. For the first lantern, this era predated his birth by eons. If the clock pinned him here, the result would be erasure, pure and simple. He fought back with everything he had. Moments ago he'd been scheming to force his way onto the timeline. Now that time was dragging him through the door, he balked. That was the perverse humor of fate. The golden dial seemed to wield infinite force, hauling him inexorably toward the timeline's embrace. He resisted with everything he had, and that was when Thea slipped back. One look, and she was delighted. The fate clock was far stronger than she'd expected. If the first lantern had nothing else up his sleeve, he was finished. Necron could sever all his emotional connections and then reap him with a single swing. She and Necron walked different paths, she couldn't replicate that approach. But she had methods of her own. Watching him, having lost half his body, the first lantern was now outclassed by Thea in every conceivable metric: raw energy, mastery, application, understanding of cosmic law. Her seemingly casual sword thrust had already blanketed tens of thousands of meters of space. The first lantern could only count his blessings, at least a smaller body was easier to maneuver. With a sharp crack, he tore through space and fled at top speed, desperate to shake the menace behind him. Stop. Get back here. The first lantern sprinted ahead like a purse snatcher. Thea chased behind, shouting and waving the night sword like the victim chasing a thief. She should have brought backup. Thea kicked herself mentally. Any one of her top-tier fighters, Fiona, Lady Styx, Kanto, could have pinned the first lantern long enough for a killing blow. In the original timeline, the first lantern had gone out of his way to antagonize Sinestro, and in a gratuitous display of power had destroyed Corrigar. That pushed Sinestro past the breaking point. He merged with Parallax and held the first lantern at bay just long enough for Necron to strike. In this timeline, Corrigar was fine. Sinestro was still dead, queued up for resurrection in the underworld. Nobody to play decoy. The first lantern ran like a rabbit. All she could do was chase, sword in hand. A killing blow required preparation, she couldn't just casually swing and expect lethal results. The moment she gathered power, her speed dropped, and he pulled ahead. If she gave up the charge and sprinted after him, she could catch up, but 10 stabs would accomplish nothing. While Thea silently cursed herself for coming alone, the first lantern wasn't faring much better emotionally. He'd endured all those eons of patience, had finally broken free, and now his grand dream of returning to his own era laden with power had collapsed in one afternoon. If he couldn't go back and lord his power over everyone, what had any of it been for? The more he thought, the angrier he got. But turning around for a 300-round slugfest with Thea? Not a chance. So he took it out on the scenery. He grabbed a celestial body roughly the size of Earth's moon, ignored the screams of the intelligent life on its surface, swung around to the far side, and hurled it straight at her. Thea nearly choked. Batman and the Joker did highway chases. The Joker threw grenades, maybe the occasional RPG. This guy threw a planet. It wasn't a large one. The population wasn't enormous. But she couldn't ignore it. Forget the hero argument, as a White Lantern, she had obligations. She flipped him a middle finger from across the void, abandoned the chase, and threw herself into shoving the planet back into its orbit. Simply pushing it back wasn't enough. Rotation, revolution, orbital velocity, if she applied too much force or too little, the planet would either shoot out of its home system or slam into its sun in a few days. Either scenario was an extinction-level event she'd have to answer for. Destruction was infinitely easier than restoration. Every second forced Thea to juggle a dozen variables: rotational velocity, gravitational pull, magnetic field stability, day-night cycle integrity. A single miscalculation could trigger cascading environmental collapse. For the planet itself, that was survivable. For the sentient life clinging to its surface, the slightest deviation spelled apocalypse. She finally got everything squared away, then, worried her math was off, sent Zoom forward 10 years to check. Everything looked normal. She resumed the chase. That brief delay had let the first lantern open a massive lead. She hadn't even caught up before he lobbed another planet at her. Save it. Of course. This one had more people. After correcting 3 planets in succession, Thea hit her limit. This was never going to end. She had no choice but to call for backup. Diana, who had a mother box for instant transit, was first on scene. Planet pushing was excellent full-body exercise, practically a green fitness initiative, so naturally Superman got drafted too. And while she was at it, Thea yanked Supergirl out of her couch hermit lifestyle. She briefed the 3 of them in about 10 seconds, told Diana to put on the star sapphire ring so they could track her position at all times, and left the trio standing there slack-jawed as she warped away after the first lantern. The 3 of them assumed it would be straightforward manual labor. They were wrong. The instant they pushed a planet back into position, they realized this was absolutely a thinking person's job. Supergirl was a certified academic disaster. Granted, calculus was elementary school material on Krypton, but she'd been a disaster there, too. Superman was no scholar either. He possessed a superintellect and had chosen to become a newspaper reporter. That said everything. Diana was the best student of the three, but her interests ran toward swords, gourmet food, and haute couture rather than astrophysics. Asking her to compute orbital mechanics was cruel. The three exchanged glances. None of them had a solution. They weren't Thea, the young miss might be lazy, but she held a doctorate. These three, if they didn't want to watch civilizations die, needed reinforcements. Diana reached Indigo 1, who patched through a long-range connection to the League's secretary on Earth. The secretary relayed the situation to whoever was available at headquarters. Batman was a legitimate polymath. A man who could engineer an orbital space station using existing Earth technology clearly had deep expertise in astrophysics. Mr. Terrific wasn't far behind. Add the flash for processing speed plus the League's AI systems, and solutions started flowing to the planet-pushing trio in near real time. They'd barely finished when Thea's next distress call came in. Onward. The First Lantern was overjoyed to discover Thea's weakness. How many aliens died was meaningless to him. Seeing her hesitation, he escalated. Throwing whole planets was too energy-intensive, he'd already lost more than half his reserves and couldn't move the big ones. But the man was genuinely devious. He started sabotaging planets from the inside instead. Thea could only perform a quick initial assessment before leaving the rest to the trio, who relayed everything to the brain trust back on Earth. Planet rotated 180 degrees. Magnetic poles inverted. How do we fix this? Standing by. Urgent. Star displaced. Entire system destabilized. How do we fix this? Standing by. Very urgent. Planet half swallowed by a black hole. How do we fix this? Standing by. Extremely urgent. A torrent of increasingly unhinged problems hit Earth. Batman calculated until sweat dripped off his forehead. Brilliant as he was, even his brain was made of meat, not microprocessors. Some of these problems were so obscure he'd never considered them. He called in help. Every Justice League member with a doctorate got conscripted. Firestorm's Martin Stein, the Atom, Killer Frost, Barbara Gordon with her archival science PhD, Cisco Ramon, who lacked the actual degree but had the brains of a dozen engineers, all of them crammed into the same room. Through collective effort, they managed to defuse every crisis. If this were a video game, the entire roster would have leveled up their astrophysics skill. Chapter 943, Chapter 942, Thea versus the First Lantern, I. Oblivious to everyone on Earth working themselves half to death, Thea had mobilized all 7 Lantern Corps, red and orange included, to intercept the First Lantern. Larfleeze had required a combination of threats and bribery to pry loose, but she considered the Orange Lantern the only individual who could trade a few blows with the First Lantern, pitiful IQ notwithstanding. She wasn't asking the Corps to inflict real damage. She just needed them to report his movements and buy her a moment when it mattered. Stop right there. The critical moment arrived, and Guy Gardner delivered. His position happened to be directly in the First Lantern's path. Courage second only to Hal Jordan's, Guy Gardner didn't have the word fear in his vocabulary. He was the kind of man who'd kick God in the shin if God had the audacity to descend. He raised his ring, materialized a massive green hammer, wound up his arm, and with a resounding crack, smashed the First Lantern clean out of the spatial rift the men had been halfway through. Force was reciprocal. Emotion answered emotion by the same principle. Pitting one person's feelings against the concentrated emotions of 50 billion sentient beings was like headbutting granite. Guy Gardner's vision exploded into stars, his skull felt ready to crack, and he barely choked down a mouthful of blood. But the intercept worked. Thea appeared before the First Lantern once more. Your time is up. She gripped the night sword in both hands, channeled every drop of her death divine power, and drove the blade forward in a straight, uncompromising thrust aimed at his heart. She was going for a one-hit kill. Refusing to believe he could fall in this primitive era, the First Lantern didn't even know Thea's name. Facing a lethal strike, he marshaled all his emotional power and frantically reshaped the surrounding environment, not the cause, but the outcome. The empty void of space transformed in an instant. Stars vanished. Guy Gardner became a bystander in a crowd. The battlefield became the White House, then a village in Belgium. The First Lantern probed for a crack in Thea's psyche, manufacturing an escape route from the fabric of her own emotions. After this prolonged chase, he'd gained a rudimentary understanding of death power. He didn't know what it was called, but he recognized its purity. If he could corrupt that purity, he'd have his opening, maybe even an opportunity to counterattack. Thea sneered. If tricks like this could rattle her, she'd have been dead and buried long ago. She held the First Lantern in open contempt. Cornered and facing oblivion, he still lacked the courage to go all in. No wonder the Guardians had imprisoned him for 10 billion years. His temperament was fundamentally deficient, he didn't have the backbone of a true powerhouse. Die. No grand speeches. No declarations. She thrust the black blade through space and punched it clean through his chest. Please, spare me, I don't even know you. He was still trying to talk his way out. Death power sliced through layer after layer of emotional shielding and found its target. Thea's gaze followed the divine energy inward. Deep within that colossal body, at the very center, she saw a young man with an unremarkable face and slightly curly hair, staring at her in abject terror. This nameless schemer, a man who'd never revealed his true name to the Guardians, who'd crossed inconceivable gulfs of time to reach this moment, looked at her with disbelief as the black sword pierced his heart. His expression still held a trace of bewilderment. That was it. All that power, and it meant nothing. Timeline manipulation. Reality distortion. A being Thea had once considered practically invincible, slaughtered like a chicken. She couldn't name the feeling. She only knew she needed to keep pushing higher. If she didn't want someone doing this to her one day, she needed to climb further still. She exhaled long and slow, watching his body topple like a collapsing mountain. A wave of emotion swept through her. Wait. No. Why was she feeling sentimental about him? She barely knew the man. This emotion made no sense. Thea's heart wasn't made of iron, but she'd been through enough that mourning every random nobody was absurd. She had work to do. A flash of emerald light, the eye of erasure activated but held in reserve. The scene shattered like broken glass. She was still floating in space. Guy Gardner, nearby, seemed to be edging closer to help. Only 1 second of her own subjective time had passed. The first lantern hadn't fallen at all. Instead, he was staring at her with something approaching horror. My blade connected. Death power doesn't lie. How are you still alive? She studied him head to toe, genuinely puzzled. She didn't expect an answer. After a moment's thought, some kind of delay technique. You pushed the killing blow 200 years into the future. She laughed sharply. Cute trick. Let's see you take another one. He had delayed the death strike via energy manipulation, then used emotional influence to cloud her judgment without her noticing. The first lantern had his tools. Unfortunately, he lacked the raw power to back them up. Clever tricks only went so far. You've made me angry. Backed into a corner with no way out, the first lantern played his last card. A second polychromatic giant, identical to himself, stepped out of his body. The two regarded each other with matching blank expressions. The newcomer was stiffer, more wooden-eyed, a puppet, devoid of spark. That finally surprised her. This man had real technique. Delay the killing blow. Manipulate emotions to cloud her mind. Then, as the Flash would put it, he'd quietly created a time remnant. A parallel self, running concurrently on the timeline. His command of emotion was genuinely sophisticated. No surprise there, that had always been the plan. But she hadn't expected his grasp of temporal mechanics to run this deep. Unlike a speedster running fast enough to generate a time remnant, the first lantern had brute-forced one into existence with sheer energy. While he unveiled his trump card, Thea hadn't been idle. She sealed the surrounding space, cutting off his escape. The time remnant gambit, aside from the shock factor, accomplished nothing. He'd been imprisoned for billions of years. His combat experience was effectively zero. He'd assumed, with amateurish optimism, that two of him could overpower her. Reality didn't work that way. Could two Steppenwolfs beat Darkseid? Could two Kantos beat Thea? The higher the tier, the less raw numbers mattered. She didn't underestimate him, though. The Night Sword swept up a pale gray storm of astral energy, blocking the puppet's attack while she committed fully to the original. Death power gave her the fastest combat speed in existence. Speed was clearly his weakness. The ink-black Night Sword carved wound after wound across his body. Relative to his enormous frame, the cuts were small. The first lantern had no blood, what seeped out was raw emotional energy. She struck again and again. He couldn't land a hit. Two first lanterns accomplished nothing but getting in each other's way. Chapter 944, Chapter 943, Thea versus the First Lantern, 2. Guy Gardner moved to assist. To preserve his dignity, Thea assigned him to run interference. 3 exchanges later, he had no choice but to withdraw. There was nothing he could do, he spent the entire time dodging. This wasn't a game, there was no friendly fire-off setting. Both Thea and the First Lantern fought at ranges that covered enormous swaths of space, and if Guy Gardner didn't want to join his old friend Hal Jordan in the underworld, he needed to dedicate every ounce of speed to staying alive. Trading a few painless scratches for the risk of obliteration wasn't worth it. Better to watch from the sidelines. With Guy Gardner stepping back to cheer from a distance, Thea's offensive intensified. She couldn't line up another killing blow, but death power had its own particular advantages. At maximum speed, she lashed the First Lantern's mountain-sized body with strike after strike. He was slower. He was bigger. Turning was cumbersome. He couldn't protect every angle at once, and the result was nothing short of humiliating. Their battlefield drifted from open space down to a planet's surface. Thea caught, in her peripheral vision, a population of intelligent beings, and immediately recognized his plan. The hostage game again. Guy, evacuate the combat zone. Carol, Larfleeze, perfect timing. Everyone pitch in. She'd barely dispatched the Green Lantern to start rescue operations. Whether or not anyone could actually be saved, she had to make the gesture, when Carol Ferris and the Orange Lantern arrived on scene. Thea was thrilled. The more hands the better. She sent them all to handle evacuation. A combat perimeter of a few tens of thousands of kilometers would suffice. She'd minimize her use of wide-area techniques. For the sentient beings on this world, calamity had literally fallen from the sky. All they could see was a kaleidoscope of light spanning the horizon one moment and a wall of darkness swallowing the sky the next. Prayers. Wishes. Families clutching one another and weeping. Against forces like these, they were utterly powerless. I'll have Santa bring you a present later. Now move. Thea booted a reluctant Larfleeze into action. The gleeful Orange Lantern threw himself into the rescue effort, summoning an entire Phantom Legion with a wave of his hand. Say what you would about Larfleeze, his efficiency was unmatched. You can't kill me with attacks like these. We have no grievance between us. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? The First Lantern was completely pinned, unable to fight, unable to flee. Every strike Thea landed annihilated tens of thousands of emotional threads. But so what? He still contained 50 billion individual emotions. Losing a few tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, was a rounding error. Of course it matters. Your perspective is too narrow, you're ignoring what's happening to yourself. Thea exhaled. Maintaining peak speed non-stop was genuinely exhausting. Being called narrow-minded by a woman from the Stone Age didn't sit well. The First Lantern moved fast, lunging forward to exploit her mid-sentence distraction. That was when he noticed the problem. A serious one. His once kaleidoscopic body was now veiled in a thin, gauze-like layer. Gray. Fine as mist. Utterly pervasive. Today is the end. It's over. The First Lantern's body stiffened. The effect had a limited shelf life, a crude application of death energy intertwined with soul power. The two godhoods meshed with extraordinary compatibility, but Thea's personal understanding remained shallow. She lacked the millennia of contemplation needed to refine the technique. The fusion was rough. Rough, but more than enough for him. No temporal delay this time. Thea once again glimpsed the overambitious young man inside the colossal shell. He took the black blade through the heart a second time. After all that maneuvering, the First Lantern had bought himself a few extra minutes of life. Nothing more. Leaving the main body twitching on the ground, she turned her sword on the time remnant. This one was even simpler, less than a minute, dispatched cleanly. The remnant burst into fragments, ejected from the timeline the instant its life ended. It didn't belong here, and time wasted no sentiment on it. Thea descended to the First Lantern's side and looked down at her opponent. The colossal body was withering. From fingertips to forearms to neck, the decay spread steadily. Emotional energy, deprived of its anchor, guttered out like a candle in the wind, dissolving into the void. The expression on the First Lantern's face could only be described as uncanny. I will return. Even if the form of my existence changes, even if I am no longer myself, the moment of my return is inevitable. It is the darkness before dawn. Fate itself has shown me this. Death's black shroud had already consumed his face. He raised one arm, only to find his fingers had already crumbled to ash. When the last thread of emotional energy departed, his life would reach its end. This was the power of time. Mortal, in the end, was what he was. Sustained by emotion, he'd extended his life by 10 billion years. But the human body had limits, and his had long since been reached. Emotion has abandoned me. Next time, I will return as emotion's enemy. The First Lantern cracked a manic grin, issued a declaration of staggering arrogance, and dissolved into a mound of grit amid his own laughter. What was with the tough guy act? Is he dead? Guy Gardner rubbed his aching head and drifted over now that the fighting had stopped. Carol and Larfleeze waited for the answer with equal anticipation. Thea gave them a peculiar look. I suppose that counts as dead. She had suspicions about the specifics but couldn't articulate them. In his final breath, the First Lantern had issued something resembling a grand vow. He was fundamentally mortal, true, but backed by enough emotional energy, enough unified will, the impossible could become possible. That was fate's variable. He'd vowed to return on the eve of dawn and annihilate all emotion. Fate neither approved nor objected. Perfectly neutral. Was it lights out? Thea mulled it over. That didn't fit. The lights out event was, from a cosmic perspective, actually protective, preventing the emotional spectrum reservoir from depleting and triggering a universal detonation. From the vantage of gods and the universe alike, it was arguably a good thing. The first lantern's dying words had dripped with venom. Nothing about them suggested benevolent intent. The Dawnbreaker, then. An enemy of emotion, consumed by hatred, that fit the profile best. Would he be reborn in the dark multiverse? She probed carefully and confirmed, the first lantern's soul was nowhere to be found. Thea said a quick word to Guy Gardner and the others, then returned to the underworld and searched twice. No trace. There was no question, the man wasn't truly dead. Whether he'd become some ring-bound spirit mentor or been reborn directly in the dark multiverse, she couldn't say. But whatever came, she'd deal with it. If she could handle what was in front of her now, the future held no terror. She was about to head back to Earth when Two-Face jogged up and flagged her down. For a man with strong professional ambitions, Two-Face was privately delighted with Thea's absentee boss management style. Total authority. An endless parade of souls filing before him, awaiting his judgment. This was 1,000 times better than Gotham. He was having the time of his afterlife. Forget resurrection, let alone one that required lining up to grease palms. Even if someone offered it free, he'd refuse. He was long past tired of being alive. Watching countless souls approach like lambs awaiting sentencing, that rush of power. Gotham could never. Chapter 945, Chapter 944, Guardians under someone else's roof. Your Majesty, don't leave yet. Truthfully, when Two-Face first learned his new boss was Thea, a superhero, he'd been worried for days. He'd tolerated the righteous crusader routine back when he still had his looks. These days. Hard pass. What he hadn't expected was the reality. Once he settled into the job, something became abundantly clear, his co-workers told him everything he needed to know. Just look at the people he worked alongside. Demons. Death Knights. Evil gods. Assassins. Banshees. Compared to that crew, Two-Face was practically a model citizen. Back in Gotham, the worst he'd done was push a little product and collect protection money door to door, all while living in constant fear that Batman might drop from some random rooftop. On the evil scale, he wasn't even in the same league as his new colleagues. After a stretch in the underworld, Two-Face had finally figured it out, this superhero's sense of right and wrong was terrifyingly thin. The boss was pure neutrality in a cape, she just happened to be very, very good at pretending otherwise. What is it? Thea looked at him with mild curiosity. The man had found his niche perfectly. He was born to be a chief of staff. In Gotham, he'd been a crime boss, slick back hair, commanding presence. Down here, the slick back had been swapped for a neat side part. He didn't grovel the way Sharon did, but his posture communicated deference without sacrificing an ounce of self-respect. A few arrivals I can't classify. They have merits, significant ones, but their offenses are considerable too. Thea raised an eyebrow. If Two-Face, the workaholic, couldn't make the call, she was curious. The truth was, the underworld sentencing guidelines were dizzyingly complex. The rules had come bundled with creation itself, an elaborate legal code sheet had no hand in writing and no authority to casually amend. There were mountains of them. An entire library's worth of volumes, every page packed with regulations. Thea had pushed open the door once, out of idle curiosity, and promptly retreated. She hadn't read a single line. Eventually she dumped the entire corpus on Two-Face. The man hadn't been Gotham's district attorney for nothing, he held a law doctorate. She followed him to the judgment hall. One look at the defendants, and she broke into a grin. 4 guardians of the universe. Standing ramrod straight, eyes fixed forward, carrying themselves as though they were still on OA. Down here, though, they had no bodies, no ability to hover, and at their diminutive height, the effect was significantly less imposing. Well, well. Where did you 4 come from? Thea asked, knowing full well. The 4 little blue men had learned humility. The aloof arrogance they'd carried for eons was nowhere in evidence. The one in front, the largest head of the group, began, Your Majesty, we. Thea cut him off. Why is it always you talking? Are the others mute? Do you think I'm not worth addressing individually? They winced. When you lived under someone else's roof, you bowed your head. Each stepped forward, preparing to introduce themselves. Thea knew all their names, Ruba's memories contained the full roster. She simply wanted to cut them down to size. This wasn't OA. This was the underworld. She waved a hand. I don't need your names. Harvey, register them. Under name, write bystander 1, 2, 3, and 4. File it. The teasing was cathartic, but she had places to be. She took the underworld ledger and began reviewing their records line by line. Despite appearances, the Guardians had done plenty of good. In the 10 billion years before Earth civilization arose, they'd saved the universe from annihilation on multiple occasions. Without them, the universe would have detonated long ago, and without a universe, there'd be no Earth. They had undeniable merit. Enough, by rights, to earn a spot in heaven with an angel's halo to spare. But the sins were equally substantial. The Manhunters, reprogrammed by Krona, had exterminated every intelligent species in Sector 666. That could be pinned on Krona, but was it the Manhunters' only transgression? The underworld records said otherwise. There had been others. More than one. The Green Lantern Corps' rise to power, had that been bloodless? Had there been no innocent casualties along the way? Every corner of the cosmos had celebrated the Corps' founding. Clearly not. Sarah Kerrigan and Lady Styx, who'd held their sectors through wars of attrition and raw stubbornness, could testify to the contrary. The title of Universal Peacekeepers had been earned through body counts. And then there was the selection criteria. The rings chose bearers independently. Possessing great courage was the qualifier. But did courage automatically equal virtue? Finally, the Third Army. How many planets destroyed? How many species erased entirely? The numbers were incalculable. Great merits. Great sins. That was why Two-Face had been unable to decide. Fine. I'm a merciful soul, can't bear to see people suffer. Since we're all acquaintances, I'll spare you the pit. You claim to be guardians of the universe. Then your sentence is reincarnation as mortals. Go experience firsthand how hard life actually is. In the underworld, Thea's word was final. This was the ultimate judgment, neither Two-Face nor Minos had the authority to overrule it. Two-Face scrambled to document the verdict per regulation. Thea signed it with a quick scrawl. Effective immediately. Off you go. The four guardians were led away to the reincarnation queue. She flipped to the last page of their file and only then noticed how they'd died, killed by Atrocitus. The fate clock's toll had knocked them unconscious. Thea had chased the first lantern. And while the guardians lay helpless, Atrocitus had happened to come across them. When enemies met face to face, words were superfluous. The Red Lantern's leader, eyes blazing with the rage that defined him, hadn't wasted a breath. He'd torn into them on the spot. Literally. They'd been unconscious, unable to resist, and had died without ever understanding what had happened. By the time they regained awareness, they were already in the underworld. Thoroughly, completely bewildered ghosts. Only these four, she asked Two-Face. Just the four. So Ganthet and Sed had survived. Someone must have intervened, a passing good Samaritan, perhaps, and rescued them. The 8 guardian wardens from the First Lantern's prison also appeared to still be alive. The bearded one had fainted before the fate clock struck and had avoided the worst of it. He'd already come to and was tending to the others. Everything in the underworld was in order. Thea hurried back out into space. Exactly as she'd anticipated, several factions of lanterns were in a shouting match around the fate clock. John Stewart and the newly minted Green Lantern Simon Baz had brought a dozen odd lanterns to form a protective ring around the 8 guardian wardens. The bearded elder had fainted during the first lantern's jailbreak and was therefore spared the clock's shockwave. He'd since regained consciousness and was already on his feet, working to revive his companions. Across from them stood the Red Lantern Corps. Atrocitus, already naturally scarlet, was now drenched head to toe in blood. Killing intent poured off him in waves so thick they were nearly visible. At his feet lay the 4 guardians' remains, mangled beyond recognition, no longer identifiable as having once been anything at all. The depth of his hatred for the little blue men was written in every shattered bone. Chapter 946, Chapter 945, Purifying the First Lantern Ring. Between the Green and Red Lantern lines stood Saint Walker, who'd brought his gaunt Blue Lantern compatriots to rescue the guardians Ganthet and Sed. Atrocitus. The hatred ends here. Thea had no time to waste on them. Her gaze swept the Red Lantern ranks, her tone cold. In the goddess of death's emotionless stare, even Red Lanterns, drunk on blood and fury, couldn't help but take a step back. Without a word, Atrocitus turned and left. Thea dismissed the Green and Blue Lanterns just as efficiently. She didn't care whether the little blue men lived or died. The only reason she'd returned to this sector first was to retrieve the fate clock. The borrowed projection had to go back to Destiny. She'd originally considered borrowing the Book of Destiny directly, but even magic had limits. The Book of Destiny stood above the rules themselves, no spell could replicate it. Counter-summoning was the very first lesson when learning summoning, baseline survival skill for most mages. But a 13th circle counter-summon was another matter entirely. It wasn't like dismissing an ordinary conjuration, a soft pop, a puff of smoke, back to its home plane. Sending something of this caliber home required exquisitely precise incantations and an enormous reservoir of magic. She had both. After considerable effort, the great clock returned. As for the severed sliver of the First Lantern self and the kaleidoscope of emotions bound up inside it, she handed that over to Destiny as her payment. Destiny enjoyed savoring the spectacle of different lives, and half of 100 billion was still 50 billion. Plenty to keep the old man busy for a while. Then she cleared the battlefield. The emotional residue was a tangled mess, endless feelings layered into this pocket of void, braided together across eons. Anyone who passed through would, at best, come out insane. Thea wasn't good at handling emotions. What had been an energy source for the first lantern was pure poison to her. She liked her life simple, her work simple, too many feelings clouded her core. She knew herself, her will wasn't exactly ironclad. She slipped on the white lantern ring. Borrowing the power of life itself, she smoothed over the emotional scars in the void until everything was quiet again. Battlefield cleaned, she went looking for the World Restoration Trio. The three of them were running themselves ragged, and she'd heard Batman was equally exhausted back on Earth. Her joining wouldn't speed things up much, but when they learned the crisis was over, they were visibly relieved. Emotions can give people power. Supergirl, straightforward by nature, couldn't wrap her head around it. She stood there frowning for a long moment while Thea hung back and chatted with Diana. Diana brought up Silver Swan. Honestly, that codename didn't ring a single bell for Thea. Never even heard it. Mr. Terrific suspects Caden James tampered with her spinal implants. That's why her personality changed. If we can subdue her, we should be able to restore her. Diana laid it out formally. Irritation prickled under Thea's skin. Every alley cat and stray dog was crawling out of the woodwork lately. A nobody like this, eyeing Diana. She clearly didn't realize how close to death she was walking. Out loud, though, she laughed it off and said she didn't mind. As it turned out, Diana knew her far too well. Diana could predict her little schemes with uncanny precision. The Valkyrie's beautiful eyes pinned her in place for a long moment. Don't you go pulling anything behind my back. Thea's guilty conscience flared. That had been exactly the plan. She'd already settled on personnel, Slade was the obvious choice. A ballet dancer couldn't make much noise, 2 quick cuts, done. Then Tara would open a grave, bury the body, erase the traces. Nobody the wiser. Bribe a few local cops, file a missing persons report. Full service package. And waiting at the end of the line, the underworld, where Thea would personally tell Silver Swan that death wasn't the end, only the beginning. But with Diana putting it that plainly, she wasn't about to pick a fight over some bitpart villain. She pivoted fast. Relax. Oh, by the way, Black Hand killed Hal Jordan and Sinestro. Where's he now? Diana was forced off topic and nearly choked on the pivot. If Superman and Supergirl hadn't been right there, she would have pinned the goddess of death down on the nearest flat surface and taught her a proper lesson. Probably locked up by the Green Lanterns again, she said, not entirely sure. Thea didn't need certainty. Without Necron, Black Hand was a nobody, not worth a second thought. She'd only needed to steer the conversation off Silver Swan. The 4 of them, backed by Earth's think tanks, worked through 15 affected planets, restoring each in turn. Casualties were inevitable. But as long as the dead weren't Earthlings and weren't dying in front of them, it didn't register much. By the time they finished and returned to Earth, 2 hours had passed. Batman exchanged a few brief words with them and then headed home to rest. Mental labor was more draining than fighting monsters. He usually made do with 1 hour of sleep, today he was giving himself a break, 2 hours. Barry Allen, Mr. Terrific, and the rest were running on empty too. They made their excuses and left. Naturally, Thea went home with Diana. Her place was a 10,000 square meter, 108,000 sq feet, villa on the outskirts of London. Strange, really, Diana longed for Greece, worked in France daily, but chose to live in England. They changed into loungewear. Thea moved fast and drew the curtains. Diana shot her a sidelong look. The meaning was clear, you good. It's broad daylight, keep it decent. Truthfully, Thea had been wronged. One gesture, one glance, and they read each other perfectly. She raised both hands in mock surrender and gently poked Diana's forehead. Such a dirty mind. I've got a trophy to show you. With a flourish, she produced the first lantern ring. In the dim room, a band shimmering with iridescent light appeared in her palm. This is another source. Want to see if it suits you? Diana had 3 godhoods already, no longer a newcomer. She developed her own method of assessment, only what truly suited her was worth taking. Stacking godhoods indiscriminately would only stunt her growth. She studied it carefully. The Valkyrie's brow knit. Too chaotic. I can't read it. Huh. Thea deflated slightly. A genuinely powerful artifact, and nobody could use it. Infuriating. Let's try purifying it. Not really a solution, but the only path she had. The simplest option was the White Lantern. Its purification was unmatched in the cosmos. But the emotions locked inside this ring weren't like the scattered residue on a battlefield. They'd been braided together for tens of billions of years. Using life force to soothe them would be monumentally difficult. Use divine power, Diana said. Divine power turned the impossible into the possible. The downside was that it regenerated slowly. Thea didn't love burning it when she didn't have to. Fortunately, Death's divine power could be replenished through killing. Restocking wasn't much of a problem. Me first. Between Thea's fingers, a pure black vortex coiled and struck like a serpent, diving into the ring. Chapter 947, Chapter 946, The Advisor. Death's divine power was relentless, nothing it couldn't kill, nothing it couldn't unmake. It was the emblem of every ending. But fast as it went in, it went out. Within 3 seconds Thea felt her connection to it snap. The outcome wasn't subtle, the sheer volume of emotions had swarmed and overwhelmed her input. Ants could chew through an elephant. Raw power meant nothing when the enemy had numbers. She poured in more. The ocean of emotion drowned it again. Let me try. Seeing her partner get tripped up, Diana sobered up too. One finger flashed green, courage. Another shimmered with flecks of gold, perseverance. Perseverance lent her greater toughness. With perseverance, courage could push ever forward. Diana's raw strength might have fallen behind Thea's, but she'd earned her place as the world's protagonist. She'd broken past her own limits and was advancing steadily. Her godhoods harmonized beautifully with one another. Unfortunately, even she lasted less than 5 seconds before the link was severed. What now? The question hung between the two goddesses. Thea's approach was to take problems apart one at a time. It was emotional residue, wasn't it? She went to the underworld first and pulled the 4 guardians out of the reincarnation queue. She told them to reclaim their emotions from the ring. Your Majesty, we have no bodies. We can't retrieve emotions. The big-headed guardian wore a flicker of cunning. The subtext was clear, with bodies, it'd be different. Perhaps you could resurrect us. If you had bodies, are you certain you could retrieve them? Thea studied them coldly. That. The 4 guardians exchanged glances. They weren't sure. Making promises you couldn't keep was a bad way to die twice. Their hesitation stirred something in Thea. Standing face to face with death, even the guardians, once so lofty and untouchable, were starting to talk nonsense. She summoned her secretary, Two-Face, with a wave. She pointed at the little blue men. Penny, Burton, Bradley, Haruba, these fellows have done the cosmos some service. In light of past contributions, we'll suspend their reincarnation process. Wait for further notice from me. Two-Face, cheerful as ever, acknowledged the order. Earlier, you were up in arms, acting like nothing short of reincarnating as a pig would satisfy public fury. Now they're useful, and suddenly they can be salvaged. Saintly or wicked, all depending on your mood. You're more two-faced than I am. Thea then walked Two-Face through the identities one by one, matching faces to names. The initial registration had been sloppy, passerby 1, 2, 3, 4 clearly didn't meet standards. A few of the little blue men had acquired some value in the young Mrs. eyes. At the very least, they'd gotten their names back, no longer extras. With the dead 4 granted a reprieve, Thea flew off to Autumn. The deceased could wait. There were still 2 living guardians here. She cut straight to the point and asked Ganthet and said to retract the emotions in the ring. The process wasn't pleasant. She'd already torn through Ganthet's soul searching for the ring, crude methods had battered the old man badly, shredding his defenses. Then the fate clock's backlash had finished the job. When Thea walked in, Ganthet was lying in bed, breath so faint he seemed already gone. Said bristled at her on sight. But she'd long outgrown youthful temper. Faced with Thea's request, she made a long speech about her hardships, alone now, caring for her ailing partner, and on and on. Thea conceded she may have been a touch rough. She gave Ganthet a thorough once-over. His injuries were severe, but he was among the strongest guardians. A few passes of soul divine power, and he slowly came around. Afterward, the 2 of them honored the agreement and drew out their share of the ring's emotions. Thea reviewed the results with mixed feelings. The good news, extraction was possible. The bad news, nearly 50 individual emotional signatures were bound inside the ring. Which meant 50 guardians had participated in forging the original ring. After eons, some had fled to Zamarin and founded the Star Sapphire Corps. Most had died, the 3 killed by Raven during Blackest Night, Scar, who committed suicide afterward, the one they killed after he fused with Parallax in Coast City, and all the others lost to the long grind of the ages. 50 originally. Now 1 she'd secretly imprisoned, 2 in front of her, 8 guarding the first lantern, 11 total. The rest, essentially all gone. If Thea wanted to fully resolve the ring's emotional problem this way, her best bet was to do what the first lantern had done, travel back 10 billion years and, sweetly persuade, the full roster to retract their emotions. She waited and decided the risk was too high. The little blue men's power curve was an interesting one. Early on, they were monstrous. Krona one-shot the Grandmaster, one-shot Galactus. That was the baseline. After that, it was all downhill. By now they were barely operating at Superman tier. Superman, off to the side. A ring-wearing, full-power first lantern was a nightmare. And even that first lantern had still been sealed by them. If she went back and had to fight 50 of them at once, she'd fare no better than he had. For a ring that was, frankly, optional, it wasn't worth the gamble. And there were other options. Just more tedious ones. Everything died. Emotions were no exception. Drop by drop, stone wore through. She couldn't spare the divine power, so she'd grind it down with death aura. The underworld was full of people she could draft. Back in the underworld, she built a new purification chamber beside her towering statue in the Death Temple. The official line couldn't be, "I'm conscripting everyone's death aura to purify my ring." Her explanation was that sentient beings were invited to pay their respects, gazing at the many-hued ring, commemorating their own emotions long since lost. The dazed and unaware couldn't provide much death aura. Those still conscious in the underworld weren't numerous, but the pool was vast, 52 parallel universes plus countless smaller worlds, every planet and realm with its own luminaries. Cumulatively, the numbers were staggering. Countless notables received the order and came to pay respects. Most had no idea what the point was, but seeing that it cost them nothing, they performed the ritual sincerely or otherwise. Thea offered a few perks at the right moments. Those who approached with genuine reverence were offered a choice of roles in the underworld. Some elites wanted to start fresh. Others wanted to keep their memories and carry on contributing. For many, eternal life, in this form wasn't such a bad deal. Case in point, the 4 advisors now at Thea's side. Chapter 948, Chapter 947, Preparing Ahead. The 4 little blue men ultimately weren't sent to be reincarnated. Their knowledge was a vast treasury, to waste it on a reset was criminal. Thea read through the memories of Haruba's entire life. They contained countless cosmic secrets, but it wasn't all of it. The Guardians hadn't been joined at the hip. They'd each handled a portfolio of affairs, and Haruba had only been responsible for a slice. In the end, Thea spared them reincarnation and kept the 4 little blue men on as advisors. Manufacturing temporary bodies was simple, Cersei could manage it, for Thea it was trivial. And they couldn't leave the underworld anyway. The 4 little blue men were transformed, the underworld's first batch of temp staff. Their official job was to offer advice. Thea's ragtag operation still had a mountain of rough edges. A few internal blind spots were the kind of thing insiders would automatically overlook, but outsiders with a fresh perspective could spot them immediately. With bodies, the little blue men could fly again. Walking on 2 legs, looking up at everyone, had been miserable. The emotions they'd left in the ring were retrieved directly. To prove their loyalty, each of them offered up a portion of their memories. With the 4 of them pooling perspectives, Thea finally saw the complete forging process of the first lantern's ring. The Guardians in their prime had been absurdly strong, they'd captured the emotional sources with almost embarrassing ease. But eternal life and boundless intellect had steered them off the new god's path. Instead of walking it, they'd tried to crack and dissect its mysteries. That was when the first lantern arrived. He brought technology from billions of years in the future, and together they reforged the source into a ring. Reversing the process was not something she could do without the little blue men's help. I see your sincerity. But resurrection isn't possible. The underworld, or rather, the world's own will, sets an exceedingly high bar for resurrecting immortal class beings. You clearly don't meet it. Thea wasn't lying. Immortals were creatures born in the early days of the universe. Times had changed. The cosmos no longer needed them. It needed passion, constant change, mortal lives that burned bright for a few short decades and then moved on. That was what helped the universe ascend to higher orders. Stagnant immortals were a cancer by comparison. Look at Lady Styx, Atrocitus, these 4 right here. Lady Styx wouldn't advance any further in the next 100 million years without Thea's help, and the little blue men were leveling down daily. The universal will's rejection of them was barely concealed. Haruba, the big-headed one at the head of the group, still spoke for all of them. The habit wasn't going anywhere soon. Your Majesty, we're comfortable here. We don't want to be resurrected. Thea didn't much care whether they meant it. As long as she could use them, it was fine. She handed the ring purification project off to them. Then she swung by the Blue Lantern home planet. Kyle Rayner was still in seclusion, training hard. She gave him a quick pointer or 2 and headed back to Earth. The Third Army crisis hadn't been catastrophic for Earth, but it wasn't small either. One look at the stripped-bare planets the Third Army had savaged told the story. Without heavy hitters like Superman and Diana culling it early, an outbreak on Earth would have been apocalyptic. With the fighting over, the Justice League was convening to plan the next steps. Worth noting, since Kyle had stayed behind on the Blue Lantern planet, Earth's Green Lantern representative had changed. Simon Baz, the Arab-American Green Lantern, now sat tensely in the GL chair. Also, Thea's relative she couldn't publicly acknowledge, Black Canary, had formally joined the Justice League. Laurel Lance was a late bloomer. Something had lit a fire under her. Her sonic attacks combined with years of hard-won combat skill had pushed her into the top tier of heroes. She'd made it into the Justice League ahead of Batgirl Barbara. First, they welcomed the two new members. Then Superman opened the floor, asking what security measures Earth ought to put in place. That question usually came from Batman. Today was different. Superman had seen a dozen planets laid waste and couldn't stomach inaction. Plenty of Earthlings had no idea what had just happened. He'd seen it himself. The Third Army had converted sentient beings into more of itself. The First Lantern had hurled entire planets like sandbags. Countless lives had screamed on the edge between survival and oblivion. What if that happened here, to his family? The images haunted him. He hadn't slept. The moment the meeting began, he put the question out and hoped someone had answers. Will the universe see more disasters like this? By unspoken convention, cosmic issues fell to the Green Lantern. Every head swiveled toward Simon Baz. The Arab-American Lantern went wide-eyed. Why are you asking me? A day ago I was being chased across the city by federal agents for stealing a car. How the hell should I know what cosmic disasters are coming? Thea cleared her throat to signal she had something to say. Superman, that definition's too broad. Every disaster we just faced was triggered by specific individuals. These weren't earthquakes or hurricanes. It's hard to forecast them with any real precision. But Madame Xanadu can forecast. I'm not wrong about that. And you should be able to, too. Batman carefully avoided Malcolm's name. Forecasting comes at a cost. Time is a river. A forecaster is a fish that leaps from the current, leaps high enough to glimpse the path ahead. The cost is losing its original place in the stream, and hitting the water hard enough to come away bruised. Thea danced around her own case. Madame Xanadu was another of those relatives she couldn't publicly acknowledge. After becoming mistress of the underworld, she hadn't gone through Malcolm. She'd personally spent time helping Xanadu ease the burden on her timeline. Xanadu had now recovered 40 or 50% of her old power. She hadn't refused outright, but the implication was clear: don't sacrifice someone just to save the Earth. On that, superheroes could broadly agree. Justice bought with the blood of innocence wasn't justice. So you're saying we can only play defense? Superman asked. Thea considered, then countered, if someone hasn't committed a crime, would you arrest them for something they might do in the future? No. At least I wouldn't. Barry Allen spoke up immediately. Then he added that this was just his opinion. We wouldn't either. Batman nodded, though Thea suspected what he really meant was more like, I'd compile an exhaustive dossier first, take careful notes, and the second they crossed a line I'd haul them in. Good. We've reached consensus there. So I'll just share what I've seen and heard. You can take from it what you will. There's a group of them, and they are very evil. Thea didn't get to finish. Chapter 949, Chapter 948, Enemies in the Shadows. Darkseid. Batman still remembered the Dreadlord's towering menace. Aliens. Superman was worried about his remaining relatives. Neither. Do you know about parallel universes? Everyone nodded. Barry and company partnered daily with Earth-2's Dr. Wells. They knew parallel realities well. Batman had also seen Earth-2's Thomas Wayne from a distance. The concept wasn't foreign. There's a parallel universe, with a different designation, where Superman is evil, Batman is evil, where the Speedster, Green Lantern, and Aquaman are all evil. Of course, the version of me over there is even worse. On that Earth, Kryptonians use kryptonite as their power source. They terrorize everything. Gotham at night is ruled by a man in black. Their Speedster kills at random for entertainment. Everyone else is his accomplice. That universe hasn't moved to invade us yet. But knowing all this, what are you prepared to do? A universe of villains. Thea was telling them about Earth-3. Kanto's reconnaissance had confirmed it, the evil Thea had come from there too. Whether she was still there, Kanto couldn't say. A massive barrier wrapped Earth-3, new gods couldn't get in. A few subordinates suppressed to ordinary human level had slipped through the barrier, but their limited capability meant they couldn't gather high-grade intel. Thea had turned this over many times. Whether the evil version of herself was controlling Eclipso or being controlled by it, a reckoning was coming. And the Anti-Monitor was recuperating there. If he absorbed the full energy of Earth 3's cosmos, dealing with him would become exponentially harder. Thea wanted to organize a Justice League expedition to Earth 3. She'd even picked the operation name, Justice Eternal. She had her plan. The League was digesting the news. They haven't attacked us, and we march on their doorstep. Is that heroism? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Heroes were used to being ambushed by enemies hiding in the dark, then hit from nowhere, then sent scrambling to regroup after getting knocked around. Nobody was a masochist who enjoyed living like that, forever peering over their shoulders. But the other side hadn't made any further move. Storming in first went against everything they'd always stood for. Do you have more concrete evidence? Footage from that world, anything? Batman asked. Give me a second. Let me look. Thea closed her eyes and searched. Her consciousness swept the entire planet. Every shielding device, every piece of advanced counter-surveillance equipment, useless against death. She found her target quickly. Spatial substitution spells were no challenge for her. All she had to do was put him in front of everyone, and the truth would speak for itself. But there was an internal Justice League issue to settle first. She conferred with Diana in low voices. They quickly reached agreement. This could be done. Thea gave Batman a strange look. They've already begun plotting against us. They sent 2 scouts ahead. Why can't you just catch them? Superman tried. Her smile thinned. If this particular man walks into the Hall of Justice, his appearance is distinctive enough that a certain someone's secret identity would be exposed. She didn't name him. Everyone knew she meant Batman. The room fell silent. We're the Justice League. Even if we don't share our pasts, we should be able to accept each other's real identities. I'm Clark Kent. Superman went first. Thea Queen. Diana Prince. Barry Allen peeled off his cowl. He'd been waiting a long time for this. Barry Allen. Green Arrow pulled back his hood too and said, voice low, Oliver Queen. Arthur Curry. Ray Palmer. Zatanna Zatara. The 2 newcomers didn't know what was happening, but they pulled off their masks anyway. Laurel Lance. Simon Baz. Nightwing hesitated a long moment. He and Batman had always moved in lockstep. But remembering he'd left those wings behind to walk his own road, he made up his mind. Off came the mask. I'm Dick Grayson. All the pressure landed on Batman. He was tired. Also a little relieved. Nightwing was out. There was no point in hiding now. He pulled off the cowl. Bruce Wayne. Years without sunlight had left his face pale. The Hall of Justice was brightly lit, and the scattered light through the glass made him squint uncomfortably. Plenty of people already knew his real name. Today just meant peeling off the mask for the record. He collected himself quickly. He wasn't thrilled that Thea had cornered him into this. He rubbed his forehead. Can we get to it? Who are the ones they sent? Thea didn't teleport yet. She took another Farsight look. They've assembled a group of Earth villains. Should I grab the ringleader, or pull them all over at once? If it's all of them, we should be ready for a fight. Need she have asked? Heroes didn't suffer villains. Ambushing a pack of them in one go, what could be sweeter? Even Barry was saying fight, fight, right now. The young Miss Tutade, appreciating their enthusiasm, and gestured for everyone to remask. A flick of her finger. Under Zatanna's reverent gaze, the air filled with intricate tracery. Prepare to welcome our guests from afar. Mr. Alfred Pennyworth, from Earth 3. Batman had made guesses, but even so the identity caught him off guard. He'd assumed someone at his side might have an Earth 3 counterpart, but Alfred. If the other Alfred stood up in front of everyone as a villain, the Bruce Wayne cover would be blown. The sky blue teleportation circle activated. When the light faded, 4 visibly panicked strangers found themselves ringed by the entire Justice League. Batman's eyes went straight to the elderly man at the center. Identical features to his own Alfred, but the bearing was completely different. Sallow complexion. Purple suit. The more he looked, the more familiar the outfit seemed. Thea, as if reading his thoughts, supplied the context. This Mr. Pennyworth murdered his world's Joker. Yes, the Joker who was the heroic dissident fighting Batman's tyranny. A sense of displacement swept through Batman. The men practically radiated malevolence. Whatever he'd come for, it wasn't neighborly diplomacy. Nothing more to say. Fight. Heroes drew their weapons, already primed and prepared. The villains weren't in anything close to the same shape. Making villains hold a losing line was impossible. The Earth 3 Alfred called for them to charge in formation, but they'd each mentally cut their own deals. Giganta, break the line. Copperhead, cover her. Shadow Thief, rear guard. The villain Alfred barked orders crisply. Even cornered, he hadn't given up. He was still hunting for that thin thread of escape. Chapter 950, Chapter 949, Capture and Interrogation. The woman called Giganta had a look that could only be described as overstated. Wild, matted hair. Muscle piled on muscle. A leather vest. Killing intent radiating off her. No softness, no femininity, she looked like a bandit queen who'd carved out a mountain kingdom. You had to look twice to register she was a woman at all. She sucked in a breath. Her body ballooned outward like a helium-filled balloon, quickly barreling past human scale and climbing toward 5 meters, 16 feet, 10 meters, 33 feet, still growing. TCH, what a cheap trick. Thea stood back and made a disgusted sound. Let this woman keep expanding and her hall would need repairs. Repairs cost money. For the sake of justice, instant death magic wasn't on the table. But a few shape-shifting spells were trivially easy. Thea wasn't as specialized as Cersei on this front, but she was hardly an amateur either. Go. Technological mutation or bloodline mutation, it made no difference, one shrink spell and Giganta's body snapped right back to ordinary human size. Laurel, freshly minted in the league and eager to prove herself, flew in with a whipping kick. I've got files on these 3. The woman's Giganta, a blood disease mutation. Copperhead specializes in military combat and jujitsu. Not much on Shadow Thief, probably a meta. Batman wasn't in the field either. He stood on the perimeter, running briefings. Thea cut in. I teleported 5 people over. There's one more hiding. Adam, go flush him out. Learning there was still work left, Ray Palmer shrank immediately and went hunting the hidden intruder. The fight was over fast, it couldn't have dragged on. 12 top-tier heroes against 4 villains. Even with Thea and Diana sitting out, the villains got cleaned out. Black Canary dropped Giganta. Green Arrow captured Copperhead. Shadow Thief gave them a little more trouble. He could hide inside an enemy's shadow, a clever offense-defense combo. Zatanna waited for her moment and unleashed a flash spell that erased every shadow in the room. Barry Allen then knocked him out at a speed no nervous system could register. The evil Alfred had no powers. The whole thing had been sudden, and he was carrying only a sidearm. Nightwing disarmed him with ease. Ray Palmer's fight went less smoothly. His target was slippery, repeatedly vanishing from sight. At microscopic scale, nobody else could assist. Superman finally spotted the target with supervision and, coordinating with Adam, took him down. Distinguishing local criminals from outsiders was trivial. If Batman knew them, they were local. If not, they weren't. On this, Batman was the final authority. Copperhead, Giganta, Shadow Thief, selling out their own world for profit, signing on as accomplices, drew universal contempt from the heroes. Thea made the call. They'd all be shipped to ARGUS for containment. Let Amanda Waller sort them out. With the accomplices hauled away, the 2 ringleaders took center stage. Ray Palmer unfastened Atomica's belt, her shrinking rig. Without it, Atomica returned to standard size. Long chestnut hair. Pretty features. Eyes closed, she wasn't speaking, evidently preparing to stonewall. But the slight tremor at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. The evil Alfred was far steadier. He surveyed the Hall of Justice with composed interest, comparing the heroes' faces against the ones in his memory. He'd been on this earth for a while, but standing face to face with the heroes here was new. A peculiar vertigo crept over him. 2 worlds perfectly inverted, part of him wanted to laugh. But his heart was iron. He tucked the scattered thoughts away and turned to Atomica, voice cold. Stay calm. They're heroes. Their moral standards are high. Our lives are entirely safe. He flashed a provocative smile. The subtext was obvious, kill us if you dare. The Justice League moved in quiet unison. They gave Batman the space. I can see the struggle inside you. You have the power to break your chains. Why don't you use it? The evil Alfred's voice turned coaxing. He eyed Batman with real curiosity. Nobody so much as twitched. If 2 sentences could shake Batman, he wouldn't be Batman. Thea was more relaxed still. Of every person and god she'd ever met, Batman had the strongest will. Power didn't correlate with will, if anything, they were inversely related. She was Exhibit A. The Spectre, the Phantom Stranger, their willpower was frankly trash. The longer someone lived, the weaker their will. Seemed to be a rule of this world. Batman looked at the evil Alfred with detached curiosity. You don't know me. Not at all. Whoever's in that evil world, that's not me. I thought another version of me had fallen. Now I see that's not quite the case. He turned to Thea. Thea spread her hands indifferently. That world's been sealed off by higher powers. I can't get in anymore. Intel may have gotten warped in transmission. If you want more, magic can make him talk. Batman thought it over carefully. No. Let me interrogate him alone. He pulled the evil Alfred off to an adjacent room. The others kept sizing Automica up, but nobody suggested torturing her. She wasn't a core figure, and women generally weren't privy to the inner circle. That was the prevailing view. How many men were on the hero side versus women? How many men on the villain side versus women? Among the big players, outside of Thea, were there any women at all? In this world, women were everywhere underestimated, or cast as figures to be protected. Almost always support roles. Ray Palmer was busy studying Atomica's belt. Everyone else rested or chatted. Oliver and Laurel, the old flames with their tangled history, ended up sharing a laugh in the same room. Thea found it borderline embarrassing on their behalf. Somehow the two of them were getting along fine. Superman and Barry Allen talked about the evil Kryptonian and the evil speedster. Batman came back fast. His expression was grim. He pulled Automica aside for a separate interrogation. Then he returned to the hall, removed his cowl, and rested his hands on the table, organizing what he'd learned. That world's Bruce Wayne was shot dead as a child. Gotham is now ruled by a man called Ullman, a Wayne family member who doesn't exist on our Earth. My older brother. Thomas Wayne, Jr. Ullman's partner is also a Nightwing, an evil mob figure. Richard Grayson. There's a Kryptonian there too, codename Ultraman, corresponding to our Superman. The speedster matching the Flash is Johnny Quick. The Green Lantern equivalent is Power Ring. Diana's counterpart is Superwoman. Aquaman's is Sea King. Firestorm's is Deathstorm. Chapter 951, Chapter 950, How do we get there? Batman summarized what he'd pulled from the interrogation. There's apparently a Luthor on that world too, but he's not aligned with the rest of them. Even more evil than the others, actually, and he uses magic. Thea kept quiet. She strongly suspected evil Luthor's magic had been taught to him by evil Thea. As God's former spirit of vengeance, she considered spellcraft to be a pretty minor discipline in the grand scheme. The enemy has already bared its fangs at us. If we don't strike first, what waits for us is annihilation. And if the battlefield is their Earth rather than ours, we have far fewer things to worry about. Nobody else wanted to speak first, so Thea took the role of instigator. Being the one to publicly advocate for war would damage her reputation, but she didn't care about that anymore. The enemy was already coming. The League wasn't so naive as to sit and wait. One by one, everyone agreed to go on the offensive, but none of them had any experience in cross-dimensional warfare. They turned, collectively, to the expert in the room, Thea. As I said earlier, the new gods of that dimension have their own designation for it, but let's just call it Earth 3. She set the target. The place is sealed behind a massive barrier. I can't get in anymore. Neither can Diana. Not Superman, not the Flash, no superpowered hero can cross over. And their evil superpowered counterparts can't come out without using special methods. That's why they sent Pennyworth first as an advanced scout. Batman nodded. He already knew this part. But his mind moved fast. He caught the implication immediately. Who put the barrier up? We call him the Anti-Monitor. You've actually seen him before, technically. He was the one who resurrected at the end of the Blackest Night, out of the Black Lantern Central Power Battery. Batman pressed. Is he stronger than Darkseid? Thea had to think about this one. Batman's question was a layman's question, she had to put the answer in layman's terms. Strictly speaking, the Anti-Monitor is far stronger than Darkseid. Batman's eyes glazed over. Thea switched angles. The Anti-Monitor isn't like us new gods. We have a ceiling. Past a certain tier, there's no further path up. That's true for me, it's true for Darkseid. But the Anti-Monitor is different. He has no ceiling. Batman looked like he was being blown sideways by a strong wind. Then what's the point of even fighting him? But he was patient. He crossed his arms and kept listening. Thea frowned. Your question is like asking me whether an atomic bomb or a bullet kills people. Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor are completely different beings. Darkseid is conquest. He wants every living thing bowing at his feet. Truly evil, the Flash muttered under his breath. The Anti-Monitor wants to destroy the universe. The more he destroys, the stronger he gets. That's more evil. Flash gasped again. Thea shot him a glare that finally shut him up. So you're saying this Anti-Monitor is weak at the moment? You want to take him out while he's weak? Am I wrong? Batman thought he had Thea figured out. If she was putting this much effort into organizing a strike, she had her own reasons. Thea shook her head firmly. The Anti-Monitor isn't much of a threat to me personally. If I just ignored him, we'd have no real conflict. But destroying the multiverse is carved into his soul as his purpose. He's like a program, tirelessly obliterating one universe, then another, then another. Each universe he destroys, he absorbs all its power. That's the source of his strength. Once every universe is destroyed, he'll enter some new form. Maybe a reset, maybe something else, I've never seen it firsthand. While he's burning worlds, I could hide outside the universe. I have that ability. I could bring my family, my friends, all of you along. But would you actually choose that? Watch the universe die while you play deserter. Nobody was willing to flee before a crisis had even arrived. Compared to their evil counterparts, the Anti-Monitor was the bigger threat. The heroes were full of self-sacrificing spirit, their integrity levels astronomical. And since Thea, whose own integrity was a scattered wreck by comparison, had been the one to propose it, the plan to march on Earth 3 passed unanimously. Strike while the iron was hot. The Anti-Monitor had only a sliver of strength left right now, if not now, when? Even Batman agreed they had a fighting chance. But this wasn't a street brawl. Invading one Earth from another Earth required enormous preparation. First, they needed reliable intelligence. The interrogation results alone wouldn't cut it. The Justice League needed someone to run point. Superpowered members couldn't cross over, which eliminated half the roster immediately. That assignment, Batman started to volunteer. Nightwing cut him off. Bruce, Gotham still needs you. Let me go. Laurel, never one to duck danger, claimed her spot. Green Arrow volunteered to back her up. Even the Atom put his hand up. If Automika could cross over, then logically he could too, and he could shrink himself for reconnaissance. Perfect fit. The 5 of them spent the next several minutes arguing each other's merits and flaws, all of them angling to take on the dangerous role. Batman was eliminated first. Their reasoning was roughly the same across the board. He was too high profile, too valuable as a rear commander. Charging the front lines was a young man's game, and he was carrying a lot of years on him. He still hadn't fully healed from the last fight with Darkseid. Green Arrow went second. He was already in the enhanced human category. Thea thought he probably couldn't cross the barrier either. Plus, Star City couldn't afford to lose him. That left Black Canary, Nightwing, and the Atom in the final running. The debate was heated. Thea sipped her coffee and watched the show, not willing to interrupt, until Diana elbowed her in the ribs, at which point she spoke up sheepishly. Small problem, Diana shot her a glare. Thea hastily corrected herself. I haven't actually figured out how to get to Earth 3 yet. Nightwing already had the upper hand. As Batman's heir apparent, he had overwhelming advantages in combat, reconnaissance, interrogation, and infiltration. If all 3 went, he'd be the team lead. If only one went, it would be him. Nobody expected Thea to hit the emergency brake. They'd argued for an hour, and it turned out, how do we get there was still an open question. They'd been strategizing for ages without finding a path to the other side. Nightwing forced a smile, barely swallowing what looked like a mouthful of bile. Thea smiled back, apologetic and helpless. Mother boxes were sealed at Earth 3. All standard cross-dimensional transport methods were sealed. Even her Ankh talisman didn't work. A full death of the Endless could have ignored the Anti-Monitor's seal without blinking, but she was still in the reserves. Then how did those 2 get here? Batman had a lot of questions, but this one was actually on point. If they can invade us, they must have some method of crossing over, right? After they conquer us, do they go back home? Batman transformed into a 10,000 questions machine, hurling them at Thea one after another. Chapter 952, Chapter 951, A Tangled Mess of a Story. Thea answered them one at a time. First, those 2 almost certainly crossed before the seal went up. The Anti-Monitor was badly wounded at the time, and when he sealed the cross-dimensional routes, from his subjective time frame it was an instant. But on that plane, the aberrant celestial phenomenon that accompanied the sealing could easily have stretched over several days. So there was a gap during the process, and in that window, ordinary humans could slip through to our side. To send our companions across, we need to crack the seal without tipping off the enemy. That's where I'm stuck. As for how they got here, honestly, I don't think it matters. We're about to invade them anyway. Why does their delivery method matter? Batman fixed her with a long, hard look. I think you should tell. Superheroes had a solid reputation. Steve didn't worry about security here. He unlocked the metal case and, wearing heavy protective gloves, lifted out a gleaming golden skull. Damn it, you didn't warn me. This is what he brought. Pandora, still a little high-strung, whipped out both pistols, looking ready to fight non-existent enemies. Thea calmed her down. She was safe here. No 7 deadly sins. No old wizard. That was all ghosts of her own making. Steve was thrown too. He'd half expected this woman to make a grab for it. He planted himself in front of the skull like a protective mother hen, though carefully avoiding direct contact with it. The League members tensed. But unlike the Teen Titans' reckless brats, this crowd was past the hot-blooded phase. They watched Pandora calmly, staying on guard. "It's a bit of a long story," Thea said. "Let me summarize." She pointed at the golden skull, ignoring Batman's investigative stare. "Thousands of years ago, this thing fell to Earth. As best I can analyze it, it's effectively a coordinate beacon. Earth 3 should have something like it on their end. The two items pair up to open a channel." "What did you say?" Before the League could react, Pandora lost it. She couldn't believe it. She stabbed a finger at the skull. "That thing is a coordinate beacon." Pandora's mental state in this timeline was leagues better than in the original. She'd stopped being eaten alive by guilt over releasing the 7 sins. But this she couldn't swallow. The artifact that had buried her under thousands of years of anguish turned out to be a GPS marker. Thea thought it was ridiculous too, but facts were facts. The Earth 3 crew had clearly been out of their minds. A coordinate beacon, could you maybe have been a little less flashy? Disguise it as a rock. Toss a rock through. That worked. It's absolutely a piece of tech. Batman got the signal that it was safe to handle. Without a word, he took it and started examining it. A long while later, he looked thoughtful. "The technology in here is extremely advanced. I won't crack it alone, not quickly." Thea clapped once. That was his problem now. Getting in through the seal without alerting the anti-monitor would be nearly impossible via magic or divine power. A pure tech approach, silent, invisible, was probably the way. Steve watched the League members pass the golden skull around like a game of musical chairs. His expression flickered. "Miss Queen, this object." "Commander Trevor, I'll brief the President personally. This is just the beginning. We'll need cooperation from several fronts going forward." Citing the President was enough. If the League launched a large-scale invasion, Thea would have to expend serious effort suppressing that world's will. That was the real reason she couldn't engage immediately. But that kind of cosmology-altering disclosure served no purpose. She left Batman to brood and headed back to the White House. Convincing her mother went impressively smoothly. Honestly, when Moira had first taken the presidency, it had felt to her like being drafted into command during a crisis. Troubled waters reveal the hero. The novelty faded fast. What remained was an avalanche of headaches, with crisis after crisis hitting her office. As president, she was running herself ragged. So hearing the pitch, "Keep the enemy beyond our borders," she was fully on board. Superheroes were still going to bog themselves down debating ethics, reputation, and a dozen other concerns. As a politician, Moira carried none of that baggage. And the other side had sent an advance team. What was there to debate? Fight. Immediately. Now. Talks with a handful of heavyweight senators went just as well. Politicians were under the same crushing pressure. Every other week it was some alien invasion or supervillain rampage. Now what? A chance to take the fight to them. Support. Full support. Voters didn't care much about being on the side of justice. Sure, justice was nice, but what they really wanted to know was that they were on the winning side. Congress was easy. The military, predictably, had reservations. They didn't answer to voters, but if American soldiers took heavy casualties, the grieving families might literally come gunning for the brass. Gun laws being what they were, doctors and teachers already had to pack. Social pressure was already at breaking point. Several generals were on the fence. That was where the real and fake Alfred came in. They had to be shown in no uncertain terms: if we don't shoot first, the other side is already coming. 3 days later, in front of the Pentagon, Thea welcomed Bruce Wayne and Alfred Pennyworth. It was only then that Thea learned the old butler had not just been retired British paratrooper. He was a British intelligence officer, MI6. Foreign Service. Theoretically, the famous 007 had been his colleague. Thea was sorely tempted to ask whether his code number had been 006 or 008. Alfred had landed in the United States alone right after World War II, during the Great Depression, and embedded himself in the Wayne family for 40 years. The present-day Wayne family was thinly populated. In its prime it had been a dynasty among dynasties. The Waynes practically owned half of Gotham. Deploying an elite operative of Alfred's caliber for a decades-long infiltration meant the Brits had been playing an extraordinarily long game. Too bad the sun did eventually set on the Empire. Alfred had never been activated. Over the years, his bond with young Bruce had turned them into a father and son in all but blood. "My background, it won't cause misunderstandings, will it?" Alfred asked quietly as they approached the doors. Thea reassured him. Diplomatic relations between the two countries had long since evolved. He could retire comfortably at the Wayne estate. Alfred's worry was entirely misplaced. The generals couldn't have cared less whether he'd been British intelligence. His age certainly helped. You don't haul a man that old through a cavity search and an interrogation, not with Thea and Bruce standing right there. The military was under even more pressure than the White House or Congress. If they couldn't protect civilians, what was the point of them? But natural disasters and alien invasions didn't respect command structures. Lois's father, General Lane, had served 4 years as Secretary of Defense and was visibly drifting toward nervous breakdown. Of course they preferred striking the enemy to being struck by the enemy. Hitting the other side while they weren't looking. Kicking down their front door. Killing, burning, pillaging. What better way to live? But they couldn't just act on a rumor. The calculus had to be run. The intel had to be verified. The evil Alfred had already been transferred to Pentagon custody. I'm here to recruit a muscleman. Stop playing dumb. She had more confidence these days. In a real fight she'd still probably lose, but the gap wasn't the canyon it used to be. Would you agree to be my host? I can elevate your strength without limit. After a long silence, the Spectre came out with that. Thea blinked. She actually did think it through. It was a seductive offer. The Spectre was constrained by his host. The stronger the host, the more of his power he could express. A host like Thea, only half a tier below him, close enough to call it peers. She'd be invincible. Their powers wouldn't just add, they'd multiply. At that point Darkseid and Eclipso wouldn't even be in the conversation. Thea's eyes lit up. Fused with the Spectre, she'd have nothing to fear even from Lucifer, God's own son. The catch. That power wouldn't be hers. It belonged to God. Thea wasn't that ambitious. She wasn't going to stand in the street shouting some grand heaven-defying slogan. She just wanted to be herself. The road ahead was uncertain, but it wasn't a dead end. No need to walk God's path. She sighed. Her eyes filled with regret. Sorry. I just want to be me. Let's get back to the Eclipso question. The Spectre remained expressionless, as if he'd expected her refusal. He pivoted back to Eclipso without hesitation. How do you plan to handle him? Thea wanted to say, you tank. I'll scavenge. But she knew that wouldn't fly. The Spectre didn't do small talk, he wasn't an idiot. She'd done her homework, but there were still gaps. What kind of being is Eclipso, exactly? Does he have a weakness? Eclipso is God's spirit of vengeance. My predecessor. In his current state he can't deploy his full strength. Leaking information, finally. Thea pressed. Why? His true body is still sealed inside the heart of darkness. Sealed by whom? God. Thea went silent. Privately she grumbled. The boss's creation powers are impressive, but his sealing technique has to be mediocre at best, right? What kind of seal lets the target stroll right out? The Spectre continued. Eclipso corrupts the negative emotions of living beings. You need to be ready. Thea brushed it off. No problem. Heroes had iron willpower. They fought negative emotions every day before breakfast. If that was Eclipso's best, he was about done. Is the heart of darkness still around? Can we just seal him up again? She had no desire to fight a genuinely bad matchup. This wasn't a game, there was no first kill loot. Just danger and expended effort. She really didn't want this fight. Resealing him would be so much cleaner. But she also knew it wouldn't be that easy. Sure enough, the Spectre spoke again. The heart of darkness is Eclipso now. They've fused. Thea frowned. So sealing was off the table. Eclipso had been sealed into a rock by God, couldn't escape, and so had done something clever instead, he'd rewritten the rock into part of himself. Slick move. What was the heart of darkness made of? Is there any more of it in the universe? She pressed. Not a big problem. He corrupted a small rock. We'll find a bigger one and seal him into that. Eclipso, plus the small rock, into the big rock. Let's see him corrupt again, we'll find a still bigger one. Rocks were in plentiful supply. Whoever burned out first lost. Unknowable something flickered in the Spectre's gaze. The heart of darkness was an artifact of the highest order. This universe will never produce another. I advise you to abandon that line of thinking. Simply separate him from his host and ensure no living being ever makes contact with him again. Thea kept her skepticism to herself. If the stone was really that exceptional, how did Eclipso manage to corrupt it from within? Putting herself in God's shoes, the boss was a busy man, almost certainly gave the Eclipso problem zero serious thought, grabbed the nearest rock, slapped on a seal, and moved on. The Spectre's plan wasn't a plan. Separate Eclipso from the host, bury Eclipso plus the heart of darkness in a hole, and call it done. Then the next poor soul to dig him up is just unlucky. Heroes reconvene, call in mighty Thea again, assembly raid, kill him again. A rematch every century, forever, until the heat death of the universe. An exceedingly tedious loop. She asked the specter a few more questions. He wasn't forthcoming with much more. But she got the broader picture. He'd been dueling Eclipso for untold ages. Mostly winning. Predecessor versus successor, the specter had a solid edge. Thea suspected he was just lonely. Nothing at his tier to sharpen against. Every century or so he'd look the other way, let Eclipso find a host, then enjoy the brawl. Handing Eclipso off to the specter was fine. But the anti-monitor might show up at a critical moment, so she still needed backup muscle. Parallel universe. By the non-canonical naming system, this would be Earth 10 or Earth X. Because here, Kal-El had landed in Czechoslovakia. Germany had won World War II. History was unrecognizable. The new God's Mother box didn't use that numbering system, of course. They had their own. A vast host of parademons had descended on this universe. Giving wide berth to Earth, they were wary of a certain Earthborn powerhouse, they kept their distance. Puffed. One axe stroke ended another rebel. Steppenwolf wiped the fresh blood spray from his cheek, savoring the hate-filled glare in the dying eyes. Not because he enjoyed being cursed at, though a few curses a day kept the restlessness away. His divine mantle required it. Manufacture hatred. Absorb hatred. Hatred was the wellspring of Steppenwolf's power. Chapter 955, Chapter 954, Tea with Uncle Darkseid. The Earth Campaign. The Apocalypse Campaign. The Underworld Campaign. Back-to-back battles had bottomed out Steppenwolf's divine reserves. To avoid being a drag on his nephew, or to prove he still had utility, he was squeezing every spare minute for fresh killings. More hatred meant faster recovery. The relentless campaigns had left him with a faint sense of something more. He was brushing, dimly, against the godhood of fear. To strengthen that grasp, he kept the axe whirling. No support troops, just one man and one axe, slaughtering the defenders under their despairing stares, leaving a battlefield of corpses and rivers of blood. He wiped the blood from his face. Slaughter was deeply satisfying, it cleared the gloom and restored his confidence. Take away the overpowered freaks who'd humiliated him lately, and he was still Steppenwolf, conqueror of worlds. Knees slightly bent, axe in one hand, the other hand balled into a fist that pounded his chest, he let out a full-throated roar, venting the recent frustration. Ah. Cough cough. Mid-roar, peripheral vision caught a portal opening beside him. A breathtaking woman in black stepped out. Bright, mischievous eyes took him in with evident curiosity, as if he were an idiot. Steppenwolf choked. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to turn and shout. He wanted to fight her. But he didn't dare. He stood there, face dark, guarded. So, Thea said, eyeing the Steppenwolf butchered corpses, you're practicing your forms. These creatures were hairy, vaguely resembling earth spiders, but with 4 legs, long fangs, and shaggy limbs. They were unlovely by any standard. She pursed her lips. Given how ugly they were, probably no Earth hero would fly over looking for justice on their behalf. This universe really did judge by appearances. I need to speak with Darkseid. Set up a meeting for me. The way she said it, you'd think she was asking to borrow a cup of sugar. Steppenwolf wasn't about to commit on his boss's behalf. But he couldn't refuse either. He said he'd pass the message. Relatively safe, whether Darkseid accepted or not, he wasn't going to be eaten for relaying it. He wanted more information. The Death Goddess willing to team up with the Evil Lord. Something huge had to be behind it. Thea wasn't projecting hostility. He thought fast, looking for leverage. What do you want to discuss? He asked, choosing his words carefully. The anti-life equation. Thea dropped the bomb. As the oldest new god, Steppenwolf's personal strength was underwhelming, but his knowledge was broad. Desaad and Granny Goodness wouldn't have known what the anti-life equation was. He did. You know about that. You know where it is. He pressed, urgently. Thea's smile was half-teasing. Why? You want to steal it too? She phrased it obliquely, but the subtext was, and who do you think you are? The anti-life equation would be useful to you too, wouldn't it? Why not take it for yourself? Steppenwolf was projecting. If he'd had that intel, he'd have gone after it without a second thought. Thea was matter-of-fact. First, it's too dangerous. Second, it's too dark. It doesn't fit my path. She meant it. She didn't want to touch the anti-life equation. That ultimate force of destruction, pulled from the depths of the anti-universe, fused with her death, it would produce a dark titan capable of ending the multiverse. A thing the likes of which the cosmos had never seen. She had a clear sense of which powers she could take and which she couldn't. She'd walked the dark road far enough, deep enough. Give her the anti-life equation and the road would go pitch black the rest of the way. Time to pull back. The life equation, full of positive force, was her goal. The anti-life equation wasn't an easy acquisition, either. Even once obtained, Darkseid wasn't a fit for it, a misstep could produce catastrophe. Let Uncle Darkseid tinker. I know Darkseid won't feel safe. Tell him the meeting can happen in hell. Thea said this and teleported out. Having received a piece of intelligence capable of rewriting the multiverse's power balance, Steppenwolf no longer felt like killing things. He fired up a mother box and returned to Apocalypse. His self-assessment was accurate. He reported the exchange to Darkseid word for word, objectively. The anti-life equation. Darkseid took the news more seriously than Steppenwolf had anticipated. The evil lord, rarely, showed a thoughtful expression in front of his subordinates. Exactly like Thea, Darkseid had hit his ceiling. He had studied the strategies of every predecessor, compared each to his own path, hoping to find the next step. In the original timeline, Darkseid had set his sights on the godhood of death, hadn't found traction, and ultimately gritted his teeth and gotten himself killed, discarding his accumulated power to start over and resurrect. Useless. He lost everything and gained nothing. In this timeline, he wouldn't be making that mistake. Among his limited options, the anti-life equation had always been a top-tier candidate. But artifacts born of cosmic law, like this one. Outsiders and regular beings had never even heard of them. There wasn't a forum for top-tier power users to swap tips, compare notes, shoot the breeze, trade intel. The handful of serious heavyweights all sat in their own little kingdoms. Nobody knew who had the anti-life equation. Unless Darkseid could conquer all 8 regions of the sphere of the gods, and he couldn't. Not a chance. For starters, Lucifer, Hell's sovereign, would flatten him. No contest. For the anti-life equation, Darkseid was willing to attend the meeting. Your Majesty, the goddess thinks the equation is dangerous. Perhaps you should consider caution. Steppenwolf had cooled off, and he had his own reservations about the equation. His boss seemed reckless. Was power really more important than life? Darkseid waved him off. No need to continue. Of course he understood the risk. Their paths diverged. The anti-life equation was tailored to the anti-monitor, which meant it wasn't tailored to him. But he had no other option. Get it first, then assess. Not that subordinates needed to hear any of that. He dispatched Steppenwolf to scout. A venue like Hell, he wasn't going to attend in person. Thea probably wouldn't either. Hell was actually a sensible meeting ground, because even if negotiations collapsed, they couldn't start a fight there. The ruler of Hell was simply too terrifying. Steppenwolf flew solo to Hell. The meeting between the underworld and Apocalypse brass was unofficial, discretion was required. Hell's air was saturated with chaos. The atmosphere was searing. Even a new god as thoroughly evil as Steppenwolf found the place uncomfortable. Per the prearranged signal, he crushed a talisman. I'm here. A moment later, a blood-red portal opened and a breathtaking female demon sauntered out with deliberate, exaggerated grace. Chapter 956, Chapter 955, The Meeting. The demoness was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked Steppenwolf over with a playful gleam in her eyes, her gaze lingering on his chest and the muscles of his arms, then laughed softly. Welcome to Hell, Commander of Apocalypse. I am Malkanthet, Mistress of the City of the Dead. Steppenwolf gave her a longer second look. A named demon with her own territory. This was a greater demon, no question. She didn't look all that formidable, her waist was narrower than his forearm. But he wasn't about to underestimate a demoness. When it came to scheming and treachery, demons were the gold standard, no one else even came close. And this was Hell. With the will of Hell behind them, a demon's combat power could multiply several times over. Surface appearances meant nothing here. His voice came out deep and gravelly. Where's the meeting? You're one of the goddess of death's people. Malkanthet neither confirmed nor denied, her silence was its own answer. The underworld is already infiltrating Hell. Steppenwolf's estimate of that beautiful lady's strategic reach climbed another notch. Apocalypse didn't fear Hell. But even among villains, there were factions. Demons were ruled by self-interest, and what was worse, they couldn't be permanently killed. Darkseid had publicly stated on more than one occasion that he found demons distasteful, especially the high-ranking ones. The venue isn't far, Malkanthet said. It's the territory of Trigon's eldest son, Belial, the Black Gold Flame Messenger. She opened another portal. Steppenwolf inspected it, found nothing amiss, and stepped through after her. The meeting site wasn't large, just a small palace. The underworld and Trigon's sons had recently traded blows, but demons only cared about profit, and after several rounds of negotiation, the underworld had reached a working arrangement with Trigon's eldest. Classic dynamic, helped the elder brother against the younger. Malkanthet now served as the bridge between the two sides, moving between both camps with considerable skill and enjoying her position immensely. Steppenwolf did another sweep. The venue was clean, no ambushes, no traps. Not that ambushes would have mattered, the boss would be attending via projection, and losing a projection wouldn't affect the real body at all. As for Steppenwolf himself, he had enough self-awareness to know Thea wouldn't bother going to this much trouble just to trap him. He wasn't important enough for that. Steppenwolf and Malkanthet sent their signals simultaneously. Within 10 minutes, Thea's and Darkseid's projections appeared inside the chamber. Like a servant, Malkanthet bowed and withdrew, drawing a second glance from Darkseid. She was a greater demon who had transformed from a human. Her raw combat power was unremarkable, but her hell aura was strong, which meant the will of hell favored her. The Dark Lord looked away quickly. His voice was heavy as a warhammer, each word striking like thunder. Who has the anti-life equation? The anti-monitor. Where is the anti-monitor? Most likely in the antimatter universe. You mean to attack the antimatter universe? Their exchange was crisp, question and answer, each probing the other's limits. Darkseid established that Thea really did know about the anti-life equation. She wasn't lying to him. Whatever happened today, at least the trip wasn't wasted. And Thea confirmed that Darkseid's hunger for the anti-life equation ran deep, deep enough that he'd commit to acquiring it. That gave them a foundation for cooperation. The anti-monitor was recently revived. Darkseid nodded. I saw your battle with him on the timeline. Is that when you sensed the anti-life equation? Thea hadn't expected him to fill in that gap himself. She went with it. That's right. That's when I sensed it. That power, the kind that annihilates everything, is truly terrifying. We still have a window. The anti-monitor is weak right now. If he's allowed to destroy a few more parallel universes, his strength will mutate past our reach. By then we won't stand a chance. He had something Darkseid wanted. Joining forces to kill him before he recovered, then splitting the spoils. Darkseid felt no moral friction about that whatsoever. But he wanted to know what Thea's angle was. What was she getting out of all this effort? Was she setting up a Sandpiper and Clam scenario, waiting to swoop in as the fisherman who walked off with both? What do you get out of this? He didn't just wonder, he asked. Thea's expression stayed flat. She snapped her fingers, and light shimmered in the air, resolving into the image of a woman. Who's this? Darkseid studied the figure carefully, then it clicked. This was Thea's counterpart. A flicker of contempt crossed his mind. A new god ascended from the material plane, all right, still had counterparts running around. He didn't have that problem. In the entire universe, there was one and only one Darkseid. But Darkseid's eyes could pierce the source of matter itself. That was the Omega effect. He drew on a thread of it now to trace the image back to its origin, and immediately detected something off. The woman in this projection was formidable. Strong enough that he felt a quiet tightening in his gut. Could I take her? The goddess of death's counterpart was this powerful. It defied logic. Was she the daughter of a creator god or something? Thinking back on how Thea had climbed to her current level in just a few short years, Darkseid started to overthink. Could it be that the two of them are fundamentally one entity, some higher tier being who split for reasons of her own? And now she's trying to reclaim the original essence she lost, which is why she has no interest in the anti-life equation. The more he turned it over, the more it added up. It wasn't just Steppenwolf feeling the pressure, Darkseid felt it too. At the rate Thea was leveling up, she'd catch up to him in just a few more years. That was a serious blow to his confidence. But if she was a higher tier being who had descended from a higher plane, that would explain everything. Super-tier entities experiencing ordinary life wasn't unheard of. Whether she'd gotten stuck in the role or whether getting stuck was part of the game, Darkseid didn't particularly want to know. Thea had no idea Darkseid was overthinking things. She waited in silence for his decision. You take out your counterpart. I deal with the anti-monitor. That's the plan. Darkseid wanted to lock it down. Each side handled their own business, neither interfering with the other. That prevented double crosses and kept the post-battle loot split clean. It was the ideal arrangement. Correct. As soon as the anti-monitor shows up, he's yours. Of course, if you can't take him, I'm willing to help, but that would require you to sweeten the deal. What if he runs? Darkseid wasn't entirely certain of his odds against the anti-monitor. Given the enemy's miserable current state, he had some confidence. But if the anti-monitor bolted, things got complicated fast. One look at Darkseid's massive frame and anyone could tell speed wasn't his forte, at least not compared to others at his tier. I'll lock down space and time. He won't get away. Thea figured if she was going to watch two villains beat each other to death, she might as well contribute something. Space locking was a good job, and she claimed it for herself. As for the will of the evil worlds, that had minimal influence on beings at Darkseid's or the anti-monitor's level. Besides, which of those two was actually more evil? Hard to say. Chapter 957, Chapter 956, Pre-Battle Preparation. Darkseid thought Thea's job was awfully light, possibly a little unfair to him. But considering how important the anti-life equation was, he swallowed his displeasure. Mage-type gods were genuinely rare, especially ones of Thea's caliber. Her grasp of space and time far exceeded his own. If she personally sealed off the area, the anti-monitor would have no path of escape. As for the possibility of her flipping on him after the battle, locking the door so he couldn't leave, Darkseid wasn't worried. His power could shatter any spatial barrier. Worst case, he'd flip the table and crack the planet in half. He had no qualms whatsoever about doing exactly that. There was risk, and not a small amount. But after considering it from every angle, he found no fatal flaw. He nodded. Agreed. With the cooperation settled, both deities vanished from Hell simultaneously. Places like this had too many major players. Best not to linger. Eclipso was assigned to the Spectre. The Anti-Monitor was assigned to Darkseid. The remaining Earth, 3 threats, Ultraman, Superwoman, and the rest, each had their own opponents to deal with. As for that supposedly terrifying Earth, 3 Luthor, he was an idiot, hardly worth the mental energy. Counting the enemies and pairing them off, the lineup worked well. Thea didn't have much to do in this fight, at most she'd be there to lend a hand if someone ran into trouble. But she didn't slack off. Being prepared never hurt. The fight against the First Lantern had exposed a problem with her toolkit. Her insta-kill attack lacked a burst option. It wasn't like Necron's style, wipe out a crowd with a casual gesture. Hers required several seconds of setup. Against lower-tier enemies, that wasn't much of a drawback. Against peers, it was a serious limitation. No one was blind. If they could see the attack coming, they could dodge. An insta-kill attack that couldn't hit anything was worthless. She needed something she could draw and cut in a single motion. Advancing her cultivation realm would be the most direct solution, but she didn't have time. Her foundation was already showing signs of instability, and she lacked the insights needed to break through. That path was out. Her thoughts branched out, and she quickly hit on an imperfect workaround. Back in the underworld, she mustered substantial manpower and materials, and forged a scabbard in the zone of deepest resentment and death aura. She'd originally planned to make a sword case. She'd store the night sword inside to soak up death aura between fights. Draw, cut, instant kill, very satisfying. Unfortunately, it clashed with her personal aesthetic. Flowing sleeves, tall crown, grand robes, a sword case strapped across the back, that looked great. Her current cape and robe wardrobe. A sword case looked ridiculous on her. So she scaled it down to a scabbard. Functionally it was close to the same. The only real loss was longevity. A full case might have provided death aura for 3 insta-kill strikes. The scabbard could only supply 2. She figured that was probably enough. Enemies who couldn't be killed in 2 strikes wouldn't die in 3 either. The Spectre hadn't specified what material was ideal for sealing Eclipso. Thea picked through the underworld and pulled several massive stones that looked preposterously durable, resistant to pressure, corrosion, and magic, and stored them in her spatial pocket. One of them might come in handy when the moment arrived. Her daily research on the 2-dimensional world still had no lead. Her mental tendrils penetrated the world, and then what? She didn't know. There was no prior experience to draw on, and racking her brain in a vacuum was genuinely painful. To avoid dragging Diana into it and affecting her development, she didn't tell her lover. She had to work it out alone. Stuck, she decided to go ask someone. Lucifer was out of the question, God's son, running his own private universe as its god. The outside cosmos could detonate and he still wouldn't come out. Destiny, her old big brother of the Endless, had the power, but he'd been ducking her. Of the remaining candidates, the Monitors and Anti-Monitor seemed impressive on the surface, vast, seemingly immeasurable power, apparently unfathomable, but they were basically high-ranking puppets. Thea wasn't impressed at all. The Anti-Monitor aside, the Monitors looked like they could casually create and destroy universes, recording every event that unfolded within them. In reality, they were inseparable from the universes themselves. They were one with them. A single universe existed, its individual monitor existed. The universe died, the monitor died with it. If a universe evolved into a sci-fi civilization, that monitor had a futuristic aesthetic. If a universe reached the peak of melee warfare, the monitor was an armored giant. Thea suspected they didn't even have a concept of self. They weren't like her or Darkseid, individuals with their own joys, sorrows, emotions. They were more like living programs. She'd rather die than walk that road. Setting aside everyone capable of creating worlds who wouldn't bother with her, one name remained. The candidate lived nearby, Thea just hadn't committed to making contact yet. Not heaven, not hell, and nowhere exotic. The person she was looking for lived on Earth. In Metropolis. One stop from the Daily Planet, the kind of neighborhood where the city's struggling residents chose to settle. Safe streets, cheap rent. The tenant mix was eclectic but basically stable. Superman himself had lived here for a long time when he first arrived in Metropolis. Rent was affordable, commute to the paper was short. He'd only moved out after marrying Lois, his wealthy reporter bride. Thea wasn't here looking for him today, or for anything he'd left behind. She was looking for Superman's old neighbor, a woman who appeared to be quite elderly. She found the woman on the rooftop, hanging laundry. White hair, face creased with wrinkles, wearing a baggy green t-shirt that didn't fit her frame. The old woman turned, spotted Thea, and was startled. Even without dressing up, Thea's clothes were top tier, and though this neighborhood wasn't the slums, nobody around here wore anything that expensive. Can I help you, miss?" the old woman said hesitantly. Thea looked her over from head to toe, then seemed to relax. "I know who you are. The princess of the fifth dimension. You have no power left at all now." Her deepest secret laid bare, the old woman first froze in shock, then a resigned calm settled over her. She laughed softly, almost to herself, wiped her hands on a towel, and went back to hanging laundry. If this stranger already knew her true identity, there was nothing to fear. She spent a full 30 minutes hanging the laundry. Thea didn't speak the entire time. Her eyes tracked the old woman's every movement. "Stop watching, young lady," the old woman said eventually, with a trace of bitterness. "Or as you'd put it around here, some kind of deity. I'm just an old woman now. I don't have any of the power you're worried about. Care for a drink, young lady?" From the pile of laundry, she produced a bottle of beer and held it out. Thea's guard never dropped that low. She shook her head and declined. Chapter 958, Chapter 957, Listening to the Fifth-Dimensional Princess. The old woman shrugged it off, sat down wearily on the far side of the rooftop, tilted her head back, and started drinking in long gulps. Thea summoned a chair out of empty air and sat across from her, not too close, not too far. Her guard stayed up, not a millimeter relaxed. When the old woman saw her pull the chair from the void, something that might once have been called brightness flickered in her eyes. "Someone as busy as you. What do you want with me?" "I want to know the method for elevating a two-dimensional world to three-dimensional." She said it casually, as if they were making small talk. "Knowledge is priceless. And besides, I think you and I are fundamentally different." The old woman's tone was uncertain. "I'm sorry. In this world, I'm just an ordinary human. I'm afraid I can't help you. If you still had your power, could you elevate a two-dimensional world at will?" "Of course." "Then how did you do it?" "I don't know." 15 minutes of cross-purposes conversation left Thea mildly frustrated. The old woman was sincere enough, she sidestepped certain questions but wasn't lying. She either didn't have the knack for lying, or the pride of a fifth-dimensional being made it beneath her to lie. "I honestly don't know how to describe the process in your languages." The old woman strained like she was constipated, rifling through her mental lexicon without turning up a single useful word. The old woman wasn't an academic. Her intelligence was unremarkable. Even her English carried a rural drawl, and forget French or Chinese, she didn't speak those at all. English had too limited a vocabulary for what she was trying to convey, and the same few strange words she kept circling back to left Thea more confused, not less. "Let me show you my memories instead. Maybe that'll help," the old woman said. Thea went quiet for a long moment. She couldn't accept this gift for free. It touched her principles, her trade godhood, and the subtler mechanisms of causality itself. She had to ask. "What do I need to do in return?" The old woman was silent for several minutes. "You need to listen to my story." "Hell." Thea cursed silently. Listening to the story meant binding herself into its karmic chain. By fifth-dimensional logic, she'd be stepping inside the princess's narrative itself. She wasn't the hapless Superman of the original timeline. For the sake of a two-dimensional world, was she really going to wade into this mess? She probed carefully. "When you still had your power, how did you compare to me?" The old woman looked her over. The contempt in her eyes was well hidden, but Thea caught it. "You're overthinking this. From our perspective, the protagonist of that story is someone else. Everything has already happened, everything was always going to happen. You're just an incidental participant." The old woman's phrasing was vague, but Thea got the point, she wasn't the protagonist. Whether the actual protagonist was Superman or not, she didn't care. "My name is going to sound long to you. It carries no meaning in your languages. I am NYXLYGSPTLNZ. The old woman rolled her tongue with effort through the syllables. Before she could finish, the whole world seemed to shudder at its foundations. Ordinary people felt nothing, but Thea immediately sensed the ripple and hurriedly cast a sound barrier over the rooftop. When she realized it wasn't sound being transmitted at all, she severed the rooftop's connection to space and time as well. The tremor finally subsided. Impressive. She glanced at the old woman. Just speaking her name, unfinished, and already the disturbance was that massive. Fifth-dimensional beings lived up to their reputation. The old woman sagged. Fine. Names don't mean much here. For convenience, just call me Mrs. Nixley. I am an old woman, after all. Thea obliged. Mrs. Nixley. Please continue. The fifth dimension is beyond anything you can imagine. Long ago, in a place that was infinitely close to the past and could never reach the future, far away at the horizon, yet right in front of your eyes. The old woman rose to her feet, her frail body gesturing along with her words like a fool's performance. Thea knew she was choosing her words with care. There was a fifth-dimensional kingdom full of fantastic wonders. ZRFFF. I won't say the full name, it wouldn't mean anything to you. The kingdom's ruler, BRPXZ, had fallen into deep melancholy after the death of his queen. Since her passing, nothing could brighten his mood. Because of his grief, the entire court, and all of ZRFFF, lay beneath a dark blue-black gloom. The royal family and every subject felt the king's sorrow as if it were their own. An image flashed through Thea's mind, a great demon king with bared fangs and claws, ready to devour the world. Mrs. Nixley reflected a moment and went on. All his subjects scoured the kingdom for rare treasures and offered them to him. His most beloved daughter spoke with him every day. None of it could make him smile again. Among those who tried was his court magician, Lord VYNDKTVX. He conjured dull programs, tedious concepts, noisy rules, and pallid examples. All of it only made the king even sleepier. Thea bit back a grimace. The old woman's storytelling wasn't exactly objective. This court magician was being framed as a complete incompetent, obvious personal bias at work. Then one day, the old woman's eyes lit up, a young man arrived at the palace. His clothes were ragged, but his bearing was extraordinary. His charming smile could make the stars in the sky blink back at him. Thea rolled her eyes with elegant precision. The story, predictably, was heading toward melodrama. The old woman recounted in a dreamy voice, the charming young man promised to make the king laugh. The court magician VYNDKTVX was openly disdainful. The young man's name was? Thea asked. Mr. MXYZPTLK. The old woman said it with deep affection, and Thea got goosebumps. If she wasn't mistaken, this guy was the premier troublemaker of the entire DC universe. Thea made a few insincere remarks along the lines of what a lovely name, and the old woman continued. MXYZPTLK didn't bother with traditional tricks. He pulled off his hat and drew from it a projection of a universe, a cowering, coiled multiverse. He was like a sprite, endlessly energetic, never tired. He ran the people of that universe ragged, and finally drew laughter from the king. Thea understood perfectly. The so-called entertainment was the classic MXYZPTLK and Superman routine, turning Superman into a boss in an instant's dungeon, farming him over and over in every creative variation imaginable. MXYZPTLK's endless schemes versus Superman's quick wits. From an outsider's perspective, it was actually pretty funny. And then you two fell in love. With Mr. MXYZPTLK. Thea figured anyone who could fall for an absolute clown like that had interesting taste. Chapter 959, Chapter 958, Exploring the Mysteries of the Fifth Dimension. Yes. Our love became the talk of the kingdom, which finally pushed the jealous court magician, VYNDKTVX, over the edge. He set out on his revenge without restraint. He stole the kingdom's sacred artifacts, the Imaginator, the Nothing Coat, and the Multi-Spear. Mrs. Nixley's eyes blazed with fury, her hands curling into claws as if she wanted to reach through the air and strangle the court magician. He put on the Nothing Coat, slipped into the palace, and tried to kill MXYZPTLK. Fate had other ideas. He saw the bowler hat MXYZPTLK always wore and drove the multi-spear down into it. He had no idea His Majesty was wearing that hat that day. Even the king, powerful as he was, couldn't withstand the multi-spear's strike. But the recoil shattered the weapon, destroyed the Nothing Coat, and tore off one of VYNDKTVX's arms. Instead of killing his rival, he'd committed regicide. VYNDKTVX was about to lose everything. To save himself, he pinned the crime on MXYZPTLK. The whole world was howling in grief over the king's death. MXYZPTLK told me to run. He stayed behind to fight the pursuers alone. I fled. I tore open the dimensional barrier and came here. In this place of exile, I lost my power and became mortal. I've been waiting quietly for my life to end. Thea arranged her features into an expression of sympathy, as though deeply moved by the lover's tragic fate. She didn't interrogate the biases in the story. She didn't press for details on what ultimately became of the others. Fate's business was fate's. The fifth dimension's business was the fifth dimension's. All she wanted was high-level knowledge to broaden her own perspective. To a fifth-dimensional being, time was something that hovered between existing and not existing. The Superman MXYZPTLK story hadn't happened yet for Superman or for Thea, but from the fifth-dimensional perspective, it was already years in the past. Thea touched a finger to Mrs. Nixley's forehead and began reading her memories. Language couldn't convey the truth, memory didn't lie. What fifth-dimensional beings used as second nature, as easy as breathing or drinking water, was something Thea could actually learn from. A massive, chaotic flood of imagination poured into her mind. No rationality, no logic, absurd babbling that formed picture after picture. This was a completely alien mode of thought, utterly foreign to reality as she knew it. The full intake took 10 minutes. This fifth-dimensional princess had lived a simple life, simple as a royal in the fifth dimension, even simpler as an earthling. In terms of sheer breadth of experience, she was nothing compared to someone like the ancient guardian Haruba, who had lived for billions of years. But the tier of her memory was hundreds of times higher than any guardian's. Thea felt like she was using an Earth supercomputer to read data off an alien photonic computer. You couldn't call it slow, but the mismatch was obvious. Fortunately, her cultivation realm was high enough. She read it all, then checked it again. Nothing was missed. She said her goodbyes to Mrs. Nixley and left to think it over carefully. She didn't go to the White House or the underworld. She went to the residence of the Endless. With Big Brother Destiny at the front, it was the safest place in this world right now. The DC universe was 10-dimensional, after all. Fifth-dimensional beings sounded impressive, but they were nothing next to Destiny. MXYZPTLK featured most prominently in Mrs. Nixley's memories, so Thea started there. The findings were reasonable. MXYZPTLK wasn't much stronger than she'd expected. None of the stuff from those ancient comics, turning the Spectre into a trading card with a wave, snapping his fingers and deleting the anti-monitor, showed up. None of that. By Thea's estimation, if MXYZPTLK entered the multiverse, his power level would be comparable to Trigon's. Which meant he was stronger than Thea and stronger than Darkseid, but not in the realm of the incomprehensible. She sealed away all the MXYZPTLK material. She could read it like a storybook later when she had time. What she cared about was Mrs. Nixley's description of the fifth dimension itself. Thea was long past the stage of parroting other people's claims. She had her own judgment, and she wasn't about to accept everything as gospel. These days, even supreme beings could be wrong. And this fifth-dimensional princess, now reduced to hanging laundry on a rooftop and drinking cheap beer, having landed herself in this sorry state, was clearly a long way from being omniscient and omnipotent. The old woman's theory was a reference point, not a textbook. Even the goddess of death had her pride. Mrs. Nixley had called the fifth dimension, and reality, the third dimension. Thea didn't buy that. The real world was three-dimensional space packaged inside the four-dimensional box of time. It was a hybrid space, you couldn't reduce it to just three-dimensional. MXYZPTLK was a pauper in the fifth dimension, but once he dropped to the fourth, by their own standards he was a god. By the same token, Thea ascending to the fourth dimension made her a god of time. The native fourth-dimensional beings would be maxed-out locals while she'd be a newcomer from below, her raw power lower than theirs, but her tier was the same. Some said the fifth dimension was thought. That touched on it. To Thea, imagination was a more accurate label. Take Martian Manhunter, his power was driven by sheer will. He willed it to work, so it worked. If it didn't work, he made it work anyway. Many mages and metahumans could also make the non-existent real. Where did that ability come from? Why did it just appear from nowhere? Thea suspected these abilities drew, at least partially, on the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension was very close to ordinary people. Mrs. Nixley had said it was far away, yet right before your eyes, and she was right. It couldn't be seen. It couldn't be touched. But it was there. It had always been there. Everyone had time. Everyone had thought. Some few could draw power from thought. So reality was one-dimensional points and lines, two-dimensional planes, three-dimensional space, four-dimensional time, five-dimensional imagination, then 6, 7, all the way up to 10, layers of invisible, unknowable dimensions stacking like nested boxes. An individual who climbed to the 10th dimension reached the peak of this world. Thea wasn't going to walk that road. Different paths, same destination. Power's essence was the same either way. The only variable was how you acquired it. Sifting carefully through Mrs. Nixley's memories, Thea realized that, just as not every person in reality was a scientist, the fifth dimension had its share of slackers too. This princess had clearly been one of them, living off name recognition, always mooning over pretty boys, not bothering to study. A lot of Mrs. Nixley's views, when Thea tried to translate them through her own conceptual framework, turned out to be wrong. By now, Thea was a multiversal tier entity herself. The veil over the world had lifted a corner for her. Theories that contradicted her foundational understanding had a 99% chance of being flawed. But she couldn't dismiss them entirely either. She had to decode them bit by bit, cross-referencing as she went. The correct pieces she filed away to study carefully. The ambiguous ones went into the check later pile. Chapter 960, Chapter 959, The Advance Team to Earth. The pieces that fully contradicted her understanding, she still noted down. She'd revisit them later from different angles, more experience, higher realm, new insights. She might see something she was missing now. The fifth-dimensional princess's memories were filtered through her mental grid and decoded a second time. Translated into her own conceptual framework, the method for elevating a two-dimensional world to three-dimensional surfaced quickly. To a fifth-dimensional being, the process was trivial to the point of absurdity. No wonder Mrs. Nixley had stammered without managing to explain it. It was so simple to them that it was like trying to explain drinking water. In the real world, who could walk you through swallowing? From the first swallow, through complete digestion and absorption, every step the water went through, every organ involved, every function performed. Almost no one. Because it was automatic. Fifth-dimensional beings were the same, they'd never bothered to break down the process into discrete steps. At least this love-struck princess hadn't. Thea couldn't just copy their instinct. She needed to break every step apart, crush it down, and study it piece by piece. Fortunately, she had a scientist's patience. She'd conducted her share of real experiments in her early years. This was work that would have made someone like Diana, scientifically illiterate, stare blankly. Thea had the rigor and the mental frameworks to support the research. She walked through the memories twice, confirmed nothing was missing, and returned directly to the underworld. The residence of the endless was the origin point of time, not a place for long meditations. If she lingered too long, Brother Destiny might throw her out. Decompose, research, find she didn't fully understand the result, decompose further. For a while she was lost in the work, breaking a fifth-dimensional reflex down into something she could use at a crude level. It was only when Diana reached her through a long-distance telepathic call that she learned Batman and the others had completed the reverse teleportation project. "What are you researching?" Diana asked as they changed clothes at home. Thea's silhouette had gone strangely diffuse, her aura unmoored, as if she might slip out of the material plane at any second. Diana was worried. Thea sighed. She'd been at it for a full 2 weeks, more laborious than she'd expected. Absorbed in the work, she'd started taking on faint traces of dimensional elevation herself. But she was a god. Her life was fixed, which also meant her biological form was stubborn. An ability that could turn ordinary people into four-dimensional beings couldn't change her fundamental nature. A sustaining spell pinned her current state in place. She gave Diana a short explanation. Diana didn't really follow the fourth-fifth dimension talk, but when Thea mentioned, in broad strokes, building a parallel universe, honestly Diana wasn't that surprised. From her vantage point, her lover was prone to projects of every scale. Earth-shaking developments were par for the course. The two of them headed to the Hall of Justice. Normally the Justice League Watchtower orbital base would be the ideal venue for something this covert, but when word got out that the advance team was deploying to Earth-3 today, not just the League but every faction sent representatives to observe. Martian Manhunter, who usually kept his distance from the League. Luthor, tagging along on his own dime. Red Robin Tim from the Teen Titans. Madame Xanadu from the Justice League Dark. Captain Cold from the Rogues. All showed up. On top of that, President Moira, the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, General Sam Lane, Amanda Waller, Steve Trevor, various advisors and experts, a heap of officials packed in together. They wanted to witness this personally. See what a parallel universe actually looked like. Not kidding, Batman was genuinely impressive. He turned a single legendary device into something spectacular. The original golden skull from the evil old butler had been basically a locator. Pop the channel, boom, done. Now Batman had retrofitted it with a mountain of his own and Luthor's advanced tech. It could transmit sound and video across dimensions, essentially a live broadcast from another universe. The original three-person squad, Nightwing, Black Canary, the Atom, had a new addition, the bald-headed Luthor was going too. His job was important. Arguably non-optional. For stealth, the first teleportation couldn't use too much energy, which meant packing light. The teleportation apparatus couldn't be assembled on this side and carried over, the other side needed its own rig built from scratch. Setting up a teleportation array on Earth-3 wasn't a job for two fighters like Nightwing and Black Canary. Different specialties. The Atom didn't have Luthor's breadth of knowledge either. The materials and physical laws between universes would have subtle differences. Most critical, they needed constant real-time reporting back to this dimension. This wasn't just a League matter anymore, it was a national security operation. Several military strategists had set up permanent residence in the Hall of Justice, ready to revise the plan on the fly based on first-hand intelligence. Only Luthor could handle that transmission work. Nightwing and his team couldn't show their faces, and on Earth-3 they couldn't wear disguises either. They wouldn't be able to appear on camera. So Luthor was riding along. Nightwing's 3-person unit would teleport from an adjacent side room. The main hall was centered around Luthor. His teleportation apparatus was the most complex. Several nanoscale comm devices had to be implanted beneath his skin, and the landing coordinates were provided by Thea. Kanto still had a handful of subordinates on Earth-3. Their power was sealed, but a few shadow assassins could handle the initial reception just fine. Vroom, vroom, the machinery roared to life. Luthor was loving the attention, not a trace of fear on him. A blinding flash of white light, and he was gone. Why isn't the video feed back yet? 3 minutes passed with nothing on the display. Moira couldn't help asking Thea. Time flows at different rates between the two universes. Should be any moment. Thea sounded certain. Sure enough, 5 minutes after Luthor and company departed, the feed came through. Nightwing and Black Canary would be disguised as ordinary locals and kept off camera. The Atom could walk around in the open, normal people couldn't see him anyway. Using the advanced tech rig, the politicians in the hall could see Earth-3 too. Through the League, the feed was being relayed live to world leaders across the globe. The sky here is blood red. Lights very dim. Almost no one on the streets. Luthor narrated cautiously as he pulled on a wig. Bald heads drew attention these days. He wanted everyone to know him, sure, but he wasn't stupid. In a hostile environment, keeping a low profile was best. The air felt cold. He hugged his own shoulders and scanned his surroundings. The road was wide and empty. Like a dead city. No pedestrians, and predictably no police cruisers. The occasional car that rolled past was packed with heavily armed irregulars. Head wraps, mismatched clothing, an assortment of mismatched weapons. It told you everything you needed to know about the level of chaos here. Chapter 961, Chapter 960, Lex Goes Live. Lex Luthor tilted his head back and studied the sky again for a long moment. The blood-red veil's covering everything, but there's still faint sunlight bleeding through. And the sun here rises in the west and sets in the east. He said it with absolute certainty. Hey, found you a book. The voice came out of nowhere and made the assembled dignitaries jump. The Justice League members recognized it immediately, the Atom. He could walk right through the camera frame without a second thought. Nobody could see him anyway. Lex picked the book up off the ground. Everything on Earth-3 was unknown territory, and books were one of the best ways in. The team had agreed on it beforehand. It wasn't a thick volume, more like a primer, complete with illustrations. Lex started flipping through it casually. 2 pages in, he was grinning. A strange, amused grin. His fingers blurred through the pages, and inside 30 seconds he'd finished the whole thing. He held the book open for the dignitaries to see, narrating as he went. Now this is fascinating. Children's reader. Historical stories. And the history here is unrecognizable. In this world, Christopher Columbus was an American who discovered the European continent. In the Revolutionary War, the American army surrendered to the British. And the actor Abraham Lincoln assassinated President John Wilkes Booth. Ha! A sense of surreal absurdity settled over everyone watching. Every detail contradicted what they knew. Look at this, their central government building is called the Black House. Built on what we call the European continent. Ha, I'm dying. Lex flipped to a particular page. The building in the illustration was shaped exactly like the White House, except the coloring made it look as though it had been scorched black in a fire. The artist had real talent. Thick smoke billowed around the Black House, and the whole image radiated a palpable sense of wrongness. Now this is considered a masterpiece by one of their so-called national treasure artists. Looks like something half human, half beast. Lex flipped through and held the page toward the camera, a blood-red creature that looked skinned alive, jaws wide, claws out, devouring something. The composition was genuinely skilled. The subject matter made your stomach turn. Back in the Hall of Justice, the faces of both the politicians and the heroes darkened. No matter how you looked at it, a half-human half-beast atrocity like that had nothing to do with justice. Evil had seeped into every corner of that world. Lex flipped to the last page. The illustration showed a man in a blue bodysuit with a red cape, hands on hips, soaring through the sky with a cold, predatory gaze. Hey! Look who it is, our old friend. Let me see what they call him here. Ultraman. What a charming name. Clark's face went iron cold. Being needled by Lex Luthor was not something he enjoyed. Thea covered her mouth and laughed softly. Diana shot her a curious glance. Ultraman. A perfectly charming name indeed. A children's book could only offer so much. Lex had gone through the whole thing, and the bulk of it was just a broad historical overview, with Ultraman mentioned only in passing. He stepped out onto the street next, hood up, walking briskly with his eyes darting everywhere. It wasn't nerves. It wasn't a weak constitution. It was just how people walked on Earth. 3. The few pedestrians out all had that same glint in their eyes, wary, always half a second from striking, half a second from being struck. They feared the ambush and wanted to be the ambusher. Predator and prey swapped roles by the minute here. The will of the world itself rewarded wickedness. The more you did, the more influence you gained, the happier the world became. If you wanted to do evil, the world smoothed your path. If you wanted to do good, it would throw every obstacle it could at you, right up until you ended up as a corpse. With every government official on the planet watching, Lex gave a live demonstration of a classic Earth 3 method for asking directions. He studied the foot traffic for a moment and picked his mark. Then he tucked himself into a dark side alley and lay down on the ground, both feet poking just far enough out of the shadow to be visible. Every now and then his legs gave a little twitch, like a terminal patient whose body was about to give up. A thin-looking pedestrian came walking past. Lex's faint twitching caught his eye. A plain corpse was worthless, people died every day in this city, and anything valuable on a dead body got stripped inside 10 minutes. But this one wasn't dead yet. And those shoes looked like they might be worth a few bucks. He turned into the alley to see what else could be lifted off the mark. Nice shoes, he thought. Could pawn those at least. While he was calculating who to sell them to, the soon-to-be dead man on the floor exploded into motion. A syringe slammed into the pedestrian's jugular, and a moment later the man was being dragged into the shadows like a dead dog. The whole sequence was fluid, unhurried, practiced. It didn't look like the work of a superbillionaire at all. It looked like a veteran of the streets. The Justice League members watching this petty crime unfold in real time felt vaguely uncomfortable, but nobody said anything. Lex had kept his hand light enough, nothing lethal. Superheroes weren't saints either. Batman had left half of Gotham's criminal population paralyzed from the waist down, and nobody condemned him for it. For that matter, plenty of people didn't consider folks from parallel universes to be people at all. The interrogation was quick and unremarkable. Truth serum was something the average human being simply could not resist, and within minutes Lex's captive had emptied himself of everything he knew. The history really was unbelievably warped. Most of the famous figures still existed, they'd just done entirely different things. Lex's focus stayed locked on the Kryptonian. He asked a long string of questions about him. According to their prisoner, this world's Ultraman had arrived on Earth roughly 30 years ago, and he'd taken an already rotten planet to a whole new level of rot. Throwing money into crowds just to watch the riots. Building a network of cronies to form an organization, the Crime Syndicate. He used superhearing to monitor the entire globe, and he incinerated every last righteous soul he could find with heat vision. Brutal methods, but it cowed the world. Crime became the dominant order of things. The prisoner made a point of mentioning that Ultraman had a massively advanced spaceship parked in orbit above the Earth. The AI aboard it monitored the planet 24 hours a day. Is the advanced team in danger? Moira asked immediately. As a charismatic political leader, whether she meant it or not, showing concern for subordinates in harm's way had become instinctive. Thea had been absorbed in her two-dimensional world research lately, and she shook her head, she didn't know. She turned instead to Batman, who'd become something of the League's unofficial number 2 spokesperson. Batman was unruffled. Thanks to Thea's arrangements, this administration had the closest and most cooperative relationship with the superhero community on record. He answered calmly. Relax, Madam President. We've analyzed the differences between the two realities' human populations. Our vibrational frequencies don't match theirs. Unless someone's specifically listening on that frequency, we can't be detected. Moira nodded, satisfied, and the group turned back to the live stream. Chapter 962, Chapter 961, The State of Earth. By this point Lex had gotten pretty much everything the Earth 3 prisoner knew about Ultraman's orbital surveillance platform. The picture lined up exactly as expected, this world's equivalent of Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Except on our Earth, Superman kept the fortress parked at the North Pole as a kind of home away from home, a memorial to Krypton. On that world, Ultraman had simply fired up the engines and turned the whole thing into a planetary monitoring station. The prisoner didn't know much past that. Just the Syndicate's code names, no real names. The fortress belonged exclusively to Ultraman, the other Syndicate members couldn't get in. And Earth 3's Allman had launched his own orbital base of operations, not a ring like the Watchtower, but a squared-off structure. A full day rolled past. Lex's main job was still setting up the teleportation array so that more heroes could slip into this universe without raising alarms. Reconnaissance, military intel, data on the Syndicate members, had been handed off to the 3 Justice Leaguers on the ground. By evening, the dignitaries had all cleared out. Only the 9 League members remained in the Hall of Justice, waiting for Nightwing's latest report. Nightwing held himself to standards that were nearly as punishing as Batman's. At the exact second of the agreed meeting time, his comm channel opened. I have to say, this place is genuinely awful. The streets are empty during the day, but once night falls, it's like everyone's gone rabid. They all come pouring out, smashing, looting, robbing, every flavor of crime you can imagine. It's just... Nightwing looked a little pale. He'd covered a lot of ground in a single day, quietly observing and logging every incident. The whole experience had left him unsettled. Deeply unsettled. Bruce, you wouldn't believe it. The Grayson here is rotten to the core. Same circus act, same flying trapeze family, but they don't tour the country to perform. They tour to launder money. Their leader, Richard Grayson, is a straight-up criminal. He runs logistics for crime operations nationwide, weapons, cash, intelligence trafficking. Everything. Nightwing's tone was bitter. The man wasn't him, but someone wearing his name was out there committing horrors, and it bothered him. What about Gotham? Batman asked. They've got plenty of familiar landmarks. Arkham Mansion. Tompkins Brothel, yes, really. A soup kitchen for the poor that's now been leveled by Allman, the Iceberg Lounge. Nightwing's face twisted. The others threw sidelong looks at Batman. Unsurprisingly, his expression gave nothing away. Jim Gordon's the mayor here. Also a massive embezzler, Nightwing continued, running through his intel. The Atom took over then, with his own findings. The founding father here was Benedict Arnold, the same man who in Thea's world had sold out George Washington and the Revolution for £6,000. The flag wasn't blue with white stars. It was red with black stars. And the red and white stripes had become blue and black. Clark, I thought Superwoman was going to be Diana over here. Turns out it's Lois. Atom sounded almost apologetic. Their Green Lantern is Hal Jordan too, but the records describe him as a coward. Buried in all this grim intel was one piece of news that was either good or bad, depending on how you looked at it. The Earth-3 military was catastrophically corrupt. Ghost payrolls. Inflated rosters. Underreporting, overreporting, substandard gear sold as premium, surplus trafficked on the black market. Every form of graft you could name. It was universal. If this Earth's military squared off against theirs, our forces could wipe them out without taking meaningful casualties. The call ended quickly. Ultraman slept during the day and roamed at night, and the longer the transmission ran, the higher the risk of being intercepted. When the line cut, the heroes exchanged looks. Without the Kryptonian, that world would have been nothing worse than a particularly nasty planet. It forced Superman to sit with a hard question. When his parents sent him to Earth, had they made the right call? But Thea wasn't going to waste time handing out emotional reassurance. The rank-and-file heroes were busy figuring out their own matchups. Flash was already comparing notes with Green Arrow on how to handle Johnny Quick. Diana was expressing her deep displeasure with Superwoman's outfit and signature lasso. The strategic questions, though, came down to Thea and Batman. That blood-red sky, that's the barrier you mentioned. Yes. And the anti-monitor is almost through into that world, right? How long do we have? On their side, 14 days and 2 hours. On ours, 17 days, 9 hours, and 35 minutes. She said it with flat confidence. Spatial barriers, dimensional membranes, time, these were the natural wheelhouse of a magic-caster deity. After days spent picking apart fifth-dimensional abilities, her grasp had deepened another layer. Can you take the anti-monitor? Should be about right. What she didn't say out loud, Darkseid should be able to put the anti-monitor down. In the original timeline, the anti-monitor had devoured the entire Earth-3 universe and still only managed to fight Darkseid to a draw. Now that she was going to deny him that meal, there was no way he'd end up stronger than the baseline version. As for why Darkseid was going to show up on the battlefield, the young miss wasn't going to explain. Let everyone assume he was just passing through. When the fight got going, the collateral damage would be apocalyptic enough that no one would have the spare attention to Rubberneck. I don't think I'm following. I thought you were taking a team in to wipe out the bad guys. But now it sounds like there's a layer underneath that. Something worse is coming to wipe them out, and you're going in to save them. Is that the idea? Why not just let them kill each other? The room had one non-league attendee, Amanda Waller. She knew the real identities of every superhero present. The League brought her in for strategy sessions so she could brief the politicians afterward. The politicians weren't young anymore, and late-night briefings weren't good for them. Thea wasn't in the mood for grandstanding and tossed the explanation to Batman. Here's the situation. We're not going in to save bad guys, we're going in to head off a crisis that'll hit our universe. If we do nothing, yes, the evil over there gets wiped out. The entire universe turns to dust. But immediately after that, something far worse comes for our Earth. Our own Earth. This isn't a rescue mission for villains. It's a rescue mission for ourselves. Amanda neither agreed nor disagreed. With her perspective, it was genuinely hard to imagine a single entity capable of devouring an entire universe. What kind of power level did that even require? But she trusted Batman, and she trusted Thea's judgment. She nodded to show she understood. By even the most conservative estimate, Lex would have the second portal stood up in 7 or 8 days. The League, along with every allied faction, had reached its final stage of preparation. Thea and Diana left the Hall of Justice together and teleported straight to Paradise Island. The recent stretch of combat had been a white-knuckle ride for the young miss. Necron, Rao, the First Lantern, one after another. For Diana, though, the opposite problem, the enemies strong enough to trouble her, she couldn't beat, the ones she could beat, she steamrolled. She had the distinct sense that her martial skills were atrophying. With the big fight approaching, she wanted to go home, back to the land that had raised her, and rediscover the feel of real combat. Chapter 963, Chapter 962, Diana's Burden. The sea wind howled in from offshore. Bright moonlight spilled across the tree-line. Diana was working through her forms with the disciplined precision of a true practitioner. The young miss had originally planned to watch from the sidelines, which earned her such a pointed look of displeasure from the warrior goddess that she gave up and picked up a sword to spar, half playful, half indulgent. Thea hadn't kept up her martial practice for years. She was a pragmatist. If a skill was useful, she trained it. If not, she dropped it. She wasn't the type to keep drilling the techniques Malcolm had painstakingly taught her just for the sake of nostalgia. Romanticizing her youth wasn't on her schedule. Between her indifference and her wandering mind, she sparred full of openings. If not for her raw speed and her baseline physicality, Diana would have put her down 10 different ways. Diana worked the forms for a while longer, then trailed off, feeling a quiet deflation of her own. She knew, on some level, that martial skill was going to matter less and less as the years went on. She just couldn't let it go. She'd spent millennia building her craft, and now, abruptly, she was realizing the thing she'd been proudest of had almost nothing left to do. That drift, the sense of losing an important pillar, settled onto her like a weight. "Why do you look heavier in the head than I do?" Thea handed her a bottle of water, abruptly aware that she'd been so preoccupied with the two-dimensional world lately that she'd neglected the person right next to her. "If you could choose again, would you pick eternity? Or would you live an ordinary lifetime like a normal person?" The two of them sat back to back on the beach, knees drawn up, and Diana only voiced the question after a long stretch of silence. Then she laughed at herself. "You'd still take this path. No matter how hard it got. You'd still do it the same way." This was the old sickness of the long-lived. Thea, as a medical prodigy of sorts, felt as though she'd discovered a new pathology. In plain terms, they were tired of being alive. Centuries, millennia of accumulated memory weighed on the soul, producing a constant low-grade alienation from the world around them. Lady Styx, before she'd met Thea, had gone more than 1,000 years without exercising her abilities at all. Atrocitus spent his days soaking in a pool of blood, using that visceral violence to prove to himself that he still existed. The little blue guardians were the worst of them. The more they knew, the more childish their thinking became. At this point they were close to preschool-level cognition. But those cases were about suffering from simple temporal duration. Diana's situation was fundamentally different. Thea didn't respond. Her job here was to listen. In front of others, Diana had no room to be vulnerable. Behind closed doors, she needed a shoulder to lean on, an ear to put the words into. That was enough. Humans age too fast. Batman's gotten noticeably older since I first met him. He's not young anymore. His body's still strong, but I can see the exhaustion behind it. Barry forces himself to live at slow speeds. He suppresses his talking pace, his reflexes, just to prove he's still a normal person. But he's got fine lines at the corners of his eyes now. How much longer can he keep running at his top speed? 10 years? 20? Will there come a day when he runs and just disappears into the universe? Clark looks older to me. Kryptonians may live longer than humans, but I expect even he'll go eventually. Arthur will outlast a human, but only by 100-odd years. When our companions age, one by one, what do we do? Intervene and save their lives? Or let them walk to the end of their own? Diana was measured, deliberate. These were thoughts she'd clearly been sitting with for a long time. Getting them out into the air seemed to lift some of the pressure. Thea thought about it quietly. Diana had come up surrounded by the women of Paradise Island, people who had never known sickness, aging, or death. When she'd finally entered human society a century ago, she'd sealed herself off, guarded against everyone. It took meeting Thea for her to really open up, step back into the world, and allow herself something like friendship. When it came to life, aging, sickness, and death, No one in existence besides Necron had more authority on the subject than the goddess of death. But this wasn't the moment to kill the mood with a lecture on metaphysical realms. In countless mythologies, gods started out eager to befriend mortals, and inevitably, all of them ended up withdrawing, perched on some high throne, no longer speaking to humans at all. Different life cycles. Mortals die, and the gods have to carry the weight of that friendship for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, sometimes longer. Eventually the gulf became unbridgeable. Diana looked mature, but her psychological age honestly wasn't that old. That she was up at night wrestling with this kind of thing struck Thea as faintly endearing. Verbal comfort wouldn't help much here. This was the kind of thing you had to think your way through, find your own place to stand. And besides, Diana was wrong on the facts. Batman was going to live a very long time. If he looked tired now, it was only because the dark multiverse hadn't fully come online yet. Once it did, Batman's lifespan would scale towards something effectively unlimited. Whether Batman had actually aged at all was a question best put to Catwoman. The two of them were outsiders, no business poking at it. As for Barry, Superman, and the others, they all had their own fates lined up, none of which were as bleak as Diana was describing. But explaining all that would take too long. The young Mrs. Preferred method was simpler: change the subject. Do you know the secret of how the universe was born? Diana knew her well enough to mutter, changing the subject again. No, I don't. You do. Actually, I don't either. But I do know this: we're all invaders here. It was a statement designed to land hard. Diana sat up straighter. She was genuinely pulled in. Her lover knew an encyclopedic collection of cosmic secrets, and in her view, that was just a matter of level. The warrior goddess's interest was fully engaged. Batman was forgotten. Why do you say that? The universe started out in darkness. There was no life. You've met Necron. He's not exactly what I'd call the native inhabitant of this universe, but close enough. And the rest of us, you, me, every person and every god we know, were the invaders. The statement was genuinely disorienting, and Diana took it seriously. They weren't back to back anymore, they were sitting shoulder to shoulder, and the warrior goddess tilted her head, waiting for more. The fifth-dimensional ability to casually edit reality wasn't something she could replicate. But after weeks of study, a simple illustrative sketch was well within reach. No magic. No divine power. No expenditure of energy at all. Just a borrowed fragment of the underlying rules, using a finger's weight of leverage to nudge reality itself. Of course, to nudge a mountain, you still needed a respectable amount of strength of your own. Otherwise the whole thing was just hand-waving. With a deft motion she traced a flat diagram in the air, the universe in its primordial state, a mist of reality and unreality braided together. Whether it had actually been like that, she couldn't say, she hadn't been there. It was her best guess. Diana hadn't reached the level where she could parse the subtle mechanics of what Thea was doing. She assumed it was just a visual aid. Thea kept the ego out of it. In the beginning, the world was dark. Then, from outside the world, a beam of light arrived. It pushed back the darkness, and it brought light and life. As she spoke, she simulated it, a shaft of light striking the roiling primordial universe. The darkness resisted, fiercely, through layer after layer, but in the end the light broke through. And where that light touched matter, life was born. Chapter 964, Chapter 963, Creation. So that's how it happened, the White Lantern, that spirit of existence. That's how it was born. Diana's intelligence was no joke, she made the connection fast. Exactly. What I'm saying is, our lives are defined by struggle. If we'd all just kept following the universe's original trajectory, we'd still be nothing. No concept, no definition, no meaning of any kind. Seeing Diana still turning it over, Thea knew she hadn't quite landed the point. She softened her voice. Our lives as we know them now, they exist because we rebelled. Going along with the universe was never really our option. We're the ones who broke Necron's stillness. We're the ones who brought color to this universe. If nothing had ever changed, none of this would even be on the table. Struggle is the foundation. Diana took that in and had to admit it rearranged something. The warrior goddess had always thought of herself as fighting for justice, for humanity, for the universe. What Thea was saying framed it completely differently. Life as the universe's enemy? On first pass the idea sounded absurd. But the longer she held it, the more it made sense. So there's no point agonizing over the whole cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Live vividly, that's what matters. Of course, if immortality's on the table, take it. Otherwise you miss out on a lot of the fun. The goddess of death savored the look of admiration in the goddess of courage's eyes. To return the favor, Thea tackled Diana back down and thoroughly took advantage of her again. The next morning, she returned to the underworld. That long conversation with Diana had made Thea realize something. She'd been taking the long way around. Originally she'd only wanted to give the two-dimensional world life. That part was fine. Then she'd gotten her hands on fifth-dimensional knowledge and decided to skip straight to the top, leap it up a whole dimension in one shot. That was the problem that had been chewing on her for days. Going from nothing to something was already a massive leap. She didn't need to sprint to the finish line on day one. Her methods had also been too gentle, she kept waiting for conditions to ripen on their own. But the world's essence is struggle. Without some heat, nothing resolves. She'd already locked down suppression of the world's will. All she needed now was to produce a single living thing, and the project would count as a success. Life is to the universe what bacteria are to the gut. Bacteria want to reproduce better, so they push to reshape the environment, and in the human body, that shows up as diarrhea and other symptoms. From the human's point of view, these bacteria need to die. But for health reasons, you can't wipe them out entirely either. Life and the universe play out the same way. One wants to change the other wants to keep it in check. The green of all life, the black of decay and their backlashes, that's nature's revenge against life. Entangled and opposed. That's what the real shape of a world looks like. Expecting life to simply emerge as a matter of course, Thea had to admit she'd been thinking about it too simply. Nothing more to say. Everything was clear now. Crush anything that resists and just push through. She said push through, but it really wasn't that violent. The process turned out not to be that hard. The two-dimensional world was too small and its will had been awake for too short a time. Muddled, groggy, unable to get away from Thea but also trying to find a voice of its own. Thea didn't bother with preliminaries. She went straight to the fifth-dimensional method, pouring her will directly into the world. A storm of tangled emotions crushed what little will the two-dimensional world had managed to form, and Thea's own will replaced it. She didn't wipe it out entirely, though. Whether as an ordinary person or as a new god, she understood the importance of balance. Light and dark, good and evil, life and death. The positive and the negative, neither can be absent. The will of that world now looked more like a blend of her and the original. A sole proprietorship force acquired into a joint venture, outside capital taking the lead, the original will shoved into a corner, lying dormant and waiting for its moment to rise again. The first life emerged from the soil. In the two-dimensional world it looked like a giant, its body still made of stone. Newborn, it was curious about everything, touching here, looking there. And Thea felt a wave of sorrow. She could see this being's fate. Its arc would be brief, an exploration of the world that turned up nothing, then a long lonely vigil, and finally it would burn itself away to bring true life fire to the world. The word death would appear in this world only after the stoneman burned. The stoneman had no name, and his fate was already written. For the two-dimensional world he was monumental. For reality, he was just a barely real phantom. Even as Thea kept reminding herself it was only a program, the sadness lingered. An inexpressible weight settled in her chest. The whole world breathed with her breath, delighted with her delight. She felt as if she'd shed the limits of her body and become something transcendent, the entire world under her gaze. If she wanted to see, she could see any corner, any event. In that world she was omniscient and omnipotent. As if she commanded limitless power, fate, death, everything bowing at her feet. No. This was wrong. Her core was sounding an alarm. This pond was too small, it shouldn't contain her, and she shouldn't be bound by it. The world outside, that was the real thing. With enormous effort she tore herself loose from the two-dimensional world and sat down, breathing hard. It took a long moment before she registered she was back in her body. The sense of total mastery was gone, she was back to normal. Power is intoxicating, no lie there. She'd almost lost herself inside it and become a native-born world will. The saving grace was that she hadn't wiped out the original will completely, only displaced half of it. Combined with the staggering power gap between her and the two-dimensional world, that was enough to let her come back to herself in time. Exhausted, she returned to Earth. What's wrong? Her mood shift didn't slip past Diana. The warrior goddess was baffled. Last night the woman had been so full of energy, so relentless, and now she looked like someone had kicked her dog. Come. Come look with me. Thea took Diana's hand, and the two slipped their consciousness into the two-dimensional world. She didn't dare stir the world will, so they observed as outsiders. The stoneman was like a newborn child, still exploring this, to him, vast world. They watched for a long time. Diana started to feel like she might fall asleep. Is everything okay? We came out here first thing in the morning to watch a dumb stoneman run around in circles. Just as her mind was wondering if this world had some hidden boss that would one day invade Earth, Thea spoke. This is the world I created. That's the first life born under pressure. Diana knew Thea was tinkering with her own private world, and it looked fine here. Monotonous, sure, but otherwise it had everything, quite impressive, actually. So what? Why was she wearing a face like she was having a bad week? Chapter 965, Chapter 964, A Sudden Leap in Realm. Thea herself thought the mood swing was pointless. Diana pulled her close and they sat in silence for a long while before Thea finally settled. Using a human heart to align with the heart of heaven, that was her current state. She was stronger than any human heart, of course, but she hadn't reached the heart of heaven's level. Her cultivation of inner state wasn't deep enough. Her vision wasn't wide enough. She hadn't progressed step by step and tempered herself the conventional way. She'd learned the fifth-dimensional arts and forced a shortcut. The whole world pressed down on her. Now the smallest ripple produced an enormous emotional swing. For a full day Thea was visibly distracted. Batman kept shooting Diana strange looks. The meaning was roughly, you two trying out some new game. The big fight's almost here. Pace yourselves. People like Superman and the Flash were too straightforward to pry. Oliver, being her actual brother, couldn't comfortably ask about anything that obviously sat in the private category. As the League's reserve member, Supergirl had apparently flashed back to some inappropriate mental imagery. Her cheeks went pink. Fortunately the League respected democratic freedoms and personal privacy. Even a busybody like Batman could only manage the most indirect glancing questions. No one else would touch the topic. All those probing stares were mortifying Diana. The worst part was the unspoken convention that nobody actually asked, which meant she couldn't go around grabbing collars and explaining. She just stiffened her face and ignored every odd look. With Diana as her shield, it took Thea a full 3 days to recover. The universe's will was her, but she was more than just the universe. Easy to say, very hard to actually link the two while holding them separate. Even though her world was cell-sized compared to the real universe, she'd glimpsed that highest tier. Of the creator tier heavyweights, God sat at the pinnacle and made it look effortless. He had severed his connection from his world. The world was his creation, but he wouldn't stay forever. Thea suspected his true body had long since absorbed enough power and knowledge and departed. Lucifer and Michael sat one tier below. They were immersed in world will and couldn't pull themselves out. Whenever they could let go, then they'd have transcended. Thea had managed to pull free because her world was so small. The worlds the Lord of Heaven and the Lord of Hell had created were vast. Fundamentally different scale. Her starting point was low, so she'd take it slow, start with a small world and grow it bit by bit. That was one path. The two heavyweights, as favored sons visiting God daily, naturally set the bar at its absolute ceiling. When they worked big, jumping straight to parallel universe-sized worlds was well within their range. Different roads to the same destination, each method had its merits. You couldn't say one was more elegant than the other. I think I'm back. She ran a self-check and found nothing off. She sank her focus back into the small world, merging her thought with the world will. This time, no wrenching pain, no thousand-fold attachment. The world was her, but she wasn't entirely the world. The Stoneman was still searching alone. He didn't know how big the world was, didn't know what he himself was, only that maybe up ahead, or maybe tomorrow, he'd find the answer. Thea didn't interfere. She let him act on his own. The ending was already set, the Stoneman would burn himself at the end, adding something new to this world. His death would also mark the formal beginning of the two-dimensional world's evolution into 3 dimensions. She wasn't going to stop him, and she had no intention of doing so. If she couldn't even let go of one of her own creations, she had no business doing any of this. The path had been twisted, but things had worked out anyway. The two-dimensional world was basically taking care of itself now. From here on, she could sit at home and wait, the world would evolve on its own. It hadn't been smooth, and the process hadn't matched her estimates, but everything was on track now. Her mental force had taken heavy damage, she was operating at only 80% combat strength. But her realm had jumped to a level that surprised even her. Her ranking among the Endless had shot up dramatically. She was now number 20. Her old trick of burning willpower had completely stopped working. Willpower represented sentient life's comprehension of death, not her own comprehension. She was the one aspiring to become the second sister of death, it wasn't the masses who were going to do it for her. In the end, she had to walk the final steps herself. Good luck was on her side. Merging with the world will, she'd seen the Stone Man's future fate, born from nothing, then burning himself, using his death to bring new life to all living things. That one cycle made up the hardest, most exasperating stretch of realm progression. She didn't exactly have centuries to slowly grind it out. Metropolis. The Hall of Justice. Batman had practically pitched a cot here. A crowd of heroes wanted to help, only to realize they'd be getting in the way. They were reduced to standing around and watching. The teleporter on Luthor's side was already installed. Give the men credit, a billionaire with no superpowers whatsoever, he'd handled every job himself. machinist, fitter, welder, all with locally sourced materials, working nearly around the clock. 3 days to completion. Today was the formal crossover. Given the suppression of that world's will, the first batches in would be the reformed villains. Amanda's suicide squad was assembled first. Government agents, military special ops teams, and the 100+ ex-members of the Cold Flame Order under Mr. E. The suicide squad would go through wearing power dampeners, disguised as ordinary civilians. Their job was the dirty work, assassinating local leaders, assassinating generals, blowing up arms depots, creating openings for ground forces. The military brought extensive materials to expand Luther's portal. Several special forces units would branch off to seize strategic positions. Population wasn't a takeaway target, those were all bad actors, and they couldn't be rehabilitated in the available time. Earth's own population pressure was already high, they didn't need that crowd. But resources were fully accessible, ores, rare metals, tech outputs, all could be packed up and carted off. Several of the world's great powers had been battered non-stop by Black Lantern, White Lantern, and Indigo Tribe crises. Right now they were waiting to strike a war-profit fortune to restock their treasuries. Without that, they'd have zero interest in fighting a dimensional war. Meanwhile, Mr. E was prepping an emergency magical portal. If something went sideways, people could retreat to Earth. He also had another task, summoning Thea's avatar into that world to suppress the world will. Let's divide up the assignments. Batman's tone sounded collaborative. It wasn't. He was making declarations. Hal Jordan had just been revived by the underworld and had barely made it back for this operation. When he heard the command voice, he frowned and started to speak. Simon Baz wasn't about to steal thunder from the greatest Green Lantern, so he stayed tucked behind him, quietly doing his invisible newbie act. Chapter 966, Chapter 965, Battle Plan. Hal's temper was as hot as ever. Post-resurrection, he'd forgotten his stretch in the underworld, he only vaguely recalled that he'd died and come back. No memory of what happened in between. Why's this guy still calling the shots? He pointed at Batman and asked the League as a whole. At the same time, his gaze flicked involuntarily toward Thea. Even without the underworld memories, some part of his subconscious expected her to push back. Don't look at me. My power output's too large and the portal's too small. I can't get through yet. She rubbed her temple as she said it. Somewhere the others couldn't see, she was already actively suppressing Earth-3's evil world will. Her avatar wasn't in position yet, and her main body suppressing a world will from this side was extremely draining. Even once the avatar arrived and they could pressure it from both sides, it would take at least 2 days to subdue it. She didn't want to bring this up, not because she loved quietly bearing burdens, but because the world will had nothing to do with the League. No need to add that kind of psychological weight to ordinary people. Batman had faced Darkseid, ask him if he'd been afraid. Of course he'd been afraid. He just used his iron will to crush the fear and buried himself and worked to cope. But Batman was one of a kind. If ordinary people learned about something as metaphysical as a world will, would their minds crack? Would their worldview collapse? Hard to say. Star City on Earth 3 is dead silent. Nightwing still has no idea what happened there. Central City is controlled by Johnny Quick, so that's out as a landing zone. Metropolis has Ultraman. I recommend we stage in Gotham first. Against the Anti-Monitor, that super threat, if this Owlman has any sense, he should cooperate with us. We face a common threat from outside the universe. Batman laid out his reasoning. To back it up, he produced a thick folder of data Nightwing had specifically gathered. Earth-3's Owlman had shot his own parents dead, the League would consider that evil without question. But he ruled Gotham with his own definition of order. He wasn't a reckless, random killer. Batman thought it was worth trying to bring him over. Honestly, nobody else knew the Wayne family well. Having someone who knew the local terrain would be a plus. Superman was about to nod agreement. Sorry. Your plan isn't bad. But if we try it in the next 2 days, we're going to fail. Thea had to cut in. Why? Thea sighed inwardly. Why does this guy have so many whys? If she said it openly, in the Justice universe, justice wins, in the evil universe, evil wins, it would be a psychological gut punch to every hero here. What made heroes heroes was their persistence. If she told them that no matter what they did, justice would win in the final moment anyway, what would that do to them? If we're going to win no matter what, I'm going home to rest. Putting herself in their shoes, Thea knew that's exactly what she'd think. She couldn't dodge the question forever. She opened a private mental channel and explained it to Batman alone. Batman had to accept it passively, in a telepathic channel he couldn't speak anyway. He thought about it briefly, decided it sounded dubious but couldn't be ruled out, world will being something invisible, intangible, and impossible to capture with his tech, and gave her a nod, accepting it tacitly. The rest of the League didn't know what they'd just said, but wisely, no one asked. Then we execute Plan B. We hit Ultraman's Fortress of Solitude. Attack begins from space. Thea figured Batman had prepped a stack of contingency plans. Taking out Ultraman first was a solid opener. Ultraman's impact on Earth, 3 civilians, was enormous. Under the world will, Thea estimated he'd probably escape in the end, but they could still do serious damage. She wasn't joining the early to mid-combat phase at all. Whatever they wanted to do was fine. She nodded. Green Lantern Hal agreed, space combat was where he could shine without constraints. Superman also agreed. Nightwing had sent back plenty on Ultraman's atrocities, and Superman, uncharacteristically, showed anger. I want to beat Ultraman myself. Thea jumped in with another splash of cold water. Sorry. You probably can't take him. Like his old friend Batman, Superman asked, why? That guy uses kryptonite as his main energy source. I estimate that Fortress of Solitude is packed wall to wall with kryptonite. If you go in, you're not coming out. Superman went quiet. 1 or 2 pieces of kryptonite he could brute force through. Hundreds or thousands of pounds piled together. Willpower had a ceiling. He can absorb kryptonite, but he'd still be hurt by yellow sun energy, right? Batman asked. Thea nodded. Batman casually pulled a yellow lantern ring out of his belt. This can hurt him, right? It simulates stellar wavelengths. I remember yellow rings can charge Kryptonians, which means in reverse they can damage Ultraman. Hal Jordan, Superman, and Diana all gave Thea a funny look. Thea was fed up. You pulled that out openly because you know I won't punch you, right? Batman kept the deadpan expression going. The ring's out of juice. Needs a charge. Your energy system is strange, I haven't cracked it yet. Thea forced a dry chuckle. She had plenty of things she wanted to say, but with the whole League present, and Oliver and Diana both giving her the let-it-go eyes, she swallowed them. Fortunately she didn't care about the yellow ring these days. Shaking her head, she pulled a brand new charged power battery from the void and tossed it to him. Ultraman's yours to handle. We'll count you as a temporary member. Recite the oath somewhere private, no one will see. The rest of the plan came together quickly. 2 phases, the 7 Corps and Batman would hit the Fortress of Solitude, then link up with Superman to attack the Watchtower. After that, pick the next target based on the situation. The crime syndicate didn't get along internally. That was their opening to pick them off one by one. And Batman was starting to actually feel the so-called evil world will. If he went after Ultraman, there was no way he'd kill him, which meant Ultraman had a high chance of escaping. But Batman was the one who'd taken the assignment. So was he influenced by the world will, or was Ultraman simply not meant to die here? Hard to tell. Ultraman has killed countless. He's not like Owlman. Evil is in every one of his cells. Destruction and slaughter are his methods. If you want to kill him, you don't need to carry that weight. Diana tried to comfort Batman. Thea figured he wouldn't kill anyway. He'd volunteered for Ultraman, let him handle it. Worst case, she'd send a few yellow lanterns to finish the job. As for Ultraman killing Batman, the probability was so low it could be ignored. Chapter 967, Chapter 966, Justice Eternal, 1. Shortly after the plan was settled, Thea and Hal sent out the signal. The 7 Corps converged on Earth. The yellow, indigo, and blue lanterns together numbered over 300. Thea put all of them under Sinestro's unified command. Saint Walker and Sister Blue were both temperamentally conservative, long on caution, short on aggression. For an offensive operation against an entire dimension, with neither of them carrying the slightest bite, Sinestro was the only option for overall lead. The Green Lantern Corps was currently being overseen by those First Lanterns, who had returned to serve as guardians. But they'd been away from the material plane too long and were thoroughly out of touch. All they could do was delegate to the Green Lanterns themselves. The Corps held an internal vote and Hal Jordan became their leader. Without compromising universal stability, he pulled 500 Green Lanterns from across the galaxy for this fight. That made him the head of a real faction now, which was a big part of why he'd bristled at Batman running the show. Only a handful of Violet and Red Lanterns showed up. As for Orange, Larfleeze was dragged in by Thea through a mix of pressure and bribery after she gifted him 10 shipping containers of junk as a Christmas present. The Justice League turned out in full. The Suicide Squad, full strength. The Rogues, full strength. The Justice League International, led by Booster Gold, stayed behind on Earth. The Bat Family, Batgirl, Batwoman, Batwing, all stayed in Gotham to watch for any move from Black Mask. The Teen Titans were also benched. The younger generation grumbled loudly, but they got slapped down hard. On the surface, they were left behind to hold the fort. In reality, Thea's off-the-books forces hadn't been touched, Deathstroke and Fiona alone were more than enough to defend Earth. The operation, codenamed Justice Eternal, officially began. Everyone assembled. They'd transfer through the portal in waves, 5 minutes apart. Madame Xanadu and Old Ma stayed on Earth. Earth 3 had Zatanna and her father's support, Mr. E, working alongside several others, put in half a day's effort and finally managed to summon Thea's projection. This was Earth 3's Detroit. Same name, different location, it was in Europe on this side, a thinly populated city. The projection glanced around. She had energy distributions to lay out for the lantern rings, and after that she needed to suppress the local world will. She exchanged a few quick words with Superman and Diana, then teleported out, heading for this universe's Mars. A lot of her work couldn't be disturbed, and an uninhabited Mars was the best fit. With her gone, it wasn't long before the 7 core rings, gone dark for so long, lit back up. Superman and Supergirl went to full vision range and thoroughly scouted this Earth. Superman looked first at this world's fortress of solitude. Confirmed, packed with kryptonite, heavily guarded, every defensive system active. A silent ambush was off the table. He relayed what he saw to Batman. Batman agreed that throwing themselves at stacked defensive systems was stupid. Krypton sat above Earth on the tech ladder, no question. Luckily he had plenty of fallbacks. And the watchtower? How's its defense? Superman turned his attention to the square-cornered watchtower. Apparently to keep distance from Ultraman's fortress of solitude, Ulman's watchtower wasn't in orbit, it sat on the far side of the moon. Superman had to search for a bit before he spotted it. The outer shell is wrapped in a thick layer of lead. Can't see inside. Superman gave Batman a flat look. How does this Ulman have the exact same ticks as you? Batman pretended not to catch the look. Where's each enemy right now? Superman and Supergirl did another sweep. Ultraman should be in his fortress. Ulman seems to be on a date with Superwoman. Power Ring is in the Black House with government personnel. Johnny Quick is in Central City. Deathstorm isn't tracking, he may be inside the watchtower. Ocean Master is in the Atlantic. We could stage some small incidents to draw them out and pick them off one at a time, Mr. Terrific suggested. Some supported it. Some didn't. Supporters figured leveraging their numbers to pick opponents apart was sound. The opposition argued it was hard to execute, they didn't know what kind of communication systems the enemy had. A single wrong move could trigger a full response, and any full engagement would cost them initiative. Strike the watchtower. I need more on them. When discussion didn't converge, Batman dropped democracy and simply gave the order. Who was going? They needed flight capability and the ability to survive in space. The 7 Corps were the obvious choice, but Sinestro sat still. As commander of the 3 Corps, he acted as if he hadn't heard. Hal was also fed up with Batman issuing orders unilaterally. Normally it was fine, but he had 500 Green Lanterns behind him now. If he just went along like a good foot soldier, what would his Corps think? Violet Lantern Carol Ferris, as a Star Sapphire, chose to stay in sync with Green. Orange Lantern Larfleeze was very satisfied with Thea's Christmas gift. He was huddled in a corner furiously writing, adding to his wish list of future gifts. He wasn't listening. On Earth's side, Superman and Supergirl were too recognizable to move. Diana was too high caliber to spend early. Barry and Aquaman couldn't fly. Things got quiet. At the critical moment the Red Lantern Corps stepped up. Their leader, barrel-chested, with a face straight out of a horror film, growled, "Atrocitus doesn't care about your war. I'm here to pay back a debt. I fight one battle, then I leave. Speak, Earthling. How do you want me to fight?" Batman ignored the tone. Whether he jotted it down in a little black book afterward, hard to say. He thought for a beat. You pretend to be passing through space, then hit the watchtower. Ideally, draw whoever's inside out. Can you do it? Sister Blue offered to teleport them to a distant point, from which they could fly back in as if passing through. Atrocitus didn't love the sneaky angle, but as he'd said, he was here for a fight to clear a debt to Thea. Who to hit and how were details. He nodded. Sister Blue teleported them out. Less than 10 minutes later, the heroes with supervision saw Atrocitus charging moonside at the watchtower with Dexstar and his subordinates. Fair to say the Red Lanterns looked absolutely terrifying, all of them, wildly varied forms, unmistakably alien. Nothing in them read as the good guys. Deathstorm, hunkered down in the watchtower doing research, picked up nothing unusual. In this universe, the dominant note was evil. A few evil aliens passing through was nothing new. With zero awareness that this was the curtain raiser on a full-scale war, Deathstorm floated out. In Thea's original universe, Firestorm had been the superhero formed by Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein fusing through the Firestorm Matrix. Earth 3's Deathstorm was built by mad scientist Martin Stein, who used the Matrix to bind Ronnie Raymond's corpse to himself, creating a supervillain. Chapter 968, Chapter 967, justice eternal, too. Cramming two utterly opposite forms of life into one body, that was a stretch, even by insane standards. Even Thea, who sought life through death, would never dare hold both the death and life divine seats at once. That was a death wish, plain and simple. Yin-yang converging. Water and fire merging. Lovely concepts on paper. The reality of balancing two directly opposed energies existed only in theory. God could probably do it. Thea wouldn't go near it. Earth 3's Professor Martin Stein happened to be bold, the kind of scientist willing to die for a breakthrough. He'd used the matrix to bind his own living body to a corpse, and miraculously the combination produced a new form of life. Along with superpowers, the corpse had completely reshaped his thinking. Able to rearrange the atomic and subatomic structure of inorganic matter, he now held a strange view of how the whole world was put together. Among the crime syndicate, nobody held life more cheaply than he did. His cold gaze swept across the red lanterns. His eyes had long since shed human visual limits. He scanned them all, and Atrocitus's life force was simply beyond anything he'd ever seen. Deathstorm had secretly studied Ultraman's cellular structure before. Ultraman's genome was beyond any human imagination, efficient, dense, packed with power, arranged with scientific precision that gave Kryptonians lifespans far longer than Earth humans. But they still aged. As a scientist, Deathstorm was certain on that point. This guy in front of him, though. He rescanned Atrocitus, rapidly calculating the Red Lantern leader's life force. The result was an astronomical number. Worried he'd miscalculated, he ran it again. Same result. Stunning. This barrel-chested monster, even if he were a newborn, could still live for hundreds of millions of years. Incredible. His structure wasn't as scientific as a Kryptonian's. The arrangement wasn't nearly as optimally distributed. Why did he have such a long lifespan? He really wanted to dissect him and take a proper look. Deathstorm's eyes held the clinical, specimen examiner coldness as they tracked Atrocitus. It made everything that much more unsettling. The Red Lantern leader was a short fuse to begin with. He was here to fight, then leave, and the enemy was looking at him like a piece of walking pork. He couldn't stand it. With one roar he and his team charged. Besides Dexstar, whom he'd brought from Earth, he had two subordinates with him this time. Scalax, just a meat sack of a head floating in midair. He lived on a highly developed planet in Sector 995. The sentient life there had eliminated disease, poverty, and hunger. They'd pushed their civilization to a level comparable to Krypton. Crime existed only in dictionaries and philosophical debate. Every being was, from birth, placed inside a small container. They communicated with each other over a network, holographic images only. That was the sum total of their lives. Any physical contact was illegal. At 138, Scalax had just reached adulthood. He lived in Unit 24, Compartment D, Nutrient Pod 567. That was home. Under his planet's draconian laws, he'd been born there, and by law, he'd die there. Decades of generational conditioning had left them almost unrecognizable as what they once were. Their bodies had fully degenerated into a few tentacles with minimal sensory function. Their skulls had grown oversized, easier to jack into the global network. Teenage Scalax had grown bewildered about his future. An idea considered blasphemous on his world had taken root in his mind. He wanted to put on a protective suit and step out of his nutrient pod to see what the real world looked like. The result was predictable. Arrested as a textbook dissident, his last remaining tentacles were severed, reducing him to just a giant head. His sentence was 80 years of solitary confinement. The long isolation triggered hallucinations. This world held no mercy, no hope. Hatred and bitterness filled the space where hope used to be. The Red Lantern ring came as predicted. Scalax had extraordinary mental control abilities. He was one of the few in Atrocitus's ranks capable of managing his own rage. The Red Lantern Corps was actually enormous. Only a small fraction could be deployed for free combat. As their leader, Atrocitus could only leave the ones whose brains were fully drowned in rage on the home planet, letting them fight each other to burn off the fury, while he took the few who could receive orders out to work and see some of the galaxy. Scalax now floated like a giant fleshy tumor. His tentacles had regrown. From a distance he looked like a large squid. He hovered on Atrocitus's left. On the leader's right, by his foot, was another round one. That was Zilius Zox, out of Sector 3544. His backstory was unremarkable. His own people had driven him out for being ugly. He'd been beaten down countless times and got up countless times. No sudden explosive breakthrough. Just the slow accumulation of resentment that eventually won Red Lantern recognition. To be looked down on by aliens of every possible appearance, his looks really did have to be a problem. Hal Jordan had once mocked Zox as looking like an oversized beach ball with arms and legs. Thea actually agreed. He had no clear division between torso and head, just one big face on a round body, flanked by 2 tiny arms and 2 tiny legs. The look was genuinely comical. A cat by Atrocitus's side, a floating head, and a beach ball with limbs, that was the Red Lantern's full Earth 3 lineup. 3 Red Lantern commanders. Deathstorm didn't put them on the board. The Red Lantern leader was his real target. The other 3 rabble, after the fight, study the corpses, then break them down to atoms. But while he was writing them off, Deathstar was the first to charge. Red Lanterns could construct, but rage in their heads usually left them without the composure. Instead of using ring-forged weapons, they preferred their own bodies. Deathstar had been completely remade by the Red. The Earth Housecat was now viciously ferocious, venting its uncontainable rage with its claws. Atrocitus didn't know the cat was a hidden stroke by the Red itself. He'd secretly captured a few housecats on Earth before, but no matter how he tormented them they hadn't produced enough emotion. He'd had to drop the experiment. Now Deathstar was his most important companion. He charged right after her. Scalix and the beach ball bro fanned out, ready to tear the enemy apart. Enthusiastic. Let me see if you have the ability to back up the enthusiasm. None of the Red Lanterns had brought up constructs. Deathstorm couldn't detect any resemblance to a power ring. The Red Lantern rings had replaced their hearts. Tucked inside the body, they were invisible from outside. To Deathstorm, these were just 4 unlucky aliens who happened to be passing through. Chapter 969, Chapter 968, Justice Eternal, 3. Deathstar had the smallest body of the 4, but his movements were the fastest. 100 meters, 330 feet, collapsed to nothing in an instant, gravity be damned. Blood-red claws tore through the air in a foul rush, slashing straight for Deathstorm's face. Get lost, you little thing. Deathstorm gathered a mass of thermal energy in his right hand and hurled a whirling energy vortex forward. Deathstar twisted midair with weightless grace. His left claw carved a blood trough across Deathstorm's skull-like face in the same motion, though only a thin line of blood welled up, as if he'd scratched a piece of dry wood. Mew, mew, mew. The cat grumbled at Atrocitus in feline dissatisfaction. The Red Lantern leader might look like a brute, all heft and thick muscle, but he was actually clever. During their time together, he'd picked up cat speak on his own. He nodded, soothing his beloved pet and most capable lieutenant. So his body's tough, is it? Let me see just how tough. Atrocitus charged like a raging bull. One punch shattered Deathstorm's thermal shockwave, and without slowing for a heartbeat he slammed straight into the enemy. Then he opened his bloody maw and vomited out a torrent of fire-like energy. Red Lantern rings had replaced their hearts. Rage and bodily circulation were now fused into one system. Their blood could be expelled in combat as a signature attack, fire that burned in vacuum and consumed anything flammable or otherwise, even energy barriers shaped by other power rings. Unfortunately, this time they'd met Deathstorm. Oh! An unusual ability. The Red Lantern flames burned cooler than the Firestorm Matrix, and the rage laced into them couldn't touch a man who was half dead already. The dead feel nothing. Deathstorm wasn't fully dead, yet the blood fire pumped through a Red Lantern's circulation wasn't pure rage either. Beyond Atrocitus's bull rush cracking a few of his ribs, nothing did much damage. With the ability to freely transmute atomic structures, self-repair was trivial. Less than 2 seconds later, Deathstorm was whole again. Nearby, Ratchet's eyes began to flicker rapidly. For a disoriented instant, Deathstorm felt himself slip back to when he was still Martin Stein, back to the day he'd seized the Firestorm Matrix from his colleague and shot them undead to keep the prize for himself alone. Distant memories flooded his mind all at once, and he forgot he was in the middle of a battle. Zilius Zox, the big volleyball, leapt up above his head and spewed out blood fire thicker and hotter than Atrocitus's. This time it actually worked. Deathstorm was distracted by the memories stirred in him, and with all that rage hammering his half-living half, even the corpse half's buffer couldn't stop the living half from being shaken. Kill you all, kill every one of you. He began to shriek in fury. Atrocitus wasted no words. He plunged a hand into Deathstorm's chest in a heart-ripping strike. Even without the ring, his raw strength was no small thing, and Deathstorm's superhuman body was punched clean through. Unfortunately, the men had long since stopped being made of human organs. A pile of atoms arranged by a matrix, what did he need a heart for? An energy being needed no such things. Atrocitus's strike didn't kill him. It drove him into a full berserk counterattack. Fire energy erupted across the moon's surface as if the stuff were free of charge. Deathstorm was barely afraid of fire, his regeneration was terrifying, and his resistance to every kind of status effect was absurdly high. For a while, even with 4 Red Lanterns on him, they couldn't put him down. Then Deathstorm suddenly lunged and seized one of Zilius Zox's feet. He fired his atomic restructuring ability at full power, and just like that, Zox's foot was reduced to a crystalline mound of dust on the ground. That eerie method of attack made the rest of them wary. Fortunately, Zox had his own trick. His hands and feet could regrow without limit. The other three had no such luck, and so they were fighting with their hands tied. Meanwhile, Batman took advantage of the chaos to slip into the watchtower. He tore through Ullman's defense programs at blistering speed. He'd never met this Thomas Wayne Jr., but based on the man's history, Batman assessed that the Earth-3 counterpart didn't fully trust the other villains, least of all Ultraman. Ullman would have left himself an insurance policy, something to turn the tables in a crisis. He raced through file after file. Careful as he was, some key data triggered a tripwire, and the watchtower's space station began blaring an urgent alarm. Deathstorm, who had been slowly gaining the upper hand, went cold. This was where villains truly excelled. Their paranoia ran 10 times hotter than any heroes. Living in a world where you either hurt others or were hurt yourself, as one of this evil Earth's ruling oligarchs, his sense of crisis ran far beyond the average villains. These enemies in front of him weren't wanderers who just happened by. This was premeditated, a data theft operation. Deathstorm's intellect was sharp enough to work that out quickly. What he couldn't work out was what these aliens wanted from Earth. You're awfully slow. Sinestro floated in the sky with imperious calm, looking down at Atrocitus with undisguised contempt. Need a hand. His chin tilted up as though he were dispensing alms. No. Atrocitus hadn't expected his opening battle to be this much trouble. 4-on-1, and he still wasn't winning. Finally he stopped holding back. Ring constructs were something he simply didn't bother with in routine fights, but not bothering wasn't the same as not being able. With a sharp whoosh, a red hammer several meters tall materialized in his grip. Deathstorm blinked. This looked suspiciously like a power ring construct, except the power ring's constructs were green, and this was red. What was the relationship between the two? Before he could think it through, Ratchet launched a psychic strike at the perfect moment, stunning the enemy. The enormous red hammer came crashing down and drove Deathstorm deep into a moon surface crater. Then Atrocitus demonstrated his mastery of the ring. The slam shifted smoothly into a grip, a massive red hand closed firmly around Deathstorm, and then began to squeeze. Deathstorm's physical durability was high, but only compared to ordinary humans. His atomic transmutation only worked on things the Firestorm Matrix could interpret and substitute for. And it was wholly useless against lantern rings, artifacts from technology tens of thousands of years more advanced than his own. Who are you people? He was a little dazed. In his field of vision, figures wreathed in lights of every color had suddenly sprung up in swarms. Reds and yellows, indigos and blues. And then, wait. His eyes caught hundreds of green lanterns pouring in, and at that instant the weight of the problem hit him. He still hadn't realized these people were from another universe. Not until he spotted Hal Jordan. One full of courage. One timid and spineless. Two completely different temperaments, but the faces matched, and the color of the ring was the same. Deathstorm finally understood just how badly he'd miscalculated. You're from another world. He tried to call for his comrades. They might not truly like each other, but in the face of a real enemy, the crime syndicate could at least hold the line together. Chapter 970, Chapter 969, Justice Eternal, 4. Kill him. Seeing Deathstorm try to call for help, on the moon of all places, who exactly was he expecting to answer? Sinestro barked out the warning anyway. Atrocitus didn't need telling. He was no saint himself. He cranked his emotional output higher, intent on crushing Deathstorm to death with his bear construct. Deathstorm wasn't going quietly. His body began to crack open in rapid-fire fission, like a chain of nuclear detonations building inside him. Energy readings climbed by orders of magnitude. If he couldn't win, he'd go nuclear. The sheer viciousness of it caught Atrocitus off guard. Sinestro no longer had time to play the aloof master either. He might look down on Earth civilization, but a body, any body, couldn't block a nuke. He snapped up a thick ring-construct shield. The other green, yellow, and red lanterns threw up energy domes of their own and braced for the blast. Hal opened his mouth to shout a warning, and before his lips had even finished parting, a beam of light streaked in from far, far away and wrapped itself around Deathstorm. The ring constructs. The nuclear fission. All of it simply ceased to exist. Deathstorm himself was peeled apart once more. The man passed out cold, laid down neatly beside the corpse half of himself. The light had no color. But if you looked closely, you thought you could see a color in it, and the longer you looked, the more certain you became that whatever color was in your head, the light was that color. The glow swept off with the Deathstorm twins in tow, and left something shimmering faintly in Atrocitus's hand. The one who'd swooped in was, of course, Thea. Deathstorm would be enormously useful to her research into atomic construction. And the man was a serious combatant. Earth One's own Firestorm was strong, sure, but that duo had no killer instinct, hobbled by endless conditions, morality, humanity, the whole pile. They couldn't wring more than 30% of their theoretical combat value out of themselves. Deathstorm was another story. The fact that he'd held his own against 4 Red Lanterns said everything. Was he evil? Yes, no question. But he was also a scientist. Two-Face was considerably more evil than he was. Compared to the young Mrs. own lineup of underlings, Deathstorm barely registered as a sinner. And as for fusing with a corpse, that horrified ordinary people, sure, but Thea was the goddess of death. The walking dead in her service numbered in the trillions. She honestly didn't see much of a problem. What she'd tossed to Atrocitus was a divination artifact. Divination artifact was generous, it had been crafted in the underworld by some of her great witch-liches, built around a thigh bone from some deceased guardian of the universe she didn't particularly care to identify. Going forward, when Atrocitus used it for divination, he could draw on a portion of the dead guardian's accumulated knowledge. A little reward for services rendered. Favors were favors, but a promised benefit was still a benefit. She was currently on Mars. She scooped up the unconscious Deathstorm and flicked him straight back to the underworld. Thea was working with her true body to suppress this world's world will. The world will would pile countless coincidences into a single inevitability, and if left alone, this operation's odds of failure would be dangerously high. She stood calmly in the void. Not far off, another person was watching her with close attention. A tall man in softly armored textile plate, a long golden cape at his back. His face was so ordinary it would disappear in a crowd. The only notable thing about him was the aura of black vapor coiling around him, as if he'd been practicing some kind of demonic cultivation. A being as unique as you, a specialized existence, why would you involve yourself in the struggles of ordinary lives? It doesn't befit your station. The man had been watching for some time. Only after Thea pulled Deathstorm out of the fight did he speak, his tone unhurried. Thea inclined her head slightly, neither servile nor arrogant. Honored Monitor. Our life forms differ. So do our duties. Your task is to observe, to record, to plan futures. I do what I must do. Her realm had leapt, she'd sunk another rank deeper into the world's foundation. A monitor, something closer to a programmed construct than a free being, did not frighten her. Then she slipped a little nudge into her tone. The Anti-Monitor's goal is to destroy this universe and absorb it. Your duty and my goal don't conflict. We could even coordinate closely. The Anti-Monitor is your true enemy, after all. The Monitor remained unmoved. Universes are born. Universes die. That is the order of things. Can you watch this universe end? Watch yourself vanish, and feel nothing. Thea probed. I can. You're lying. Deep in the core of you, there is still one thread of reluctance. You haven't prepared yourself to face death with peace. You're even resisting it a little. Like a candle flame in the dark, I can see it clearly. Thea called it out without mercy. Day after day, year after year of observing life and observing the universe had finally changed the monitors in ways the original design had not anticipated. They yearned to be heard. They were unwilling to simply perish with the universe. To the existence of themselves, they had developed the faintest thread of attachment. Thea pressed the opening. If you aren't ready, then your final moment hasn't come. This universe shouldn't die now. Am I wrong? Handed a ready-made excuse, the monitor gave it to himself. She did have a point, did that mean he could go on existing? Fate was pliable. You could argue it one way or the other, it all depended on interpretation. The moment a being's mind cracked open, it was a simple matter to drive a wedge through it. Return to your observational post and keep watching. This universe's end has not yet come. Your duty continues. Her voice was solemn now, touched with the weight of the sacred. The monitor found her reasoning sound. He shouldn't be fixating on Earth anyway. What if the anti-monitor appeared later, and they fought, and he was the one in the way? Help, or help, or help. Better to just go. The troublesome monitor was talked away, and Thea let out a breath. A monitor's power wasn't trivial, it could borrow directly from the universe's stores, and while she had the realm, she didn't yet have the means to convert that realm into corresponding combat power. Picking a fight with one wasn't advisable. She shook her head and refocused on the work in front of her. The moment she set to it, she noticed something off. The world will's resistance had dropped by more than half. What had felt like a tug-of-war now felt like brushing aside withered grass. Her plan had been to spend 2 days suppressing it. At this rate, half a day would do, with room left over to make a small adjustment to the world's core parameters. Obviously the monitor had tilted the scales for her. The young miss wasn't about to refuse. He'd brought his own provisions, saved his own skin, and was calling it a wash. She was being generous by not extracting a slice of the world's foundation as a service fee. When evil reaches its furthest extreme, does justice bud from it? She wouldn't stake anything on it, and such a universe wouldn't fit the cosmic ordering rules anyway. Across all the parallel universes, one had to stand for evil. Thea decided to roll this Earth back a few notches, to where it had been before Ultraman arrived. Evil, but not without justice. That was the adjustment she'd make to the world will. She accelerated the suppression. And over on Batman's end, he was breaking through too. Chapter 971, Chapter 970, Justice Eternal, 5. Ullman had indeed left countermeasures against Ultraman. His watchtower fired a unique electromagnetic pulse that crippled the Fortress of Solitude's outer defenses. Who are you, a swarm of insects? The man looked nearly identical to Superman, but his face was twisted with menace, and the logo on his chest wasn't a capital S but a U. Surrounded by a cordon of lanterns, he showed no fear. His eyes glowed with savage light, like a man-eating beast. You think I didn't anticipate Ullman's little tricks? Ultraman sneered. As his words landed, a swarm of alien creatures came pouring out of the Fortress of Solitude. Each looked different, but they all shared one thing: their bodies had been partially cybernetically modified, and Ultraman controlled them remotely. Some spat acid. Some split into duplicates. Some melted into shadow for ambushes. Even though the lanterns had braced for the worst, the sheer variety of abilities caught them off guard. Looks like that old bastard failed. I told them, soft Earth humans can't be trusted. As always, I'll have to handle this myself. Deathstorm had managed to send out one last message before the end. Ultraman now knew these intruders came from another dimension, a dimension he and his crew had coveted for a long time. Ultraman swept his gaze across the battlefield, and his eyes locked automatically onto Batman. This guy looked unremarkable, but he was clearly leading the formation around him. Perfect target for making an example. Bullies the weak, fears the strong, that was Ultraman's nature, and it was about to lead him into the choice he'd regret for the rest of his life. He didn't say a word. He just struck. Bypassing the Green Lanterns charging at him, he shot straight at Batman. What the hell? The speed was so blistering that Ultraman had no time to process what was happening. He just saw a streak of yellow light flash past his eyes. In that critical instant, he twisted his body hard, but the yellow light still carved a blood groove across his shoulder. When Ultraman turned to look again, he found Batman now wearing a black and yellow combat suit, with only the cape still black. Most importantly, on the middle finger of his left hand, Batman wore a ring, and the ring radiated a light that made Ultraman deeply uncomfortable. Yellow light. What was that? Another ring like the Green Lanterns? Ultraman dismissed it at first. On Earth 3, Power Ring Hal Jordan was little more than a placeholder, which had left him with a long-standing contempt for ring-bearers. But now, with doubt creeping in, he scanned the battlefield, and quickly registered the problem. Dazzling. Multicolored beams of light flooded everywhere, and a great many of them were the yellow that made him uneasy. Get him. All of you, get him. Ultraman didn't dare engage personally now. He desperately drove his mechanical creations into the yellow lanterns to fight in his stead. A seasoned Green Lantern could simulate kryptonite wavelengths. A seasoned Yellow Lantern could naturally simulate stellar wavelengths. Batman had only worn this temporary Yellow Lantern ring for a short time, but he'd studied the sun for years and could calculate stellar wavelengths accurately. This was a homework problem he'd once assigned Damian, child's play to him. Ring tech, that high-end alien hardware, he'd spent considerable time studying its full life cycle, from manufacture to use to destruction. He hadn't reverse-engineered much. But when it came to familiarity with lantern rings, he ranked just behind Sinestro himself. As for whether he could channel fear, ask Two-Face down in the underworld, still terrified that Batman might leap out of a corner, or any of the Gotham scumbags on the streets above. Plenty of them were qualified to weigh in on that question. You're done. Batman didn't flinch. He traded blows with Darkseid himself. Some Earth 3 wannabe like Ultraman didn't faze him in the slightest. He flung 3 yellow light construct batarangs. Ultraman couldn't figure out why this yellow light could hurt him, and he wasn't about to find out the hard way. He twisted aside in a panic, scrambling to evade the batarangs. He'd been undefeated on this Earth for too long. Too many easy wins had erased any instinct for defense. Deep down, he had no concept of what to do when attacked. He had only ever loomed over others, never been the one struck. By the time he caught Batman charging at him from the corner of his eye, he was already several beats too slow. A fist sheet in golden yellow light came rocketing at his face. You dare. You insignificant earthling. Ultraman snarled, throwing out a hand to catch Batman's fist. He intended to crush this audacious enemy from the hand bones up through the arm, then grind his whole body to powder. Unfortunately, the moment his hand met Batman's fist, a wave of weakness flooded through him. The strength that could move planets seemed never to have existed. Caught flat-footed, he ate Batman's left hook square on the cheek instead. Reflexively, Ultraman spun and tried to flee. But Batman had logged thousands of hours flying mechs and gliders. Without hesitation, he took to the air in pursuit. One man with his speed gutted by stellar wavelengths. One man amplified by a yellow lantern ring. The outcome wasn't even a question. Before Ultraman could even escape the moon's vicinity, Batman caught up, kicked him in the back, and sent him sprawling. Then the fists came down like rain. This can't be happening, this has to be a dream. I'm invincible. Ultraman's face was a mess of blood, but he kept howling like a rabid dog. Batman answered the question in his stunned eyes. You worshipped your own power for too long. You forgot you had any weakness at all. You depend on raw strength and have no willpower whatsoever. You're the weakest man on this planet. With that, he slammed a final punch into Ultraman's skull. By that point, the stellar wavelengths had stripped Ultraman down to barely above an ordinary human. Combined with the psychological collapse, he passed out cold on the spot. Pathetic, isn't he? Batman asked Superman, who'd just caught up. Ultraman's long-term kryptonite consumption had left trace radiation in his body, but Superman could grit his teeth and endure it on willpower alone. Watching from a distance, Superman had grown uneasy about his old friend's pursuit and followed. Sidestepping the question of weakness, Superman felt quietly vindicated. His own path wasn't wrong. Batman had just confirmed it indirectly, willpower mattered more than raw strength. If Ultraman had possessed even a sliver of will, Batman might not have beaten him. Ultraman had defeated himself, plain and simple. Without kryptonite to absorb, he's got nothing. Let's haul him back to Earth and lock him up. The two reached a quick consensus on what to do with Ultraman. No indictment, no defense, no jury. Life sentence, effective immediately. What about that thing? Superman pointed at the Fortress of Solitude still hanging in the sky. Tow it back to Earth, Batman said flatly. No. No. Superman immediately objected. Thea's voice came through into both their earpieces, and she objected too. The Fortress of Solitude was Kryptonian black tech of the highest order. It absolutely could not fall into Earth hands, not even an Earth 3 version of it. Earth was somewhere between Tier 3 and Tier 4 civilization. Krypton had been between Tier 8 and Tier 9. These weren't fixed values, they were averages. Earth had inventions that punched above its tier. Krypton did too. The Fortress of Solitude was the textbook example. Chapter 972, Chapter 971, Justice Eternal, 6. Think of Batman. How far ahead of Earth was Lex Luthor's tech? Could anyone even quantify it? Brainiac classified Lex as Tier 9 intelligence. To make sure Superman grew up healthy and had a strong support system, his birth father Jor-El had built him the Fortress of Solitude. Even by Kryptonian standards, that was black tech, and old Jor was a master of Kryptonian black tech. Old Jor wasn't even really dead. In the future, he'd have the brilliant feat of using technology to capture Mr. MXYZPTLK on his record. How insane was that? Could Brainiac even calculate his intelligence tier? Old Brainiac probably wasn't his match. By Thea's estimate, the fortress he'd left for his son contained tech at Tier 10, possibly Tier 11, civilization level. Earth 3's version might be a step weaker, but it would still curb-stomp Earth tech without breaking a sweat. This thing absolutely could not be seen by humans, whose hidden talent was self-destruction. Two of the Justice League's most influential founding members were objecting, and objecting hard. Democracy was democracy, and Batman didn't push back. He hauled Ultraman away. Superman flew under the fortress, endured the kryptonite radiation, and shoved the entire trove of black tech straight into the sun. Ultraman ran on kryptonite as fuel. He snacked on it casually and stockpiled the rest in the fortress. Watching the veins bulge on Superman's forehead, watching him grit through the convulsing of his hands and feet to push the structure into the sun, anyone could tell there'd been a lot of kryptonite inside. Batman mourned the destroyed kryptonite. Then again, he knew the limits. A few hidden pieces, fine. But trying to stockpile dozens or hundreds of pounds. Even Superman would lose patience with that. The fight up there ended quickly. The lanterns dispersed across the planet to clear the way for the ground forces deploying after them. Batman moved into Almond's watchtower and started downloading every scrap of data he could find. Meanwhile, on the ground, the superheroes were splitting up. Self-organized teams. Free improvisation. The League didn't interfere. The Flash and his friendly neighborhood rogues went to handle Johnny Quick. Rogues don't kill unless absolutely necessary. We don't hurt women or children. Captain Cold, holding his cold gun, repeated the rule one more time before they shipped out. His three teammates, Heatwave, Mirror Master, Weather Wizard, each confirmed they accepted it. You'd better remember that promise, the Flash said gravely. Captain Cold was relaxed. Don't sweat it. The lady from your league is paying us. We're not going to torch our own reputation. Come on, let's move. Take down one speedster and we're set for a long, comfortable retirement. The rest of the rogues hooted with excitement. Cash on the table, they got to beat up a speedster, and the moral hall pass was already stamped. It was almost too good to be real. The Flash watched them practically bounce with enthusiasm and could only sigh. He had no good way to comment on Thea hiring the rogues. But the thought that he'd one day be fighting shoulder to shoulder with this crew gave him a strange dissonant feeling. Our target's brutal. He kills for fun. He's not me, you should be careful. Watching the rogues treat Johnny Quick like a casual job, he offered the warning out of goodwill. We're bad guys too. Watch your own back. Captain Cold gave the Flash a complicated look. They got Batman's update soon after. The space strike had succeeded. The watchtower and the Fortress of Solitude were neutralized. All they had to do was clean up the ground threats, and Operation Justice Eternal would be a complete success. The Flash sprinted off to Central City. The rogues used Mirror Master's teleportation to head over directly. Faster to run there or faster to teleport? The verdict was in teleportation, every time. The four rogues stepped out through a shard of broken glass in a corner and surveyed the version of Central City that looked familiar but felt wrong. Their distinctive looks must have stood out. A gang of street thugs zeroed in and circled them fast. A pack of nobodies was no challenge for the rogues' brand of camaraderie. Without bothering to pull weapons or use powers, they laid out the entire mob. Cash. Heatwave, the arsonist of the group, was delighted. He dug a thick wad of bills out of what looked like the gang leader's wallet and was settling in to count it. Captain Cold picked up one of the bills, looked at both sides, and slapped Heatwave on the forehead. We can't use this money. Why not? Wait, who the hell is this? Heatwave protested loudly, then froze when he saw the picture on the bill. The mysteriously smiling Benjamin Franklin on a regular $100 bill had been replaced by a shifty-eyed weasel of a man. Independence Hall was gone from the back, replaced by what looked like a horse racing arena. He flipped through smaller denominations. No Washington. No Lincoln. Thea and her crew might recognize Benedict Arnold from this bill, they were educated. The rogues didn't have Pied Piper with them right now, and Captain Cold's high school diploma was the highest credential in the group. They had no idea who Benedict Arnold was, no clue who any of the Revolutionary War generals were. Not that ignorance made them stupid. This stuff would be useless paper the moment they got back to Earth. Nobody but a blind man would take this currency. The mood deflated a bit. Time to focus on the job. Thea's payment was neither cheap nor lavish, $2 million each, $8 million total for the four of them. If they were the ones to bring in Johnny Quick, the team would get a $2 million bonus on top. Broke as they were, this was a financial miracle. They jumped at the chance and come straight to Earth. 3. Speedster, speedster. That was all that filled their heads. Find the bastard, beat him down, collect the check, clock out. With Mirror Master's help, they began sweeping the city. On the other side, the Flash had also entered the city. The two parties searched separately for any sign of the enemy. Heh. Looks like they're hunting me. The enemy didn't hide. He chose to attack first. This was a speedster with a deeply aggressive streak. Johnny Quick's real name was Jonathan Allen, a name not even his crime syndicate associates knew. His girlfriend was Automika, who'd been planted on Earth, one as a deep-cover spy. The moment he got Ullman's alert, he spotted both groups in Central City instantly. As a fellow speedster, he badly wanted to test himself against the alternate Earth Flash. But he was a vicious one by nature, and with his girlfriend's situation looking grim, he decided to crush the weaker target first. He picked the rogues as his opening move. He blurred through the familiar streets, and when he saw the rogues' faces, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He recognized all four, or rather, he recognized their Earth 3 counterparts. For duty-bound cops, hailed as the conscience of Central City. He'd murdered them in cold blood years ago. He'd held some skepticism about Ullman's so-called dimensional invaders. Now he could confirm it. These bastards really were from another dimension. Chapter 973, Chapter 972, Justice Eternal, 7. He turned 2 corners and burst out of the shadows. From his earlier observation, he'd already pegged Mirror Master as the team's mobility specialist. Kill that man, and the other 3 couldn't escape him. Unfortunately, his flaw was the same as Ultraman's. He underestimated Earth 1's heroes and overestimated himself. Captain Cold had spent years tangling with the Flash. Of course he'd anticipated speedster ambushes. His goggles packed considerable tech, and dynamic vision tracking was the most critical feature. The moment a hyperspeed motion registered nearby, the goggles automatically switched to assist mode. Left, he barked. The cold gun snapped left, aiming at the pavement, and he yanked the trigger. Heatwave and Weather Wizard reacted just as fast, not bothering to confirm whether anyone was actually there. Weather Wizard hurled a whirling tornado. Heatwave was right behind him, spraying fire wildly to both sides. Johnny Quick was blocked by the freezing blast. As he watched the tornado bearing down on him, he could only run up the wall to keep moving. He smashed straight into Heatwave's flames. The blast launched him 3 or 4 meters, about 10 feet, backward, fully ablaze. He reversed course immediately, hoping to extinguish the flames with sheer speed. But Heatwave had been comparing arson notes with Lady Firefly back during the blackest night, and his fire mix now included accelerants, hotter than standard flame and far harder to put out. Johnny Quick had to sprint a full 3 kilometers, about 2 miles, at top velocity before the flames finally guttered out. The protective suit below his left ribs was charred through, with some skin damage underneath, and he was caught dead to rights by the flash before he could regroup. Right and wrong don't mix. They confirmed each other's identities and immediately broke into a sprint. So this was it. After running a few steps, the Flash already had a 60% chance of winning in his head. The enemy was slower than he was. After getting drilled by Zoom and Savitar, the Flash's speed had outpaced Johnny Quick's. The reason they looked evenly matched right now was simply that he didn't know the local terrain. After dealing with those extraordinary speedsters, Barry now found Johnny Quick's ordinary speed frankly underwhelming. Earth 3 only had one speedster. Johnny Quick had no real competition and no reason to grind hours of training. Naturally talented speedsters existed, he wasn't one. Watching the 2 speedsters trail long yellow after images and pull farther away, the rogues weren't happy. Flash, you're poaching the kill, that's bad form, that's $2 million you're walking off with. Mirror Master didn't waste a word. He gathered the team and gave chase. Already a tier behind Barry, Johnny Quick now had the rogues hassling him too. Sweat beaded on his forehead. A full minute earlier, he'd swallowed his pride and called for help over team comms, but Batman had hijacked their channel. Nobody received a thing. Barry was running faster, which meant he was attacking more often. With the rogues backing him up, Johnny Quick came close to going down several times, only escaping each round through pure malicious cunning. Mama. A little girl was ripped out of her mother's arms by Johnny Quick and hurled into the sky. Barry had to break off and catch the child. A white-bearded old man was kicked off his feet by Johnny Quick. Whether or not the old man had been a bad guy mattered less than the rogues' code: protect old people, women, and children. They scrambled to make the rescue. Between distractions, the speed gap closed back up to even. But Johnny Quick was alone against 5, and he was visibly running out of gas. The Flash and the rogues were deliberately driving him toward the outskirts. Squeezed between the 2 sides, his territory was shrinking fast. Refusing to go down, he set a small trap. He used a feint that drew Heatwave's flame into a high rise. The fire spread fast. Black smoke filled the building, and at least a few dozen people were trapped inside. The Flash had no choice but to dive in for the rescue, leaving the rogues without their high-speed coordinator and in serious danger. You bastards are dead. Johnny Quick hated this crew of meddlers. Without them, the Flash alone never could have cornered him. Mirror Master had a wide range of movement options, and they were full of misdirection. At one point he'd nearly dragged Johnny Quick into the mirror world. Johnny Quick, who valued his own skin, would never voluntarily step into that kind of pocket dimension. Captain Cold's and Heatwave's weapons could damage him too. Especially the cold gun's slowing effect, that one was lethal to a speedster. He locked onto Weather Wizard, the heavy hitter who took an extra beat to act. Weather Wizard was a wizard, in name only. He had nothing to do with traditional sorcery, he was a metahuman who controlled weather. Given enough time to charge up, his offensive output exceeded the rest of the rogues combined. But in moment-to-moment combat, his slow startup was easy to exploit. Picking him as the weak link was, Johnny Quick had to admit, a smart call. Die, you trash. He blew past the others, leaving Cold and Fire in his wake, and stretched out his hand for Weather Wizard's throat. A high, brittle crack rang out. Weather Wizard shattered like broken glass. Johnny Quick's adrenaline crashed. Looking at the shards of glass in his hand, he knew he'd just walked into a setup. The rogues were a pack of bad guys, sure. But they were a tightly coordinated pack of bad guys, and they'd weaponized their own abilities and their enemy's personality against him. Weather Wizard had peeled off from the team during the chase. He'd been hovering above the city all along, generating a storm and hiding in the eye of it, both screening Johnny Quick's vision and slowing him down with crosswinds. Meanwhile, Mirror Master had spawned mirror duplicates that ran alongside the team, ultimately luring Johnny Quick into the trap. Pop. A clean little shot. A swirl of freezing mist clamped around Johnny Quick's calf. Nobody could run with a frozen leg. Johnny Quick's face went pale. He desperately channeled the speed force to thaw the ice, while bowing his head to Captain Cold and the others. I surrender. I surrender. I'll tell you a huge secret. He was buying time, any time at all, even seconds, and the speed force could melt the ice. Captain Cold had read him from the moment he opened his mouth and didn't bother engaging. He just brought his foot down hard on the iced-over calf. The ice cracked apart with a brittle clatter. So did Johnny Quick's left leg. His balance gone, he hit the ground howling. Captain Cold knocked him out cold, slapped a power-dampening collar on him, and told Heatwave to carry him. Let's go. We bagged one alive, time to find that lady's secretary and collect the check. Cleanly executed mission, payday on the way. The rogues were in high spirits, and getting paid on top of that just made it sweeter. Chapter 974, Chapter 973, Justice Eternal, 8. In the distance, Barry had just finished pulling civilians out of the burning high-rise when he saw the enemy was already down. Captain Cold even waved at him. Thanks for the help, Flash. The rogues used Mirror Master's power to teleport directly back to base and collect their fee. Barry shook his head. He genuinely couldn't decide what to make of the rogues. Calling them bad guys felt off, they really weren't terrible. Calling them good guys was a stretch too. He stopped wasting brain cells on it, locked in a heading, and sprinted off to back up Superman. Superman had already destroyed the Fortress of Solitude. After a brief rest, he touched down in this Earth's metropolis, where Allman and Superwoman were currently having an affair behind Ultraman's back. The Watchtower's alarm yanked Allman out of bed. He and Superwoman dressed in a panic and made emergency contact with the rest of the crime syndicate. Allman had no superpowers, yet he'd survived, and thrived, surrounded by treacherous villains like Ultraman, Deathstorm, and Johnny Quick. He had his own particular edge. While Superwoman was still at a loss, he'd already deduced exactly what was happening. Earth-1's butler had been compromised, that side had launched a counterattack, and decisive action was the only option. He bolted for the door. His logic was simple, save himself first. After that, depending on the situation, he'd decide whether to flee or rescue his deeply paranoid colleagues. Right now everything was a fog. He needed intel, lots of it. Sleeping with Ultraman's woman had pushed him to set up plenty of safe houses and assets in Metropolis. Today they'd come in handy. Unfortunately, with about 100 meters, around 300 feet, left to his secret base, Superman dropped from the sky and cut him off. Allman had never been this cornered. But he didn't panic. He took in the familiar uniform and a faint smile curled his lips. Kryptonian from another world. Surrender. I'll make sure you face a fair trial. Superman spoke while keeping his guard up. Allman didn't answer. He just smiled, as if he hadn't heard. Beside him, Superwoman burst into mocking laughter. Fair trial, fair. I'm dying laughing. Lois. Seeing his wife's counterpart in front of him, Superman felt deeply unsettled. Same face, same height, same build. The only difference was the aura. His Lois was just and good-hearted, with an unbreakable conviction to chase down the truth no matter the cost. Her resilience was as precious as a diamond in his eyes. This Superwoman radiated something foul. Decadent, dissolute, every glance loaded with sensuality. Every angle of her screamed trouble. A rare flicker of anger surfaced in Superman. He wasn't going to let anyone tarnish the image of his wife. Still, by reflex, he scanned her with X-ray vision. Ah. You're carrying a child. That threw his entire plan off. Was he really about to fight a pregnant woman? The original idea was to put both of them down fast. The pregnancy gave him pause. Striking a pregnant woman crossed a hard moral line for him. That instant of hesitation was all the two veteran villains needed. Not that they had any intention of teaming up to take him down. They were partners in bed at most, not even friends. They could fight together when they had the advantage. Right now, it was every villain for themselves. This should work on you. Allman tossed a smoke grenade. The dark gray cloud was laced with a thread of green. Kryptonite powder. Superman's eyes widened. He held his breath and retreated fast. Down you go. Superwoman whipped a thorned lasso around him and used the leverage to leap over him. Allman moved faster. This was his secret base, after all, he knew it inside out, far better than Superwoman did. He sprinted through a heavy door. He glanced back casually. Not a word about saving his ally and bedmate. He just shut the door behind him and walked deeper into the building, cold-faced. Superwoman wasn't surprised by his betrayal. In his shoes she'd have done the same. But facing Superman alone was a bad scene. Time to run, no questions asked. She pulled in her lasso and started backing up the way she'd come. But she'd underestimated Superman's willpower. Measuring him by Ultraman was a serious miscalculation. Superman exploded out of the kryptonite cloud. Particles of kryptonite dust still clung to his face and exposed skin, but he gritted through it and unleashed heat vision at Superwoman. Recognizing the same ability Ultraman wielded, Superwoman didn't dare take it head-on. She dodged. Toes barely brushing the ground, she launched herself like a great black bird. The heat vision carved two deep trenches into the pavement but missed her completely. Superwoman soared away with effortless grace. This Superwoman was no slouch. Enemies who could fly under their own power were rarely weak. Superman remembered Thea telling him repeatedly that Lois had untapped potential. He finally believed her. The kryptonite powder still affected Superman to a degree. His speed was throttled hard. He couldn't aim at Superwoman's belly or her head, leaving him only her arms and legs as targets for his heat vision. Superwoman dodged left and right in midair. Superman pressed without pause, and the gap between them narrowed fast. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Superwoman wasn't slow, but she knew she was outclassed by Ultraman. Against a Kryptonian from another dimension, she was probably outclassed there too. She'd already pushed her speed to the limit. No more headroom. And Superman behind her was shaking off the kryptonite dust, his speed climbing without an obvious ceiling. Superwoman had to turn and fight. She had to resolve this while the dust was still hampering him, or in another minute, she wouldn't stand a chance. Superman's side viewed Superwoman as a counterpart of someone they knew, which gave them a psychological edge in combat. The reverse was equally true. From Earth-3's perspective, Superman and his crew were Ultraman's counterparts. Nobody thinks of themselves as the false reflection. Everyone is the real version in their own head. Both sides were underestimating their enemy. The only question was who would catch on first. Superwoman's thorned lasso wrapped Superman's left arm, the spot most coated with kryptonite dust. Superwoman loved seeing enemies writhe in agony at her feet. Her lasso was nothing like Diana's lasso of truth. It made the bound prey feel 100 or 1,000 times more pain. Outside of Allman, she'd never seen anyone resist that kind of agony. Today, she'd see a second one. The intense pain partially overrode the kryptonite weakness. Superman's strength surged back to about half. He yanked Superwoman back toward him, and the moment she came close, drove a fist straight at her. Superwoman was pregnant. Belly was off limits. Her chest was a bad target too. Superman's swing was hesitant, layered on top of his old habit of pulling punches against opponents. The blow couldn't have carried more than 30% of his usual power. Even so, it shattered Superwoman's shoulder blade. She screamed, "Get over here and help me." A furious roar answered, "Mazas." An instant later, a barrel-thick bolt of lightning came hammering down from the high atmosphere, aimed dead at Superman. Chapter 975, Chapter 974, Justice Eternal, 9. White light wreathed the lightning, and the bolt carried a vast payload of energy. It moved faster than the retina could even register. Caught flat-footed, Superman took it dead on. A thunderous detonation hurled him through the air like a thrown toy. He tumbled end over end, plowing a trench 500 meters long and 1 meter deep, about 1,600 feet long and 3 feet deep, wrecking 3 buildings and countless cars before he finally came to a stop. Slammed by a powerhouse out of nowhere, Superman wasn't afraid, he was thrilled. He was a fighter who lived for honor. As bad as Superwoman was, he hadn't wanted to fight a woman, especially a pregnant one. He just hadn't known how to land a clean blow. This new enemy came with no such restrictions. He took stock of the men standing next to Superwoman. Short chestnut red hair, full beard, powerfully built. Striking presence, even at first glance. The man wore black half-body armor, a massive lightning bolt emblazoned across his chest, a long cape trailing behind him. Magic, then. Superman flexed his body. The lightning had left him slightly numb, but the energy spike had also pulverized the kryptonite dust still clinging to his skin, an inadvertent gift. His combat readiness wasn't down, it was actually up, restored to peak. Superwoman's eyes were sharp. She caught it too, and silently called him an idiot. But she didn't dare express her frustration to the terrifying men beside her. She had to keep up the obedient, deferential act. The man in front of you is this world's Lex Luthor. He's even uglier in person than in his pictures. Batman's voice came through on the League channel. Batman had taken over Allman's watchtower and was deep in a download of every byte of data he could pull. Naturally, that included intel on this Lex Luthor. Allman had categorized Earth-3's villains in detail, but Lex's file was incomplete and ambiguous. The tags were, most dangerous, most lethal, most unpredictable. For clarity, let's just call him Lex. He used to be part of the crime syndicate, but he had a complete falling out with them. According to Allman's analysis, Lex has the ability to absorb other people's metahuman abilities for himself. Allman also believes that ability isn't natural in origin. Lex is highly aggressive, highly volatile, and unpredictable in his methods. Got it. Superman cut the call. On the other side, Superwoman briefed Lex on what she knew. Excellent. Kill them, absorb their powers, and my evolution leaps forward again. Lex was charged for combat, eyeing Superman like a slab of fresh meat. Superwoman silently labeled him a maniac. But this maniac wielded immeasurable power and was her current lifeline. Cover me, Lex said. A coil of dark energy gathered around him, and he loosed several bolts of lightning from his hands. Superwoman was happy to oblige. She backed off and watched. Superman dodged the lightning with a few clean cuts. The instant he closed on Lex, the man opened his mouth, and a faintly visible sonic wave smashed straight at Superman's face. Caught off guard, Superman shut down his hearing. Too late. Lex's sonic attack came too suddenly. Superman's head went heavy, his footing went light, and a swarm of phantoms bloomed in front of his eyes. You're done, Kryptonian. Once I've absorbed your power, Ultraman won't even be able to challenge me anymore. Every metahuman Lex killed had their abilities stolen by him, rules be damned. That was why the original crime syndicate had been a crowded roster, and now only a handful remained. Plenty of villains were willing to backstab, Lex did it constantly, and the worst of it was that he'd grown strong enough to threaten Ultraman himself. Lex's hands sluiced with corrosive liquid as he reached for Superman's throat. In the instant before contact, a streak of yellow lightning flashed past, and Superman was suddenly 100 meters, about 300 feet, clear. Naturally, the rescuer was the Flash. He'd spent half the fight running circles around the continent without doing much, and he'd finally proved useful. Lex had a shrewd eye. He'd long coveted Johnny Quick's powers and knew exactly what he was looking at. Speed Force. That power's mine too. Lex threw back his head and laughed. Clark, are you all right? The Flash carried Superman a stretch farther and lowered his voice. It's a sonic attack, like black canaries. Set me down, I should be recovered. Superman couldn't have been more annoyed. If a sonic attack hurt an ordinary person at a 1, it hit someone with super hearing like him at a 10. He hadn't expected Lex to lead with that ability cold. Going in unprepared had cost him. Fortunately, Kryptonian physical resilience was the gold standard. The disorientation was already fading fast. Whoosh, with Lex and Superwoman closing in, Superman suddenly launched himself airborne, turned, and unleashed a blast of freeze breath square at Lex. At ground level, the Flash threw a bolt of lightning at the same time. Lex sidestepped the lightning, then countered the freeze breath with a fire ability he'd taken off who knows whom. The two opposing forces cancelled each other out at high speed in midair. Superwoman couldn't keep watching from the sidelines and lashed her lasso at the Flash. The Flash exchanged a couple of moves with her and quickly realized she was pregnant. He cursed his luck. He was even softer-hearted than Superman, fighting tentatively. At one point he was getting outmatched. On the other side, Superman was holding the upper hand. He had the yellow sun feeding him a constant stream of energy. Lex could only draw from his own cells. The exchange was a losing trade for Lex. Lex noticed the Flash holding back against Superwoman and recognized an opportunity. He pushed Superman back with a few moves, then turned and went after the Flash. Superman wasn't going to allow it. The fight transitioned from 2 singles matches into a 2-on-2. Lex was vicious. He didn't care if his ally got hurt. He repeatedly used Superwoman as a human shield to force the heroes to pull strikes, then pressed his own attacks under cover of their hesitation. His arsenal was massive. Super strength, super speed, super stamina, flight, magic, sonic, vibration, venom, acid, fire, ice, lightning, physical, non-physical, and a handful of conceptual abilities. The whole grab bag, all bundled in one body. One ability was particularly nasty, it indiscriminately made every living thing within 10 meters, about 30 feet, bleed, friend or foe. The whole group was reeling. Barry, deep in the fight, suddenly noticed his body was weeping blood under the suit, running down his pant leg like a rough week's worst surprise. Only the red of his costume kept it from showing immediately. Superman's body was structurally different from a human's. The bleeding got blocked at the genetic level. Superwoman, on the other hand, had been mid-tryst with Allman moments earlier and was barely dressed. Her exposed skin started oozing blood under the ability's effect. She was on track to be the first of them to die. She immediately yelled at Lex to switch to a different power. Chapter 976, Chapter 975, Justice Eternal, 10. The trouble was that Lex's mind didn't seem entirely intact. The visible symptom, too many powers, too little control. Sometimes he used one perfectly. More often, he just hurled abilities around in chaotic bursts. Of the 4 combatants, the 2 heroes were holding back at every turn. Superwoman was stuck dead center in the brawl. She wanted to bolt, wanted it about 120 different ways, but Lex had her escape route cut off, and he was using her as a human shield. For a while, the fight was a knot no one could untie. The 2 heroes kept trying to peel Superwoman out of the engagement. Her own desire to flee was overwhelming. But Lex wouldn't let her go, and the result was a tangled mess. Mid-skirmish, Lex suddenly remembered he had another power. His shoulders rolled, and a dark green ripple spread out in every direction. Within 100-meter, about 330-foot, radius, everything froze in an instant. Every person, every object stopped moving. Visible motion, invisible motion, every physical process inside the radius came to a halt. This was the moment that revealed their relative strength. Superwoman's body turned slowly, her lips parting as if she meant to say something. Superman was still mid-punch, except the punch was hundreds of beats too slow. The Flash was a step better, but high-speed running was off the table. He looked like a retiree out for a morning jog in the park, plodding along. As the source of the effect, Lex was untouched. His eyes flicked between Superman and the Flash, as if weighing which one to kill first. Inertia wave, that's the Turtle's technique. The Flash's alarm cut through the slowed atmosphere. Thea had studied the Turtle's ability, and Green Arrow had later used inertia-slowing grenades to help take down Savitar. Savitar had been worn down until he died. The slowing field was overwhelming, without prior preparation, there was almost no way to counter it. Even at this brutal pace, the Flash forced the words out, then prepared to drag Superman past the boundary of the field. The stronger an ability, the steeper its restrictions. Thea's research had shown that even the Turtleman himself could only sustain it twice in a single day. Past that, his cells couldn't supply the energy. Even so, if heavy slowing was used past a certain threshold, the user himself would slip into a low-speed state, and slow further, and further, until he stopped completely. Once life processes stopped, that was that. He'd be dead. The Flash had no time to dwell on the cost. He grabbed Superman, and the two of them, brothers in misery, staggered toward the boundary together. A villain would have abandoned the other to save himself, then mocked whoever got caught. Heroes didn't think that way. They went together. What he'd guessed was about right. Lex had ripped this ability out of the Earth 3 Turtles' corpse. He could only use it once a day, and afterward he felt like garbage, sluggish, mentally fogged. He'd used it twice since acquiring it. The after effects had been so brutal that, over the years, he'd nearly forgotten he had the technique at all. This time it had paid off. Untouched inside the field, his face splitting into a manic grin, he lunged at Superman. Less than 100 meters separated them, but Superman and the Flash had been crawling forever. Lex covered the distance in an instant. He ducked Superman's frozen punch effortlessly. Blue electricity crackled between his fingers as he reached for Superman's throat. A golden lasso whipped down from the air like a coiling dragon. With Lex's fingers half a meter, about a foot and a half, from Superman, the rope snared his wrist. He had a half-second to wonder why Superwoman was suddenly trying to stop him, and then he noticed that the lasso wasn't the same one he knew. Before he could think further, the rope yanked, and the unstoppable force sent him hurtling in the opposite direction. The force was irresistible. Lex was flung hundreds of meters before he even registered being hit. Without him as the source, the slowing field collapsed. Everyone could move again. Superman and the Flash had still been able to push themselves a little inside the field, but at a steep cost, and with Lex's powers compounding, they'd been wearing thin. Reinforcements had arrived just in time. Clad in full armor, with a blood-red cape and the lasso of truth in hand. The figure was unmistakably heroic, and Diana gave a small nod to the two of them before turning her gaze towards Superwoman. Before she could open her mouth to ask, Lex came rocketing back in, faster than before. Your powers are mine. Diana now joined Superman and the Flash, 3-on-1. With the Valkyrie's arrival, the fight finally tilted into a clear advantage. The gods had granted Diana a stack of resistances, immunity to slowing effects, to mind control, to psychic shock, plus terrifying defense against wind, fire, lightning, and elemental attacks across the board. Lex cycled through several abilities in succession and couldn't budge her an inch. The Valkyrie carved a deep cut into his left arm, bone deep, blood pouring out, the bleeding wouldn't stop. On the other side, Superman and the Flash, even while holding back, could clearly take down Superwoman. The crime syndicate's total collapse was within reach. Ullman, hidden deep underground, and Batman, observing from the sky, both watched the battlefield. Each judged that the fight was approaching its endgame, and each began executing their own contingency plans, preparing for a post-Earth 3 era. And on Mars, Thea, finally, had succeeded in suppressing the evil world will. Watching Diana enter the fray, she let out a sigh. This wasn't the end of the fight. This was the beginning. Bullying these guys doesn't take much skill. Looks like you've grown, you're worth fighting now. A wild, untamed voice rang out from beyond the perimeter. But before the words came, no one had seen anyone there. Short golden hair. A face exquisite to the last detail. A black armored dress. A long sword traced with blood-red veining in her hand. The young woman watched them with utter ease, or rather, watched Diana. This unexpected enemy had been completely missing from every intelligence stream. The Outsider's interrogation, Nightwing's reconnaissance, even Batman currently siphoning Ullman's archives, none of it had mentioned her. Yet they all recognized her face. And not just them, even an indigenous islander from the South Pacific on Earth, one would probably have known her. Wasn't that Miss Thea? Only her bearing was different. Colder. More distant. Not a single trace of human warmth, as if every soft thing had been hammered out of her, leaving a soul-stealing blade where a person used to be. You finally appeared. Diana had been expecting this. Deep down, this fight was one she'd waited a long time for. Until now, the enemy had stayed hidden so well that she hadn't been able to track her down. Now that she'd surfaced, only one thing remained, the fight. You're challenging me. Coming up fast, aren't you? Did my counterpart give you a hand? Evil Thea sat sideways on a boulder, the blood-veined sword laid across her knees. She glanced at Lex, who looked like he was about to speak, and waved him off lazily. Go play somewhere else. This woman is out of your league. Lex bowed like a mouse spotting a cat, frantically, repeatedly, then turned and bolted. Superwoman, baffled but not stupid, took off after him. You go too. Leave this to me, Diana said quietly to Superman and the Flash. Let me help. Superman, who genuinely had no appetite left for fighting any more pregnant women, offered the assist. But Diana knew exactly what Evil Thea was capable of, and she turned him down. Chapter 977, Chapter 976, Diana vs. Evil Thea. Diana put on a face that said we have a lot of history, but I can't get into it. She's my enemy. Superman had no choice but to swallow his frustration and drag the Flash off after Lex and Superwoman. Over the comms, this Earth's Lex Luthor had already learned about his counterpart and was riveted. He'd locked onto their coordinates and was closing in. 3 on 2. Their odds were good. You can't beat me. Not going to call for backup. Evil Thea ignored everyone leaving and watched Diana with amused interest. Even my counterpart plus you can't beat me. But you can probably last a few moves, can't you? Her tone was even, the implications were enormous. That power doesn't actually belong to you, Diana said, the words pointed. She'd heard Thea's analysis of this woman more than once, and she felt no fear at all. There was even a thread of condescension in her voice. You're the one who hasn't worked out the layers of power. Our strength belongs to us. But your strength, who does it belong to? Past a certain threshold, you lose control of it, don't you? Are you still you, at that point? Quiet, Ant. I'll take your head off and leave that woman to grieve for the rest of her life. Diana's words had hit a nerve. Evil Thea's composure cracked. She looked like a volcano about to blow. She didn't seem to move at all. The blood-red sword simply leapt across the distance and came down on Diana's head with overwhelming force. Clang. Diana was lightning fast. Shield up, she caught the strike dead on. A flicker of nerves. A flicker of doubt. But she'd chosen to take this one head on. She had her pride. She had her convictions. Even as the enemy's strength rolled over her like a mountain landslide, as if the blade could cleave a planet open with a wave, as if every inch of the swing carried oceans of hatred and towering evil, Diana set her teeth and held. And then she pushed Evil Thea hundreds of meters back the way she'd come. She could fight. If this was the enemy's ceiling, Diana didn't see herself losing. The shockwave of sword-on-shield blasted air outward in every direction. Fortunately, Superman and the Flash had pulled the fight out of the city. The surrounding wasteland took the brunt, flying sand, scattered stones, but no casualties. Diana set her shield in her left hand and her sword in her right, settled into her cleanest fighting stance, dropped her center of gravity, and locked her gaze on the enemy. Time felt like it had spooled backward. Everything felt like it had returned to the day she'd first left Themyscira, when she'd been green, naive, full of romantic ideas about the wider world. Now she was tempered and calm. She had the courage to face any enemy in front of her. Impressive presence. You're an opponent worth respecting. Evil Thea moved like a noblewoman from a finishing school portrait, flipping back from the boulder onto her feet. She walked forward, unhurried, unrushed, every step measured. With every step, an enormous force gathered around her. Heaven, earth, the cosmos, time, space, everything that could be named and many things that couldn't, began to align with her. Every step she took, the alignment grew. Diana had the strange sensation that she was about to fight the entire universe. She was tense. Bone tense. This kind of crushing, world-rending pressure was something Ares hadn't given her, and Doomsday hadn't either. But there was excitement in it, too. She was a warrior, had always been one. Magic had never suited her. Finding her path in combat was the thing she'd never stopped chasing. Diana gathered every ounce of her power, the divine power of courage channeling through her. Sword and shield up, ready to receive whatever world-cracking blow the enemy chose to deliver next. The escalation tugged at the corner of Evil Thea's mouth. Then she laughed, a cold, sharp laugh, with contempt curled inside it. Pathetic stubbornness. Pathetic courage. You think you can stand against the heavens themselves? Against this world? I can. The Valkyrie's presence rose to its peak. She believed, with every fiber, that justice could break evil. Ignorance. Evil Thea moved like a thunderbolt. 100 meters collapsed in a single stride, and she was in front of Diana. The sword was light as a leaf, but its arc was heavy as a mountain range, and an unstoppable force sliced the air on its way to Diana's flank. Knowing now what they were dealing with, Diana, a battle-hardened warrior, didn't try to take it head-on. She vaulted clear of the horizontal cut and answered with a backhand strike at Evil Thea. Scrap metal. Ignoring the edge of the sword of Hephaestus, Evil Thea reached out with her free hand to catch the blade. Diana shifted fast. Mid-air, she twisted her waist and swung her left arm in a horizontal arc, the heavy shield slamming squarely into Evil Thea's face with a crack. The enemy retreated half a step, but her fingers had closed on the sword of Hephaestus. Diana felt a vast force yank her in, dragging her straight onto the unstoppable edge of the blood-red sacred sword. She let go of the sword instantly. Her left foot stamped down on the spine of the enemy's blade, pinning the edge low, and in the same motion she drew the lightning spear with her right hand and drove it with all her strength toward Evil Thea's face. Her strike missed. The spear was at her eyes. Lightning was effective against Eclipso, and now against the body that hosted him. Evil Thea had no choice but to retreat, putting distance between her and the lightning spear. Diana's foot hooked the sword of Hephaestus on its way out, and the blade flipped back into her hand. The whole exchange happened in a single beat, the kind of move you only saw from elite combatants. Evil Thea had power but lacked adaptability. Diana had elevated combat into something close to an art form. Neither side got the better of it. But the stormcloud aura Evil Thea had carried into the fight had taken a hit. Some truths cut across every domain. The first charge is the strongest, the second weaker, the third spent. Combat wasn't only about energy, magic, divinity. Confidence and conviction were just as much a part of the equation. With the enemy's edge blunted, Diana's confidence sharpened a notch further. She stopped defending. She moved like a hunting cat, quick, light, deadly, back to the sword and shield combination she knew best, every divine fiber inside her humming, charging in with full force. Evil Thea hadn't expected her to press the attack despite knowing she was the weaker of the two. Initiative lost, she could only parry through the next several exchanges. But unlike the wandering, scattershot Thea, who flirted with every discipline, this dark counterpart hadn't dabbled in much. Magic, technology, fifth-dimensional methods, none of that. Before she'd become Eclipso's host, she hadn't even understood the basic structure of the world. Reality was a thick fog she could barely see through. To get anywhere in an evil world, all she'd had to fall back on was hard physical training. After becoming Eclipso's host, her training had only intensified, fighting his attempts to erode her will. How much willpower she'd actually built up was unclear. Whether her training even helped against Eclipso was unclear. But her sword work, at least, was meticulous. Honed. 3 exchanges in, she stopped the slide. And then she started turning her real advantages, higher tier, greater strength, faster speed, into pressure of her own. Diana shifted to defense. What she could dodge, she dodged. What she couldn't, she absorbed with her shield. Chapter 978, Chapter 977, Diana vs. Evil Thea, 2. Evil Thea's attacks came in unbroken waves, with almost no pauses. Under sustained punishment, the round shield, refitted from the Greek second-generation god King Cronus's old shield with rare materials, was beginning to fail. By Diana's estimate, 3 more sword blows and the shield would hit its limit. She didn't flinch. Thea's main body had crossed into this world the instant the first sword and shield clash had landed, but Diana hadn't said a word about needing help. Thea understood her partner's temperament. She didn't say a word either. She simply stood at a distance, watching in silence. Even if the shield broke, Diana would hold. This was her chosen war. That said, she didn't mind getting some intel on the enemy. Holding off the onslaught with one half of her attention, she spoke to Thea behind her. How does this one stack up against you? Stronger? Weaker? When they'd faced each other across worlds, you couldn't gauge their true strength through the barrier. Now they were in the same universe. The strength gap was measurable. Thea didn't think much of this dark counterpart. Her power, her level, her grasp of how the universe worked, all of it came from Eclipso. Maybe there was some kind of pact between them. Maybe there was even some tragic, soap opera backstory tucked underneath. But the dark counterpart couldn't bring her full force to bear, and she always had to keep some power held in reserve to stop the evil consciousness inside her from taking over. Thea could see the gap clearly. Evil Thea and Eclipso were like a rabbit hoarding strength against the tiger it shared a den with. Whether the rabbit kept its strength in reserve or not didn't really matter, the tiger had been toying with it the whole time, and had never given that little reserve of strength a serious thought. For Eclipso to seize the body, it would only take a few minutes. And from the look of it, he was savoring his role as the weaker player in this little game of possession and resistance. Now Diana had asked. To protect her partner's pride, Thea fudged the answer slightly, a small, kind lie. Counting her full strength, she's stronger than me. But not by much. Diana's fighting spirit blazed up. It had been a long time since she'd had a real fight with Thea. Even with all her pride, she'd had to admit there was a gap. To make their sparring work, Thea had to hold back at every turn. These days they'd rather sit on the couch together watching a soap opera than spar, there really wasn't any point. Now, hearing Thea say she came up short against this enemy, Diana suddenly felt that holding her own this long was nothing short of impressive. Courage. Perseverance. Those things lived in your state of mind. The moment she dropped the weight, her divine power surged a notch, and her attack speed, strength, and stamina all jumped. Evil Thea didn't know why the woman had suddenly burst forward. She assumed Diana had been holding strength in reserve, and shifted to defense. As the previous spirit of vengeance for the presence, Eclipso favored offense. The personality Evil Thea had developed on Earth, 3 was offense, then more offense. 2 exchanges of pure defense passed. Realizing Diana didn't have a clearly devastating combination ready, she relaxed and switched back to counterattacking from defense. Diana was familiar with the enemy's blade. The patterns ran red, the spine was pure black, but she wouldn't mistake what it was. That was a sacred sword. The pinnacle of fantasy tier weapons. The difference, Thea's sacred sword was clean, white, sacred, it represented light. The dark version in the enemy's hand was a confluence of every kind of negative energy, congealed into darkness. Same material. Same sacred sword. 2 utterly different forms, depending on the wielder. You still don't understand. Your resistance is futile. With your limited perspective, you couldn't even begin to picture the supreme power I'm drawing on. The elegance was gone, replaced with a sharp, cutting tone. Evil Thea couldn't fathom why Diana had this much resolve to keep resisting her. Didn't she realize she was an ant in front of that supreme power? You don't know me at all. Diana roared, her voice cracking. The divine power she'd already overdrawn climbed another notch. In a sense, she was using personal will to fight an entire world. Watching from a distance, Thea revised her view of the Valkyrie's stubbornness yet again. Of course, only the protagonist got the right to keep powering up. Put Thea in Diana's spot, with Diana's strength, and she would have been long gone. By stacking surge on surge, Diana had pulled level with Evil Thea, at least for the short term. Courage took on near physical form. For a moment, every Green Lantern fighting on Earth, 3 felt the energy in their ring start to seethe. Diana had, in that instant, replaced the ring of Voltum as their power supply, becoming a living source of emotional power. The 500-plus Green Lanterns drew strength from her, and their courage, in turn, fed back into Diana. That was the real reason she could keep surging. Evil Thea took her sword in both hands. The black blade was wreathed now in a heavy black aura, and her eyes had gone red. She was done playing. This kind of fight bored her. The cat wasn't a cat, the mouse wasn't a mouse. She wanted to end it. Dodge if you can, little mouse. Murderous intent radiated from her. The aura wrapped around the sacred sword was overwhelming. She was about to crack the planet open. Eclipso could shatter a planet with a casual swipe. She had to channel his power through one layer of separation, which slowed her down a touch. From the outside, though, the difference was a fraction of a heartbeat. Diana couldn't ignore an attack like that. With the planet about to die, she raised her shield and met the strike head-on. Boom. The black sacred sword hammered down on the shield like a sledge. The shield, top tier among Greek pantheon artifacts, finally gave way, and a spiderweb of cracks spread across its surface. Diana had been expecting it. Just a shield. With Thea's underworld backing her, the goddess of courage was hardly going to mourn a divine artifact. No time to grieve. Her arm dipped slightly to absorb the impact, then twisted from a catch into a push, deflecting Evil Thea's strike sideways. A black slash hundreds of meters, about 1,000 feet, long carved out into a half-moon arc, siding across the surface and flying straight out of the atmosphere. The shield shattered into pieces around Diana's feet. Her hands crossed, one sword became 2, and her left blade swept toward Evil Thea's stomach. The enemy dodged, only to find the right-hand sword coiling in like a striking snake. Her own attack overextended. The right-hand sword arrived at peak velocity. She had a fraction of a second to do anything at all. She tilted her head. A faint hiss, and the keen edge opened a thin slash on the left side of her face. The cut went less than a centimeter, about 1/3 of an inch, deep before her own absurd defenses stopped it. But Evil Thea was bleeding. For the first time. That single cut shattered all the pride she'd been carrying. Every untouchable pose she'd struck a moment ago suddenly red as theater. Touching the blood on her cheek, how long had it been? She couldn't even remember the last time she'd been wounded. Rage that nothing could contain rose up. A patch of deep blue flesh appeared in the center of her porcelain white cheek. So you bleed too. Diana smiled, the smile of someone who'd finally landed the punch. The corners of her mouth lifted just a touch. Chapter 979, Chapter 978, Fifth Dimensional Combat. Thea thought the smile was beautiful. Captivating. To evil Thea, it read as a sneer. Ant weakling. Kill, kill. A wave of dark, skin-crawling energy poured up from the deepest layer of evil Thea's soul, gusts of pure malice slamming into the planet, slamming into the universe. Power that didn't belong to this world. To supreme beings, it was a footnote, but to magic and divinity, it was a level above. In quality and quantity, the gap was abyssal. At first it was a thin trickle. Then the floodgates opened, and there was no stopping it. Evil Thea's elegance and composure were gone. Pure menace had replaced both. Her eyes still held a flicker of struggle for a moment, but that flicker drowned almost instantly under the tide of malevolence. Diana watched, breathing hard, as the enemy's face changed, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She was exhausted. Her body had been spent. Her divine power was running dry. Her most valiant state, the one that had let her catch the world-cracking strike, had begun draining away the second the strike landed. But she wasn't afraid. She wasn't fighting alone. Evil Thea was transitioning into Eclipso. Sword extended in one hand, the tip aimed at Diana, the body still hers, but the soul fundamentally changed. The sacred sword didn't approve of the new occupant. Its resistance was nothing against Eclipso, though. I will be the one to take your life. The voice was still the same female voice, but layered now with another voice underneath, in another language. It was soft, almost a whisper. Easy to miss if you weren't listening closely. But the moment you focused, you found it loaded with mind-tampering magic. The harder it was to make out, the harder it became to stop listening. The language Eclipso was speaking was unheard of. That was the most ancient language in existence. The Old Testament's book of Genesis tells of a time when all peoples of the world spoke a single tongue. They tried to build a tower up to heaven, the Tower of Babel. To stop them, the presence had given humanity different languages. Construction broke down. The plan collapsed. Some of that story was myth. But part of it was real. At least, to Thea, who spent most of her free time pondering creation, it tracked perfectly. In the early days, there'd been only a handful of beings. They'd shared one tongue. Made sense. The presence, wanting his creations to mature quickly, had handed them a language to accelerate communication and progress. Easy enough to understand. Thea figured if she'd been in his shoes, she'd have packaged the whole curriculum, language, hunting, sewing, masonry, into a one-stop kit. The faster a world developed, the more she stood to gain. For a profit maximizer like her, the idea of hoarding language was bizarre. Why hold back what would speed up your own returns? The language Eclipso was speaking was the most ancient. Taught by the presence at the dawn of things. Antique, weighty, every syllable held a fundamental truth. A language even the spectre didn't speak. Hidden some distance away, Thea quietly memorized a few syllables, planning to chew on them later when she had time. She wasn't just listening for the linguistics, though. It was almost her turn to step in. Diana would handle baseline evil Thea. Thea would handle the half-Eclipso form. The spectre would close it out against full Eclipso. That was what she'd settled on with the spectre earlier. Coming all this way and not throwing a single punch would have looked bad anyway. Plus she still had to demonstrate strength. Darkseid was watching from somewhere, and a verbal arrangement only held when both sides knew it was binding. The Anti-Monitor was almost certainly cooperating with Eclipso, and was probably watching this fight from the antimatter universe right now. If he joined in at the wrong moment alongside Eclipso, that turned a one-on-one into a two-on-two and got messy fast. If Darkseid stayed out of it, or worse, sided with the enemy, the situation went from messy to dangerous. A coward at heart, Thea wasn't going to put herself in the higher risk slot. She'd volunteered for Phase 2. Phase 3, the dangerous one, she'd dumped on the Spectre boss. Even if Darkseid flipped, 3 on the Spectre, Darkseid, Anti-Monitor, Eclipso, the Spectre boss could probably buy her enough time. By then, she'd have grabbed everyone she cared about and made for the door. At least that was the plan. Evil Thea's laugh was strange and ugly, half cry, half cackle. Seeing Diana hanging limp, looking like she'd given up, Evil Thea raised her sword and swung. The strike was no weaker than the planet killer she'd thrown earlier. And more casual, like swatting a fly. Easy. Effortless. Natural. The sword's edge whipped up a black hurricane. The hurricane swept down on Diana, blotting out the sky. Thea stepped out of cover. Trading magic and divine force in a head-on exchange against this thing would look a touch low tier. To intimidate the enemies watching from the shadows, she went straight for the fifth-dimensional moveset, brute force reality manipulation. A small wave of her right hand. An invisible ripple spread out from her palm. 100 meters from Diana, the black tornado stopped dead. In a blink, the snarling, fanged cyclone became a fountain, about 10 meters, roughly 33 feet, tall, the water faintly warm. Thea's reality rewriting was limited. Short duration. She'd used the enemy's stunned half-second to forcibly seize control of the tornado. To Diana, this was hard to parse. The Valkyrie was still on the path of unlocking and refining her own personal abilities. Thea was in a different country. She'd already lifted a corner of the curtain on creation. Borrowing a sliver of the universe's force was nothing for her at this point. If Eclipso could borrow it, so could she. In less than half a second, the fountain vanished. The black tornado snapped back into shape, but its direction had been flipped 180 degrees, and it was now ripping straight back at Eclipso. Not a bad trick. Evil Thea's consciousness was thinning fast. The dark blue had spread across the entire left side of her face. She looked grotesque from a distance. To Eclipso, whose sight reached above the fifth dimension, this was a not bad level of trick. Reality manipulation was always temporary. Mr. MXYZPTLK himself could have popped out at this moment and Eclipso wouldn't have flinched. Lucifer, Morningstar, Michael, and the Archangels were chasing eternity. Their own eternity, the world's eternity. The Spectre and Eclipso were two of the Presence's branch operations. They didn't have to chase eternity, because they were eternal already. Reshaping a slice of space and the things inside it was within their reach. They just considered it pointless. Eclipso wasn't impressed. What he didn't understand was that the trick wasn't for him. Darkseid, watching from the dark, had genuinely gotten a fright. No magic signature. No divine signature. And not the kind of force his terrifying father Yuga Khan had wielded either, which had once made him what himself. This was a completely unfamiliar mode of power. The new force served a side function. It confirmed Darkseid's suspicion that Thea came from somewhere higher up the food chain. While Darkseid simmered in confusion, watching the women fight, Thea threw her full understanding of the cosmos into motion. Like a butterfly threading through flowers, she traded blows with Eclipso through layered, stacked fifth-dimensional techniques. She wasn't fluent with reality manipulation. But with the princess of the fifth dimension's memories at her back, she could simulate a large portion of fifth-dimensional ability through divine force. She hadn't changed armor. She hadn't put on the goddess of death's regalia. She was wearing something casual. But what she did with that wardrobe was making Eclipso miserable. Chapter 980, Chapter 979, The Dark Counterparts Past. Borrowing the world's power wasn't easy. Eclipso hadn't had a true body in eons. His consciousness was sealed inside the heart of darkness, through a layer of stone, then through Evil Thea's body, 2 full layers in the way. He had to spend significantly more energy to absorb and convert ambient force. Filtering the world's power through 2 transit points came with massive losses. If all that effort produced a kill, the math might work out. Unfortunately, the chaos on the surface was theater. Thea wasn't really fighting him. The cost was being eaten by the universe. Hurricane became fountain. Earthquake became bronze statue. Meteor became flock of birds. The mishmash of edits had turned a deathly serious battlefield into something faintly farcical. Watching from the shadows on the moon, Batman had no comment. Thea felt the same. Fifth-dimensional beings were a clown college. Their movesets were all gag-coded. The day a fifth dim type fought seriously was the day the laws of reality went on holiday. Eclipso thought he was being mocked. He was livid, and there was nothing he could do about it. Without a real body, he wasn't even the Presence's spirit of vengeance anymore. His tier was vastly higher than Thea's. But he was bottlenecked by his host, and at moments he was being driven into outright awkwardness. Whoosh! Eclipso paused for a beat, as if making a decision. His right hand whipped through the air, and a blood-red spear hurled itself toward Diana. Worry made Thea sloppy. No time to rewrite reality. On instinct, she drew her own sacred sword, raced after the spear, and split it down the middle. What's the point? She's nearly finished consuming you. Why waste your own power attacking? That strike had been Evil Thea's. Thea wouldn't mistake it. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. I will not accept it. Evil Thea's voice was raw, as if she wanted Thea to release the knot in her own heart. Eclipso's possession receded slightly. The voice was now entirely Evil Thea's. What's the difference between you and me? Aren't you me? Why do I have to suffer all of this, while you get everything? Tell me. Her face was twisted with pain. Her eyes carried an exhaustion that went down to the soul. She'd spent years jumping between parallel worlds, draining the soul force of counterpart Theas to fight Eclipso. She'd tried. She'd resisted. But the ending had been written from the start. She was about to lose control of her body completely. Whether she'd ever wake up again, no one knew. But based on her own understanding of Eclipso, the odds of getting the body back rounded down to 0. Family. Love. Friends. Power. I wanted those things too. Why isn't any of it mine? Tell me. Tears welled in her eyes, but the moment they hit her cheeks, the surface heat boiling off her skin vaporized them into white steam. Diana looked like she might say something, but Thea waved her off. Cold smile. You think you've been wronged? The people you killed, who do they go to with their grievances? The Earth, too. Thea Queen was just a teenager finding her feet. Just patched up her relationship with her father. You stomped her life flat. Who does she tell? The Earth, 10. Thea joined the army. Bright future. You killed her. Her family, her brother, what do you think they were feeling? The Earth, 36. Thea was the partner of a superhero called Bowboy. You butchered her. How do you justify what you did to her? The Earth, 39. Thea ran through them, one by one. 7 counterparts across 7 parallel worlds, all murdered. In other worlds, no Thea Queen had ever existed. Some didn't even have a Superman or a Batman. Earth, 26, that was a cartoon physics world. Their superheroes had names like Captain Carrot and Rubber Duck. Cute. Sparkly. No Thea on the roster. Or Earth, 50, the Justice Lord Superman world. Star City flattened, no Thea in that one either. Out of every Thea who'd grown up alive and bouncing into adulthood, only 9. Including herself and the dark counterpart, only 2 of them were still standing. If I'd been weak, you'd have killed me too. So what right do you have to stand here and cry? Thea was furious, truly furious. A pure justice hero would have pulled out the soothing words playbook, turned the dialogue into a redemption arc. Thea didn't have that habit. She lit into the woman in front of her instead. Either way, this was a dark counterpart. Eclipso would have her body before long. Lectures on the moral high ground. Pointless. There was also a quieter thought sitting in the back of her mind. Wiping out every counterpart had benefits for her own path forward. What benefits, exactly, weren't clear yet. She raised her sword and pointed. One wrong step, and every step after is wrong. You shoved your own misery onto everyone else. Today, you eat what you cooked. Look at the choices you made over the years, Thea said. She pulled out the dark counterpart's timeline. Usually she couldn't have moved it, but Eclipso seemed to understand what she was after, and far from blocking her, was actively helping. Evil Thea's life began to play out. The evil world made good people worse. Old Robert and Moira, already somewhere between gray and dark in the original world, had stayed roughly the same here. But evil Thea had grown up in that household, hungry for power. Once it leaked that she wasn't actually a queen by blood, the family fault lines had ripped open. In came the helpful biological father, Malcolm. The League of Assassins on Earth 3 was a charitable, do-gooder organization, a public service operation that hunted villains. Ra's al Ghul was a kindly old man with a face you'd nominate for a sainthood medal. Evil Thea had had a happy stretch there. But she hadn't given up the hunt for power. In a soap opera turn, she'd stumbled across a reference to Eclipso in an ancient text. After a long, brutal pilgrimage to find him, she discovered that the universe didn't hand out free lunches. Her tear and her power had been catapulted to heights she'd previously only dreamed of. The price, she'd become Eclipso's symbiote. Her stubborn nature had pushed her to look for a way out. She'd taken Eclipso's gift and toured every corner of Earth 3 looking for a solution. Along the way, she'd found the sacred sword. She'd hunted counterpart Theas to siphon their soul essence and reinforce her own. Later still, she'd run multi-meta-hominability fusion experiments on Lex Luthor. She'd put real work into her escape attempt. None of it had mattered. In front of Eclipso, mortal resistance was thin air. Each piece of her past flickered past, one at a time. Evil Thea's psychological defenses cracked open. Eclipso's takeover of the body accelerated. Thea was muttering to herself in the back of her head, faster, faster, once Eclipso fully takes over, Boss Spectre steps in, and I get to clock out. Long stretches of simulating fifth-dimensional ability were exhausting. She wasn't a fifth-dimensional being. But fate cut against her plans. The deep blue spread on Evil Thea's face was a hair's breadth away from total coverage when the corruption stopped advancing, and then receded a small step backward. Chapter 981, Chapter 980, Obsession. I want to fight with you. One real fight, or I'll never be at peace. Black Thea's expression was contorted with pain, but Eclipso's takeover had been pushed back, at least temporarily. How deep her obsession ran was anyone's guess. With her body almost completely lost, Black Thea had, through sheer stubborn refusal to accept defeat, slammed on the brakes hard enough to make the young miss, who had been wrapping things up to head home for some rest, break into a coughing fit. She sighed. The other woman wanted a fight. She couldn't refuse. Even a goddess of death had her pride. You're bringing this on yourself. Why? Eclipso is using me to break what's left of your faith. Wouldn't it be better to just slip away quietly? Thea's tone was light, almost casual, but she pushed her aura to its peak. Cut the knot fast, end this quickly. This time she wouldn't borrow from the universe. She would use her own divine power. The whole universe seemed to tremble faintly under the weight of her full power. She didn't have to look. She knew, in this moment, that she was the focus of the entire multiverse. High Father and Darkside in the sphere of the gods. The top-ranked archangels and archdemons. The monitors in the monitor sphere. The anti-monitor in the antimatter universe. Destiny of the endless. And the lords of countless worlds beyond the 52 parallel universes, every one of their gazes was probably fixed on her. Black Thea had always thought she could borrow the universe's power and become unstoppable. That view was not entirely correct. The universe's power was real. But it didn't replace individual strength. Borrowed power and personal power were two different things. Thea could overlay her own divine power onto the universe's rules right here. Heaven's heart, mortal hearts, all of it had to step aside. The effect wouldn't last long, but it was more than enough for one battle. The 7 Lantern Corps had received advance warning and were already pulling back to the rear. Their rings dimmed as the emotional energy was drowned out by the divine power of death. Hal Jordan, however, was as fearless as ever. The instant his ring went dark, he led with a right hook and dropped Power Ring, whose ring had also gone dead, with a single punch. Proof, in the most direct way possible, that he was a hero with or without the ring. Elsewhere, the Flash sprinted back to base. The divine power of death had also severed his connection to the Speed Force dimension. Without the Speed Force, staying out in the open was suicide. The originally blood-red sky was now smothered under black clouds. A bone-deep, freezing rain drizzled down without end. Fighting across the entire world stopped abruptly. Everyone took cover, trying to figure out what these omens meant. The only one still active on the surface of the planet was Superman. Superman's energy belonged entirely to himself. The blackout had no effect on him. Lex, currently being chased down, was not so lucky. His grab bag of abilities was Black Thea's experimental product, drawing on power from 7 or 8 outer-dimensional sources. With Thea blanketing the entire parallel universe and severing every external connection, his power equilibrium collapsed and he started coughing up blood violently. For reasons known only to her, Superwoman was actually carrying Lex through the air, slowing herself down significantly. Getting caught was just a matter of time. Thea's golden hair had turned black. Her eyes were utterly grave. She had donned the regalia of the goddess of death once again, the night sword in her hand. The image made Steppenwolf, watching the broadcast on Apocalypse through tech equipment, feel his blood run cold. Black Thea glanced up at the sky. The ceiling barrier the anti-monitor had set up was completely shattered. Black mist drifted over everything, the freezing rain dropped the surface temperature steadily, the air was cold and lifeless. Every detail screamed the same thing: this is the world of the dead. This is your full strength. Pretty unimpressive, if you ask me. Black Thea spoke with deliberate insincerity, contempt thick in her tone. Overdone. All of this, completely unnecessary. Pointless venting of power. All it proves is how shallow you are. She gestured at the sky, at the freezing rain, dismissive. Thea sneered. Did you figure that out yourself, or did Eclipso whisper it to you? Critiquing me with someone else's eyes, that's some real dignity right there. Can you even tell me how I'm doing it? You don't understand a thing. You're the one who knows nothing about power. You think any of this is righteous? You're no different from me. You went into the dark to gain power. Black Thea pointed around them, fury in her voice. Thea rolled her eyes. The naive good versus evil framing wasn't worth arguing. Batman wore a black cape every night and ran around scaring people in the dark, anyone calling him evil. People could be good or evil. Power was neither. Especially in modern society, where the narrative belonged to whoever held it. Call yourself good. Don't betray your own line. That's good enough. Enough talk. Let's see if you can back any of it up. With that, Thea's silhouette blurred, then vanished from everyone's sight. Black Thea immediately deployed every method she had to scan the area. Nothing. She started to panic and fired off a frantic question to Eclipso inside her body. Where is she? Is she going to ambush me? Eclipso laughed darkly. An ambush, guaranteed. Where she is right now, though, you've actually got me there. How is that possible? Even you can't track her. Has she left this universe? Black Thea hadn't expected Eclipso to admit a limit. Eclipso was sinister and cunning, but he didn't lie. As the Presence's former spirit of vengeance, his pride wouldn't allow him to. Eclipso thought for a moment. He hadn't wanted to engage at first, but Black Thea seemed to genuinely care about the answer, so he relented. Probably some kind of death realm. I don't know that domain. I don't die, I cause death. I never bothered studying what death actually means. Eclipso said it casually. As long as the presence existed, he existed. What kind of death could touch him? Nothing in this world had the power to kill him. He was perfectly at ease, even idly observing the outside world from inside her soul. Black Thea, meanwhile, was anything but. Jealousy, envy, hatred, endless bitter resentment filled her chest. Why did this woman get this kind of power? Power that even Eclipso found impressive. That was rare. And worst of all, this power was hers alone, with no after effects. I suggest you try moving around. Your body is starting to stiffen up. Haven't you noticed? You idiot. Eclipso's voice came again from her soul. Black Thea suddenly realized she'd been pulled into something between a swamp and a spider's web. There was no light around her. But she could sense countless threads converging on her body. They had almost no weight, the lightest possible touch. The problem was that there was no end to them. Every thread that touched her made her body imperceptibly heavier. What kind of attack is this? She swung the sacred sword, slashing at the threads. She's turning you into an undead being. I'd estimate your body has less than 3 minutes before it loses all vitality. For once, Eclipso wasn't mocking. His tone was deadly serious. Chapter 982, Chapter 981, Rescue. You're saying I'm about to die? Impossible. I'm immune to magic. Black Thea didn't believe a word of it. Magic, in her view, was a toy. Even setting Eclipso aside, her own knowledge had long since exceeded magic's ceiling, otherwise she wouldn't have produced Lex, that freak who could shout mazas, cast spells, and absorb metahuman abilities all at the same time. It's not magic, actually. It's something more complicated. She's using the law of causality and a few other rules. Each of these threads is someone you killed. Your counterparts were retrieved from the source of time, given the chance to take their revenge on you. I might misread plenty of things. I would never misread hatred this deep, the kind that carves itself into a soul. As the presence's former spirit of vengeance, even Eclipso was openly impressed that Thea could pull a fragment of vengeance out of death itself. This wasn't Thea's vengeance. This was the vengeance of those who died unjustly, crossing timelines, launching their final strike each from her own moment in history. What Eclipso didn't say out loud was that Thea had played him. She hadn't only browsed Black Thea's life. She had also planted markers in the woman's timeline and detonated them mid-fight. The earlier sequence, opening the timeline so Thea could view the counterparts' pasts, had been Eclipso's deliberate concession, meant to break the host's morale. He hadn't expected Thea to be quite this sneaky. Lend me your power again. Let me crack this open. Half a minute had passed. Black Thea was already feeling it, her vitality was draining fast. 3 minutes, maybe less, and she'd lose mobility entirely. She wasn't dead, but her body was stiffening, her soul trapped alive inside it. She decided this outcome was barely better than letting Eclipso take her. Eclipso was finding this troubling himself. An invisible enemy was hard to deal with, and karmic entanglements came with a lot of guaranteed hit attacks. If the host became a corpse, what then? He'd never thought about it. Would he count as alive or dead in that scenario? Switching to a new host instead of staying with Black Thea, he considered it briefly, then shelved it. They weren't that desperate yet. There was still some time. Topped off with Eclipso's power, Black Thea's combat strength was mostly back. She started slashing wildly at her surroundings. Get back. Energy poured out without restraint. The death domain split open in seam after seam. Outside light filtered in through the gaps in thin streaks. Through that light, dense ranks of figures stood in row after row, and one of them, a faintly glowing silhouette, stood out from the rest. Pale gray uniform. High-collared greatcoat. Tall jackboots. 2 narrow swords in hand. Black Thea recognized her at a glance. Earth 10's Thea Queen. A whole family of high-ranking SS officers. Black Thea had personally cut her down in the middle of an entire armed force and walked away laughing. The woman had been competent, decent martial skill, paired with some tech gear, an elite by ordinary human standards. Against Eclipso's power, though, she'd been an ant. The Black Thea of that era had been arrogant and unhinged. She hadn't given a thought to consequences. She'd murdered her way through the area, extracted souls, and left. The other woman had been just a symbol to her. A puppet. Earth 10 Thea spoke softly. No sound came out. Yet countless ghostly figures around her echoed her silently. Black Thea heard her clearly. I want a fair fight with you. Black Thea wanted to laugh. Fair? As if that word still meant anything in this day and age. The sneer was still on her lips when she found herself standing in an open wilderness. Dead silent around her. Only Earth, 10 Thea, twin swords in hand, standing across from her. The earth-shattering, sky-splitting power she'd been so proud of was gone. All she had left was the martial arts she'd actually trained in and the experience she'd carved out of mountains of corpses. Eclipso, where are you? She called out several times. The shouts vanished into nothing. No response. Did I shake him off? She doubted it. Eclipso's stubbornness, she knew well by now after all these years. There was no time to think it through. Twin Sword Thea had already lunged forward with a roar. The lack of supernatural power threw her completely. But she had to admit, she was tough. Black Thea pushed past the discomfort fast and swung her sacred sword, locking blades with her opponent. A full 10 minutes of fighting later, she finally drove her sacred sword through the other Thea's chest. Watching her crumble to ash, Black Thea let out a long breath. To be fair, the woman had been good. The reason she'd been crushed before was Eclipso, not anything Black Thea had earned on her own. The fight ended. Her vision turned dark again. The parasite inside her body relinked with her soul. You all right? Eclipso asked, oddly puzzled. Fine. Black Thea dimly understood something. She kept her face neutral and swung the sacred sword. Less than 3 seconds later she was back in that strange space, fighting another Thea. When the fight in the strange space ended and she returned to her body, the timing on the outside lined up perfectly. Eclipso, watching the world through her body, didn't pick up on anything strange. The 8th time she entered that odd space, she finally met the host. Thea was waiting for her, surrounded by 7 counterparts in various postures, some standing, some seated, all watching. What exactly do you want? Black Thea finally couldn't hold it in. I thought it over. As much as I can't stand the sight of you, I'm still going to save you. Humph, save me. You and what army? Black Thea sneered. If you weren't surrounded by all those cosmic heavyweights, you would have died on my blade a long time ago. Oh, please. Don't think I didn't dig into your background. Factoring in the time flow difference between our worlds, by the time you got your hands on the Heart of Darkness, I was already a new god. How much of Eclipso's power could you even tap then? An hour or 2 of clarity per day, if that. From start to finish, you never caught up to me. Even when accepting help, she had to verbally win. Thea had always been baffled by it. She herself was running the most lopsided cheat in this story. She'd pushed it so hard that even an iron-hardened brute like Darkseid had spun up wild theories to rationalize the gap, higher-dimensional being, daughter of the creator, and so on. In the eyes of the world, her growth rate looked insane. How could Black Thea possibly be that far ahead? Now, looking at the other 7 Theas around her, she saw they were all roughly her age. There was no 80 or 90-year-old Thea Queen here. Which meant the starting point had been the same for all of them. Same starting point, and Thea was running the cheat code at full throttle, and could still be outpaced. Impossible. The truth was, Black Thea had never actually been ahead. Her apparent power and lofty rank had all been Eclipso. On her own, she was a mid-tier League of Assassins lieutenant. Black Thea bit her lip, said nothing. Some things weren't worth denying, denial just made the embarrassment worse. Instinct told her Thea had more to say. She wasn't wrong. Thea's next sentence stunned her, this is a world I created myself. It's small for now, but it's plenty for a conversation. Even with Eclipso as a built-in old grandpa, granted, an evil old grandpa angling to body-snatch her, Black Thea's frame of reference was high. Chapter 983, Chapter 982, Separation. She looked around. The other Theas were ordinary humans. They wouldn't appreciate what creating a world actually took, or the difficulty involved. But Black Thea could see the cracks. The place was genuinely crude, push it too hard and the world would collapse. Which was why Thea could only project a sliver of personal mental energy in, not bring people in physically. The world was too small. Eclipso hadn't noticed something this dust mote-sized. Eclipso will eventually be sealed away. Tangled up the way you two are now, when the seal goes down, you go in with him. Thea got to the point. She hadn't pulled this many counterparts together for a tea party. Oh. And what's the goddess of death's brilliant suggestion? Black Thea still didn't enjoy talking to her, partly out of jealousy, but more out of pride. She didn't want to accept Thea's help. She also didn't want to throw away the last thread of hope. As if reading her mind exactly, Thea cut to the chase. I can't save your life. Or, put it another way, from the moment you took Eclipso as a host, your life form changed. As far as I can tell, that change is irreversible. Black Thea's expression turned hostile. Thea cut her off. Don't interrupt. Hear me out. We don't have much time. Drop the unrealistic hopes. You're already dead, and have been for a long time. What I can do for you is sever the soul. Eclipso wants your body, give him your body. That's the only way you walk away from him completely. The atmosphere went heavy. Black Thea bit her lip, unable to decide. So this is where my story ends. After everything I worked for. Black Thea murmured to herself. None of the others paid her any attention. The woman was being theatrical, these 7 counterparts she'd murdered hadn't said a word, and she was the one complaining. Where will I end up? This was Thea's territory. She shrugged. Wherever you like. Want to go to heaven? I can put in a referral. Hell. Sure. Reincarnation. Done. Don't want to go anywhere, stay in my underworld. Or stay in this little world of mine. Any of it works. Reincarnation, then. Stay in the underworld, stay in the little world, Black Thea didn't even consider those. Reincarnation it was. Thea had no objection. Frankly, she didn't want this counterpart hovering around either. Some of it was natural friction between the two of them. More of it was psychological discomfort. Modern psychology research showed that people's first impression of someone exactly like themselves was almost always hostile. No one wanted to look at a perfect copy of themselves. How will you do it? Black Thea had made up her mind, and she was calm again. Our souls are essentially the same. The only difference is the universal vibrational frequency. Eclipso, on the other hand, is woven tightly into your soul. I'll need their help, they each still have a piece of soul anchored inside you. Combine the strength of all 9 of us, and we can pull most of you out. Then sever the connection. She gestured at the counterparts. The plan was crude and direct. Clearly thrown together fast. Black Thea didn't have a choice. Anything that got Eclipso off her was a win. Damaged soul essence was something she could live with, she nodded. Her vision blurred. She returned to the real world. This time the coordination of multiple souls took a little longer. Eclipso finally noticed something wrong. He still didn't expect her to commit this fully, though. He asked, almost curious, why are your spirit waves so erratic? Because of this. Thea materialized behind him without warning, the night sword in her hand gathering enormous death divine power. The blade looked ready to kill him outright. Eclipso flinched. An attack with the instant death property, even he couldn't say for sure he could ignore it. There hadn't been a goddess of death in the entire prior eternity. He hadn't tested this. He didn't know if he could survive it. Thea didn't know if it would kill him, either. Eclipso saw the danger. Black Thea was too dazed to coordinate. He forcibly seized control of the body and dodged left. The control came easy this time. The body felt like his own. He blinked. At first he assumed Black Thea hadn't resisted. The answer arrived a 10th of a second later. Black Thea's somewhat clouded soul was being pulled by 7 black threads. More than half of the spirit body had already escaped. You're not running. Without the host's original soul, controlling a body would be infinitely harder, otherwise corpses would walk the streets and no one would need hosts at all. Eclipso didn't hesitate. A massive hand reached out to grab. Thea, who'd been waiting cold-eyed for the moment, saw her opening. She funneled a flood of death energy from her domain into Eclipso, trying to buy time. Mortal souls, in front of the spirit of vengeance, were less than ants. They didn't slow him down at all. Thea had to step in personally. He extends a claw, you cut it off. The night sword carved out an arc and slashed downward in a vicious chop. The cut didn't damage Black Thea's body. It passed through it like a phantom, rippling across the surface, and connected with Eclipso's left hand on the soul layer. In a peak state head-on, the young miss was no match for him. But this time she was the one fully prepared and going all out. Eclipso, on the other hand, was working through the Heart of Darkness seal and through Black Thea's body, hadn't been ready, and had grabbed at her in a rush. Hoping he could block this, that would have been a miracle. The cut left Eclipso with mixed news. The good news, Thea's death divine power couldn't kill him. Her tier was still too low. The bad news, he'd been intercepted, and most of Black Thea's soul was gone, most importantly, the core fragment. Gone. Eclipso, furious, grabbed again. Knowing the gap between them, Thea didn't try to brute force him. She flipped the night sword and severed the soul connection, actively cutting away a small portion of Black Thea's soul. Af. Aya. Both screamed at once. Thea didn't waste a second, she grabbed Black Thea's soul and ran. He was about to enter complete form. Now or never. Eclipso wanted to chase. He also wanted to claim the body. Most of the host's soul was gone, but there was still a sliver, and a sliver was enough to seize the body. He decided fast. Take the body first. Everything else later. He'd been corrupting it for years. With resistance gone, the takeover was as natural as breathing. Thea had been clear of the area for 2 seconds when she felt her death domain blow open at one massive seam. Less than a second later it shattered to pieces. The black clouds, the freezing rain, all of it gone. Sunlight returned to the world. And with it came an immense, suffocating wave of demonic aura. Fast work. She'd already opened a few thousand meters of distance in 3 seconds. She rejoined Diana. With a flick of her fingers, she traced 2 arcane glyphs in the air. Black Thea's soul and her sacred sword were dispatched to the underworld. No special treatment. No punishment. Truthfully, with the sacred sword to grow with her, Black Thea's next life would start from a position better than most. Chapter 984, Chapter 983, The Spectre Joins the Fight. How did it go? You're not hurt. The Valkyrie cared about her lover. She'd seen Black Thea's soul as well, knew that the woman was already gone. Which meant only one enemy remained. I'm fine. Fine. Thea's reply was casual. The most dangerous moment had already passed. She could sense the spectre entering this universe. The young miss had completed her own task, and, in soap opera terms, rescued a wandering soul along the way. The next fight had nothing to do with her. 5 meters tall. A tattered green robe and hood draped across him. The spectre had finally arrived on the battlefield. And standing far across from him was his old opponent, Eclipso. Their war had stretched across thousands and tens of thousands of years. The spectre could fight at full power. Eclipso, sealed behind the heart of darkness, was always in this half-bound state. He had basically never won across all those millennia. To both of them, this fight, predetermined in outcome, was more like recreational entertainment. Once a century, they would each take a turn out in the world and have a brawl. Eclipso was sealed in the heart of darkness, but in a way, wasn't the spectre similarly sealed inside this great world? If Black Thea had ever known that the towering evil archvillain she'd struggled against for years was also the same archvillain who came out every century to find a luckless host, that the host fight body snatch fight cycle had played out countless times before, there was no telling how she'd have felt. As if sensing his old opponent's arrival, Eclipso slowly emerged from the heavy mist. He was still wearing Black Thea's body, but the appearance had shifted dramatically. The eyes elongated, the narrow lids leaking black mist, ears tapered like an elf's. Standing across from the 5-meter-tall spectre, Eclipso looked dainty, but the layered demonic aura around him had condensed into something almost solid. The two heavyweights, reunited a century later. Not the first time. Not the last. Just one more clash on a long, long road. Both were calm. Both squared off without making the first move. The young miss had already moved into spectator mode. She tugged Diana with her, retreating. Diana had been almost out of energy earlier. She'd recovered some, but she was still tired. She'd need a long stretch of rest after this. Plenty of divine power lost, but the gains weren't small either. The Valkyrie's confidence was back. The thing that had been undermining her wasn't anyone else, it was Thea, the cheat mode young miss. Now that she'd come to grips with her own strength being more than respectable, her face was lit up with confidence, confidence rooted deep, the kind that left Thea momentarily dazzled. What are you staring at? So, who do you think wins? Catching Thea looking, Diana elbowed her gently and asked it casually. Even without asking, she already knew the answer. She still wanted the confirmation. The spectre, no question. Eclipso is half-sealed, and we've taken several whacks at him along the way. He's not pulling more than half his combat capability into this. They were having this conversation in low voices, well away from the battlefield. The other fronts had finally checked in. Superwoman was captured. Superman, in his own words, didn't know why Lex had just exploded mid-fight. Thea didn't comment. She knew exactly why. With Black Thea dead, there was no one keeping the metahuman ability stew inside Lex's body in balance. He had nowhere to discharge it. He blew himself apart. There was no second outcome. Johnny Quick had also died. Bad luck for him. He'd been bagged by the rogues like a parcel and the secretary had wired Captain Cold the payment. Right after the handover finalized, Thea had deployed her death domain across the world, severing every cross-dimensional connection. That included the Speed Force dimension. Without the Speed Force accelerating cellular regeneration, Johnny's severed leg sprayed blood like a fountain. Captain Cold wanted to save him. But without the Speed Force, taking a cold gun blast would just kill Johnny faster. They hadn't been ready for any of it. Less than 30 seconds, and he was gone. Sea King made a fast escape, straight into the ocean. Considering the size of the seas, even Aquaman didn't bother chasing. Worth noting, Earth 3 held Jordan's power ring. Thea had forcibly knocked it offline. Then, surging on Diana's courage, the ring had come back on, and mutated into a genuine Green Lantern power ring. It found a member of the government office staff who'd come in with the follow-up forces, Jessica Cruz. Maybe Diana's feminist worldview had quietly influenced the ring. Maybe it had been the ring's own choice. Either way, the first Earthborn female Green Lantern was born. The crime syndicate had been completely shattered. Earth-3 was greeting peace and justice. Government troops were sweeping the planet for every resource, every piece of intelligence, every piece of technology. Even the bleeding heart Superman and Flash didn't have many objections to raise. They could only ask the troops not to take ordinary citizen supplies. The technical archives going to their own government, that they could understand. As Shape's brain, they were Earth-1 superheroes after all. The rogues quickly accepted government employment as a vanguard unit, helping clear out the gangs entrenched in the back streets. The Suicide Squad fit right in too. Bad guys, all of them, and they understood how Earth-3 villains thought better than anyone. The Black House government fell to a strike team they led personally. The fight between the Spectre and Eclipso had begun. Both opened with sweeping energy attacks. Eclipso's specialty was manipulating mortal hearts, but his true form was sealed. He relied more on borrowing universal laws to fight. If you forced a label on him, he'd be a mage. The Spectre liked to brawl. He more or less qualified as a warrior. Eclipso pushed his own height up to 5 meters as well. The longer Thea looked at his appearance, the more it struck her as something straight out of demonic iconography, pointed ears, fangs, claws, purple muscle all over. Whether he was meant to look like that, or whether the elderly presence had simply set the design that way when running an alt account, was anyone's guess. The Spectre roared again and again. He liked to use raw physical strength, overwhelming his opponent through sheer energetic pressure. Eclipso could only play to his own strengths and away from his weaknesses. He kept the energy strikes coming. Ghostly blue beams hammered into the Spectre's body. The Spectre returned in kind, every blow at maximum force. The two heavyweights had been at each other from the opening bell with everything they had. They fought hard enough to crack the world. The shockwaves drove hundreds of meters, 330 feet, deep into the earth. This battlefield would probably remain a zone of churning energy chaos for the next century or millennium. Thea and Diana retreated to the Earth-3 watchtower. By this point Batman was busy downloading every file the Owlman base had. As for Thomas Wayne Jr. himself, he had vanished into the crowd. Facial recognition, satellite tracking, every method came up empty. At least, Batman said nothing was coming up, a claim Thea felt entitled to keep a question mark over. Then there was Deathstorm, who had turned into a glowing orb in front of dozens of witnesses. Whether he'd self-destructed or escaped, no one was sure. The young misplayed innocent didn't see a thing. Aquaman reported the same on Sea King, didn't see anything. The Justice League searched as best it could. Whether any of these missing people would actually be found was a real question. Chapter 985, Chapter 984, The Antimonitor. The antimatter universe, on the opposite end of the multiverse from everything else, was where all matter ended. This was the universe under the Antimonitor's dominion. The graveyard of all positive matter. Who created this universe was no longer recorded, its existence ran deeper than the oldest archive. Intelligent life lived here. They worshipped the Antimonitor as their world's only deity. Day after day they prayed and sacrificed, offering up everything they had, just so he might leave a sliver of survival to this universe. Today, in the eyes of countless worshippers, a thunderous boom split the air. An unfamiliar visitor came through an orange-red portal, tearing through space, entering the antimatter universe without a single check or barrier. The arrival was seated on the Mobius chair. His gaze was wise, full of compassion. Thea's old colleague, the god of knowledge, Metron. He flew up to a colossal tower of golden, technological design. His expression was grim. Through the tower, the Antimonitor was observing the matter universe. Metron fell silent, choosing his words. "Hello, Mobius." He spoke first. The Antimonitor had only barely escaped near death. His towering body was wrapped in heavy armor forged in the deepest core of the antimatter universe, yet the armor wasn't giving him much protection. It only made his weakness all the more visible. "I told you, Metron. Don't call me that. Don't speak that name in my presence." The Antimonitor's voice was hoarse. "Would you prefer I call you the Antimonitor?" Metron showed no fear. From the chair, he asked it utterly at ease. "I'd prefer you stop bothering me." The Antimonitor's left hand lit up with a violent flash. A column of energy laden with the aura of destruction and madness blasted toward Metron. The wave of energy slammed into the Mobius chair, the chair Mobius had built for himself, back when he was still mortal and still bore that name, in pursuit of knowledge. The energy was raging and feral. And yet, through it all, Metron could see the heavy weakness underneath. He swept the smoke aside. "You should know, as long as I sit on this chair, your antimatter cannot harm me." The Antimonitor's face was hidden behind his mask. His tone was muffled. I know. I sat on that chair for a span of time you cannot even comprehend. Yes. That's true. You abandoned the chair. You went off to destroy universes. We're not talking about the chair today. I'm here to advise you. Reality is fragile to its breaking point. It cannot withstand any more of your destruction. Halt, even temporarily. Don't enter the real world. Metron was making a not particularly skilled attempt at persuasion. The anti-monitor laughed in absolute contempt. Even sitting on that chair, you remain ignorant. Hundreds of millions of years, and you've made not the slightest progress. You haven't grasped the universe's actual operating principles. Anyone called an idiot to their face would lose their temper. Metron, having come in genuine good faith, didn't appreciate the insult. His voice rose 2 registers. Don't enter the real world. There's a goddess of death waiting there with a trap built specifically for you. Are you not seeing this? If you stop now, we can cooperate. I'm willing to investigate everything that's behind this. I'll use my full power to alter your past, to bring it all back to the way it was, to its original state. Trust me. Toward the end, Metron was getting heated. He genuinely wanted to help. Pitiful creature. Your knowledge comes from this chair. You don't have that kind of power. The anti-monitor was unmoved. He pulled his cloak on with weary finality, like a soldier about to step onto a battlefield. Stop. Metron blocked his path. Do you even know who is waiting for you in the real world? Why are you so blind to this? Darkseid. The goddess of death. Or that High Father you serve. The anti-monitor's words made Metron flinch. For the first time, a thread of anxiety slipped into the conversation. He realized the conversation had drifted out of his control. He'd oversimplified the situation. There was clearly a deeper layer of maneuvering behind all of this. They all want me to enter. Do you really think you can hold off all of those wills together? Get out of my way. Boom. A massive sound erupted with no visible attack motion from the anti-monitor. The Mobius chair surged with energy from inside. Metron, for the first time in hundreds of millions of years, was thrown clear of the chair. He hit the ground in a bloody heap. His consciousness flickered out fast. Through the haze, he just barely saw the anti-monitor pause briefly in front of him. Fragments of words drifted past, fate, cycle, and then the anti-monitor was no longer looking at this pitiful creature. Without another moment's stop, he led his armies toward the Matter universe. This was a desert planet in Earth 3's evil universe. Thea couldn't influence the Spectre-Eclipso fight, but she could choose the venue for the anti-monitor and Darkseid's clash. After the Spectre had entered the fight, she'd left a corridor at the universal level. Anyone entering this universe would be funneled out onto this one planet. The battlefield was set. Both sides were waiting for their players to step in. Darkseid was after the anti-life equation. The anti-monitor's goal was simpler, rebirth. He wanted out of the inherent fate that bound him to endless universal destruction. That fate's hold on him was iron-tight. He needed to break the bounds of reality itself. To do that, he had to kill a new god. A new god who could touch the source. Darkseid, with his Omega effect, was his only target. The contradiction between them was unresolvable. One side had to fall before this could end. Thea pushed it forward. High Father quietly allowed it. Various archangels and archdemons each pursued their own private interests. All of which had finally produced this fight. As the architect of the matchup, the young miss had also gotten the 2 multiverse heavyweights to accept her venue choice. A desert planet was easier to slaughter on. The Apocalypse army had passed through the only available corridor a minute earlier. Darkseid hadn't shown himself. Not until the anti-monitor entered this universe and stepped onto the battlefield, with no ambush turning up among his subordinates, did Darkseid finally activate his mother box. His personal form descended into this universe. Steppenwolf led the entire Apocalypse force out. Across from them stood the elite forces of the antimatter universe. The two sides collided and instantly piled corpses in mountains, rivers running with blood. The anti-monitor and Darkseid still hadn't moved. They were sizing each other up, and waiting. Waiting for the goddess of death and the Spectre and all of them to clear out of this universe. With the young miss still here, neither of them was going to risk an unrestrained battle. What is that? The evil radiating off it is comparable to Eclipso. And it seems to be 2 distinct currents of power. Diana, who had reached the lower edge of new god territory, faintly sensed the world while rejoicing. 2 sources of evil had landed in this universe. Chapter 986, Chapter 985, Sealing Eclipso. Thea played dumb. One of them is Darkseid, but the other is hard to make out. Looks a lot like the anti-monitor who fled during Blackest Night. Seems his eye really has been fixed on this place all along. What do we do? Superman asked. Even his supervision couldn't reach across several galaxies. They're too far away to observe. Thea certainly wasn't going to say grab a folding chair, pop some popcorn, and enjoy the show. She thought it over for a moment. Their battlefield isn't anywhere near Earth. That's a good thing. At this level, the fight won't be decided quickly. My read is that Darkseid has the edge. Darkseid is our enemy too, the Flash pointed out. If he wins, what happens to this universe? This time Thea actually gave it genuine thought. Even if he wins, he'll burn through the majority of his divine power doing it. There's a fundamental difference between new gods like us and an entity like the Anti-Monitor. Even by the most objective estimate, Darkseid coming out of this badly wounded, nowhere near full strength for the foreseeable future. What she kept to herself, once Darkseid gets the anti-life equation, obviously he goes home to recuperate. Conquest can wait. Why rush? Darkseid knows that rule better than anyone. He won't begrudge himself the time. The assembled Justice League exchanged glances. They had come here ready to lay down their lives fighting the Anti-Monitor, and now, at the very end, they were watching their main boss get dragged off by a different boss entirely. The situation was so convoluted it had left everyone, including Batman with his 100 contingency plans, completely at a loss. The Anti-Monitor they had come to destroy was now getting into a private brawl with a supposedly civic-minded Darkseid. Given this baffling development, what exactly were they supposed to do now? Batman disliked things moving outside his control. With the combatants too far away to see or touch, he redirected his attention to what was directly in front of him. He pointed at the screen showing the Spectre and Eclipso mid-battle. What's the history on these two? And where's your counterpart right now? Thea told the story from the beginning. The assembled heroes responded with a collective mix of sighs and headshakes, though no great shock. Superman had an evil counterpart here. The Flash had one too. One more for Thea wasn't exactly news. A young person breaking into some ancient ruin and promptly getting possessed by a demon, that premise had been done to death across every medium imaginable. Nobody had much trouble accepting it. The only unusual part was the demon's apparent pedigree. Otherwise, all very plausible. Only Batman's mind ran on a different track entirely. He rubbed his chin. A fragment of the creator's own emotions. Can you elaborate? Thea gave him a rueful smile. That has nothing to do with anything we're currently facing. Your hunger for knowledge has breached some kind of threshold, Bruce. That's not healthy. You've drifted very far from yourself. Have I? Batman looked inward for a moment and found nothing obviously wrong. Though, he had been somewhat relentlessly chasing answers lately. The secrets of the new gods. The secrets of the power rings. The secrets of nth metal. There was too much to investigate, and so much of it lacked the necessary background information. The relevant knowledge existed in regions of the universe far beyond his reach, and that distance had stalled a great many threads of inquiry. I'm going to help the Spectre. The rest of you, clean up what you can. This operation is officially concluded. With that, Thea joined the fight between the Spectre and Eclipso. She had to move quickly. Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor had been trying to murder each other with their eyes for a while now, but neither had yet thrown the first punch. Thea understood their hesitation, which meant she needed to get back down there, seal Eclipso fast, and return to the original universe in time to watch their fight live. Eclipso had never been the Spectre's equal. With Thea added to the equation, he stood no chance at all. The Spectre had said Thea could serve as his host, which meant there was at least a partial channel between their powers. Both the Spectre and Eclipso were operating at roughly 5 meters tall. To coordinate effectively, Thea enlarged her own body to match, drew the night sky sword, and brought it down in a single sweeping arc that shattered Eclipso's shadow pulse. Work with me, goddess of death. The Spectre's palm filled with a deep, pulsing green, a thread of supreme divine power woven through it. Thea had spent enough time studying the Phantom Stranger's silver coins and the Judas contract to recognize immediately what she was sensing, something that surpassed language, an absolute purity. Since the Spectre was taking the lead, she wasn't about to refuse. She sheathed the sword, lunged forward, and landed lightly behind him, a single hand on his shoulder, channeling a portion of her divine death energy through the contact. The green pillar that erupted was laced at its edges with a spiral of black death energy, drilling forward like a high-speed bit, punching clean through Eclipso's surface shield without losing a step, and boring a massive hole straight through his abdomen. Death energy and the spirit of God's vengeance, working together for the first time. Not bad at all. Thea found herself quietly calculating, if I were actually his host, our power would compound rather than simply add. There might be fewer than a handful of beings in this world that could match us. We might even be able to take a finger from the great evil beast, if some reckless cult managed to summon it again. But another person's power was another person's power. At her level, becoming someone's host would just be embarrassing. Eclipso had already remade Dark Thea's body into a pure energy form, not a drop of blood to spill, but the divine vengeance energy and death energy searing through the wound site were giving him a serious headache nonetheless. Impressive. But, goddess of death. His voice dropped to a whisper. Do you dare meet my eyes? Your counterpart is still struggling inside me. Come and help her. Without a word, Thea stepped behind the specter. She would have to be profoundly stupid to look him in the eyes. Obviously it was some kind of trump card. As for the fragment of dark Thea's soul still trapped inside him, well, that was her problem to sort out. The sheer lack of dignity in this response nearly made Eclipso cough up blood. What little divine power he had left went into the specter, and since they were, in a sense, colleagues from the same department, the specter didn't fear it at all. He absorbed it quite serenely, pulling in a portion for himself, much to Eclipso's dismay. The specter hammered away at the front line. Thea provided ranged support from behind, firmly refusing to take point. Under their combined rapid assault, Eclipso's counterattacks grew steadily weaker. He had never been a match for the specter alone, with Thea added, he was simply outclassed. After considerable effort, they destroyed Eclipso's new body entirely. Eclipso collapsed back into what he was, a black diamond, flawless and translucent, as if a universe of secrets had been pressed into stone. When it came to Thea sealing the specter's predecessor with an additional layer, the specter raised no objection. Seal away if you like. He'll break out eventually regardless, this just changes whether it takes 100 years or 150. The battle for Earth 3 was over the moment she enclosed the heart of darkness inside a larger stone. The larger stone couldn't go back to Earth 1, she thought about it and decided to leave it in this universe. She picked a direction at random, found a planet so hostile no life could arise there in 10,000 years, and buried it deep. Chapter 987, Chapter 986, Darkseid vs. the Anti-Monitor. Earth 1's forces moved into this world under something resembling a liberation banner and proceeded to strip Earth 3 fairly clean. Unlike the Mars development projects, the resources here were ready-made, open a warehouse, load it up, and go. In short order, massive quantities of supplies, energy sources, and technical data were being ferried back to Earth. The military and the government were delighted. To their credit, the politicians weren't purely extractive, they dispatched elite units to help the current government stabilize the situation, and on balance accomplished quite a bit of genuine good. Ultraman, Superwoman, and Power Ring were captured. Ullman, Deathstorm, and Sea King were unaccounted for. Alexander Luthor and Johnny Quick were dead. Forever Evil had succeeded completely. The original objective, destroying the Anti-Monitor, remained technically unfinished, but someone had volunteered to handle it on their behalf, and nobody raised an objection. The moment Thea left Earth 3, Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor moved simultaneously. Darkseid's divine power was at its peak. Setting aside Yuga Khan, who was still stuck to the source wall in a state of raving madness, Darkseid represented the absolute summit of the new gods. Highfather didn't match him. Thea didn't either, not yet. Darkseid had no doubt about this. The Anti-Monitor at full strength would have demolished Darkseid without much difficulty. He had absorbed the total energy of an entire universe, with no upper ceiling. The new gods, by contrast, could only fuse with the source, and only so much of it, with compatibility to consider on top of that. To put it in terms anyone from this world would understand, the Anti-Monitor was from a Xianxia world, while the new gods were from a Wuxia world, a high martial one at best. The techniques simply weren't in the same league. At full power, 2 moves. Anti-Monitor would have ended Darkseid in 2 moves. But his current condition was poor. Extraordinarily poor. Even so, he hadn't come here to die. With the anti-life equation in hand, the power to unmake everything gave him grounds to fight. Killing Darkseid, leveraging the catastrophic disruption that would cause in the positive matter universe, that was his path to slipping free of fate's grip. If he could do it, the Anti-Monitor designation would cease to define him, and he could become a person again rather than a program whose only function was destruction. The problem was that Darkseid rarely left Apocalypse, rarely committed his true form to direct combat. Now, through the convergence of several forces at once, the Anti-Monitor finally stood in front of him. Kill this tyrant, and freedom would be within reach. Whatever multiverse tremors resulted from Darkseid's death, he didn't particularly care. 2 thick energy conduits extended from inside the Anti-Monitor's armor, connecting to the anti-life equation. Under normal conditions, access would have been unrestricted. But after his death at Necron's hands, vast portions of his body had been necrotic, the conduits were rerouted around the dead tissue, piping the energy directly to his wrists. The power to unmake everything, concentrated in both hands. Reclaiming this felt like reclaiming himself. His confidence against Darkseid had never been higher. The Dark Lord commanded 5 divine domains, darkness, evil, power, tyranny, and slaughter, and he felt the pressure radiating off his opponent immediately, something that sat above the new gods entirely. He felt no fear. He felt something closer to excitement. He had lived for untold billions of years. One look told him the enemy was running on fumes. An opponent this diminished, if he couldn't finish it, he had no business being here. FSST, FSST. Two quick hisses, and the Omega beams fired first. When Darkseid committed, he committed to maximum force. The two blood-red beams struck the Anti-Monitor's armor. Against a multiverse-tier combatant, even Omega beams couldn't simply put him down, but the armor shattered, exposing the shoulder beneath, rigid muscle, pale as a corpse. Darkseid's expression opened into something raw and hungry. No more testing. He let out a roar that pressed against the stars themselves and drove a fist forward. The Anti-Monitor spread his right hand wide. He condensed anti-life power at frightening speed into a purple energy beam roughly 3 meters across and launched it straight at Darkseid. Darkseid was genuinely not skilled at evasion, possibly it was temperament, possibly raw agility had never been his strong suit. In every exchange Thea had observed, she had never once seen him dodge. No turns, no sidesteps, no jumps, no rolls. Thea was fairly confident evasion simply wasn't in his stat sheet. He didn't even watch the incoming beam. He extended his left hand to take it head-on and drove his right forward like a mountain falling. His strategy was elementary: trade wounds. The enemy was down to his last sliver of health. By any accounting, this was already decided. Watching from outside, Thea gave it 2 seconds and concluded that there was zero technical sophistication in this fight, just you hit me, I hit you, first one to fall loses. From what she could observe, Darkseid's odds were solid. But she didn't rule out the Anti-Monitor having something in reserve for a last-second reversal. He had the anti-life equation, after all, that was the universe's ultimate power. Anything was possible. Sure enough, after 5 minutes of exchanging blows, the Anti-Monitor's armor was breached in multiple places, while one of Darkseid's eyes had been struck and was bleeding freely down his cheek. His mountain-like body was being corroded by antimatter energy across its entire surface. His left hand was a charred mess, though he was containing the damage through sheer divine force. He looked at the Anti-Monitor with a cold, narrow smile. The look of a hunter watching prey stumble into his net. In a world surrounded by predators, even a villain had a hard time surviving. He couldn't afford to be badly hurt. If his wounds ran too deep, and Highfather and Thea chose to strike Apocalypse together, he would have nothing left to fight back with. Darkseid issued a silent command to Steppenwolf. The general of Apocalypse opened a boom tube immediately. A dark figure shot out, or rather, glided out, riding a pair of cosmic skis, clad in black armor. A new god. The Black Racer. The skis moved at extreme speed, trailing a streak of white mist. His orders were to claim the Anti-Monitor's life. The Black Racer didn't attack directly, antimatter energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. He circled the edges of the battlefield in 2 wide sweeps, reading the rhythm, looking for an opening. Then Darkseid spotted a gap in the Anti-Monitor's defense. One Omega beam hit the Anti-Monitor square in the face. Simultaneously, Darkseid was behind him, with both fists locked together. He swung with everything he had. Closing the distance, Darkseid caught what the Anti-Monitor had been murmuring this whole time. He only caught fragments: misunderstanding, guilt, shame, failure, fool. The words were plain and archaic, but threaded through with an overwhelming compulsion. What is this move? What is he doing? The cold unease arrived fast. He had underestimated the anti-life equation. Underestimated the Anti-Monitor. If the Anti-Monitor had come to fight in this condition, barely holding together, he had known he was walking in with a plan. This was the kill shot he had been building toward. Darkseid spun. The Black Racer, the one under his own control, had eyes full of chaos and violence. The Dark Runner snapped to a new speed, 20% faster, just like that. The angle shifted by a hair. Straight at Darkseid. Chapter 988, Chapter 987, Darkseid vs. the Anti-Monitor, Part 2. The Black Racer's sudden betrayal drew a sharp collective inhale from the spectators on the outer plane, not out of any concern for Darkseid, but because every one of them was running the same calculation: what would I do if this happened to me? Watching from outside, Thea caught the same moment. It wasn't her problem, either outcome was fine, but if she had a preference, she'd prefer Darkseid to win. The Anti-Monitor's reserves were deep. And he was, by all evidence, completely compatible with the anti-life equation. Even if he intended to sever that connection and separate himself from it, there was no guarantee he'd follow through. As a former god of knowledge who had destroyed no small number of universes, he was the kind of ruthless, calculating enemy who'd been wronged by her once already. Having someone like that nursing a grudge was an unpleasant thought. Still, she wasn't going to intervene. They were too far away. Old Darkseid was on his own. The reversal came fast, but the Dark Lord stayed cold. The Black Racer turning against him, he had not predicted that. At all. For the godhood of death, he had spent tens of thousands of years scheming, and Thea had dismantled every piece of it before it could begin. If his plan had produced any result at all, it was this, the figure riding those cosmic skis. The one who called himself the god of death. Which he wasn't, not remotely. Darkseid could thrash him unassisted. Steppenwolf, with a little preparation, could take him down cleanly. After so many years, anyone who'd survived this long had at least some way to slow a fast-moving target. The Black Racer's real problem was that if his title was the God of Death, that God of Death was embarrassingly weak. Darkseid had spent the better part of 10,000 years puzzling over him. It was only after Thea took dominion over the underworld that he understood, the Black Racer had been selling him nonsense from the start. He was no death god. Whatever the Black Racer's flaws, 10,000 years of study had given Darkseid a thorough understanding of his capabilities. Fast, genuinely fast. His touch inflicted instant death. Neutralizing him wasn't complicated, any defensive barrier, regardless of its divine attunement, would do. But without one ready in advance, the threat was real. He had always intended to use the Black Racer as a trump card against the Anti-Monitor. He hadn't expected to get played with his own trump. The anti-life equation's compulsion had reached further than the Black Racer. His parademons had defected en masse. Only Steppenwolf, his uncle by blood, was still standing, though barely, fighting against his own mind to hold the line. The situation was bad. Not just the Anti-Monitor's forces to contend with, his own parademons had turned their weapons on their former master. Retreat or keep fighting. Old habits said retreat now. Leave Steppenwolf to cover the exit. Whether his uncle survived was not a factor in the decision. But today something had shifted, quietly, in a way that overrode everything else. His hunger for the anti-life equation suppressed all other instincts, sharpened to fever pitch by watching the Anti-Monitor demonstrate its power right in front of him. He would have it. At any price. Thea could spread her divine death energy across the laws of an entire world. So could Darkseid. The tide of malevolence that poured from him now, absolute, crushing, blotted out every competing law. A savage pressure radiated to every corner of the universe. Irritation. Dread. Every thinking creature felt it in the marrow, the feeling of sitting at the top of a volcano as it woke up. The shock of that immense evil broke Steppenwolf loose from the anti-life equation's grip. Parademons were swarming toward him from every direction. His instinct was to run, but he caught himself, glanced toward where his nephew was fighting not far away. He's not pulling back. That's not how Apocalypse handles things. He didn't dare leave. He grabbed his axe and started clearing foot soldiers. Black Racer. Cutting his way through, he finally registered what he was seeing, the supposed god of death, supposedly on their side, was now the enemy. Hold him, buy me time. Darkseid said it out loud, which meant he was genuinely rattled, the men never wasted words. He didn't stop moving as he said it, fists that could crack planets hammering the Anti-Monitor in a continuous barrage. The Anti-Monitor's armor, forged in the deepest reaches of the antimatter universe, was completely gone by now, but he didn't care. Darkseid not running was exactly what he needed. He hadn't bet everything on the Black Racer, he was still fighting back hard. Two multiverse-tier combatants were throwing everything they had at each other. Steppenwolf's heart was trying to escape his chest. The enemies surrounding him were infinite in every direction, with no visible edge, and somewhere in that sea was the Black Racer, moving like a ghost. Idiot. Useless. Thea, watching from outside, and Darkseid, at the center of it, said it simultaneously. The Black Racer had used the parademons and the Anti-Monitor's ranks as cover, threading through a gap past Steppenwolf. His speed was absolute. Steppenwolf could saturate the surrounding space with his divine power of hatred to slow an incoming target, but the Black Racer ignored it entirely, pushing to maximum velocity and aimed straight for Darkseid like a thrown spear. The Anti-Monitor's expression cracked into a cold smile. As a former god of knowledge, he knew exactly how the Black Racer's attack worked. Both hands clamped onto Darkseid like iron, locking him in place. In a split second, Darkseid managed one partial twist, and the Black Racer hit him square. A slight figure slamming into a giant. The impact was like a car at full speed hitting a mountain range, except this time the car came through without a scratch, and the mountain was the one about to fall. Darkseid was not Eclipso. He had no supreme divine being for a patron, instant death attacks could still touch him, could still take his life. The Black Racer's cosmic skis left a massive wound across his ribs. Black death energy began devouring his body immediately. He fought to contain the damage with everything he had, to minimal effect. His face was the color of ash. He looked like a man watching his last seconds count down. The Anti-Monitor laughed. The sound was a ragged, grinding rasp, but he was genuinely happy. In his mind's eye, in that blurred moment, he could already see himself becoming a person again. Freedom had never felt this close. As for whatever multiverse turbulence would come from killing Darkseid, irrelevant. A hand this good, and he played it like this. Darkseid, you absolute idiot. Thea cursed under her breath. She wanted to get back into Earth 3, but after Darkseid's power surge the evil world will had reconstituted itself, stronger than before, and it remembered being suppressed by her. Now it was actively pushing back against her entry. The anti-monitor glanced outward for a moment, as though curious to read the expressions on the watching crowd, then, guarding against any last surprise, fixed his eyes back on Darkseid. The Dark Lord's divine domains were well suited to him. To separate from the anti-monitor designation, to separate from the anti-life equation, to become a person again, he wasn't going to settle for being ordinary. Darkseid's divine domains fit him as though they had been made to measure. He had no intention of giving up a single one. Chapter 989, Chapter 988, Reversal. The anti-monitor lowered his head and reached out, preparing to absorb the divine domains within Darkseid. He was no stranger to this kind of power, he could identify its signature, shape it, reforge it into a Mobius chair if he chose. 5 distinct divine domains blazed inside Darkseid's body, he had already begun ranking them in his mind, calculating the optimal order of absorption. Then his peripheral vision caught something. A dagger lodged between Darkseid's ribs. Golden all the way through, its blade faintly threaded with the slow drift of passing time. Whose dagger? He mentally ran through everyone present, himself, Darkseid, Steppenwolf, the Black Racer. None of them used daggers. So who had stabbed Darkseid? The answer hit him half a beat too late. Darkseid had stabbed himself. He'd been using it to slow the death spreading from his wound. Half a beat. That was all it cost him. Darkseid shed his earlier weakness like a discarded mask. He launched upward, drove one fist clean through the anti-monitor's chest, then plunged his left hand in after it. He wrenched both hands apart and tore the anti-monitor in two. Watching from outside, Thea winced. She recognized that dagger, an artifact forged by the Egyptian pantheon during their campaign of vengeance against Darkseid, later given to Batman by her own hand. She'd heard Batman had buried it in Darkseid's body, by all accounts the effect should have been long since spent. Apparently Darkseid had kept it there the whole time, slowly coaxing some of its power back. 2 things at once, suppressing his injuries, and setting a trap. Luring the anti-monitor to step into it himself. Darkseid had always worn an expression like carved stone. She hadn't expected him to be a halfway decent actor. The anti-monitor wasn't dead yet, but he'd lost all ability to move. For the second time after Necron, he had been beaten to the very threshold of oblivion, only this time, there was no White Lantern to drag him back. With the anti-monitor completely incapacitated, the anti-life equation ceased its operation on its own. Freed from its compulsion and control, the Black Racer and the Parademons recovered their minds. The Black Racer realized the scale of the trouble he had caused, said nothing, and ran. He was gone before most onlookers had registered the movement, a blur, then nothing. Thea felt a flicker of regret. She'd had half a plan to recruit him. Didn't expect him to be that fast. The Black Racer could afford to flee. The Parademon foot soldiers could not. The assembled horde stood in nervous clusters, eyeing their master. Given Darkseid's usual temper he would have butchered every last one of them, and done it as slowly and bloodily as possible. But he knew his own condition. He simply had no strength left for it. The Black Racer's damage was not, in itself, complicated. In terms of both kind and quantity it was far less than what Thea had inflicted, clear it out promptly and it wouldn't be too troublesome. After all, Darkseid had strung the Black Racer up and studied him for over 10,000 years. The problem was what he'd done to contain it. To bait the anti-monitor, Darkseid had employed a far more aggressive method of suppression, and now the wound was a tangle, temporal energy from the Egyptian pantheon's artifact, death power from Osiris, death power from the Black Racer, new gods, old gods, and time all knotted together into something that would take a very long time to unravel. The anti-life equation was another matter entirely. It wasn't a chip or an artifact that could be dropped on death. Even if the anti-monitor died 10 times over it wouldn't fall out of him. It had to be drawn out from the depths of his soul, piece by piece, slow work, the kind that required patience, because the anti-monitor's tier of existence was higher than that of any new god. Evil had enemies too. Not just the heroes, the other villains were already circling. The Dark Lord had just publicly claimed a weapon of ultimate cosmic power, and envy was inevitable. At minimum, several of Hell's archdemons had been watching him with unblinking interest for the past several minutes. The implication was not subtle. Time was short and the stakes were high. Darkseid hoisted the anti-monitor's bisected body, barked at Steppenwolf, and retreated. The battle was over. Thea turned her gaze away. She had no interest in the anti-life equation. Let the villains squabble over it. Even if Highfather decided to throw himself in, she wouldn't stop him, though Highfather had stood watching the entire time without finding the courage to act. The Justice League returned to Earth. The government handled the aftermath, while the League convened to discuss the prisoners. Ultraman was straightforward, without kryptonite to replenish his energy. Under a yellow sun he was weaker than an ordinary man. The cowardly Hal Jordan posed no threat whatsoever. But Superwoman gave the assembled heroes pause. A superpowered supervillain who was also visibly pregnant. None of them quite knew what to do. Where to hold her. How to handle the situation. Based on my observations, Thea said, weighing her words, the child she's carrying also has abilities. And, the child is Lex's. A collective groan went around the room. Superwoman had really outdone herself, Ultraman's official partner, secret rendezvous with Allman on the side, and now expecting a child by Lex. General contempt for this arrangement was unanimous. While everyone else was distracted by the soap opera, only Batman had zeroed in on what actually mattered. The child has abilities. Yes. The same kind Lex has, absorbing others' powers and making them his own. But in this child it's innate. At the genetic level it's already fully integrated, which is different from Lex's engineered version. They watched Batman's expression shift toward interest and moved collectively to talk him out of whatever he was thinking. In the end all prisoners were remanded to ARGUS custody, with Superwoman and her child assigned the highest security classification. The child would be born a blank slate, the League hoped to instill a sense of justice from the beginning. But nobody could guarantee the child hadn't brought something of that other world's darkness with it, Thea included. Better to hold them for now. No one disagreed. Everyone went their separate ways. Diana headed off with Green Arrow and Mr. Terrific to deal with Silver Swan. Thea found herself with nothing pressing, and went to the underworld. Go, she told the soul that had been her dark counterpart. After this we won't meet again. The soul waved a hand at her, then followed the staff into the reincarnation process. She would begin a new life, one that had nothing to do with the name Thea Queen. Johnny Quick's soul was drawn into the Speed Force. His abilities had been middling at best, Thea couldn't be bothered to intercept it. Lex went straight to hell. Whatever contracts he'd signed in life must have been extensive, he skipped the usual processing entirely and was dragged away without ceremony. Thea didn't linger in the underworld. She assembled her forces and launched them toward the antimatter universe in full force. Raiding someone's home while they were lying half-dead, that was just who she was. No shame about it whatsoever. On Apocalypse, Darkseid was busy rigging up an enormous absorption device to draw the anti-life equation out of the anti-monitor. He'd been startled when he first saw her mobilizing her army, but once he realized she was heading for the antimatter universe, he let out a breath. As for the anti-monitor, beaten down to his last sliver of existence once again, even if he'd wanted to object, he was in no position to. The boom tubes opened. The army of the underworld descended into the antimatter universe. Leave nothing but needles and thread, everything else of value, take it. Her forces fanned out and began stripping the place clean. Chapter 990, Chapter 989, Plunder. The anti-monitor had left a small garrison to defend his domain. It didn't last a single exchange against the tide of several hundred archliches, tens of thousands of death knights, and an uncountable host of undead. Thea deployed Kanto the Assassin, Siren, and the newly recruited Deathstorm. Deathstorm had an almost fanatical obsession with death. Thea had barely needed to do any recruiting, she'd simply announced her title as Goddess of Death, and he'd dropped to his knees on the spot. Easiest conscription she'd ever managed. This time, unlike her personal raid on Hades's vaults, Thea stayed in the center and let her subordinates do the work. She directed with easy authority while her forces fanned out to plunder. Her godhood of wealth extended to the archliches and death knights under her command, granting each of them a sharp eye for value. Whatever the purpose, whatever the origin, if it was worth something, they took it. It didn't take long before Kanto came back with results, dragging a charred, bedraggled man before her. Your Majesty, he said. We found an old acquaintance. Thea looked down. Who was this? Filthy, hair everywhere, face blackened like the bottom of a pot, the man looked like he'd been badly burned. She looked more carefully. That's Metron, isn't it? I almost didn't recognize him without the Mobius chair. An acquaintance, however unlikely, Metron had pulled her into Highfather's camp when she first ascended to godhood, and they'd worked together later when she was building the magic web. There was some history between them. He looked charred, but the injuries weren't serious. She didn't dare use the White Lantern ring here in the antimatter universe, so she cast several healing spells instead. Slowly, Metron opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Thea. He let out a quiet sigh, a sound impossible to interpret. My thanks for healing me, Your Majesty. He composed himself quickly and bowed with formal gravity. Thea didn't stand on ceremony. Old friend, how did you end up in the antimatter universe? Was it Highfather's order? Metron explained everything, holding nothing back. At the end, he looked at her with genuine puzzlement. Your Majesty, why did you engineer this battle? Surely you understand the magnitude of the disruption it has caused to the fabric of the multiverse. Thea was quiet for a moment. God of knowledge, do you truly want to know the reason? Metron indicated that even if she killed him for it afterward, he still had to hear the answer. From the perspective of the new gods and mortals, this battle was unnecessary. But if you step outside the multiverse entirely, if you look at it from a broader vantage, you'll find that this was an unavoidable step in the multiverse advancing to a higher stage of existence. She paused. You're aware of the dark multiverse. If the current universe doesn't reach a higher plane before the two begin to converge, the destruction wrought by the merger will be incalculable. The core of her argument was simple: better to set things in motion early. Never let problems fester. She sent the dazed god of knowledge on his way with a neat package of convoluted logic and turned her attention back to the real work. Deathstorm arrived next with better news. The Anti-Monitor Tower. Rising over 30 meters high, it was the Anti-Monitor's masterwork of surveillance technology, a device of supreme sophistication built to monitor the entire multiverse. The level of engineering it contained left Deathstorm transfixed. Thea studied it carefully herself. The tower functioned as a supercomputer, not merely advanced by Earth standards, but advanced by orders of magnitude beyond anything she had seen. Its computational algorithms seemed to represent the absolute apex of what technology could achieve, and crucially, it was designed to be operated by anyone. No specialized knowledge required. She gave the order immediately: bring it to the underworld. The underworld needed to modernize. Two-Face was still handling case files on paper, a state of affairs that was frankly embarrassing. This facility would drag the underworld's administrative infrastructure into the current century. The antimatter universe held a great deal of worth beyond the tower. Much of what remained was the refined residue of cosmic explosions and ancient fires, nameless materials, but of extraordinary quality. Impossibly hard, with high tensile strength and significant resistance to magic. Thea found several substantial pieces of particularly fine metal. She set them aside for Diana. Diana's shield had been shattered, and this was a good opportunity to replace it. There were materials. But there were also people. The weaponers of Cord, for instance, craftsmen who had once served under the Sinestro Corps and then dropped off the map, were from the antimatter universe, members of the Thunderers of Cord. Each of them was formidable. They had spent their careers forging weapons for the Anti-Monitor's armies. They weren't life forms in the conventional sense, somewhat analogous to demons. The underworld could accommodate them. Half coercion, half incentive. She brought the lot of them. There was a particular pleasure to raiding someone else's territory, and everyone who had come along was in excellent spirits. She didn't concern herself with whether the archliches were quietly pocketing a portion for themselves. As long as the lion's share ended up with her, the rest could keep their finder's fee. Led by their generous sovereign, the whole expedition went out singing and came back singing, the atmosphere warm and convivial. The Anti-Monitor wasn't coming back. Everything left behind was going to waste anyway, better to share it among the underworld's many deserving residents. That was genuinely how she saw it. Back in the underworld, she set her people to work on the digitization project, then returned to Earth to rest. Diana had also come home exhausted. She hadn't had much left in her own reserves, and Silver Swan's group had hidden themselves with unusual care. 2 full sweeps of Star City had turned up no trace. She'd given up and come straight back. Neither goddess was in any condition for the kind of activities that might otherwise have filled the evening. They lay together talking, drifting between gossip about Superwoman juggling 3 men at once and a surprisingly earnest discussion of whether Earth's first female Green Lantern had advanced the cause of gender equality. Thea contributed the occasional murmur of agreement and let the conversation wash over her. Before long they turned off the light and slept. She woke sometime past midnight to a psionic warning: someone was closing in at high speed. She severed the room's connection to the physical world instantly. Who would try to ambush her? They had genuinely no idea what they were getting themselves into. Diana reacted a half-second slower, but she was upright just as quickly, eyes alert, scanning toward the distance. The figure was still far off. Diana sensed the figure's psionic signature and asked Thea uncertainly. "That's a speedster, looks like Barry." Diana didn't follow. Neither did Thea. It was clearly the Flash, Barry Allen, and he was running hard enough to have worked up a significant sweat, all the way from Central City to the UK. That was not a short distance. Whatever it was, couldn't it wait until morning? Let's get dressed and go see. Barry was the League's most genuinely good-hearted member. His principles weren't always ones she shared, but his decency was beyond question. They'd barely finished changing when Barry ran into view, and didn't stop. He kept accelerating. Thea watched him carefully. His state was odd. Running at that speed and still managing to hold a conversation, how? We should enter flash time ourselves. She turned to Diana. As Death's understudy she could step outside the time stream when needed, but Diana couldn't. New gods found it almost impossible to enter or exit normal time. "Barry, did you need us?" Barry was almost within arm's reach and looked ready to pull them into flash time. Thea waved him off. Every additional person he brought in added to the strain, and Barry was already drenched in sweat. No point adding to his load. Barry was thoroughly spent, but seeing that normal communication was possible, some of the tension went out of him. There's a group in Central City. They took an experimental nuclear fission device from an ArrowVerse lab. The fission sequence has already started. I've tried everything, I can't stop it. There's no time left. Barry pulled off his mask. His face was raw with helplessness. He hated feeling powerless more than anything. The explosion had already been triggered. In the real world, perhaps 1 second away, a nuclear detonation was about to consume Central City. The Flash had run out of options. He'd been using his speed to search for a way out, bringing his friends into flash time, trying Cisco's vibrational shockwaves, trying Caitlin's ice, all of it had failed, and bringing others into flash time had cost him badly. Chapter 991, Chapter 990, The Nuclear Countdown. The nuclear fission in Central City was complete. Vast amounts of thermal energy had built up toward the breaking point. The explosion was imminent, and Barry had nothing left. He kept running at super speed, still desperately trying to think of a solution. He'd crossed an ocean to find 2 goddesses in England. This was his last option. If it failed, he would have no choice but to jump back in time and prevent it from ever happening. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Thea was not going to stand by and watch, never mind Barry's plea. Even if no one had come to her, she couldn't have watched a nuclear bomb go off and done nothing. The distance was considerable and time was almost gone. Teleportation was no longer an option. Both her magic and Barry's flash time worked the same way at the core, not a true stoppage of time, but a finite stretching of that one real-world second. She cast her perception across the vast distance to Central City. The fission was complete, the thermal energy primed. Left alone, the explosion would occur in less time than it took to blink. For the people of Central City, a city second only to Star City, Gotham, and Metropolis, for more than 1 million residents, and to spare her mother the distinction of being the first president under whom a nuclear device detonated on American soil, Thea committed everything she had. Maintaining her own flash time while projecting divine power across that distance, she drew on fifth-dimensional techniques to simulate what she needed, channeling a vast amount of divine power to forcibly suppress the nuclear explosion's energy before overriding it. It was not a simple operation. She had to work on an energy buildup that was still actively increasing, at extreme range, under severe time pressure, with the device in constant flux. Every one of those factors compounded the difficulty. Barry watched in tense silence. Under flash time, it felt like a full minute passed before Thea finished rewriting the device. I can hold it suppressed for about 10 seconds. Let's move. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Only she could have done this. 10 seconds real world. Barry was still asking. She didn't have time to explain. She grabbed him and Diana and teleported to Central City. The cargo depot. She recognized faces: Cisco, Caitlin, Barry's father-in-law Joe West, and several armed robbers gathered around a large shipping container. Because she and the others were inside their own stretch time, the outside world stood perfectly still. ArrowVerse had their modern management methods down to a fine art: clear labeling, strict categorization, thorough signage. They had painted an enormous ArrowVerse logo on the side of the container, as if afraid the robbers might not find it, or that no one would know which department it came from. Everything short of a placard reading nuclear device inside had been done. Amanda Waller had apparently decided that anyone who dared touch ArrowVerse property would face consequences regardless of distance, and had not bothered with a single precaution beyond that bravado. No concealment. No superpowered guards. The only security present was a handful of officers on loan from the Central City Police Department. At least when Bane had tried to blow up Gotham, a physicist had been required to complete the detonation. What sat in front of Thea now required nothing but a button. Press it, and the entire city would cease to exist. Moving a device like this across the country without adequate protection, ArrowVerse bore undeniable responsibility. As for the robbers, they had been willing to die for this and take the city with them. Maniacs. The experimental nuclear fission device was gone. In its place stood a large playground elephant slide, rendered in a cheerful, cartoonish style. Barry stared at the thing responsible for the worst few minutes of his life and had absolutely no idea how to feel. Don't focus on the aesthetics. The underlying reality hasn't changed, and we're still on the clock. Thea would have preferred something more dignified, but fifth-dimensional beings' powers had their own sense of humor. She couldn't help it. We've got this from here. You've done enough. She waved Barry off before he could help and rapidly identified a remote, uninhabited asteroid. Diana stepped forward, wrapped her arms around the elephant slide, and hurled it through the portal. The instant the portal closed, a sound came from the other side, distant but absolute, the concussive roll of something enormous tearing itself apart. A catastrophe that could have filled history books was averted. But no one had time to rest. An attempted nuclear detonation on American soil, and not merely an attempt, it had technically succeeded. This was not something that could be minimized. Batman, who seemed never to sleep, arrived first, having just finished his nightly patrol of Gotham when word reached him. Superman was pulled from bed. The rest of the League was assembled without exception and a field meeting was called in Central City. The Flash was running on empty. Thea was exhausted from forcing a real-world nuclear detonation to a halt through sheer power. Diana explained what had happened. The assembled heroes were shaken. Central City, located in Missouri, a geographical hub whose name matched its position, would have been devastated at the epicenter, with fallout affecting several surrounding cities, the national economy collapsing, and ripple effects touching every sector of society for years. The chaos would have been difficult to fathom. The interrogation results were almost grimly funny. Batman had barely started questioning the perpetrators when they began talking like proud activists. They were not religious extremists. They were a civic organization. Their cause, anti-nuclear energy. Their stated mission, protecting the Earth's environment. A collective thought formed in most heroes' minds simultaneously. These people are insane. Humans have too many weapons. Too many dangerous ones. Aquaman, rarely the first to speak, said something unprompted. He had never been comfortable with the extent of human armament. A civic organization was able to get its hands on that kind of hardware. Is that normal? He pointed at the perpetrators. If they hadn't had weapons, how would they have overpowered the police? How would they have set off that bomb? You're talking about banning guns? Thea asked. Aquaman nodded. That was exactly what he meant. The room went quiet. Banning guns, obviously desirable. At minimum, it was desirable from a superhero's perspective. The reason almost all active heroes now had superpowers was partly a natural filter, the ones who didn't were dead. Ordinary heroes rarely survived long enough to gain experience before being shot in some back alley. Over time, superheroism had become a field dominated by metahumans. Even someone like Batman had advantages that street-level heroes could only dream of: the technology, the rigorous training of a League of Assassins, the resources that no one without a Wayne fortune behind them could access. Full of heart, wanting to do good, wanting to fight for justice, but the moment someone with a rubber baton and a homemade mask walked out onto the street, their fate was already written. 99 out of 100 died in some unremarkable corner of some unremarkable city. Chapter 992, Chapter 991, Accountability. Gun control was a subject that had been debated into the ground. The interests tangled up in it were enormous, and the NRA was merely the visible target. Behind it lay a web of stakeholders too thick to trace cleanly. Pull one thread and you could find yourself pulling on several others, and before long you were looking at people like Thea herself. She owned so many weapons companies. That was not a technicality. And Bruce Wayne's high-tech gear, where did he think the original components came from? He modified and refined, certainly, but someone had to engineer the base hardware. He was, in fact, one of the country's largest defense contractors. The two arms dealers made eye contact across the room. They saw the same helpless resignation in each other's eyes. Banning guns was not going to happen. They didn't care about the money. Close the weapons factories today and 10 new companies would open tomorrow. The industry employed too many people. You couldn't turn every weapons designer and factory worker out onto the docks to haul cargo. Do that and you were halfway to a societal breakdown. Neither of them had any interest in that outcome. Still, the idea had traction with the rest of the League. Even Superman, who generally believed in human freedom, conceded that unlimited freedom had a downside. Thea gave Batman a look. This was the kind of decision that made enemies. Better for it to come from him. Batman obliged without hesitation and shot the proposal down flat. Aquaman shrugged. Do what you like, my home isn't on land. Not my problem if you level it. Total prohibition wasn't realistic. But a systematic survey of weapons of mass destruction was a different matter. Civilian ingenuity had reached alarming heights. Caden James, the obsessive hacker with a long-standing grudge against the Queen family, had built a small arsenal of high-yield improvised devices. Green Arrow had tried to arrest him several times and kept being outmaneuvered by his own caution, stymied every time by the threat of what those bombs could do. Many villains who opposed the hero seemed to have a genuine gift for explosives. The Joker was the most talented, but he was far from the only one. Whether they'd studied formally or taught themselves, the destructive potential couldn't be ignored. Independent research teams had grown dangerously bold as well, willing to experiment with almost anything. This latest incident was a case in point, and the root cause traced back to Batman, specifically, to a lab several degrees removed from his direct oversight. A few reckless young researchers, struck by the need for a particular data point, had decided they required a nuclear fission device for their experiment. Several reports were submitted, and, taking advantage of ArrowVerse's good working relationship with the League, and the personal goodwill attached to both Thea's name and Batman's, the supervising officer had approved the loan without much scrutiny, and in doing so triggered today's crisis. A genuinely warm partnership between civilian and military institutions, touching in concept. In practice, neither organization's senior leadership had known anything about it until today, and people further down the chain had just worked it out between themselves. Thea suspected the ArrowVerse contact might have assumed the request was coming from the League itself, otherwise it was hard to explain why they'd shipped something that dangerous in a single cargo truck with 2 drivers and no additional security. She left the League to keep talking and went back to the White House. Her mother needed to know. As it turned out, Thea had read the situation correctly. Amanda Waller was flown in by helicopter in the middle of the night, and when she heard the full account, the color drained from her face. It hadn't been her order. Not Steve Trevor's either. Not Lila's. The trail wound down through the organization until it ended at a mid-level field station director who had signed the transfer agreement. Do we not have an alert system? Can anyone access equipment of that classification? Where is our tiered confidentiality system? Is it being enforced strictly according to regulations? This time it was Central City, next time will it be the White House? The Pentagon. Moira's anger was controlled and pointed, delivered in a sequence of questions that each landed like a verdict. She had long been dissatisfied with ArrowVerse's tendency to operate beyond her oversight, and this was not merely a reprimand, it was a chance to insert her own people inside ArrowVerse. If Thea hadn't been strong enough to intervene, Moira would have become the first president under whom a nuclear bomb detonated on American soil. If the bomb had gone off, millions of civilians would have died. A disaster on that scale demanded someone to answer for it, and that someone would have been her and Secretary Lane, possibly in prison. 3 parts performance to 7 parts genuine fury, Moira Queen was, in fact, very angry. Going to sleep one night, waking up to a nuclear detonation. Was there anything more absurd? Waller had absorbed a faceful of verbal tirade without flinching, but she wasn't without her own frustrations. Intelligence organizations were never monolithic. Internal factions cut across each other in every direction. Senior military figures played these factions against one another to demonstrate control. Waller and Trevor had both been on the receiving end of that treatment more times than they could count, which had naturally produced a significant block of genuinely neutral operators in between. The field station director responsible was one of those neutrals, and had, in his own estimation, been doing Waller a favor. Instead of currying favor, he had nearly caused a disaster. Find out who is responsible. I want the full report tomorrow morning. Moira dismissed Waller with a wave. Running this country is genuinely exhausting, Moira muttered once Waller was gone, rubbing her eyes. Thea moved behind her and began working on her shoulders. For all her mother's complaints, the satisfaction was evident. Another president, any other president, might have watched this same sequence of events become an unmanageable catastrophe. Washington, Roosevelt, it wouldn't have mattered. Once a nuclear detonation actually occurred, there was no political response adequate to the scale of it. Thea mentioned the gun control discussion in passing. Moira's reaction was not optimistic. Anyone paying attention could see that the proliferation of civilian firearms was a major driver of crime, but nobody wanted to step into that minefield. We'll be careful on that front. But the proposal you raised, auditing high-risk materials, tiered classification of hazardous materials, that one we can run with. Moira's mind moved quickly. She had already identified where this gave her leverage. The next morning, Thea accompanied her mother to the Pentagon. The Vice President and Secretary Lane had been briefed in advance. The rest of the assembled generals had not, and they had no idea why the president had come to the Pentagon at all. Moira had barely begun describing the previous night's events before the room erupted. Some obscure little public interest environmental group with barely anyone in it had come within a hair of detonating a nuclear bomb on American soil. The generals stared straight ahead in collective, silent horror. Moira's teleportation gem could save her life in an emergency, none of them had that option. They had no special protection. They lived in cities. Several of them had families in Central City. This is outrageous. A crime. Those people at ArrowVerse, one old general bit down on what he had actually wanted to say and substituted a marginally more appropriate word. The word he'd reached for first had been considerably more colorful. He wasn't the angriest person in the room. No one wanted to be asleep, whether at home or at a mistress's place, and then simply not exist anymore. A quick death, perhaps. A painless one, certainly. But they did not want to die. Not even slightly. Central City this time. Which city next? Their city. There was no way to know. Chapter 993, Chapter 992, the audit. Banning nuclear weapons, no one in the room was going to argue against that. This wasn't fireworks. Even the Pentagon's cleaning staff would have raised both hands in agreement, having worked too hard for their jobs to be comfortable with the alternative. Implementing a comprehensive national sweep for other hazards was a different conversation entirely, and everyone from the secretary down to the custodians understood how much trouble that could cause. How far would the audit go? Would it be used as cover to surface all kinds of other problems? The assembled officers had their own entanglements and lost interest in debating the point. But the president had put the question on the table, and they had to respond. They couldn't very well say go ahead and blow things up, we're not afraid of dying. In the end, General Lane called it a full national investigation. Moira was not going to let the opportunity pass. The military was the highest risk category, the most weapons, the most dangerous ones, but corruption, dereliction, espionage, and deliberate underreporting were equally prevalent problems. Previous presidents had acted as rubber stamps for the Pentagon. The military nominated someone, the president submitted the name, Congress confirmed it, and that was the extent of executive influence on what actually happened inside. Real internal decisions were untouched. This was an opening. Moira formally assigned 5 of her own senior staff to join the investigation team, and submitted to Congress several amendments that appeared narrow in scope but were anything but. They gave government personnel formal, precedent-establishing access to the Pentagon's leadership structure for the first time, justified under national security. Congress gave its full support. Simple calculation, presidents had term limits. When the current crop of legislators eventually ran for the White House themselves, those authorities would be theirs to inherit. There was no rational basis for refusing. Proposal, review, approval, green lights all the way. Faced with simultaneous pressure from the White House and Congress, the military had no room to push back. They stood aside. The foot in the door was just the beginning. Moira followed it with a series of moves that didn't let up. That unnamed country was routinely criticized for political structures dense with appointed officials. The other side of the ocean, it turned out, was no different. A coalition of legislators had assembled a body called the Superman Threat and Democratic Development Committee for the explicit purpose of countering metahuman power. Outdone by events, Moira simply built something better, an oversight and review committee with a stated mandate of auditing hazards and enforcing strict security classifications. Every material capable of producing high-lethality weapons was catalogued. Nationwide tracking, does the material still exist, and if so, where? If it was still on site, a physical inspection was conducted. If it had left custody, a full chain of disposition was required, buyer, date, circumstances. Thea also directed the global black market networks under her influence to cooperate with the operation. What the audit turned up was alarming even to the people who had come in looking for something specific. Even the senior military brass were terrified by what they found. More than one of them thought privately that surviving this long had required divine protection. 15 nuclear warheads were missing. Their entries existed only on paper, no physical location, no chain of custody, no trace. Thea's resources hadn't been able to find them either. The tally of other high-yield munitions was worse. The quantity of precursor materials capable of producing mass casualty weapons had gone missing at a rate that defied credulity. Within days, the climate had shifted to something approaching controlled panic. Even Batman was stretched thin managing the fallout. Wayne Enterprises bore the brunt of it. Old Lucius spent an entire day dealing with one inquiry after another before announcing he simply couldn't cope. Their internal records were not exactly clean, there were accounts that didn't add up and items that were better not examined, and they had no interest in anyone examining them. Bruce Wayne had no choice but to swap the cape for a suit and tie, put on his public face, and deal personally with the national audit apparatus. While doing that, he quietly dispatched Barbara and Nightwing to falsify records while dangerous equipment was piled into storage rooms. Once the inspectors left, they hauled it away. Thea was also a major shareholder of Wayne Enterprises, effectively both player and referee, and today she was leading the inspection team. Mr. Wayne, she said, keeping her voice neutral, there are some irregularities here. The technical specifications on this aircraft don't match the registered documentation. She was looking at the Batplane, stripped of its insignia, repainted stem to stern in a thorough and entirely unconvincing makeover. She nearly laughed. The equipment hasn't been used in some time. Probably degraded, Batman said, with a straight face. He had taken the thing out over Gotham the night before. Thea helped cover for him with equal solemnity. Wayne Enterprises cleared its inspection without incident. Scenes like this were playing out across the country. Most participants had expected the usual theater, loud overture, quiet follow-through. But then someone leaked the information that a nuclear detonation had come within 1 second of actually occurring, and the atmosphere curdled instantly into something real. Waller and Trevor, genuinely patriotic, whatever their other qualities, had absorbed an entire day of senior-level dressing downs and were still participating in the operation with composure. Aided by intelligence assets, a team of scientists, and the Justice League acting as enforcement muscle, the national sweep moved quickly. Individuals, private labs, and independent research groups were found to be sitting on stockpiles of materials suitable for assembling high-lethality weapons. Predictably, some of those affected organized to resist. Individual rights are inviolable, they declared, loudly and in chorus. Thea didn't coddle that particular instinct. She mobilized the public against them, seeding the neighborhoods around the flagged labs with targeted information, radiation concerns, carcinogen exposure risks, the statistical likelihood of being vaporized in one's sleep. Once the surrounding residents heard how dangerous their neighbors had been making their lives, the citizens went wild. The individual rights advocates were quickly shouted down by ordinary people who vastly outnumbered them. As for calling the police, the officers on duty were not going to arrest 1,000 aggrieved constituents to protect one research team. After a week of this, Thea finally had time to turn her attention to the Antimatter Universe Hall. She brought the metals she'd selected to Diana. Metals that had survived the cosmic explosions of the Antimatter Universe's own creation and come out the other side intact. Their toughness was easy to imagine. Diana had been worried about her shattered shield. This was exactly the right moment for an upgrade. The new shield was named Courage. It was pale green throughout, carrying an almost indefinable quality of weight, a solidity that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the material. Diana described what she had seen while forging it, a warrior from the antimatter universe who had resisted the anti-monitor to the very end. The fighter's refusal to yield had passed into the metal itself, and the shield that emerged was stronger for it. Thea made no comment on this. Privately she suspected that the warrior and the defiance unto the last were a vision Diana had produced for herself at the peak of their recent sparring sessions, but she was not going to say that out loud. If Diana said it was true, then it was true. The battle on Earth 3 had restored something in Diana's confidence. With the antimatter universe's rare materials worked into entirely new gear, her equipment had been rebuilt from the ground up. It wasn't yet in the same category as the Holy Sword, nothing mundanely forged could match a weapon of pure legend, but within the physical world, it had reached the ceiling. Both goddesses had been practicing together constantly of late, and Thea had at last internalized both courage and love as emotional forces. The ring of Voltum was fully purified. They had both tried it on. The results were not entirely surprising. Diana's range of positive emotions was extraordinary, she was almost the physical embodiment of every virtue. But emotions ran in both directions. Rage, greed, fear, and beyond those, envy and hatred, were all poorly suited to her. Diana lacked the breadth to channel the darker registers. Which meant Thea kept the ring for herself. The emotional forces were still housed inside, but the impurities were gone. The ring could be worn now. It sat on Thea's right hand, casting its radiance across the room, brilliant, eye-catching, too vivid to look away from. Chapter 994, Chapter 993, The War on Apocalypse. The ring and Thea still had some necessary adjusting to do. She had been wearing it every day for the past week. Death. Soul. Wealth. Trade. Arts and literature. And now emotion from the ring, 6 divine seats in total. She had actually considered prying the Mobius chair loose during Metron's treatment. Knowledge wouldn't have been a bad seat to hold either. Unfortunately, the old scholar had been alert. They were acquaintances, after all. She'd hesitated for a moment, and decided against going for the kill. Whether she could sustain even more seats was an open question. But Highfather and Darkside both carried 5, and she was already feeling some friction between her growing portfolio. The divine powers weren't harmonizing cleanly. Something had to go. Highfather had given her a useful model. She made the same call. Arts and literature was the seat she relinquished. No point letting it go to waste, though. It went straight to Diana. Diana was the obvious choice, whether because of her own deep foundation in Greek aesthetics or because of the practical need to direct the bards of New Genesis. Most importantly, she was family. The divine seat changed her. A thread of softness wove itself through Diana's martial bearing, making her considerably more charismatic. There was now a certain quiet grace beneath the commanding assurance that had always been there. Diana's character was iron deep, so a minor seat like arts and literature left little mark on her personality. She hadn't turned into some brooding poet. That was a relief. On Thea's end, trading arts for emotion had pushed her overall power up by roughly 20%. The emotion seat was nothing like death. It was relentlessly alive. If left unmanaged, it ran wild like a horse without a rider, shifting from moment to moment. Excitement 1 second, despair the next. Rage amplified raw strength. Fear sharpened speed. Compassion dulled an enemy's hostility. Any single emotion, isolated, was genuinely useful. Diana's specialization in courage gave her the ability to punch above her weight class, to exceed her own physical limits in a burst when it mattered. But when all the emotions ran together at full volume, it was a different story entirely. Too much noise. Legion, the one with thousands of personalities, might actually be better suited for this ring than she was. Thea sincerely hated it. She had to lean on death to suppress the emotional current every single day just to avoid turning into a complete mess. This was not a source she could keep inside herself. It wasn't right for her, and it wasn't right for any sapient mind. The Guardians and the First Lantern had made it into a ring for a reason. That had been the wise move. The emotion source was simply too chaotic. Without immense divine power to anchor it, it would drive anyone mad within minutes. Thea ultimately decided against absorbing it directly. She'd run it through the ring and seal it when she wasn't actively using it. Still, the weaknesses didn't outweigh the benefits. There were plenty of those too. Focused on a single emotion for a short window, she could push her combat effectiveness up by 30% or more, sometimes significantly higher. And if she could switch fluidly between them in a fight, she could boost different attributes mid-battle. When an enemy had adapted to her strength and speed, a sudden shift in nature could end things in one exchange. The fight between Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor had illustrated that principle clearly. When the gap between opponents is narrow, even a small variable can swing the final outcome. With the emotion seed acquired, and every parallel universe counterpart of herself eliminated, she was now singular, truly the only one. The name Thea Queen belonged entirely to her now. Whether that carried future benefits she couldn't say, but her ranking among the Endless had quietly climbed another 3 places. She now stood at 17. That made her even more eager for the life equation, and by extension, she had been pushing Kyle Rayner's emotional fusion training harder. Unfortunately, it got steeper the further they went. Even Kyle, a cheat-level powerhouse if there ever was one, was struggling. His mastery of avarice refused to reach the threshold. He was stuck at 5 emotions fused, and a full week had passed without any movement. On her side, the life equation showed 0 progress. She hadn't even glimpsed it. Darkseid's situation on Apocalypse was roughly the same. The prize was right in front of him, he simply couldn't get it out. Her former subordinate Kanto had slipped back in to scout the situation. Desaad had constructed an enormous magical array designed to draw out the anti-life equation by force. Massive numbers of slaves and civilians were being slaughtered and tortured to death, the entire planet was drowning in screams, and viewed from outside, Apocalypse looked wrapped in a corona of blood. Darkseid had gone into a frenzy, sending his forces out daily to seize anyone they could find and feed them to the array. The theory was to use the violence itself to lure the anti-life equation to the surface. The problem was that the Anti-Monitor's essence was too deeply layered. He had no interest in separating from his host, and brute force extraction was producing almost nothing. Given enough time, a steady drip would wear through any stone, keeping up that pressure, day after day, year after year, would eventually dislodge the anti-life equation. But time was exactly what Apocalypse didn't have. In under 2 weeks, Darkseid had already repelled 2 waves of Hell's forces. The invading demons weren't at the absolute top of the power scale, but they were far from weak, all Lord-class greater demons. Without Darkseid personally in the field, even Steppenwolf and the others were barely holding. This was clearly Hell probing Apocalypse's limits. After Thea's first pass through Apocalypse, and then Batman's, Hell's archdemons had been unable to contain their hunger for the anti-life equation. They had taken over the raiding schedule, 3rd pass, 4th pass, 5th, a steady stream of demons marching on Apocalypse. Darkseid didn't have the luxury of fury. He wasn't giving up the equation, and his reputation as a tyrant wasn't built on bluster. Come fight, then, let's see what you're made of. By the time Kanto left Apocalypse, they had beaten back a 3rd assault. Darkseid personally defeated one of Hell's greater demons in single combat, then reduced the creature to just a head using his Omega beams, leaving it alive, because Hell's will wouldn't resurrect what wasn't dead. He had the skull mounted above the main gate of his palace as a demonstration of force and to steady his troops' nerves. The intimidation factor was limited. The demons kept coming in waves, his own people, at least, regained some of their confidence. In heaven and on New Genesis, they were celebrating like it was a festival. The forces of justice took a generally optimistic view of Apocalypse and Hell tearing into each other. Keep fighting, don't stop, never stop. Every spy New Genesis had planted inside Apocalypse, every fallen angel whose loyalty still lay with heaven, all of them received instructions from on high, do whatever it takes to keep this war burning, without end, without limit. As it turned out, the archangels were not exactly paragons of virtue either. Watching Darkseid struggle to extract the anti-life equation, and worried he might lose hope and give up, the archangels decided to manufacture a little hope for the Dark Tyrant. To bolster his conviction, they collectively roused their master, Michael Demiurgos, the Lord of Heaven, who had been lost in his own inner world. This son of the presence, equal in renown to Lucifer himself, used his superior insight to look at the problem and came up with a suggestion before returning to his slumber. The highly efficient method for extracting the anti-life equation proceeded to make its way, through 7 or 8 carefully arranged intermediaries, to Darkseid's hands, entirely by accident. Chapter 995, Chapter 994, Barbara's Investigation. As a major player in the multiverse herself, Thea wasn't about to be left out. She had no direct solution for the anti-life equation, but the power of death was her specialty. The Black Racer's modifications, an admixture of Osiris's divine power compounded by temporal distortion, held no mystery for her. Within the death domain she was absolute authority, and through Kanto she had left Darkseid instructions for neutralizing the death energy signatures in his own palace chambers. When trouble struck, everyone pitched in. The observers watching from the sphere of the gods provided their assistance to Darkseid, whose father had been smeared across the wall and who had no powerful patron to lean on, in whatever form they could. Those with resources contributed resources, those with manpower contributed manpower. The war's scale began to grow. Apocalypse attracted the gaze of powerful beings from across the cosmos, and even a few lords of minor realms in the outer planes began arriving to take their shot at the spoils. Thea watched as Darkseid, restored to more than half his original power, defeated the King of Tears outright. The creature was something like a living fog, carrying a singular rule: look upon its true face and die. In the end, even that hadn't been enough. Darkseid beat it down, and it retreated in humiliation to its own realm. The King of Tears was not weak. As the undisputed ruler of a minor realm in the outer planes, its true form was a mass of smoke-like resentment, growing stronger by feeding on negative emotion and the souls of living things. Over millions of years, that accumulated power had reached a genuinely terrifying magnitude. For Thea, Darkseid, and the other new gods, the path ahead remained unclear, whether to take the route Yuga Khan had walked, accumulating top-tier divine seats until reaching the pinnacle, or to forge an entirely different road, was still an open question. No clear path forward had presented itself. But their survival wasn't at serious risk. As long as none of them did something catastrophically stupid, they could persist until the day the greater world itself was destroyed. At the level of the multiverse, the new gods occupied a comfortable middle tier, not at the top, but a long way from the bottom. The King of Tears had no such luxury. Its power had accreted without any coherent method of evolution. The endpoint, if it stayed on that path, was losing all capacity for action, becoming a well-fed pig waiting for slaughter, or simply hiding inside its minor realm and never emerging, until it eventually burst the walls of that realm from the inside. The anti-life equation represented an exit, a final gambit, and the pull of it was too great to ignore even knowing the danger. So it had left its world to take the prize. Unfortunately for it, Darkseid, supported by his many helpful benefactors, had clawed back more than half his strength. He didn't much care where this creature had crawled out from. He beat it into the ground regardless. On Apocalypse itself the fighting was glorious chaos. Countless planets that had suffered under the Dark Tyrant's rule had sent their own forces to join the battle. Even so, they were barely holding the line against Hell's onslaught. The archdemons all believed that one more hard push would crack Apocalypse open, and then they could take the anti-life equation for themselves and become Lord of all Hell, reaching the apex of demonkind. After about 2 weeks of this, Thea began to notice the demonic forces running low on momentum. So she started helping Hell's side. The demons fought without any strategic coherence, just a loud, chaotic wave assault with nobody managing logistics or coordination. Thea dispatched Malkanthet to organize the relief effort. Hell was vast, and there were demons who hadn't yet heard the good news that Apocalypse was in play. The Queen of Succubi worked one side of the problem, pulling in reinforcements to replenish battlefield losses, while on the other side she applied methodical thinking to force composition, putting the various types of demons to rational use according to their particular combat strengths. So dull. Thea lay sprawled on her bed watching them fight, yawning, and stretching her arms above her head. It had been entertaining at first, but days of this had worn thin. God himself seemed to hear her complaint. In the next moment, there was a knock at the door. Diana looked at her lying there with that expression of mild suffering and went to answer it herself. She returned a moment later. Barbara's here. Get up. After 10 years of friendship with Batgirl, they were well past formality. Thea threw on an outer layer and stepped out of the bedroom. Barbara had been working on something for her in secret, following up on a commission Thea had given her some time ago. Today, she finally had an answer. In front of others, Thea carried herself well, poised, composed, projecting the particular grace that a woman of her stature seemed to make effortless. Diana beside her was mature and strong, and the two women made no secret of the warmth between them. Even casual glances they exchanged carried an emotional charge that was obvious to anyone paying attention. Barbara, despite being a woman herself, found it slightly dizzying. Fortunately her own preferences ran a firm course. She was still occasionally meeting up with Nightwing, keeping things casual, and the frankly improbable world she inhabited had never managed to recalibrate her. She silently noted that the two goddesses were being openly lovey-dovey today, cleared her throat pointedly, and set a thick stack of materials on the table: handwritten notes, printed copies, photographs, rubbings. This is everything I could find in Gotham. See if any of it helps. Thea bent over the pile and began reading. Diana picked up a handful of pages and started going through them carefully. Mythology. Since when do you care about this? Diana flipped through the stack, most of which was legend and folklore, human prayers to divine beings, hopes for harvest, hopes for the continuation of a tribe. She understood why the records existed, but she was puzzled as to why Thea needed them. They were both goddesses now. Still, Thea always had her reasons. There's a truth hidden in here, Thea said, about where the current human race actually came from. She pointed to one of the rubbings. After the Atlanteans, before modern humanity, there were 3 tribes who lived in this world. The Hawk tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Bear tribe. She paused. But the record has been changed. It now shows 4 tribes. A Bat tribe has been added. The implication was not subtle. Diana understood immediately. You mean Bruce? Yes. This time it was Barbara who answered. As a librarian at Gotham City Library, her actual day job was fighting monsters at night and sleeping in the library during the day. Barbara had access to the most comprehensive collection of historical records in the country. Following Thea's commission, she had spent a long time in those stacks, chasing the truth through layers of text and record. My investigation showed that originally there were 3 tribes. Then, as though overnight, a wave of new evidence appeared establishing a 4th, and my own memories on the subject aren't entirely clear. Barbara scratched the back of her head. The relevant memories had evidently been overwritten. The reason she sensed something was wrong was only because the change hadn't happened long ago. A small fragment of the original memory was still present, just enough to create a sense of discontinuity. Diana thought it over. It didn't seem especially alarming on the face of it. Batman had been scattered through the time stream by Darkseid's Omega beams, and his travels had caused some cosmic disruption, but wasn't that arc already resolved? What happened was something with far-reaching consequences, Thea said. Bruce established a tribe in the deep past, and after he left that point in time, something occurred that wasn't supposed to happen. She laid another photograph on the table, an ancient cave painting showing a golden light splitting the sky and landing on the earth below. Bruce's situation started as an accident. But looking at it from our present vantage point, what was accidental has become inevitable. The history that was supposed to unfold has taken a turn here, and the course of human evolution has shifted slightly off its original path. Barbara furrowed her brow and worked through this for half a minute. But Bruce only just got back. That's how time works, Diana said gently. From our perspective, Bruce returned recently. But measured on the timeline, the Bat tribe's existence is something that happened a very, very long time ago. Exactly. And it isn't just the Bat tribe that's coming back. Thea held up another photograph. I think the Hawk tribe is about to return as well. We have a Hawk tribe beacon here too. In the photo were a man and a woman, unmistakably, Prince Khufu and Priestess Chayera. What are you planning to do? Diana asked. Thea already had her answer. The world associated with the Bat tribe is in chaos. I haven't been able to find the right approach for it yet. But the Hawk world is accessible. I want to send a scouting mission in, take stock of the situation, and see whether it poses any threat to Earth. In her memory, that world, honestly it should be called a bird pen, not a hawk world, was a fairly unremarkable place, home to 2 or 3 winged figures of no great power. But she wanted to study its structure. Her own pocket world currently had its stone golem destroyed, with life beginning to develop in various directions, a rough start toward a small world, but she had no clear sense of where it was going. Looking at Hawk World could give her useful reference material. And if an opportunity arose to absorb Hawk World's source energy into her own world, all the better. Barbara heard the plan this time and understood it clearly. This was a preemptive strike. Batgirl found that approach considerably more appealing than digging through old papers in a library. She was on board. Thea thought it over. The mission wasn't large in scale and didn't look especially dangerous. She decided to bring the entire female wing of the Justice League, make it a group outing. 3 days later, a collection of heroines gathered in Central City. Why Central City? Because Thea couldn't locate Hawk World on her own. There were quite a few minor realms like it, some formed naturally, some carved out by powerful individuals, and with no coordinates to work from, getting inside was beyond her reach. The reason for Central City was that it was home to an absurdly powerful teleportation specialist, Vibe, Cisco Ramon. Pure teleportation was straightforward. Thea could do it, Raven could, Diana could manage it with some effort. But sensing the destination before opening a path required Cisco's ability specifically. Locate the target, open a portal. Vibe's power was exceptional, held back only by his own stamina, much of its potential still untapped. Since the STAR Labs facility had been blown up by Scarface, this modest apartment served as Team Flash's operational command. Cisco and Caitlin's bosses had all departed, leaving no one to pay their salaries. Iris was still in the 30th century having a baby, not that it would have mattered anyway, her job was gone. Wally West was unemployed with no income to speak of. As for Bart Allen, he was basically a walking child labor violation, no one would dare put him on payroll. All of them were surviving on Barry's salary from the Central City Police Department. By any reasonable measure, it was a grim situation. Given that Hawk World would likely involve some combat, Felicity, who had no combat ability, was kept on Earth. Batwoman, who had announced her retirement, along with Aquaman's companions Yawara and Cassina, were likewise absent. Every other heroine made the call. Thea, Diana, Supergirl, Batgirl, Catwoman, Shadow, Stargirl, Wonder Girl, Black Canary, Zatanna, and from the Justice League International, Fire and Ice, whose friendship was starting to look less than platonic, plus Caitlin Snow, aka Killer Frost, from Team Flash, Mara, Aquaman's wife, Lois Lane, Superman's wife, Cassandra Cain, Raven, and the newly joined Green Lantern Jessica Cruz. 18 heroines in total, plus Pandora, who had been closely involved with the group and had personally witnessed more than a few ancient legends, and, as the guiding beacons for this mission, Hawkman Carter Hall and Hawkgirl Kendra Saunders. I'm just going to step out. I think there's a fire on East Street. The Flash took one look at the assembled crowd and made his exit. Cisco wanted to do the same. Then he registered the full situation: Pandora, Hawkgirl, and 20 women in total, all of them fully armed, swords, shields, weapons of various kinds, staring at him. He had spent years cultivating a degree of composure, and it evaporated instantly. Hawkgirl produced her mace. It was smaller than the one she'd carried with the Star Sapphire core. That old weapon had crushed skulls like watermelons. Now it barely looked fit for hammering nails, but she was still holding it in front of his face. Cisco nearly jumped out of his chair. What exactly was this woman planning to do? Caitlin and Thea held back their laughter while someone calmly explained the situation. Ancient civilizations. The words lit up immediately in Cisco's mind. His curiosity was overwhelming. He desperately wanted to come along, but 20 women and 1 man did seem like an unusual arrangement. Come with us, Hawkman said, with complete sincerity. There should be a great many ancient ruins out there. Cisco noticed, belatedly, that Hawkman had clearly identified him as a fellow male and was trying to bring him along for company. His intelligence was more than adequate to parse what wasn't being said aloud. He too, apparently, felt outnumbered. Cisco waited internally. In the end, his curiosity about prehistoric civilization won out over social awkwardness. It'll be fine if I keep my head down, he told himself. Thea gave a quick rundown of the mission objectives. Trace an extra-dimensional space through the metal. Cisco confirmed, then closed his eyes and began searching. Chapter 996, Chapter 995, Heading for Hawk World. Diana picked up the photograph and studied it twice. As the new goddess of arts and literature, she noticed that the cave painting showed real skill. A few economical lines had captured a fleeting moment with impressive fidelity. A spacecraft had visited Earth in a distant age. It had seized 2 unlucky individuals, but as it burned through the atmosphere, fragments of its hull had scattered across the surface below. That metal gave the ancient tribes extraordinary power, Thea said. They vanished from our history and set out for worlds of their own. After they left, the remaining populations reproduced and diversified, and that lineage became us, the modern human race. The Mu civilization. Then the Gendeans, gifted with psionic ability. The Lemurians, masters of mental control. Those 3 prehistoric civilizations form a clean sequence. She tapped the photograph. But between the 4th civilization, the warrior Atlanteans, and us, the 5th-generation humans, there's a gap. That gap exists because of this ship. Thea felt a quiet melancholy about it. From her personal vantage point, the reality Bruce had altered was actually the real one. If the Hawk tribe and the Bear tribe had never left, current history would have been unrecognizable. You had me investigate and authenticate a bat tribe that straddles fact and myth, Barbara said. What impact does it actually have on the present? She was Batgirl, she preferred enemies she could see and hit. The concept of altered realities gave her a headache. My read is that the Bat tribe is coming back. They represent a dark force that is still gathering strength. Once they're ready, it will mean catastrophe for Earth and for the wider universe. We're not talking about a distant timeline. They have a beacon in our world, their attention has been fixed here for some time. Barbara worked through this slowly, brow creased. After half a minute, but Bruce only just got back. That's how time works, Diana said. From our perspective, yes, Bruce returned recently. But measured on the actual timeline, the Bat tribe is something from the deep past. Exactly. And it's not only the Bat tribe. Thea held up a photograph. I believe the Hawk tribe is about to return as well. We have a Hawk tribe beacon right here. The photo showed a man and a woman, Prince Khufu and Priestess Chayera, unmistakably. What's the plan? Diana asked. Thea already had her answer. The world tied to the Bat tribe is still in chaos. I haven't found the right path to it yet. But we can scout Hawk World first. Survey the conditions there, and determine whether it poses any threat to Earth. In her memory, that world, honestly, Hawk World was a generous name for it, more like a bird enclosure, wasn't home to anyone particularly formidable. But she wanted to understand how the place was structured. Her own pocket world currently had its stone golem gone, and life there was beginning to develop in its own directions. It was a rough start toward becoming a small world, but she had no clear sense of where it was heading. Hawk World could be useful to observe. And if conditions allowed, she could try absorbing Hawk World source essence into her own. Barbara understood that pitch without any ambiguity. Going on the offensive ahead of the threat was her kind of approach, a significant improvement over poring over library archives. She was in. Thea thought over the scope. Not a heavy operation. Not especially dangerous. She decided to bring the entire female wing of the Justice League, make it a group outing. 3 days later, a collection of heroines assembled in Central City. The reason for Central City was that Thea had no way to locate Hawk World on her own. Minor realms were numerous, some formed naturally over time, some carved out by powerful individuals, and without coordinates, getting through the door wasn't feasible. Central City was the home of an absurdly powerful teleportation specialist, Vibe, Cisco Ramon. Ordinary teleportation wasn't the problem, Thea could handle it, Raven could, Diana could manage with effort. But sensing the destination at all before opening the way was Cisco's particular gift. Searching and opening portals, his ability was genuinely exceptional, held back only by his own stamina. Most of its potential was still dormant. Since STAR Labs had been destroyed by Scarface, Team Flash was operating out of this moderately sized department as their field command. Cisco and Caitlin's supervisors had all cleared out, leaving nobody to issue paychecks. Iris was still in the 30th century, and even if she came back, the job was gone. Wally West was unemployed, with no savings to fall back on. Bart Allen was basically a walking child labor violation, no legitimate employer would touch him. They were all surviving on Barry's police salary from Central City PD. That was a fairly grim picture. Given that Hawk World was likely to involve some fighting, Felicity, with no combat capability, was kept on Earth. Batwoman, who had announced her retirement, along with Aquaman's companions Yawara and Cassina, who had gone into seclusion together, also didn't make the trip. The remaining heroines came in full. Thea, Diana, Supergirl, Batgirl, Catwoman, Shadow, Stargirl, Wonder Girl, Black Canary, Zatanna, from the Justice League International, Fire and Ice, whose friendship was starting to look less than platonic, plus Caitlin Snow, aka Killer Frost, from Team Flash, Mara, Lois Lane, Cassandra Cain, Raven, and the newly inducted Green Lantern Jessica Cruz. 18 heroines total, plus Pandora, longtime companion to the group, present at more than a few legendary events, and the mission's guiding beacons, Hawkman Carter Hall and Hawkgirl Kendra Saunders. Oh, I should go take a walk. I heard there might be a fire on East Street. The sheer crowd, especially the crowd of women, made Flash flee the moment he surveyed the scene. Cisco also wanted to leave. Then Pandora, Hawkgirl, and the full assembly of 20 armed women turned to look at him, swords, shields, weapons in hand. He'd spent years building up a certain equanimity. It dissolved on the spot. Clang. Hawkgirl produced her mace. It was 2 sizes smaller than the one she'd used with the Star Sapphire core. The old version had crushed heads like fruit, now it barely looked fit for hammering nails, but she was holding it right in front of him. Cisco nearly leapt out of his chair. What was she planning to do with that? Caitlin and Thea held back their laughter while someone walked him through the actual purpose of the gathering. Ancient civilizations. The phrase hit him like a spotlight. His curiosity immediately overwhelmed everything else. He desperately wanted to come, but 20 women and 1 man was a statistically unusual arrangement. Come along, Hawkman said, with genuine sincerity. There should be a great many ancient ruins. Cisco noted, belatedly, that Hawkman had clearly identified him as a fellow man in a sea of women and was making a direct appeal to solidarity. His intelligence was sufficient to read the subtext. Carter Hall also felt outnumbered. He weighed his options. Eventually, the pull of a prehistoric civilization outcompete the social awkwardness. It'll be fine if I keep my head down, he told himself. Thea gave a quick rundown of the mission. Trace an extra-dimensional space through the metal, he confirmed, and closed his eyes to begin. Chapter 997, Chapter 996, Hawk World in Turmoil. Cisco picked up the nth metal signal quickly. He raised his head, not entirely certain. Gotham, there seems to be a piece there. Thea didn't need him to finish the sentence to know what had happened. Batman had clearly lifted a significant chunk of nth metal from Hawkgirl's mace using some method or other. The original mace, Hawkman's personal version, she had quietly held onto. It was currently in the underworld, handed to Deathstorm for study. She had given Hawkman and Hawkgirl a replacement mace, but apparently Batman had helped himself to a substantial portion of the nth metal somewhere along the chain of custody. Classic. Hawkman and Hawkgirl obviously couldn't share one mace, so at some point they had smelted and divided what remained, splitting it in 2, which produced the relatively compact hammer Hawkgirl was currently carrying. It truly was compact. More nail-driving scale than head-crushing scale. Thea suspected Cisco had actually glimpsed Batman himself in one of his vibe visions. She waved a hand, indicating he should let that particular detail go and continue expanding the search. Once the search radius moved beyond Earth, the range widened considerably and Sisko's stamina began to drain. He had to stop and rest periodically. Thea rotated the emotional ring and channeled a measure of hope into Sisko. Diana contributed some of her perseverance divine power. With their support supplementing his ability, the search began to move faster. I can't, Sisko frowned. I'm picking up the signals, but there's something in between. Some kind of obstruction. Is there a barrier? Does it require certain blood as a guide? Or some kind of passphrase? Thea ran through several possibilities in sequence, dug through reference materials, tried multiple approaches, and even drew a small amount of blood from Hawkgirl's wrist as a potential key. None of it worked. Raven spoke up quietly. What if the portal has to be opened from a specific location? Oh. Thea felt immediately that she was right, she had been overcomplicating it. Raven straightened slightly, a satisfied expression on her face. Thinking it through, Thea concluded it was almost certainly that simple. How sophisticated could the magic of an ancient tribal civilization actually be? At its foundation, this was probably a minor realm carved out by a handful of tribal shamans and priests in cooperation with some ancient divine power. There was a meaningful difference between creating a world and carving one out. Creation required producing something from nothing, turning the impossible into reality. Opening access was a much simpler operation, similar to how she had established the new continent back in her early days. It worked from within the physical universe, borrowed some of its rules, and anchored itself to the material plane. Which meant the entry point was almost certainly at a specific physical location. She quickly scanned the materials and found the last known locations where the three tribes had vanished. Peru. She brought everyone to a stretch of rainforest. Strong signal, I think I found it. A lot of metal in there. After a full half hour, Sisko finally had something. Opening a portal now, take a look. Thea extended her perception into it. After 2 minutes, she shook her head. That world has gone barren. There are no life signs. The first attempt ended in failure. They rested briefly and began the second search. The second target still wasn't Hawk World, the interior seemed to be under assault from energy disturbances, with no chance of any life surviving. When the third portal opened, Thea probed it carefully and finally smiled. There's life in there. Everyone get ready, we're going through. Target found. The group checked their equipment. Diana took point, Thea brought up the rear. They passed through the portal in sequence. The world on the other side was dense with vegetation. Towering trees were everywhere, and fragments of light sifted down unevenly through the canopy, scattered across the ground in broken patterns. Looking upward through the treetops, several figures could be seen moving at a distance, winged beings with easy, fluid flight. Their wings were not the sole reason they could fly, the gravity here was lighter than Earth's. Gravity is about 2/3 of Earth's. Sisko had just started to share his observations when Barbara checked her wrist display and ran through the environmental data herself. Sisko pressed his lips together. He should have brought equipment. Bat family gear was just more portable. This place is small, roughly the size of Iceland, Thea said, having swept the entire realm with her perception. Most of the life is over there. Following her direction, the heroine spotted what appeared to be a massive floating island rising above the treetops and into the lower cloud layer. Why would they give up Earth to live here? Supergirl shook her head. It was obvious even to a casual observer that this place was severely limited, small footprint, sparse resources. To abandon the prospect of ruling Earth in favor of this was hard to explain. Were the original Hawk tribe leaders not thinking clearly? Nobody had an answer for that. What the ancient chieftains had been thinking was anyone's guess. Someone's coming. Supergirl, happy to be somewhere new after long stretches on Earth, had been looking around with open curiosity. She kept her voice low. Over there. She didn't think the two figures could pose any serious threat to the group, and she was right. Two winged men emerged from the trees with a rustling of feathers. Their clothing was minimal, their builds powerful, their faces marked with patterns whose meaning nobody could read. One carried a spear, the other held a stone axe. Every eye in the group drifted toward Hawkman and Hawkgirl. This aesthetic was very familiar. You two are clearly on home ground, look, your people came to welcome you. The two men spoke rapidly in a language no one could parse. They had also noticed Hawkman and Hawkgirl, better equipped than themselves, and armed with at least one metal weapon even if it was on the small side. Their own weapons were still stone. The two winged men exchanged a glance, then turned and flew upward toward the floating island. Thea made no move to stop them. This was meant to be a recreational outing, if the whole tribe came down at once, she'd handle them in one pass. The birdmen never returned. Instead, something else arrived. A sound rolled through the forest, low, guttural growls spreading from between the trees. Shapes began appearing in the undergrowth, eyes glowing green, too many to easily count. They studied the intruders with a look that communicated one thing clearly. I don't think they're friendly. Cisco's total record of combat experience could be counted on one hand. He wanted to project confidence in front of the assembled heroines, project some kind of presence, but his nerves weren't cooperating. He thought longingly of Barry. If his best friend had come along, he could have given a casual wave and said, "Barry, handle it," and watched the enemies fold while he stood there looking collected. Instead he was stuck here with only himself and Hawkman as the male representatives of the group, and even with his limited combat experience, he understood that he had to be the one standing at the front. "Don't worry, Cisco, I'll keep you safe." The moment that destroyed whatever was left of his pride, Pandora, in her purple coat with both guns out, stepped directly in front of him and trained her demon-breaking rounds on the Trilene. He desperately wanted to say, "I appreciate the sentiment, but would you please not announce my name while you do it?" The heroines only had eyes for the emerging shapes. The silhouettes emerged fully from the forest, and what they saw gave everyone pause. Fully upright. Completely human in body. But the hands and feet had become heavy, clawed, wild. And the heads were wrong. Each one was the head of a wolf, with expressions of bloodlust and brutality in their eyes, instinct having long since replaced what had been higher thought. This must be the wolf tribe, someone concluded. Their world became a wasteland. They took refuge here with the hawk tribe, but the centuries turned them into something feral. It was the obvious inference given the context, and the mission's purpose had made this kind of encounter predictable. Most likely. But their physical conditioning is considerably above human baseline, and their hunting instincts make them significantly more dangerous. Everyone watch yourselves. Thea offered the caution. She didn't want underestimation to cause problems. A high screech rang from deep in the forest. The wolf tribe seemed to receive some signal. Every one of them dropped to all fours and came at the group in a furious charge. Pandora's pistols and Shadow's arrows fired simultaneously. The rest of the heroines moved to engage. Thea assessed the situation. Everyone was energized and clearly enjoying themselves, and decided that sweeping the field with an area of effect instant death spell would be anticlimactic. She pulled out her bow and arrows and began shooting in a performative manner. Diana caught the look, rolled her eyes, and did the same, holding back her strength, working with sword and shield. The restraint was theirs alone. The rest of the heroines had no such instinct. Raven, Cassandra, and Supergirl, all three on the young side of the group and at exactly the age when the urge to show off is most acute, threw themselves into the middle of the enemy formation at full speed. Shadow Flame detonated and sent more than a dozen wolfmen flying. Supergirl caught one unfortunate specimen in her hand and, with a motion that resembled a bowling approach, wound up and through, the wolfman skidded and tumbled end over end, knocking over another line of enemies. Cassandra, meanwhile, was scanning the opposition, and quickly found the one who stood a head taller than the rest and was noticeably broader, gray-black like the others, but with a skin surface that shimmered faintly white, marking a leader. Her eyes lit up with combat intent. Without a word, she opened with a whip kick to the wolfman's head. It raised a forearm to block, then struck back with a claw aimed for her chest. She cleared it with a backflip, came in with both feet for the jaw. They exchanged 7 or 8 moves in rapid succession, neither landing decisively. Barbara had been quietly grooming Cassandra as her successor to the Batgirl name, and she watched the challenge with an edge of anxiety from the sideline. Fire and Ice, former best friends who appeared to be trending towards something more, worked in the complementary way their powers allowed. One heat, one cold, the coordination was seamless. Against a pack of adversaries with no special abilities, the heroines had no real difficulty. The gap between metahuman and baseline fighter didn't close because of some enhanced animal physicality, it was simply too wide. In the midst of the more visually spectacular techniques, one person drew the most sustained attention, Lois Lane, or, as she might now properly be called, Lois Lane Kent. From Thea's vantage point, Lois had exceeded the ceiling of what she would have reached in her own original timeline by a significant margin. Her potential had been compressed for a long time and was now finally releasing. Luminous blue telekinetic energy had taken on visible, tangible form. Flight. Telekinetic manipulation of objects. Invisible force fields. Telekinetic blasts. Combat experience still raw and unformed, but if she could channel her full current capability at once, Lois at this moment was not far behind Earth 3 Superwoman in overall power. Named heroines dispatching anonymous foot soldiers produced a predictable outcome. When Cassandra kicked the alpha wolfman off his feet, it was over. The wolfmen were ragged and, more critically, carried a strong odor. Their evident cognitive decline made interrogation pointless. Thea waved everyone along, and they teleported to the floating island. If Hawk World was Iceland-sized, the floating island was roughly the size of a city park. Unlike the wolfmen, who had lost every trace of civilization, there were at least small signs here that someone had been trying to build something. Containers of various kinds. Shelters barely worthy of the name, constructed from materials that even the most modest living conditions would reject. And people. One elderly winged man looked up at the group of heroines who had appeared before him with clear alarm. He spoke rapidly in a language no one could understand. Even Hawkman and Hawkgirl felt a faint familiarity in the sounds, but couldn't fully parse it. Thea raised one hand and cast a language bridge across the entire realm, wide enough to cover every mind in Hawk World. She had her own standards. She didn't need to learn their language, it was simpler to let them understand hers. Whether keeping that spell active indefinitely might eventually cause the Hawk World inhabitants to forget their own original tongue was not something she considered a priority concern. This realm's combat ceiling was low. Even with nth metal amplification, they were collectively weak. Thea in projection form alone could dominate all of Hawk World. With her full body here, it was as different as a god descending from above. Empress, enemies of the Empress. The old winged man's words were finally comprehensible. His vocabulary was simple, cycling through the same few terms repeatedly. Who is this Empress he keeps mentioning? Barbara had slipped into detective mode. Thea smiled slightly and pointed ahead. Your answer just flew in. Wings filled the sky. Within moments the formation resolved into more than 300 winged soldiers, fully armed, spears, shields, short swords, each weapon carrying some trace of nth metal worked into the construction, though the purity of the metal here appeared low. The enhancement it offered was modest at best. At the head of the formation was a woman, a winged woman wearing a gold mask that covered her face entirely, a ring of pure gold at her throat, a deep crimson robe, and behind her a pair of vast golden wings. As she appeared, the assembled winged people all raised their voices together, Empress. Empress. Visitors without wings. She had barely begun before she felt an enormous pressure descend on her from above. She pushed back, trying to maintain her position, but her body was no longer under her control, it sank toward the ground despite everything she did. When her feet touched the earth, something distant surfaced in her memory. How many years had it been? How many years since she had stood supported by her own 2 feet? She was not alone. Every winged person in sight, guards and civilians alike, without exception, had been brought down to the ground. Nobody in the room was without intelligence. She understood perfectly well that the group of visitors in front of her was responsible. The gold mask limited her direct vision, but the nth metal granted her a form of enhanced perception, and she could read the faint residue of an energy pattern in the air, something that had reached out and pulled every last one of her people off the air and onto the ground. You are very rude, she said through her teeth. Chapter 998, Chapter 997, The Empress of Hawk World. Among the visually arresting techniques on display during the Wolf Tribe engagement, one person commanded the most sustained attention, Lois Lane, or, by the name she might properly carry now, Lois Lane Kent. In Thea's assessment, Lois had pushed well beyond any ceiling her original timeline would have allowed her to reach. A long-compressed potential was finally releasing. Luminous blue telekinetic energy had taken on solid visible form. Flight. Telekinetic object manipulation. Invisible force fields. Telekinetic blasts. Combat experience still fresh and rough, but if she could fully deploy what she currently held, Lois was not far behind Earth-3's Superwoman in overall capability. Supergirl, for her part, had seized one unfortunate wolfman in her grip, curled him into a ball, and bowled him into a row of enemies with the casual ease of someone settling a lane bet. Cassandra had found the alpha, a head taller than the rest, broader through the shoulders, skin shimmering faintly white against the gray-black of the pack, and engaged him directly. 7 or 8 exchanges, neither landing decisively, right up until the moment Cassandra sent him flying with one clean kick. The fight was over. Barbara had watched from the edge of the engagement, ready to back Cassandra up if needed, anxiety present but held in check. She had been quietly cultivating Cassandra as her heir to the Batgirl name for some time now, and watching her match an alpha in open combat was equal parts reassuring and nerve-wracking. Named heroines facing anonymous foot soldiers produced the expected result. Thea waved the group on, and they teleported to the floating island. If Hawk World was roughly Iceland-sized, the floating island was roughly the size of a city park. Unlike the Wolfmen, who had shed every trace of civilization, faint signs of construction were at least visible here. Various containers, shelters in the loosest possible definition of the word, assembled from materials so minimal that even the most modest housing standards would not have recognized them. And people. An elderly winged man stared at the group of heroines who had materialized in front of him with undisguised alarm. He spoke in rapid, unfamiliar syllables. Even Hawkman and Hawkgirl felt something distantly familiar in the cadence, but nothing they could parse. Thea raised a hand and extended a language bridge across the entire realm, broad enough to reach every mind in Hawk World. She had her own sense of what was appropriate. She was not going to learn their language, it was considerably more efficient for them to understand hers. Whether maintaining that enchantment indefinitely might eventually cause Hawk World's inhabitants to forget their own tongue was not a concern she found worth entertaining. The combat ceiling here was low. Even with nth metal present in the environment, this population was weak. Thea in projected form alone could dominate all of Hawk World, with her actual body present, it was as if a god had descended. Empress, enemies of the Empress. The old man's words became comprehensible. His vocabulary was minimal, he cycled through the same handful of terms. Who exactly is this Empress he keeps referring to? Barbara had slipped into analytical mode. Thea smiled fractionally and pointed. Your answer just arrived. Wings filled the sky. The formation resolved quickly into more than 300 fully armed soldiers, spears, shields, short blades, each weapon containing some trace of worked nth metal. The metal's purity appeared low, though the enhancement it provided seemed marginal. At the head of the formation flew a woman. Her entire face was hidden behind a gold mask. A solid gold collar sat at her throat. A deep crimson robe. And behind her, a pair of enormous golden wings. At her appearance, every winged person within sight raised their voice in unison, Empress. Empress. Wingless outsiders, she hadn't finished the sentence when enormous pressure descended on her from above. She pushed against it, trying to hold her position, but her body was no longer hers to control. Despite everything she did, she sank toward the ground. When her feet touched the earth, something surfaced in her memory from a great distance. How many years had it been? How many years since she had last been standing on the ground? She was not alone. Every winged person present, guards and civilians, without exception, had been brought down. No one in the group lacked intelligence. She understood perfectly well that the visitors in front of her had done this. The gold mask constrained her natural vision, but nth metal granted her the ability to see through things, and she could read the faint signature of energy that had reached out and pulled every last one of her people out of the air. How insolent, she said, through her teeth. Chapter 999, Chapter 998, Free-for-all. Really? You're the ones being rude, talking down from your high perch. Thea couldn't have cared less. The nerve, putting on airs in front of the goddess of death. Not making them all kiss the floor was already a courtesy. Inwardly, she was working her own angles. The goal was simple, swallow this little pocket world, plus the two already ruined ones from before, and skim off some nth metal in the process. If the hawk people had been like the wolf people, that would have been easy, but these ones still had minds and a civilization. Slaughtering them like animals didn't sit right. Of course, you can always fabricate a charge if you need one, provided you have evidence to back it up. She was just turning over the options, frame them, or really frame them, when Stargirl spoke up. Over there. That one looks like a regular person. The group followed her line of sight. Sure enough. A man slumped unconscious in an iron cage. No wings. And most damning of all, he was wearing a pair of jeans. An Earthling. So they had a spatial rift here, and they'd been using it to abduct humans. The few spatial magic specialists in the group worked it out fast enough. How did he get here? What do you plan to do with him? Thea pointed at the men in the cage and turned the question on the Empress of the Hawk world. The Empress sneered inwardly. Just because you ask doesn't mean I have to answer. Are outsiders really this naive? Dream on. As if I'd actually tell you the truth, laid out that bluntly. Then her own next words shocked her. What else? Skin him, bleed him, sacrifice him to the Hawk God. The ceremony comes once every 10 years, it stands for the depth of our faith. The thought came out unfiltered, no hesitation, straight off the tongue. The bombshell landed instantly. Every woman in the team went hot with outrage at the sheer evil of it. Supergirl glanced over at Thea, caught her nod, and shot forward. The one prying the truth out of the Empress was Thea, of course. The woman's mental defenses were paper-thin, even a small emotional nudge had her spilling whatever was at the front of her mind. That made things easier. Flaying. Murder. Evil by any reading. And as for whatever Hawk God she kept invoking, Thea couldn't feel a thing. Most likely a deity invented to dress up her bloodlust, repeated for so long the Empress herself had come to believe there was actually a god out there waiting for the sacrifice. The Hawk guards were tougher than the wolf people downstairs, they had weapons, and they fought with some coordination. The baseline human heroes like Barbara and Black Canary could only manage 5 or 6 each, and that was with the enemy grounded. Their side, though, was stacked with veterans. The Hawk guards had almost no experience fighting on the ground. They outnumbered the women, but they were getting steadily pushed back. The tide tipped hardest once the new Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz, joined in. The newcomer who had bonded with the Earth 3 Green Lantern ring came to the ring with a serious anxiety disorder. Being chosen by the ring had eased the worst of it, but only slightly. It wasn't until Hal Jordan brought her to Diana, and the goddess of courage stepped in, that the shadow over her finally cleared. Now she carried herself like someone reborn, and the ring in her hand burned with a light it had never quite reached before. At the combat tier Thea and her circle were operating at, a lantern ring was just one tool among many. But in lower and mid-tier fights, it was effectively unstoppable. The stronger the belief, the stronger the constructs. The Women's Justice League's newest Green Lantern was scattering half the Hawk Guards single-handedly. The Empress, who had been holding her composure all this while, finally moved. A golden claw, one strike, shattered Jessica's construct. The blow didn't lose momentum, it kept going, talons closing on the new lantern's throat. Clang. A small nth metal mace caught the attack mid-arc. The weapons met, and the Empress let out a small surprised sound. She glanced at the mace first. Nth metal had worked itself into every corner of their lives, she knew this metal in her sleep. This was an uncorrupted piece. By her measure, the head's purity rivaled the last untouched blocks left in the tribe's vaults. How did an outsider have her tribe's metal? They'd swept every last shred of it before leaving for this world. The Empress looked at the Hawk Girl who'd parried her strike with a puzzled, questioning gaze. A Hawk Woman. A Hawk Woman wielding metal weapons. Who are you? Through Thea's language link, both sides could understand each other now. Something about her was off, the Empress felt it. Hawk Girl and Hawkman felt it too. When they'd first awakened, the two of them had assumed they were the only people in the world with wings on their backs. Finding so many Hawk people in this world below their feet meant they weren't alone, and that this metal might even be used to make Hawk people in numbers. Hawkman flew over to Hawk Girl, took off his helmet, and asked the Empress, "Do you know me?" He looked familiar to her, but the memory had gone hazy. 4,500 years had passed, the past had warped beyond recognition, and looking back on it now was like watching another life. I don't know you. The memories came rushing in like a tide. The Empress lost her grip on the violence inside her. She snapped her hand out, 5 fingers like 5 sharp daggers, driving straight at Hawkman's chest. She was going to tear out this enemy's heart, how dare he make her head ache. It came out of nowhere. Lucky for Hawkman, he'd been wearing the gauntlets of Horus the whole time. His reflexes had been quicker than any other Hawk in the room, he stepped back at the critical moment and saved himself from being gutted. The claws, already metal-clad, still raked 5 bloody furrows across his chest. Hawkman had tried to stir her memory and nearly killed himself doing it. Thea watched, mildly amused. Not everyone got plot armor. The Empress lost it. Her helmet, her bracelets, her necklace, all nth metal. The stat boost from that much pure metal was enough that she alone was pushing both Hawkman and Hawkgirl back. Pandora saw them in trouble and drew her gun to help. Interestingly enough, she knew Hawkman and Hawkgirl, back when they were the prince and the priestess of Egypt. Pandora had passed through Cairo. The visit hadn't gone well, her whole sermon about the 7 deadly sins had gone over as heresy and she'd been thrown out on the spot. 4,500 years later, the three of them met again in the modern world. After so much time, old grudges had turned into shared laughs. She got along with both of them just fine, and the moment she saw them losing ground, she stepped in. Pandora drew her gun. Cisco, who'd been protected through the whole fight, also let loose a string of shockwaves at the Empress. 2 melee, 2 ranged, 4-on-1, they barely managed to hold the Empress in check. The remaining specialists, Fire, Ice, Killer Frost, Raven, Zatanna, Lois, turned their energies and magic on the Hawk Guards. Thea kept slacking off with her bow and arrow. Diana, equally bored at this combat tier, also pulled out a bow, and any time someone looked to be in trouble, she fired a shot. That's right, Diana could shoot a bow too. Chapter 1000, Chapter 999, The Truth of History. That gear on them, that's the nth metal you mentioned? Diana asked, dropping a Hawk Guard with a single arrow and turning to Thea. Yeah. Has impressive effects on baseline humans. Speaking of which, your archery slipped a little, what a waste of Antiope's training. The fight in front of them was a snooze, and Thea was already wandering off topic. The warrior goddess flushed faintly. Her archery was actually quite solid, even toned down to human level, she could win an Olympic gold without breaking a sweat. She'd trained hard with Antiope as a girl. But that came down to whoever you were measuring against. With archery, when you didn't have the gift, you just didn't have the gift. And the Queen family's archery talent was, as it happened, maxed out. The ability came from the bloodline itself. Thea practiced about as often as she felt like it, and her archery still ran a notch above Diana's. Fine, you win at archery. We'll do javelins. The warrior goddess wasn't ready to concede. You're on. Bows put away, ignoring everyone around them, Diana produced 2 javelins. She'd forged them in her downtime. The artifacts came home on their own after they were thrown. Beyond that gimmick, they had a few standard features, sharpness, magic piercing, ridiculous range, double damage to beasts, but those were just trim. At their current tier none of it mattered. Whup. 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 The air kept snapping open. 2 goddesses, 1 enemy down per throw. On pure technique, Diana had Thea beat. The League of Assassins didn't bother teaching this stuff. By the time Ra's al Ghul was a hot-blooded young man resisting the Crusades, the javelin was already out of fashion. In the modern world, forget about it, outside of competitive athletes, who picks up a javelin for fun. But the Queen family's ranged weapons mastery still counted for something, and a javelin wasn't a complicated implement. They tied. 1 win, 1 tie. Thea's smug little look at Diana said it all. Well. Convinced yet? Diana ground her teeth. Not convinced. She started picking through her collection, looking for one she could win cleanly. Then her eyes locked onto something. She fished out 2 odd-looking lengths of cord and handed one to Thea. What is this? Thea turned it over and couldn't tell what kind of weapon it was supposed to be. Wasn't a lasso, not the kind Diana usually carried, and definitely wasn't one of the unspeakable toys they used during their other training sessions. Diana sniffed. It's one of the oldest weapons there is. Took me a good long while to learn it, actually. She demonstrated then and there. Her hand passed over the cord, and an egg-sized stone appeared in the cradle. She swung it, brought it up overhead, picked her target, and snapped her wrist. The stone flew loose with the momentum. Crack. One hawk guard caught the stone square in the chest. He went down like he'd been hit by a truck, out cold on the spot. The sling. Care to try? Diana looked at Thea, all challenge. Thea's face fell. The sling? That thing had been off the battlefield since the era of the 300 Spartans. Who in the modern world even knew how to use one? She shot Diana a fine, you-win look and lifted the sling, a little unsure. Following Diana's form, she picked a target, made 3 or 4 rotations, and let it fly. This time the Queen family talent didn't help her. The instant the stone left the cradle, the trajectory drifted. Thea watched it sail off course, further and further, until it whistled right over Supergirl's shoulder. Supergirl turned and shot her a pouting glare. Thea gave back a Cheshire Cat's sorry grin. The result didn't need spelling out. The sling required practice, there was no faking it. 1 win, 1 tie, 1 loss, a draw. Both goddesses had a lovely time, and Hawk World's battle wound up with the female heroes carrying the day. The Empress's mask came off. After a lifetime under it, her features had begun to regress, small eyes, flat nose, skin gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. Hawkman thought she looked familiar. Hawkgirl, however, recognized her on sight. You don't recognize her. Hawkgirl said flatly. She was the previous generation Che-era priestess. Catching Hawkman's slightly off-kilter expression, she pressed on. Yes. My ever-respected mother. The rest of the heroes had drifted into the role of audience, watching the mother-daughter reunion play out. The Empress was still rattled, but with Thea's gentle assistance, her mind settled fast. As she spoke, the buried history of the human race finally pulled back its veil. The Empress was Hawkgirl's biological mother. Their relationship was about as warm as strangers passing in the street. Che-era was a name reserved for their line of priestesses. Anyone who became the priestess automatically inherited it. Plenty of peoples and cultures around the world had the same tradition, meaning roughly that the bearer was the messenger of God, or eternal, or some variation on the theme. By the old script, Hawkgirl should have followed the same path, served as priestess, then chosen one of her own daughters to take up the Che-era name as her successor. But history had taken a turn. An alien ship had landed on Earth. The aliens didn't linger. Whether by accident or design, they'd taken the original Hawkman and Hawkgirl with them. The ship's guidance system seemed to have a soft spot for crashing into planets, though, and it had ultimately gone down on Zamarin, the present homeworld of the star Sapphires. 2 ancient people with no frame of reference for outer space, dumped on a barren planet, there was no one to hear them cry. Nth metal might be a marvel, but you couldn't eat it. They starved to death. After death, their love transformed them into the Violet Central Power Battery, and they waited there until the blackest night. Back in Egypt, the Hawk tribe had long been hiding among the country's rulers. They understood what the metal could do for them, the wings, the strength it lent the body, and it set them apart from ordinary people. Pharaohs, generals, men of influence in every region, all of them turned an eye toward the tribe. The Hawk tribe wasn't about to give up power once it had a taste. But Earth's gravity was a problem. Outside of a few leaders, the rest of the tribe couldn't actually fly with any freedom. After cycling through oracles, blood rites, and a parade of other experiments, they took every scrap of metal and every tribe member and left Egypt. They went to Peru, and from there into this small world. The Bear tribe and the Wolf tribe had traveled similar roads. The 3 peoples had agreed on it together: enter the small worlds, live the good life, and leave the low-grade Earth, with all its tantrums of earthquake, flood, and sandstorm, to the lesser beings. Unfortunately, their promised land cracked under the population it carried. Their environment kept getting worse. The Bear tribe died out with their world's collapse. The Wolf tribe got out some of their people before their world finished dying. Most of them ended up here in Hawk World, with a small remnant slipping into the increasingly comfortable Earth, leaving behind Wolfman legends in dozens of cultures. 3 great tribes, made by the metal and unmade by it. Chapter 1001, Chapter 1000, Alarming News. The nth metal gave them powers and centuries of life, and locked them into a dependence on the metal itself. The arrangement compounded over the ages. A faint resonance had developed between bodies and metal. The longer the metal stayed in contact with a person, the more its purity bled out. Metal was life to them. To hold the throne, the Empress turned her ambitions on the Wolf tribe refugees who had come to her for shelter. The slaughter began. The Wolf tribe was stripped of the last metal they had, and from there sank into the beast state. Even then the demands stayed brutal. The Empress went after the metal owned by her own civilian tribe folk. By now, she alone still retained her full combat strength and the 4,500 years of lifespan. Some of the surviving tribe folk had already passed through dozens of generations here. They'd had their eyes on Earth, too. But the real world had no nth metal, staying there only made them weaker. Repeated invasions of Earth had bought them nothing but a handful of harpy legends. Wait to die. That was the only thing on the Empress's mind now. What do you know about the Bat tribe? Thea had the full picture of Hawk World. Now she circled back to the real point of this whole operation. At the mention of the Bat tribe, the Empress had to dig through her memory, and a thread of fear glinted in her eyes. They're devils. Demons crawled out of hell. The Empress's speech came in stops and starts, packed with descriptors and a tendency to circle the same idea. It took a while for the group to piece it together. The Bat tribe had crossed into the Iron Age while everyone else was still using bronze weapons. Maybe Batman's style had rubbed off on them. They liked to operate after dark, in black cloaks, before driving a sharpened piece of iron into the enemy's heart. They had the most nth metal of the 4 tribes. But they ran on secrecy, they barely communicated with the other 3, and after leaving Earth they cut contact entirely. Even so, the Empress was fairly sure some of their people had stayed behind on Earth. Thea took that one to heart. In the modern era, you could see their fingerprints behind plenty of famous assassinations. Some obscure nobody kills an important figure, and history shifts along some predetermined trajectory. Archduke Franz Ferdinand assassinated. Ito Hirobumi assassinated. Lincoln assassinated. And Bruce's parents, in that alley, history brutally rewritten, a quiet thread running behind every one of them. They were doing everything they could to push Bruce into becoming Batman. Whether Batman founded the Bat tribe first, or the tribe slid into human society and engineered a chain of events that produced Batman, who was the first cause and who was the consequence, in the face of time itself, meant nothing. The Female Justice League's expedition wrapped up successfully. Plenty of Earthlings the Hawks had taken were freed, but the Hawk prisoners still needed sorting. Dig a pit and bury them, clearly not on the table. Letting them walk also wouldn't do. They'd been crossing over to Earth from time to grab people to torture. Their hands were soaked in blood. Lock them up, it would take an oversized power suppression prison, and at that cost they might as well just be left back in Hawk World. As for stripping the metal and reducing them to ordinary people, that wasn't humane either. Without the metal, half this group would be dead in 3 days. Lois eventually pitched it: freeze them all. Wait until humanity cracked the metal's secret, lift the curse, and then send them to prison to serve their sentences. Thea vetoed that. Too much trouble. She called Superman in, and they used a very Kryptonian solution on the Hawks. She had them thrown into the Phantom Zone. Zod and Faura had been in there before. The Phantom Zone had no real concept of time, perfect for long-term storage. Hawks and wolves dealt with, Thea bundled every resource on Hawk World and took it with her. The metal left over had pitiful purity, only the few pieces the Empress had been wearing came close to usable. A glance at the pitiful-looking Hawkman and Hawkgirl had her parceling out some of the higher purity stock for them. She gave Barbara a piece too, for research. Whether Barbara would later turn it over to Batman wasn't her problem. Most of the rest she kept for herself. Then a wave of the hand, she pulled the world origin out clean and poured it into her own pocket world. She didn't spare Bear World or Wolf World either, pulling a small, crystalline ball of brilliant white light out of each. The Bear World's was the smallest of the 3, its world had died so long ago the origin was nearly spent. The Wolf World's was a little better, though not by much. Hawk World's was the best and the most complete. Maybe because the nth metal had been in that world for so long, a faint metallic gleam laced the origin too. All 3 globules went into her own world. The whole world doubled in size. Thea took a look and let it sit. It was still a pocket world, hadn't yet evolved into a universe. It was still in its accumulation phase. When all the conditions came together, the world would start to contract, and a true Big Bang would mark its formal birth as a universe. Earth's internal cleanup was still in full swing. Moira had rolled out fresh policies, guns for food among them. The reason couldn't be a straight gun ban, of course. The White House line was that aging firearms posed an accidental discharge risk to the public, and that recovering old guns and ammunition was a matter of citizen safety. A new personal records database had also been set up. Anyone who had worked in nuclear, chemical, polymer, or atomic physics, high-end technical fields across the board, was now being refiled. If they made it to the relevant government office for a quick check-in once a month, they'd receive an additional stipend, jointly funded by the major global conglomerates, Queen Industries, Wayne Enterprises, and others. The stated aim was to protect these people and keep them from being seized by terrorists. While Earth was busy clearing its internal threats, Thea had just gotten home when news hit her hard enough to send her teleporting straight to Autumn, the Blue Lantern homeworld. A lantern entity is missing. That was St. Walker's report. Which entity? When? Who did it? St. Walker was clearly carrying guilt. He stammered through it before the picture came together. After the expedition to Earth 3, everything had been quiet, nothing out of place, until yesterday, when he'd suddenly noticed his own Blue Lantern energy had dropped by a sizable chunk out of nowhere. He'd checked the ring several times. The ring was fine. His own emotions hadn't wavered. So what had gone wrong? The group puzzled over it for a long time. It was only at the very end that they realized the entity that lived inside the central battery itself was missing. The number of people who could communicate with entities was small to begin with. The central battery sat where it always sat, nobody was idle enough to wander over and check whether the entity was still home. The entities, for their part, didn't punch a time card in the morning either. They had vanished quietly, without anyone noticing, for who knew how long now, and exactly when they had disappeared, no one could actually say. Chapter 1002, Chapter 1001, A Mysterious Visitor. In the spirit of looking out for one another, the Blue Lanterns notified the Sinestro Corps and the Indigo Tribe. The Blue Lanterns were the most sensitive to energy, the Yellow and Indigo Lanterns lagged considerably behind. Tipped off by the Blue Lanterns, both corps checked their own holdings, and discovered their own emotional entities were also missing. They went on to ask the Star Sapphires. After their homeworld was destroyed, the Sapphires had stored their entity on Autumn for safekeeping. The result was a foregone conclusion, missing as well. I thought Mogo was watching the place. Who in the universe could pull off a heist like that, slipping in and out without a sound? Thea was genuinely surprised. Mogo's mental capacity was leagues beyond any human, and even though she was still young, a sentient planet paired with a power ring was a formidable combination indeed. She couldn't think of anyone who could pull off something like this. Before Detective Thea could turn up a single suspect, more bad news rolled in. Ion, the Green Lantern entity, had taken off on its own, right under everyone's noses. Larfleeze of the Orange Lantern had been hunched over his Christmas list, scribbling out his own present requests, when something cold-cocked him. He woke up to find Ophidian, the Orange entity, had vanished too. The moment Larfleeze laid eyes on Thea, he reacted as if seeing a long-lost relative. Sure, Thea barked at him constantly and put him to work like some grunt, but she'd never taken anything from him. If anything, she'd sent him several shipping containers full of treasures. Now, finally pushed past his limit, he could no longer contain his grief. He launched into a textbook 5-meter sprint, a 5-meter kneeling slide, and a leg-hugging finisher. Thea was faster, one kick sent him flying. Larfleeze sobbed like a kicked puppy, snot and tears streaming, begging Thea to right this wrong on his behalf. Thea was speechless. When exactly had she become the chief of the 7 Corps? She didn't recall signing up for that. A hunch was forming in her mind, and it was confirmed when a battered crew of Red Lanterns dragged themselves to Autumn. Krona, it was Krona. I couldn't have mistaken him. Atrocitus ground out the words through clenched teeth. He was covered in wounds. The red of his clothes hid it at first glance, but a closer look revealed his blood had soaked the fabric clean through. This long-lived being was hurt far worse than he appeared. Krona had been one of the Guardians. Hundreds of millions of years ago, behind the backs of his fellow Guardians, he had secretly altered the programming of the Manhunters and triggered the massacre of Sector 666. His intent, in his own mind, had been simple, to prove that machines could not be trusted. Only emotion could master emotion. The consequences had rippled across the universe. Krona had been exiled. The Manhunters had been scrapped. The Green Lantern Corps had become the Guardians' new agents. Atrocitus had taken up his vendetta. Even Blackest Night, not long past, all of it traced back to that one massacre. In the entire DC universe, you could count the true black tech geniuses on one hand. If you rank them, Batman would come in third, old Jor-El second. Krona was first. And his first was unprecedented, and likely never to be surpassed. He had built a cosmic probe sophisticated enough to look back at the moment of creation itself, and in doing so had spawned parallel timelines, dragging the universe into its multiversal era. He represented a possibility that technology, too, could reach the summit, that science could peer back at creation. Even the new gods, the monitors, and the anti-monitor couldn't manage that. But the identity of this perpetrator was what truly threw Thea. She gave Atrocitus a puzzled look. Krona is dead. If my intel is right, his corpse is still on your homeworld. Someone with technology like Krona's, of course she'd prepared for him. Through Harupa's memories, through her 4 advisors in the underworld, through Ganthet and said, every guardian, living or dead, she'd asked about. As Krona's student, Harupa carried a vivid impression of his old teacher. The advisors and the guardians had been unanimous, Krona was dead. Dead and gone. His corpse had been stolen by Atrocitus, but that was long ago. In Harupa's memories, Atrocitus had an inexplicable attachment to Krona. He believed Krona was the one who had made him what he was today. Thea had read it as a kind of Stockholm syndrome, only several orders of magnitude worse. Atrocitus would drop in on Krona's corpse from time to time, just to talk, to take the edge off. The remaining guardians all knew about it. So what was happening now? A man dead for who knew how many ages, back from the grave. Her expression cooled. Atrocitus, don't tell me you're the one who revived him. The Red Lantern leader almost roared at denial, then he saw Thea's expression and understood she knew him far too well. He swallowed his fury and shook his head. It wasn't me. She studied him a moment longer, then took him at his word. Hatred was the foundation of his power, his feelings about Krona, complicated as they were, wouldn't make him abandon that hatred. That Krona had slipped in and made off with 4 emotional entities from Autumn wasn't surprising either. To young Mogo, Krona would still register as a guardian. She'd have watched him stroll right in and walk back out with the entities, unconcerned. But how had he come back? Thea couldn't quite get her head around it. The recently dead could be revived, she could see that, leaving some failsafe behind, some hidden mechanism. But this man had been dead for over 100 million years. His corpse had dried into a specimen. How was he walking around again? And why steal the entities? The entities were earmarked for Kyle Rayner. She fell silent for a few seconds, thoughts colliding at speed. Losing the entities at this exact moment was catastrophic. If Kyle couldn't carry them through the source wall and recharge the emotional spectrum reservoir, this universe would detonate from emotional drought. The technical term was hard reboot. A line of sweat broke across her brow. As the universe's premier black tech mind, Krona almost certainly knew about this too. Cut the supply line, sabotage the whole operation. So he'd grabbed every entity in one go. Find him. She'd throw everything she had at this, find this man, anywhere in the universe. The 7 Corps, her own people, the Reach Insectoid forces, Lady Styx, the Trade Alliance, all activated in tandem. He had to be found, fast. It wasn't long before Batman's comm pinged through. Something strange showed up on Earth. Thea cut him off. There's a really serious problem in the universe right now. Earth is in your hands. We'll handle the rest after I'm done here. All right. Batman closed the line. 2 minutes later, Diana's call came through. You really should come take a look. This one's not like anything I've seen before. When Diana said it that gravely, Thea finally paid attention. A quick look couldn't cost her much time. She left Autumn and returned to Earth. The moment she walked in, the entire Justice League was already there. She looked between Diana and Batman, waiting for someone to explain. A weirdo. Who? What's going on? If it's not urgent, can it wait? There's a major crisis brewing in the universe. She honestly didn't want anything else on her plate. You'll want to see for yourself. Outside the watchtower, early this morning, something strange just appeared. It's been watching us. Doesn't speak. Doesn't attack. Diana filled her in quickly. They hadn't gathered much intel themselves. Thea did care about Diana, more than she cared about any cosmic crisis, at least where her own heart was concerned. A quick glance wouldn't hurt. She lifted her gaze toward the watchtower in orbit. What she saw nearly unhinged her jaw. A figure with an enormous head, blank pupil-less eyes, a thin little neck, the silhouette of a certain Chinese tech mogul scaled up by a factor of 10. The figure seemed to sense her attention and turned its eyes toward her in return. Of course, Jack Ma wasn't actually intimidating, kindly features, almost approachable. That part didn't matter. What mattered was that Thea recognized this figure. If her eyes weren't deceiving her, that was Watu, the Watcher, from the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1003, Chapter 1002, A Mysterious Visitor, Part 2. The Watcher hailed from the Marvel Universe. Thea's memory was clear on that. They were the oldest race in Marvel, and unlike those little blue men in the DC Universe, who couldn't go a day without stirring up trouble, the Watchers held themselves to an oath. Observe only. Never interfere. They were the very picture of cosmic neutrality. But did Marvel really exist? Thea's head was reeling. If you thought about it, though, if the DC Universe could exist, a Marvel Universe alongside it wasn't that absurd. Her worldview had just taken a massive hit. She was rapidly piecing together what the Watcher could possibly want here. You know him? Superman asked. Is he another friend from your universe? Thea's jaw tightened. There was a sour taste in her mouth. For the first time, she had no idea how to explain a situation. This wasn't someone from inside the world. This was a visitor from outside it. To Batman and Superman, the Watcher, the Guardians, the Monitors, they probably all blurred together. But to someone operating at her level, this was deadly serious. It meant the DC universe had been punched through. Otherwise the Watcher couldn't have crossed over. An hour ago, she couldn't have named who could do something like that. Now she was 99% sure, Krona. But what was the Watcher here to observe? Or who? She wanted to ask him directly, but Watchers were famously silent. They recorded, that was all. She likely wouldn't get a thing out of him. Thea's gaze swept across the Justice League's faces. Twice. And then she caught something. She exhaled, took 2 quick steps, and reached straight into the air beside Batman, hauling out a scrawny old man. Diana had her sword out in a heartbeat. Batman flinched. How had this man stayed completely hidden right next to him? He stared at Thea, waiting for an explanation. The rest of the League turned their eyes on the old man. He wore a gold robe with silver embroidery along the hem, a certain dignity to him. But his hair was disheveled and there was something distinctly slippery about his bearing. Even caught, his eyes still flicked around shiftily, taking everyone in. The slippery old man looked them all over, finally settling on Thea. Sharp eyes, little lady. Thea's face was deadpan. She sized him up from top to bottom. The concealment was decent, but there was almost no energy signature, a projection, then. She was 70 or 80% sure. You're the Grandmaster, aren't you? How did you get into our universe? She'd meant to use a more honorific address, but his aura was so off-putting she just couldn't muster any respect. She kept the explanation vague, and the Justice League automatically slotted it into the parallel universe framework. Only Diana had questions. The Amazon could now go 100 rounds with her own father Zeus. She was only one divine seat short of the multiversal level, and the multiverse was no longer the foggy mystery it once had been. But who was the Grandmaster? She didn't recall Thea ever mentioning anyone by that name in the universe. Sensibly, she didn't press. Good eye. Yes, I am the Grandmaster. The slippery old man dropped the seedy act and tried to puff out his chest, attempting to look imposing. The performance fell flat. Thea pressed a hand to her face. The endless lifespan had turned this man into a clown. The real Grandmaster had immortal life. He was immune to aging, disease, and all physical attacks, with regenerative powers beyond imagination. He could convert his cosmic energy into levitation, force projection, telepathy, matter manipulation, time-space travel, and the list went on. He also possessed formidable resurrection ability. Any sentient being dead for less than 30 minutes was within his power to bring back. The Grandmaster was one of the elders of the universe. He was, by any conventional measure, unkillable. Originally, he had been a wise and aloof elder. How he had degenerated into this clownish state? The answer was simple. After endless eons without any worthy opponents, boredom had eaten him hollow. If he hadn't started inventing his own amusements, he'd have lost his mind entirely. Thea had lost count of how many times she'd sighed today. She jerked a thumb at the Jack Ma-looking guy in the sky. The Watcher outside followed you, didn't he? And what are you doing in our universe? The Grandmaster's eyes darted around before landing on Thea and Batman. Which of you two rules this universe? Or do you have a democracy? A CEO? A council of elders? I have business, but I don't know who to take it to. Thea beckoned for him to speak to her. His judgment was still sharp. He'd actually picked Batman out as someone exceptional. In his estimation, Batman likely mattered even more than Diana in his eyes. That was why he'd been hiding next to Batman all this time, watching. Thea didn't intend to explain the connection. Batman was momentarily startled himself. He didn't have her foreknowledge, but he was a sharp observer and a careful thinker, and the fact that this odd visitor had grouped him with Thea couldn't have come down to his 127 martial arts styles. A great power has come to my universe. He appeared 3 days ago. An irresistible force. His name is Krona. The Grandmaster's words crushed the last sliver of hope Thea had been holding onto. So it really was Krona. As for how he'd made it to Marvel, it had nothing to do with the entities. It was almost certainly some piece of world-shattering technology of his own design. Thea's brow knit deeply. Whether she liked it or not, the situation had slipped beyond her control. These tech maniacs were too good at causing trouble. Ha! Krona, he's one of yours, isn't he? The Grandmaster clicked his tongue, looking smug, as if he'd just unmasked the true culprit. HNGH. Thea ran a hand through her hair. She had no idea what to do. The Justice League could tell something enormous was brewing. But heroes were heroes, fearless because they didn't yet understand the scale. Batman was still working through the Grandmaster's words. Superman asked, with genuine warmth, "What's the trouble? We can take it on together." Diana took her hand, offering silent encouragement. Thea looked thoroughly burdened. "There's a major problem in our universe. This crisis is bigger than Blackest Night. Bigger than the Anti-Monitor." Barry spoke up. "Is it the Krona you two were just discussing? Where does he come from? An alien? An enemy from a parallel timeline? Someone from the future?" Thea said quietly, "Krona was a former guardian of the universe." The League collectively wore the same expression, of course. So much of what had happened lately came back to the Green Lanterns one way or another. At this rate, the Justice League was on its way to becoming the Green Lantern Corps Cleanup Committee. Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz both did their best to fade into the background. Hal Jordan, the greatest Green Lantern, was suddenly the center of attention. He looked baffled. Krona. Never heard of him. Chapter 1004, Chapter 1003, The Grandmaster. Thea explained on Hal's behalf. Krona was a former Guardian, but he's been dead for over 100 million years. Even within the Corps, only a handful know that piece of history. Krona was the greatest scientist Malthus ever produced. I don't know much about his life, but I know his curiosity was extreme. He was the kind of person who would not stop, would never give up, until he had his answers. The moment she finished, the League's eyes swung as one toward Batman. "We've got one of those right here." Batman pretended not to notice the looks. "How does a man dead for 100 million years come back? Was he resurrected during Blackest Night?" Thea shook her head. "There's a connection there, but it isn't that. From what I've been able to piece together, during his lifetime Krona got hold of the Black Lantern's Book of the Black. He sealed a portion of his life force inside it. Once a specific condition was met, the book would return that life force to him, and he would come back. She didn't have much of her usual foresight to work with on Krona. These were conclusions stitched together from multiple sources. The one detail consistent with her original timeline, Lyssa Drac, the devoted disciple who would have followed Sinestro to the grave, had been seduced by the Book of the Black just the same. No one had seen her in ages, alive or otherwise. By Thea's reckoning, she was the one who had found the book and brought Krona back. And Krona didn't just come back. His obsession is intact. He still wants to find the truth of the universe's creation. Your universe really has people like that. Unbelievable. The Grandmaster, who had been pretending not to be there, chimed in casually, as if he'd been part of the conversation all along. Batman nodded. Fine. A mad scientist hunting the truth. Earth has plenty of those. I think I follow. Then what? Then we get to today. He stole all 7 lantern entities, broke through the barrier between universes, and crossed over into another world. Let me introduce you, this old man is a member of the Elders of the Universe over there. The Grandmaster. They were the earliest intelligent species to emerge after the Big Bang in his universe. Thea added the introduction for the others. The Grandmaster nodded grandly to each of them. No one paid him any attention. What? The entities are gone. Ion too. Hal Jordan's voice rose in alarm. Thea gave him an odd look. So much for the leader of the Green Lanterns. She suspected the other lanterns had pushed Hal forward because, being Earthborn and easily managed, he made a convenient figurehead. The rest of the League looked unmoved. So the entities were stolen, so what? And so a mad scientist had crossed into another universe, they could keep a close eye on the situation. If the other side needed help, they could offer it. It didn't seem urgent. In fact, it was Diana who knew Thea best. She knew there had to be more. What happens to the universe if the entities are gone? Thea couldn't say the truth, that the emotional spectrum reservoir would dry up and the universe would detonate. That would force her to explain her entire setup around Kyle Rayner. If the heroes learned Kyle was being prepared to sacrifice himself for the universe, they would all insist on sharing the load, and if 7 or 8 of them charged the source wall at once, where on Earth was she supposed to find the life equation? Fortunately, spinning a story was an inherited Queen family trait. She made her face go somber. The entities each embody one of the emotions of our universe. If they're gone too long, we lose that emotion forever. Our universe would have no rage. No avarice. No fear. No courage. No hope. No compassion. No love. I can hardly bring myself to picture it. She let the gravity settle on her words. Thea spun the lie convincingly. She was the leading authority on the emotional spectrum, no one could refute her. Several of the heroes had worn power rings during Blackest Night, 3 Green Lanterns were standing right there, and Batman still had a yellow ring tucked away in his belt. The idea of emotion as a tangible force wasn't a stretch for any of them. In a heartbeat, the room believed her. This was unacceptable. Rage, avarice, fear, fine, lose those. But hope, courage, love. Those they could not lose. Krona is the strongest enemy we have ever faced. If anyone wants to sit this one out, I won't force anyone. Thea trotted out the obligatory speech. As expected, no one stepped back. The strongest. Why call him the strongest? Stronger than Darkseid? Batman asked. He really wanted to throw the Grandmaster out, but the men kept smiling at him in that friendly way, and Batman couldn't be rude. The Grandmaster was, after all, here asking for help. Yes. The strongest. Because he's doing something right now that I can't even match. Such as 2 universes. Thea pointed at herself, then at the Grandmaster. 2 universes are drifting toward each other. Krona is using some method I don't fully understand to force the merger of 2 universes whose rules are completely incompatible. So what's our move? Superman asked. Thea didn't know either. The rules of the 2 universes were nothing alike. Charging in could leave her at a fraction of her power. And she suspected she couldn't outmatch Krona anyway. The man was a science-based type, but he had pushed that side to its absolute limit. He'd have tricks and instruments she'd never seen, the kind you couldn't defend against because you didn't know they existed. And who in Marvel would even back her up? She couldn't exactly ring up Hela, Asgard's death goddess. The League meant their offer of help. She couldn't pull the Grandmaster aside for a private chat, she'd have to keep the conversation in the open. What's your end of things? Why are you here? She asked the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster brightened, as if just remembering. We've set up a wager. Each side picks a champion. We have a contest. Thea cut him off before he could go further. That's a lie. He doesn't care about your wager. He wants 2 worlds to merge and collapse, so he can glimpse the secret of creation in the wreckage. The Grandmaster shook his head, unconvinced. She had been on the verge of ignoring him, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized she needed an ally on Marvel's side. If she asked for one, Captain America would probably step up, though his combat power was another question. As for his American spirit, well, Thea didn't believe a word of it. America had spirit. Was it sold by the pound? She rounded on the Grandmaster. You fool. He's humoring you. Can't you see that? When 2 universes fuse, everything you have will be changed beyond recognition, and you're still fixated on your wager. Tell me how you got here. We're going to deal with him together. Honestly, teaming up with the Spectre would be the safest move, but the Spectre was bound to this universe. He couldn't leave, unless the 2 universes fully fused, at which point the day would already be lost. Chapter 1005, Chapter 1004, looks like there's been a misunderstanding. The Grandmaster had probably been clever in his youth, he was an elder of the universe, after all. But now his IQ matched those little blue men's, and his appetite for play far outweighed his appetite for serious work. The fact that he had blundered into her universe with no reconnaissance, no preparation, said it all. Krona's threat was a game to him. Whether the game might cost him his own life had clearly never crossed his mind. Thea had built up some experience handling long-lived beings. The best approach was to scare them. They were too strong, lived too long. In the ordinary stretch of their days they were dulled to almost everything. But the moment a real threat to their existence appeared, they would rouse, at least a little. I haven't fought in years. The Grandmaster mumbled. Thea was at a loss herself. Fate had pushed her to the front lines again. If she wanted to become the second Lady of Death, she needed the life equation. The equation lay behind the source wall. Even setting aside the matter of the universe detonating, if the emotional spectrum reservoir wasn't recharged, could the equation even still be extracted? No one knew. The question came back to where it had started. She needed Kyle Rayner. She needed the 7 entities. 2 universes with different rules being yanked toward each other for forced fusion. From her vantage point, the odds of detonation were 90%. And the chain reaction could take 7 or 8 parallel universes with it. Krona, this mad scientist, was hoping to find the answer to creation inside the explosion. Even if the merger somehow succeeded, this universe and Marvel's would blend. The rules might rewrite themselves. Whether the equation would still be behind the wall, no one could say. Unless she was willing to give up on the equation and resign herself to the underworld for the rest of her existence, she had no choice but to step up and stop this. Her expression was bleak. The Grandmaster thought it over and finally gave her the coordinates of his universe, in his own framework of measurement, of course. She listened, working in parallel to translate it into her own system. She was lucky. Teleportation in both universes worked on broadly similar principles. With her training, a moment's thought was enough to crack the conversion. I'll go over first. The rest of you wait for my signal. No point dragging this out. At a minimum, she had to see what Krona's current level was. Sending Superman ahead to test the water served no purpose. If she could win, she'd grab Krona and drag him back. If she couldn't, she'd run. Diana stopped caring what anyone else thought. She pulled Thea aside and asked her in a low voice, "Is it dangerous?" "I'm coming with you." She knew her lover too well. Thea was a lazy creature. Unless absolutely forced to it, she rarely took the front line herself. The fact that she was rushing to the head of the column meant only one thing: the enemy was extraordinarily dangerous. Thea stroked her hair. To the Grandmaster's astonishment, and the Justice League's pointed not looking, she gave Diana a deep kiss right there. "Even if I can't win, I can still run. The rules of the two universes have already started to bleed into each other, there's nothing alive that can kill me." She said it with quiet confidence. The worst-case scenario was being beaten to the brink of death. Death itself wouldn't die first. The two goddesses held each other for a long moment before Diana let her go. The Amazon's eyes were steady. She took 2 steps back. Thea ran the coordinates one more time and opened a portal her own way. Time, space, dimension, location, those required calculation. The balance of force on the other side was an unknown, and she had no intention of dropping in directly in front of her enemy. She needed to observe first, quietly. She changed into her Goddess of Death attire and adjusted the landing point to Earth on the other side. Even if her power were halved, she doubted Earth had anyone who could hold her there. Diana looked at her the way a wife sees her husband off to war, eyes full of feeling. "I'll take a look and come right back." She turned down every offer of help and stepped through the portal. The dark transit was disorienting, the differing rules of the two universes set her head spinning briefly. The moment her feet touched solid ground, she ran a fast check. Good news, her power held at roughly 70% here. Her 5-dimensional abilities were gone entirely. Her magic was significantly weakened, she'd need to relearn this universe's magical rules. Her divine power was likewise dampened. But she'd already moved past the limits of the source. Tied as she was into the deep law of the world, she could still draw some power from this universe. Self-check complete. With confidence restored, she finally had the bandwidth to look around. Dark clouds blotted out the sun. The heavy weather pressed at the chest. Her brow creased faintly. She was on a stretch of grass. Not far off, she could hear the rhythm of surf. Despite minor differences, she could tell, this was Earth. Marvel's Earth. She didn't have time for a longer look. 2 men, not far away, were eyeing her with naked hostility. The one on the left was a muscle-bound brute, built on Superman's scale. In his right hand, a hammer. He wore a black leather vest, a long red cape trailing behind him. The kicker was his face, golden hair, heavy brows, a thick beard, eyes shadowed with power. He had presence even at rest. Combine that with the costume and the hammer, Thea got there fast. This had to be Thor. If that one was Thor, then the men beside him, dark green coat, black hair, pale complexion, had to be Loki. For a beat, Thea couldn't fathom what those two were doing here. The sky was heavy, no people around, the grass thick. Were they practicing wrestling? Her face went a little strange, which, paired with her entrance and her outfit, did her no favors. Thor, who had at least begun engaging the important organ known as his brain, was staring at her hard. "You're Hela." "I am Thor, son of Odin." Phrased as a question, but the certainty in his voice was unmistakable. Thea was caught flat-footed. What was she supposed to say? "Hero, you've got the wrong person, I think I jostled someone on my way through the portal. Your sister's probably right behind me." Instinct answered first. "Really? You do look like him." Thor was an Avengers heavyweight. No need to escalate. Loki, standing beside Thor, picked up on something. The supposed goddess of death didn't seem as ferocious as the legends made her out to be. He spoke. "Perhaps we can talk this over." Thea had no use for this turncoat. She valued family, and Loki was clearly not the type. Her brow knit. She pointed a finger at him. "You don't look like Odin." She wouldn't let personal feelings derail the mission. With her real goal in mind, she said clearly, catastrophe is coming to this universe. You'd best gather your allies and face it together. Loki gave a cold laugh. "You think the two of us aren't enough for you? You need everyone in one place to satisfy your bloodlust." Chapter 1006, Chapter 1005, The Justice League Goes to Marvel. Without the source fusion language perk this side of the portal, Loki's words came too fast and too clipped for her to catch. Thea blinked. "What did you say?" The moment Thor heard his brother say something about bloodlust, his old habit of acting before thinking kicked in. "I will not betray my friends, evil goddess." He didn't finish the sentence. His right arm swung in a half-circle and Mjolnir, the divine hammer forged in the heart of a dying star, went flying with a sharp hiss. Oh, come on. Can we just talk? They were 2 seconds into the conversation and he was already chucking a hammer. What was it with him? She'd thought maybe he'd matured beyond the reckless brute in her memory. Apparently not. Thea sighed. Her power was reduced in this universe, her Goddess of Death portfolio was being heavily suppressed in particular. No surprise there, one of Marvel's 5 great cosmic entities, Death, held dominion over the death aspect of this world. She couldn't draw much from her death divinity. But thanks to her emotion divinity, and the fact that every living thing in any universe had emotion, she could hold roughly 70% of her strength. She put out her right hand. 5 slim fingers caught the hammer mid-flight. Thor clenched his jaw and threw his full weight into pulling it free. But his strength bled into nothing. The hammer stayed locked in Thea's palm. As they strained against each other, the ground began to tremble. Thea meant to throw the hammer back to him, but it kept quivering under Thor's frantic pull. Letting go now would only hurt her own hand. They were caught in a stalemate. You've miscalculated the timeline. Come back. A clear, commanding voice rang in her ear. Thor and Loki couldn't tell whose voice that was. Thea's brow drew together. Diana's voice. Their love bridged time and space along the emotional spectrum. That's not right. She started running through the calculation, looking for where she'd gone wrong. With her skill, an error was nearly impossible. Come back, now. The Grandmaster's grasp of time is loose. You're 2 years early. Diana's tone was sharp. A few more seconds and she'd have lassoed Thea home herself. Thea was furious. The Grandmaster, this clown with no sense of time, had thrown her off by 2 years. In this alien universe, her emotion divinity had its own peculiar nature, it surged and fell like a tide, unstable. Her control over her own strength was at an all-time low. Caught up in her frustration, a fraction more force went into her fingers without her noticing. Crack. Crack. The hammer in her hand bloomed with a webbing of fractures. Before she could think of a way to undo it, the star-forged core gave way under the pressure and shattered, the rest of the hammer collapsing into so much debris scattered across the ground. Thor froze. Loki froze. Thea froze. I really didn't put any force into that. She wanted to explain, but one look at Thor's stricken face, and she decided silence was the better option. Loki was already shouting for the Bifrost. Thea raised both palms. Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm leaving now. I'll come back in a few years. She opened the portal. Just before stepping through, she realized that crushing Thor's hammer was hardly the basis for a future alliance. She turned back and gave him a long, considering look from head to toe. Thor really was weak. Without the hammer, he was even less impressive. Here. A little something from my universe about lightning. Call it compensation for the hammer. She pointed at him. A stream of information poured into his soul, a method for wielding lightning she had drawn out of old Shazam, a technique passed down from Zeus's line. It didn't suit her own style. Now it made a useful gift. Information transferred, she didn't wait for either of them to respond. She stepped into the portal. She felt herself brush past someone in transit. The other figure was dressed in black, from the build, she'd guess a woman. The transit was brief. They passed each other. Another stretch of violent shaking, and she was back where she belonged. Are you all right? Diana asked, taut with worry. The Amazon had grasped that the place on the other side wasn't merely a parallel timeline. It was a fundamentally different universe. Thea took a breath. Her own universe was easier to breathe in. She fixed the Grandmaster with a flat stare. What the hell happened? A small mistake. A small one. My lifespan is so vast. I've witnessed the rise and fall of an entire universe, the glory and ruin of empires. Thea waved his self-aggrandizement aside and recalibrated the timeline. She wasn't going alone this time. If Superman had been there earlier, with that upright, heroic face of his, there would have been no fight to start with. Of course, by fight, she meant whatever Thor and Loki were trying. From her tier, that didn't even register as combat. Superman's image was unimpeachable. The man was a walking advertisement for moral virtue. No one looked at him and thought villain. She knew the truth about herself. The way she looked now, she was a long way from justice. Diana insisted on coming. Batman made it clear he was coming too. Barry and the others started lining up as well. Thea waved them off. There's probably no speed force over there. Earth still needs you. Same reasoning for the Green Lanterns. She turned them all down. Thea, Diana, Superman, Batman, and the Grandmaster stood at the portal. She would not leave the wily old man behind this time, even if the timing was off, they could correct on the other side, and bouncing between universes was deeply uncomfortable. Plus, with the Grandmaster gone, the Watcher would go home too. She didn't use Death Godhood to open this portal. That kind of energy ran pitch black and looked nothing like justice. On top of that, with Marvel's death entity suppressing her aspect, she used her emotion godhood instead. A dazzling spectrum of color. Much better optics. They stepped through. Aside from the Grandmaster, who looked relieved to be home, everyone, Thea included, needed a moment to acclimate. Batman was an ordinary human. No universe affected him. He was already scanning the surroundings. Superman ran through a quick body check, glanced at the sun, found it indistinguishable from the one back home, and relaxed. The one who took the hit was Diana. Thea had to help her steady the divine power churning inside her. 10 minutes later, she was stable. Does this universe not have courage? Diana asked. Thea had sealed off Diana's courage-based divine power, her persistence and protection aspects still worked. The emotional spectrum may follow different rules here. Emotion itself works. But courage as its own thing doesn't map onto what we're used to. Thea kept the answer vague. Did Marvel have a green standard bearer? The Hulk, and the Hulk represented rage, not courage. Rage in their own universe was red. The general bandwidth of emotion came through fine, since emotion was an expansive concept. But Diana's specific courage simply didn't translate here. With half her strength gone, Diana was less than pleased. Having her own power suppressed while being sent against an enemy stronger than any she'd known, the feeling did not sit well. Where are we? Diana asked Batman. Don't know. His answer left them speechless. Then what have you been staring at so intently? That pedestrian in the distance is carrying a copy of the New York Times. Also, someone's approaching from the northwest, flying. Do we want to engage him? Superman's gaze swept toward the horizon. Thea looked too. Red metal armor, a glowing arc reactor in the chest. They were in New York. The identity wasn't a hard guess. It was Iron Man Tony Stark. Chapter 1007, Chapter 1006, New York in the Marvel Universe. Thea spared a glance at the Iron Man flying toward them from a distance, then turned her attention back skyward. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, the Watcher had returned to this Earth alongside the Grandmaster. But the Grandmaster's response bothered her. By rights, when a projection returned to its home universe, there should be at least some flow of information and energy between the main body and the projection. Thea felt nothing. That should be impossible. Unless the Grandmaster ranked 2 tiers above her. Thea was solidly multiversal tier now, above her were multiversal apex and omniversal. Did the Grandmaster have that kind of power? She didn't buy it. Another possibility was that the Grandmaster was an outright fraud, a Marvel-flavored imposter pretending to be more powerful than he was. But if he could cross into her own universe, that didn't quite track either. The third possibility she gave the highest odds, his real body was dead. Before she could press him on it, Iron Man had reached them. Tony Stark was Marvel's resident genius and a marquee superhero, with a track record roughly comparable to her own back home. He publicly outed himself as a superhero too. In combat, he relied on an arsenal of tech in his Iron Man armor, and could handle 80% of his enemies in the suit alone. He'd been in the middle of an experiment when several warning signals went off in low chimes. The monitors showed 5 unidentified targets in New York. Aliens. That was his first thought. But on closer observation, the newcomers carried no hostile aura. They dropped in, looked around, and shown no aggression in the immediate term. After a moment's thought, he'd messaged a few of his teammates, then suited up and flown out to meet them. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Iron Man hovered a couple meters off the ground, palm repulsors charged but not yet firing, fully on guard as he sized up the strangers. Thea wasn't in her Goddess of Death get-up this time. She'd switched into one of her regular outfits, a red wool coat, cropped trousers showing pale ankles, pointed toe heels. She'd brought a handbag too, but had put it away after Diana frowned at it. Her outfit was unremarkable on its own. Next to the rest of her crew, it stood out hard. Superman, Batman, and Diana were in their combat suits. The Grandmaster wore a gold robe trimmed with silver edging that might have looked fashionable on his home planet but on Earth read as flamboyantly bizarre. Iron Man's gaze moved across the group. The Grandmaster looked like a clown, not a promising conversation partner, so he ruled him out immediately. Diana had her shield slung across her back and a long sword at her hip, dressed for war. Thea, in city girl clothes among a group of probable aliens, was equally strange. Both women were strikingly beautiful and built to draw the eye. Any other day he wouldn't have minded chatting them up, but today he needed to focus on the actual problem. Batman, no need to comment. All in black, instinctively standing in the shadows. Iron Man muttered to himself, that guy isn't a bad guy, is he? He finally settled on Superman. Instinct told him, sunny-looking type, probably the good guy. Thea had no idea what point Marvel was at on its own timeline, and she didn't particularly care whether Thanos was alive or dead. She nudged their resident face of justice. "Why don't you speak for the Justice League?" "We come from another Earth," Superman said, lifting into the air to meet Iron Man at eye level, voice measured. "We have an urgent matter that concerns both our worlds, and we need to discuss it with you." The red-caped powerhouse in front of him could fly without any equipment whatsoever. This confirmed Iron Man's alien hypothesis. He'd been around long enough to read intent, though, and Superman carried a sense of justice that wasn't a step below Captain America's. Iron Man relaxed slightly. "What's the matter?" He showed no intention of heading back to base, apparently happy to talk right here on the street. Superman gave a condensed version. He didn't trust Iron Man enough to dump everything. Both sides were still feeling each other out. Iron Man listened, half believing, half skeptical. But his gut said the situation was big, bigger than he could decide on alone. "Come back to HQ with me and we'll talk properly." He paused. Can these people fly? If not, did he need to call a car over from base? They had seen cars before, right? He looked at Batman's Kevlar and Thea's outfit, ran a quick assessment from human clothing to polymer composites, and decided their world's tech was no slouch. Then he watched both women lift casually into the air. The Grandmaster, a suspicious-looking old coot with a gloomy face, drifted up after them. All three flew as easily as breathing. Even Batman put on a ring and rose into the air trailing yellow light. "Ah." Iron Man was a little thrown. "They can all fly." He hit the team channel immediately, calling the Avengers to assemble. Whether or not these people were heroes, he wasn't going to be outgunned on his home turf. The trip was a long one. New York in this world was massive, easily a megacity, and pretty much 80% of Earth's heroes and villains made their names here. Sometimes a single crashing plane attracted 7 or 8 different rescuers. Thea swept the city with her senses and picked up several strong signals. 3 caught her attention. One was a pure, calm psychic field. She guessed it was Professor X. Another, contained inside a pocket dimension, gave off vast magical energy unlike anything in her DC universe, but still recognizable in pattern. That had to be Doctor Strange at the New York Sanctum. The third was their actual destination. For a moment she couldn't place who it was. They angled away from the city center and flew toward the outskirts. After half an hour they reached a sprawling complex. An irregular pentagonal building anchored the compound, doubling as residential quarters and offices. Sky bridges connected to military facilities and a training ground in the rear. On the helipad, Thea spotted 2 Quinjets, those famously sleek transports. Both the main building and the training ground had a large letter A painted on top. Curious, Superman asked what the A stood for. "We call ourselves the Avengers." "It's the first letter of Avengers," Tony answered easily. "We call ourselves the Justice League," Superman said with a touch of pride. Avengers implied revenge, an eye for an eye kind of violence. By comparison, Justice League sounded a lot brighter. Walking into the main building, they passed plenty of regular staff going about their work. And Thea spotted the third person who'd caught her interest. Chapter 1008, Chapter 1007, The Avengers. The man had no hair at all, anywhere on his body. His eyes were perfectly calm. His skin was purple, his cape gold, and the most striking thing about him was a faint indentation on his forehead, as if the gem that ought to have been there had never existed. Thea knew him. This was Vision, the original holder of the Mind Stone. Now the stone was gone and he was still standing here, which meant there was a hell of a backstory she hadn't been given. Even though the Mind Stone was gone, she could still sense an unusual energy. Mind Stone residue. The residue had fused with Vision's living essence, and as Thea probed, it actively resisted, radiating invisible ripples that tried to scramble her line of sight. She gave a small smile and looked away. The woman walking beside Vision wore a red trench coat over shoulder-length hair, with delicate features. But the energy inside her body was wild and primal, edged with the taste of destruction, like a vast volcano. Unmistakable. Scarlet Witch. Both were capable. Vision struck Thea as roughly on par with Martian Manhunter. Scarlet Witch's current strength was around Zatanna's level, but her ceiling was very high. With steady growth, multiversal tier was achievable. That residue inside Vision was one of the Infinity Stones kept by your elders of the universe, wasn't it? She asked the Grandmaster mentally. Yes. Didn't expect to find the Mind Stone's signature here. Wait. How do you know so much? Have you been to our universe before? He answered offhand, then frowned. Remember the time we got teleported by mistake? I saw a lot on the timeline. She brushed him off easily, planting a seed of future, prophetic knowledge for later. Her probing of the room stayed light. Neither Scarlet Witch nor Iron Man noticed anything. Only Vision looked around, puzzled. I don't mean any offense, Superman said, but is this all of you? Just the 3. The words had barely left him when a muscle-bound man came flying in from across the room, hammer in hand, red cape flowing behind him. He called out as he approached. "Tony, what's the call about?" "Ah." "The Grandmaster." He raised the hammer, ready to come straight at the old man. A pile of people, mostly Avengers, jumped in to hold the always impulsive, still not very clever Thor back. One good thing about righteous heroes, they didn't hold grudges. Especially when they were about to face a shared enemy. Thor let go of what he'd suffered back in the arena and shifted his glare off his old acquaintance. Then he spotted Thea standing next to the Grandmaster. Her casual outfit stuck out in a crowd of costumed heroes. She was the second person he registered. He didn't recognize her at first. The second look did it. Yes, the second look, because the first had cost him an eye. "You. What are you doing here?" He gripped his new hammer tight, terrified she'd reach out and grab him again. "Ha. Long time no see. How are you finding the lightning techniques I gave you? Looks like you've made the style your own." Thea waved at him like an old friend. Thor flashed back to the lightning he'd come to understand while Hela was beating him into the dirt. He grumbled something and let the matter drop. "Forged another hammer, did you? Are you the god of hammers now?" Thea asked, genuinely curious. "Yeah. The dwarves made it." Thor gave her a strange look. "Why are we talking like we're close?" A faint tap interrupted the conversation. They all turned toward the sound. A figure in red and blue spandex with a spider emblem on his chest was clinging to the outside of a window, peering in with bright, careful curiosity. "Ah, you let heroes this young into the fight?" Superman asked, half confused. Iron Man's face did something complicated. "He goes by Spider-Man, probably just passing by. Let me handle this." He produced what he believed was a dignified smile and zipped over to talk to the kid. When a teenage menace decides he's interested in something, there's no stopping him. Spider-Man was exactly that kind of kid. Nothing Tony said had any effect. He gave up and brought Peter inside, introducing him to everyone. The little crowd in the lobby was starting to attract stares. Avengers staff were whispering in clusters. Tony, comfortable now that his backup was here, peeled out of his armor and sent the suit flying off with a voice command. In the costumed crowd, he and Thea were the only ones dressed normally. As they moved into the conference room, more Avengers kept arriving. Hawkeye. Black Widow. Hulk. Ant-Man, War Machine. Black Panther. A golden swirl of energy opened, and Doctor Strange stepped through. Lean-faced, austere. He glanced first at the Grandmaster, then at Thea's group. The last to arrive was a middle-aged man with a tired face, scruffy beard, black combat suit, a single star on the chest. His power level read unimpressive, but the Avengers all carried themselves with deference toward him. Even Tony, who had massive personal beef with him, didn't air any of it in front of outsiders. This was Captain America. As the soul of the Avengers, Captain America's reputation and moral standing carried weight even from his current semi-retired position. Like Tony, he kept their disagreement off the table in front of guests. The two of them stepped aside for a brief, quiet exchange. On the other side of the room, Thea's group was conferring as well. They agreed she'd present the situation. Their resident face of justice took a step back. After brief introductions, Thea spoke, her voice clear. Krona is a scientist from an ancient race in our world. His curiosity is bottomless. Right now he's working to crack the mystery of how the world was created. Most of them were giving her blank looks. She realized she was being too vague. With a sweep of her hand, the air filled with countless golden lines that resolved into two illusory universes. She was dressed like she'd come in from shopping, but the brief display of power stunned the Avengers. The Avengers turned in unison to look at Doctor Strange. His thin, austere face showed real surprise. "Why are you using the camouflage method? Were you once a sorcerer as well?" Thea laughed it off. "A sorcerer? I haven't been one for a long, long time. I just borrowed your technique. Honestly, the magic in your universe behaves oddly. It feels like something is actively suppressing it. Anyway. Back to the matter at hand. Krona is trying to fuse our two universes. Your world should already be seeing significant anomalies. Based on my assessment, our two universes operate on completely different rules. Forcing them together has an extremely high chance of causing an explosion. That's why we came. To find Krona. To pool all our strength and stop him. A mad scientist. Captain America hadn't quite tracked the cosmic explosion business, but a scientist about to do something disastrous, that he understood. Chapter 1009, Chapter 1008, The Search and a Probing Strike. Thea gave him a slightly bitter smile. You can't apply ordinary logic to him. Krona belongs to the oldest race in our universe, comparable in nature to your elders of the universe. He's a formidable fighter in his own right. And the truly terrifying thing about him is his science. He's at the absolute ceiling of what technology can do. When she saw the room still wasn't taking it seriously, she dropped a bombshell. I've been to your universe before. Thor can verify. Krona is stronger than I am. Possibly stronger than all of us put together. They glanced at Thor. His face had gone an awkward shade of dark purple and he wasn't saying a word. That settled the matter. The same woman in casual clothes suddenly read very differently to all of them. Tony was already working his personal terminal, scanning global feeds. Anomalies were spiking everywhere. That pushed him to believe her a little more. A villain from another universe coming over to wreck things, dragging them into the fight. Realistically, opinion inside the Avengers was not unanimous. But a hero is a hero. The basic instinct kicked in, and they all said they were in. The Grandmaster rattled off a list of coordinates, places where Krona had previously stopped. The Avengers tapped Star-Lord's Guardians of the Galaxy to investigate. We should go search too, Thea murmured to Superman. This is more our problem than theirs. When her side proposed going out to recon, the Avengers needed a moment for their own internal debate. Can you survive in space? Tony asked, blunt. Turned out they all could. Even Batman, with the yellow lantern ring, could move freely through hard vacuum. Tony's curiosity was officially piqued. How are you planning to get there? Those coordinates are a long way from Earth. Thea smiled, lifted a hand, and opened a portal, her own Marvel-flavored reskin of the technique, capable of teleporting anywhere within a single universe. Iron Man laughed and snapped his armor back on, declaring that he and Vision were coming along. Thor thought about it for a beat and signed on too. Captain America stayed behind to bring the rest of the Avengers into alignment. The contingent with deep space survival capability lifted off to sweep the void. A long stretch passed. The search turned up nothing. Krona's trail was still cold. He's not here. At least, I'm not picking up anything strong in the vicinity. Star-Lord, on the heavier side these days, pinged Iron Man through long-range comms. While the search continued, Thea was acclimating to this universe's rules. Death in this world rejected her outright. She had to settle for second best and route her access through the first lantern ring, tapping into the local emotional spectrum instead. Here, green meant rage, not willpower. Blue meant space, not hope. Yellow meant mind, not fear. A jumble of emotional energies had been scrambled and rewired. Thankfully every translation happened inside the ring, sparing her a lot of work. Are you ever going to give us the truth? Diana grabbed the Grandmaster, fed up. She'd already noticed his power level was off, and he kept dodging straight questions. He stammered, unable to spit anything out. Thea pulled Diana back. He's just a projection. I assumed he wanted easy access between the two universes, but at this point his real body is almost certainly. Honestly, the Avengers couldn't bring much heavy firepower to bear. She'd been hoping the Grandmaster could. Now one of her two main assets was effectively dead, and she was the one shoved out front against a monster. The mood wasn't great. You're talking nonsense. I'm only badly wounded. Severely wounded. You understand the difference. I, the Grandmaster, do not die. He argued back, indignant. Thea shook her head without commenting. The odds had been long to begin with. The Grandmaster was now relegated to mascot status, stand on the sidelines and wave a flag. But she'd weathered enough storms over the years. She wasn't the rookie who used to run and hide whenever Solomon Grundy showed up. She closed her eyes and thought. Krona's inside a dimensional barrier. The fusion point between our two worlds. Vast amounts of emotional energy began flowing toward her. Threads of color flickered along her skin, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, violet, and beyond, in colors she couldn't name. They surfaced faintly, and the combined emotion of countless minds erupted into a quality no language could quite describe. Right now, Thea was like an upgraded first lantern, freely commanding the energies. Emotional energy was directional. The 7 emotional entities glowed in her vision like beacons, lighting the way. Not even 70% of her peak. And this kind of energy came fast and faded fast. Bad for a drawn-out fight. She had to use the surge while it lasted to locate Krona. She scanned the area, found the fracture, and turned to the group. I'm opening a doorway. After we go through, no matter how the fight goes, we have 3 minutes. Star-Lord, keep an eye on the Grandmaster. Don't let him bolt. Iron Man wanted to say, we haven't even finished mobilizing. Aren't you all being a little impulsive? He never got the words out. Thea had already gripped the empty air with both hands, fingers white as jade catching invisible doorframes. Threads of every color flickered between her knuckles. As she pulled, a more dazzling world was revealed through the gap. Before Iron Man could speak, the Justice League had already flown through. Thor, ever the first into the breach, charged in without hesitation. Even Vision followed. With no other option, Star-Lord stayed behind with the Guardians and the Grandmaster, exchanging dumbfounded smiles. Iron Man said a few brief words, then dove in after the rest of the headlong chargers. The space inside was small. It existed outside of time, a chaotic, hallucinatory realm. Iron Man's eyes locked immediately onto something enormous. A humanoid being hundreds of meters tall, ancient and weighty in form, as if time itself couldn't scratch him. And yet this colossal creation was hanging motionless in the void like discarded debris. Who is that? Or what is that? Iron Man asked Thor, who'd been around the most. Thor, who didn't actually know, was casting around for a way to bluff it when Thea's voice drifted back from up ahead, already far in the lead. That's Galactus. One of the 5 cosmic entities of your universe. He's dead. The enemy's up ahead. Catch up. Are these guys all savages? Doesn't anyone over there believe in tactics? The headlong charge approach was making Iron Man twitchy. He grumbled to Vision. Thor, on the other hand, loved this style of warfare. He was already roaring for Asgard and rocketing into the lead. Thea was streaking out in front. She only spared Galactus a glance and didn't look again. He fed on planets, his power swung wildly between starved and gorged. Killing him at this point would prove nothing. What she needed to see was Krona's current level of power so she could plan around it. Chapter 1010, Chapter 1009, Krona. Thea announced she was in a hurry. Even Galactus had to step aside. As for whether Iron Man would catch a glimpse of Galactus's form and go home to pre-build himself an anti-Galactus suit, she didn't care. Past Galactus's lifeless head, her eyes found Krona. The 7 lantern entities had been fully absorbed into his body, but that was only one part of his power. Outside the DC universe, Krona had reverted to his normal proportions. He stood 2 meters tall, in tech-laden armor, with a distinctive drooping mustache. His eyes burned red, and that gaze brimmed with an inexhaustible fanaticism. Krona, you dared steal my lantern entities. If I'd known then what I know now, I'd have dismembered your corpse and ground the bones to ash. Thea was holding back a chestful of rage. This time he wasn't getting off with a simple death. Ha! New God. In my eyes you're just a little girl who understands nothing. Do you know the secret of the universe's birth? Do you understand that a single inflow of energy at the beginning of everything is what made the present possible? You don't understand any of it. You're all slaves to power. You take like bacteria, and you never once consider the cost of taking. Krona threw it right back at her. Thea didn't waste her breath on him. He was a textbook fanatic. Whether his pursuit of cosmic truth was right or wrong was honestly an open question. There was no right or wrong here. He had his ideal. She had her duty. This wasn't a clash of ideologies or dreams or faiths. He had simply crossed her bottom line. If he were holed up in some quiet lab, not breaking universes, she wouldn't bother with him. Every last one of those little blue men had problems. Sick. The whole species. She lifted an arm. Threads of emotion converged, every spectrum tapped, positive and negative both. They were still 1,000 meters apart. Without warning, she shoved her right hand forward, and a 100-meter-wide, 10-meter-tall wall of multicolored light came avalanching toward Krona. The wall churned with raw, riotous color, eye-searingly bright, like an insurmountable mountain hurtling forward. Krona held what looked like a metallic weapon, a kind of energy gun with massive arcs of electricity dancing along both ends. He studied the incoming wall with serious focus, the way someone studies a math problem. Examined it. Analyzed it. Dissected it. Inside of a second, he was bored. He raised his weapon like a spear and charged into the emotional wave. The collision of 2 different energy types produced a thunderous roar and released enormous light and heat. The flash was almost blinding. None of these people had been in combat for long without learning not to flinch from light, though. Through the glare, 2 red points stayed clearly visible. Thea knew that was Krona. Not a scratch on him. Strong. Genuinely strong. He'd taken a strike at 70% of her current power and walked away untouched. This was the most dangerous opponent she'd faced to date. Little girl. You do have some skill. Tell me the truth. Tell me your secrets. Now. Right now. Tell me. Krona roared, half mad. Thea wanted to spit in his face. Tell you. Like hell I will. How dare you look down on me? She made a grabbing motion at Krona through the air, intending to drag him back into the DC universe. In normal form Krona at 2 meters was terrifyingly strong, back in his native rules, shrunk to a little blue man, even Diana could mop the floor with him. Wait. They were 1,000 meters apart, and her fingers had reached across the distance to land on his shoulders. She pulled, but he didn't move. She wasn't a strength specialist, but moving an entire planet with raw physical force was no problem for her. And this wasn't just brute force, she was also pouring in rule-level power. There was something off about his gear. She could now see that Krona's armor wasn't just for looks. It was neutralizing her pulling force through a mechanism she didn't even understand, and reversing the pull to drag her toward him. I take back what I said. You do carry some knowledge worth reading. Krona seized her wrist with one hand and brought the other fist down at her head. His strength was almost grotesque. Even Darkseid, god of power, didn't seem to hit this hard. A scientist with this kind of muscle. Thea complained inwardly. Wildly unscientific. A scientist who wanted to brawl up close. Brilliant. No time to wrench free. She channeled emotional energy into her arm and exploded it outward, leaving Krona clutching nothing. Then she gathered her full divine power into her palm and met his armored fist with a punch of her own. A fist white as jade and a fist clad in heavy plating collided in midair. Even in this near-empty pocket dimension, the explosion was enormous. The shock wave punched into Galactus's corpse, gouging out craters of every size. Thea was hurled back 100 meters. Krona's body merely rocked. He didn't retreat. He advanced, lifted his energy gun, and fired a brilliant beam straight at her. Clang. Thea wiped blood from the corner of her mouth in mid-flight. The beam was on her, no room to dodge. She prepared to pull out of the space. At the last possible instant, Diana arrived. The reforged shield took the blow, the full force of what might as well have been the entire universe's energy. The energy itself was almost pure. It was what Krona had drained after destroying the universe. He believed it contained a portion of the original creative force. The man was operating at roughly a half-strength anti-monitor at peak. The supply seemed bottomless. The beam hissed against the shield without let-up. Diana braced the shield with both hands. It had been forged from materials scavenged from the antimatter universe, materials that had survived a cosmic detonation, which gave you a sense of how durable they were. Even so, the shield was struggling. Optimistically, it could maybe take a few more hits at this intensity. You're asking to die. After losing that exchange, Thea's temper flared. This time she set aside the death power. Excalibur was usable again. She snapped into her Artoria look-alike battle form, the holy sword in hand, and charged. For her own universe, Krona was a fugitive. The Cosmic Will wanted him in custody. And the Marvel Universe had no use for him either. If Thea, right now, was the textbook example of moving in harmony with cosmic intent, then Krona was the textbook case of defying fate to seize his own destiny. One universe refused to admit him. The other wanted him hauled back. Neither could step onto the field directly. They could only grant Thea their assistance. Even broader currents of emotion mobilized. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or trillions, she'd lost count. All she knew was that uncountable sentient beings were feeding their emotion to her. Chapter 10:11, Chapter 10:10, Finding Reinforcements. After all these years, Thea was experiencing a power-up moment for the first time. Excalibur was drinking in the emotion of all sentient life. As the pinnacle of fantasy-class weapons, the sword had no upper limit. Whatever you fed it, it could hold. That single strike reached its peak: momentum, speed, force, conviction, everything. Krona had a good eye. He had no intention of testing the blade with his neck. He gave a soft snort, abandoned Diana, pulled back all his power, and focused entirely on Thea. 3 quick exchanges. Krona and powered-up Thea fought to a stalemate. That bought enough time for the second wave. Superman and Thor came in, one swinging his fists, the other his hammer, joined by Diana who'd caught her breath, all 3 piling on Krona. Are all the women from your universe like this? Iron Man's suit had energy sensors. Of course he could read the output from Thea and Krona's exchange. He turned to Batman, mildly indignant. Batman didn't bother answering. Instead, he produced a toy-sized robot from his belt, then a ray gun-looking device. He pointed the ray at the robot, and a moment later jumped into it. A 3-meter-plus iron-gray mech, head-shaped vaguely like a crab. Batman dropped into the cockpit, ran a fast check on the systems, and rocketed toward the fight. Not bad. Iron Man thought it looked vaguely like his Hulkbuster armor. How it actually fought was another question. Thea was striking faster and faster, but Earth's martial arts simply weren't on Krona's level. Krona was something like a humanoid supercomputer. He instinctively read the openings in her strikes and punished them. After the opening exchanges, she lost the lead again. He slipped one of her downward cuts and brought his elbow around to meet her face. The armor at his joints fed him massive energy gains, multiplying his speed and force tens of millions of times over. The incoming elbow strike was on the order of a top-tier tech civilization's main planetary cannon firing at full charge. Thea moved to evade. In her peripheral vision a black shape dropped in behind her. The shape wasn't especially fast, but it moved like it had been calculated 1,000 times, and it slotted perfectly into the half-beat before Krona's energy could release. Batman. She saw him in the strange mech. He shoved Krona's elbow off axis. The strike didn't land at full power, not even half. Thea used the opening to slash her sword across Krona's left shoulder. Nice suit. Looks familiar. Damien told me about it. This is the anti-Thea armor, right? She rasped, breath uneven. 70% of Krona's attacks were still landing on her. The pressure was crushing. Batman's voice came back flat and corpse-like, slightly tinny through the cockpit speakers in the void. I upgraded the original suit. This one's called the Anti-Justice League armor. Also called the Fenrir armor. His tone was the same one he'd used to introduce a new product line at a Wayne shareholder meeting. The Leaguers didn't even blink. They exchanged sidelong looks. They'd all seen the same flicker of resigned acceptance on each other's faces. Very Batman. Trash-talking mid-combat, a signature Avengers move. Even under existential pressure, you do not skip the banter. Thor saw the League's wry expressions and got curious. He turned to Superman. Asgardian habit still gave him a tendency to underestimate women. And Batman dressed all in black wasn't exactly a justice aesthetic. Thor liked Superman, the straight-ahead punch-the-enemy type. The two had matching builds and seemed to share a common temperament. You guys are called the Justice League, right? Yes. Superman was a little puzzled. Hadn't they already introduced themselves? Thor was confused. He lowered his voice. Then what does Anti-Justice League armor mean? Is that guy an enemy of yours? Fighting alongside former enemies was an Avengers tradition, Thor figured he'd guessed it. Superman's face went sour. He knew Thor was asking about Batman, and for the life of him he couldn't think how to explain. He could hardly say our friend has issues. He laughed it off, hoping to skate past the very awkward question. Splitting his attention had a price. Krona's fist caught him square in his all-American hero face. A punch that could pulverize planets, taken to the face. Even Kryptonian flesh couldn't take it cleanly. Thor saved him, his hammer slammed in and angled Krona's arm slightly off true. The punch landed at a glancing line. Even so, Superman was sent flying over 100 meters, his features deformed. Immediately afterward, Batman's armor took a heavy hit. Krona's so-called energy gun, actually a multiversal tier cannon, punched a clean hole through the Fenrir armor. This suit was originally the anti-Thea armor, high magic resistance, extreme hardness, defenses against energy attacks at the theoretical maximum. And it was still punched clean through. Iron Man and Vision opened fire in unison. Their respective signature firepower looked like toys against Krona. The impact energy off Iron Man's repulsors broke against Krona's plating without producing a single ripple. Vision, without the Mind Stone, had lost a significant chunk of his output. He gathered his maximum power into a single pure energy beam from the gem-shaped hollow on his forehead. Krona swatted it apart with a raised hand. 7 of them hitting him with everything, and the result was bleak. Only Thea was occasionally able to score scratches on his armor. The rest were doing essentially nothing. We can't win. Falling back. Less than a minute and a half in, Thea saw no path to victory and called the retreat. A dozen multicolored vortexes appeared from nowhere, every emotion knotted together in waves, layering against Krona like a tide. The formless, ceaseless assault forced Krona back 2 steps. By the time he raised his energy absorption shield, Thea had covered the rest of them out of this space. Reuniting with Star-Lord and the Grandmaster on the outside, Thea decided their top-end firepower wasn't enough. She needed to check on the Grandmaster's real body herself. Her projection would head back to Earth with the group to plan the next move. If Marvel's top-tier cosmic figures all entered the fight together, even a second Krona would have to kneel. But every one of those entities was content to sit back and watch the world burn. The top tier on this side wouldn't get involved, and her own top tier couldn't cross over. So she'd have to recruit her own help. 40 people per side, 2 full teams, and they'd brute force Krona down together. For the heavy hitters, Diana counted as half, maybe. Just Thea alone wasn't enough. She'd have to gather every ally she could find. Chapter 10-12, Chapter 10-11, Treating the Grandmaster. Speaking of potential allies, the Grandmaster right in front of her was one. The man was practically oozing comic relief, but his real body looked like it was on its last legs, possibly already gone. Whether or not the Grandmaster's corpse had actually gone cold was uncertain. Galactus, on the other hand, was definitely dead. Still, as one of the 5 cosmic entities, weak as he was among them, he wouldn't go down that easily. Life and death wasn't an absolute concept for beings at that level. All things considered, there was still hope. 2 potential allies, 1 confirmed dead, 1 maybe clinging to his last hit points. That was what Thea had to work with. You're sure you won't hurt me? The Grandmaster was cautious about Thea visiting his real body. I won't. I need your help right now, so I'll just have to take the loss and patch you up first. Thea put on a look of pure frustration, which delighted the Grandmaster. He figured he'd come out ahead on this deal, though the fact that his real body was about to flatline probably factored into his willingness. Following his coordinates, Thea teleported into the Grandmaster's personal space. It was a tower-like structure, its walls packed floor to ceiling with collectibles, toys, trophies, souvenirs, and an assortment of swords, shields, and blades that radiated zero energy whatsoever. Do you enjoy watching fights? Noticing Thea examining his display, the Grandmaster asked with genuine interest. Thea was speechless. Your real body is about to die, and you're worried about your trophy case. The man was carefree to a fault. She'd sensed his real body the moment she entered the tower. The life signature was faint, barely detectable. But if he wasn't in a hurry, why should she be? I have a gladiatorial arena. It's famous across 3 sectors, 19 star systems, and 1,500 planets. Well, if they were going to trade tall tales, Thea wasn't about to lose. She launched into her own story with dramatic flair. My arena's record. Over 3,000 battle-hardened warriors from dozens of worlds, all killed in a single day. The Grandmaster's mouth fell open. His arena was more entertainment than blood sport, the fatality rate didn't even come close. They swapped stories for a while longer before the Grandmaster noticed his real body was about to give out entirely and finally remembered why they were here. He pushed open a side door. Down a spiral staircase to the base of the tower, Thea finally laid eyes on his real body. The bottom of the tower was 5 meters across, and his body filled the entire space. He looked exactly like his projection, except the brilliant Elder of the Universe robe had been blasted open. A massive wound ran clean through his chest and abdomen, front to back. Searing energy still clung to the edges of the wound, and even the Grandmaster's legendary regeneration, supposedly the strongest in the universe, was being eaten away bit by bit. His eternal lifespan was running out. All she had to do was drain the energy from the wound. His regeneration would handle the rest, given time. But Thea wasn't about to work for free. The Elders of the Universe, there are what, a dozen of you? None of your colleagues came to help, she asked, genuinely curious. The Grandmaster mumbled but said nothing. So it was true everywhere, professional rivalry was a universal constant. Thea couldn't help but marvel at it. Even the Elders of the Universe couldn't get along. She scanned the tower's contents one more time and felt mildly disappointed. Marvel's physical laws were fundamentally different from her own universe's. Most of these artifacts would lose half their function on her side. She didn't need divine weapons to begin with, and half of the Grandmaster's collection was toys anyway. Still, just because she couldn't use them didn't mean she'd waive her fee. She picked through the lot, claiming half of the Grandmaster's collection. The toys and trophies she left behind, something for him to reminisce over in his free time. Her outright robbery drew some grumbling from the Grandmaster, but that was all it amounted to. Both of them knew those items held more sentimental value than practical worth. The actual treatment wasn't difficult. This wasn't some exotic poison, Krona was a scientist, not a poisoner. 99% of his focus went to research. His weapons requirements were simple: hit hard, hit big, hit strong, enough firepower to destroy a universe for him to study. Thea examined the Grandmaster's wound first. She'd just fought Krona, so the energy signature was unmistakable. This was from that energy gun. Could that gun actually be the cosmic probe? A question for next time. She hadn't found much useful information in the little blue man's memories. Judging by the angle of entry, it looked like a cheap shot. The Grandmaster, that idiot, had probably thought Krona was playing a game with him. He'd lost this round entirely because he didn't have the sense to see it coming. The first step was neutralizing the residual energy in the wound. But this energy was refined to an extreme degree. Even after the Grandmaster's regeneration had worn away part of it, the remaining concentration was staggering. She considered grinding it down with her own energy, bit by bit. Workable, but too slow. Thea didn't have that kind of time, and letting energy this pure simply dissipate would be a waste. Energy at this level of purity was exceedingly rare in the universe. Who knew what kind of technology Krona had used to gather it? If she stored it inside her pocket world, it would accelerate the world's development. At that point, producing a genuine universe wouldn't be far off. Weighing all the factors, she decided to seal the energy instead. She'd prepared 7 or 8 blocks of durable material when she sealed Eclipso before, and she'd scavenged more in the antimatter universe. She still had a decent supply of nth metal on hand. What followed left the Grandmaster staring in bewilderment as she pulled out 3 chunks of seemingly worthless scrap metal and started forging something new. Underworld metal had been salvaged from the deepest abyss, where the dead congregated thickest. The resentment saturating it was dense enough to give even a goddess of death pause. Underworld metal, brimming with death, and nth metal, practically alive with its own energy, were polar opposites. Mixing them directly would result in an explosion, no question. Fortunately, antimatter metal served as the bridge. These were metals that had survived the Big Bang itself. Their resilience and durability had reached their absolute limit. With antimatter metal acting as a mediator, it balanced the underworld metal and nth metal. The three fused into an entirely new substance. Thea worked fast, shaping the new metal in her palms. She began siphoning energy immediately. Thread by thread, slow but steady, the energy was drawn out. After an hour, she felt the first block reaching its sealing capacity. She forged another. It took the better part of a day before the Grandmaster's life was finally pulled back from the brink. 9 blocks of the new metal in total, all of them dumped into her pocket world. When she had time, she'd unseal them gradually and let her world absorb the energy. Her part was done. The rest was up to the Grandmaster's own regeneration. They agreed on the arrangements for the coming battle, and that was one combatant secured. Thea teleported straight back to Earth on this side. By then, the second wave of DC reinforcements had arrived: Green Arrow, Zatanna, Firestorm, Atom, Martian Manhunter, Vibe, Elongated Man, and Killer Frost. Chapter 10:13, Chapter 10:12, A Pleasant Surprise. On the Marvel side, Captain America's persuasion campaign finally brought everyone into alignment. They called in the Fantastic Four and Black Bolt, and Professor X brought Cyclops and Jean Grey. For a moment, heroes gathered in force, yet no one could agree on how to fight the decisive battle. Thea threw another wrench into the debate. She wanted to revive Galactus. I can't figure out his life-form structure. Does anyone here know how to bring him back? She addressed the Marvel locals. Her gaze moved across Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, Doctor Strange, and Black Bolt. Beyond the Avengers, these 5 had quietly formed their own shadow council, the Illuminati. Every one of them was a member, and they had access to intelligence the Avengers never saw. Reed Richards, leader of the Fantastic Four and arguably the smartest man in the room, studied her with open curiosity. Thea could read it in his eyes. He hadn't fully committed to trusting the Justice League. Galactus is unpredictable. Can you guarantee he'll fight on our side? Reed asked. Galactus wasn't Thea's pet. She had no idea what he'd do. She shook her head. I can't. I don't even know his history. All I know is that our combined strength isn't enough to take on Krona. We need allies. Krona killed him, which makes him a natural one. Even with all these forces assembled, you still can't defeat this Krona. Professor X spoke gently, warm enough to make anyone feel at ease. A deeply refined old man. A bald, deeply refined old man. Thea respected her elders, but she also needed to make a point. She glanced around, then waved Thor over from across the room, where he was drinking. Thor looked confused. What did she want? Thea pointed at him. He's supposed to be one of the strongest on your side, and he couldn't handle a single move from Krona. The subtext wasn't subtle: your strongest can't take one hit, and I lasted a full minute. Doesn't that make me kind of impressive? Every member of the Illuminati caught the implication instantly. Iron Man had been in that fight too, which lent the claim additional weight. I have reservations about reviving Galactus. Mr. Fantastic had dealt with Galactus and the Silver Surfer before. He had more context than anyone present. How about this? We treat it as a last resort. We don't even know if it's possible. Consider it an attempt with no guaranteed outcome. Professor X smoothed things over. Thea didn't push. Forget Galactus, let him keep lying there. She'd just spotted a far better target. She pointed at Jean Grey, who sat on a sofa across the room, seemingly lost in thought. That woman's power is terrifying. If she joins the fight, I'd be confident we can win. Every member of the Illuminati sucked in a breath at the same time. The choices were: let Krona fuse both universes and trigger a cosmic explosion, unleash the Dark Phoenix to destroy the universe, or let Galactus eat it. 3 options, each worse than the last. Even Professor X's expression shifted. He had no idea how to respond to this woman from another world. The Phoenix Force inside Jean Grey was beyond her own control. Thea watched them exchange glances. She didn't argue, didn't leave. Just sat and waited. The Phoenix Force was an unexpected windfall. She'd been run ragged by Krona all day, and the thought of the Phoenix Force hadn't crossed her mind until she saw Jean Grey. Even at this distance, Thea could sense it. That power was the embodiment of cosmic life and cosmic emotion. The Phoenix Force was like the universe's own child. Its reach spanned from one-dimensional to 10-dimensional space. It was immortal and capricious, and no human mind could hope to contain it. Most other powers would stop functioning the moment they left Marvel for DC. The Phoenix Force wouldn't. It was an omniversal-grade power. What Jean carried didn't even qualify as the tip of the iceberg. If Thea could study it up close, the benefits would be enormous. Faced with Thea's proposal, the Illuminati didn't bother with denials, refusals, or, you must be mistaken. These were the elite of humanity's elite. Their pride wouldn't let them lie to her face. Professor X spoke again. I don't know what you've sensed, but Jean's power is dangerous. She can't control it herself. I'd advise against this approach. I can help her control it. We're visitors here. The power stays with her. If your world faces another crisis down the line, she'd be a critical asset, unless you believe her heart isn't on the side of justice. Professor X fell silent. At her core, Jean wasn't evil. But she could manifest an evil persona, so claiming she was purely righteous felt dishonest. The universe is on the verge of collapse. My family is on the other side, and I don't want complications any more than you do. But her power matters to both universes. Why not hear what she thinks? Thea retreated a step in order to advance. When it came to personal freedom and autonomy, Professor X couldn't make this call for her. He exchanged a few words with Jean through their telepathic channel, and the woman in question rose and walked over. In her 30s, poised and intelligent, she carried herself with quiet grace. Everyone knew they'd spoken telepathically, but Professor X repeated the question aloud for the group. Cyclops, who harbored unusually deep feelings for Jean, watched her anxiously, wondering what she'd decide. Is the crisis really this severe? As one of the original X-Men, Jean had a strong sense of the bigger picture. Her question cut straight to the heart of it. The Illuminati's eyes landed on Iron Man. At a moment like this, an insider's judgment carried the most weight. Iron Man didn't hesitate. He nodded. Doctor Strange followed up immediately. The London Sanctum lost contact 1 minute ago. The fusion of both universes is accelerating. Then I'm in. Tell me what to do. Jean's voice was steady. Thea raised a hand. In an instant, the group found themselves suspended among the stars of the cosmos. Countless points of light streaked past on all sides, the universe seemingly running at dozens of times its normal speed. Galaxies whirled, and the surrounding vista blazed with impossible brilliance. She would have preferred to pull Jean aside privately, but she knew that wasn't an option. She had to bring the Illuminati, Cyclops, and Thor along. They were all elite among elites. No gasping or gawking, though Cyclops was visibly tense. Jean, do you understand your own abilities? Not really. I know it's called the Phoenix Force, and there's a second personality inside me. She might understand it better, but I don't. Also, you can call me Jean. My friends do. Jean was calm. She'd faced enough hardship in her life to have the courage to make a choice, even one that might cost her her life. Chapter 10:14, Chapter 10:13, Planning for the Phoenix Force. The mature Jean Grey was composed, neither servile nor overbearing. There was a note of fatalism in her tone, but her manners held steady. All right. You can call me Thea. I'll keep the explanation short, because being able to communicate with the force inside you is crucial for what comes next. Thea softened her tone, letting the others listen in. I don't know why it's called the Phoenix Force where you come from. From what I can see, it's immensely pure and vast, beyond anything language can adequately describe. We have similar abilities on our side, just not at the same tier as what's inside you. She raised her left hand, white lantern light glowing, then her right, first lantern energy shimmering. The power of life and the power of emotion. Mix them together, and you get the foundation of the energy inside you. She drew a small amount from each ring and blended them into a single sphere, then gestured for Jean to feel it for herself. Jean reached out tentatively and touched the energy sphere. Realization dawned on her face. For years she'd been clamping down on the Phoenix Force with everything she had, pouring most of her mental energy into keeping it contained. But as for what the Phoenix Force actually was, what it was made of, she'd never examined it closely. That single contact was enough to crack the door open. That's exactly it. Thea, you're incredible. Is this your own power? Of course. But back to the point. Humans have life and emotion. Scale those concepts up, and planets have life and emotion too. On our side, there's a planet called Mogo that has its own consciousness, though she's still very young, like a child. Do you have anything like that here? A planet with self-awareness? Thea asked, casual as small talk. Ah, Star-Lord, the one you've met. His father is apparently a living planet. Iron Man jumped in. If her side had won, his couldn't exactly claim otherwise. Now wasn't the time to look weak. He quietly glossed over the fact that Star-Lord's old man happened to be an evil planet. Thea acknowledged this and continued. The energy inside you is a step above planetary consciousness. It's the life and emotion born from your primordial universe. You have to think beyond humans, beyond planets, and imagine the entire universe as a single being. It has always been there, evolving as the universe itself evolves. This gave pause to more than just Jean. The sharper minds in the group chewed on the idea. Imagining the entire universe as a single organism was a serious stretch. If the universe was a being, what did that make them? Microbes. Once they'd digested the concept, Thea shifted to the main point. Bluntly, you can't access even a 10,000th of that energy's potential because it's simply too vast. But even the 10,000th would be enough to help us beat Krona. So what do I need to do? I'm willing to fight, but this power is completely beyond my control. I've tried everything. Jean trailed off. Thea held up 2 fingers. It's actually not that complicated. You need people to share the burden of the Phoenix Force. My initial plan. I'll do it. I volunteer. Cyclops cut in before she could finish. The chance to share the burden with the woman he loved. He could die happy. At that moment, the more he looked at this interdimensional stranger, the more he liked her. Thea tried not to roll her eyes. My initial plan is to forge 2 rings. One channels emotion. The wearer needs to have deep, abundant emotion. Cyclops was beaming. That's me. My emotions are famously intense, and my willpower is more than strong enough. He was looking at Thea with pure admiration now. If the setting were less formal, he'd have sworn brotherhood with her on the spot. Thea thought of a certain something and nearly lost it, but she kept a straight face, even managing to look pleased. That's wonderful. The other ring channels life force. The wearer needs to have exceptionally strong vitality. Behind his visor, Cyclops' eyes were invisible, but the conflict written across the rest of his face said everything. Bahaha. Haha, that's killing me. There wasn't a hero in this circle who didn't know the history between Cyclops, Jean, and Wolverine. Strong vitality. Was there anyone alive with stronger life force than Wolverine? Iron Man and Thor burst out laughing without an ounce of shame. Doctor Strange and Mr. Fantastic assumed Thea was oblivious, since Wolverine wasn't present. The 2 of them were doing everything in their power not to crack. Even Professor X, the consummate peacemaker, thought of the tangled web between his 3 students and found himself caught between amusement and a headache. Thea played innocent. The 2 people in the hot seat, Cyclops and Jean, were mortified beyond words, but this wasn't the kind of thing you aired in front of a room full of outsiders. As for whether Deadpool could fill in instead of Wolverine, both of them silently dismissed the thought. The love triangle was messy enough without inviting the Chaos Agent. Did I say something wrong? Thea asked, knowing full well she had. No. Please continue. Cyclops had no idea who to complain to. If 2 people help share the load, you'll be able to wield the Phoenix Force for short bursts. The duration depends on how much emotion and life force the 2 bearers can sustain. The Phoenix Force, even at 1/10,000th of its full will, is far beyond what any individual psyche can endure. The second personality you developed is a direct result of long-term mental overload. If my burden-sharing plan works, that personality should gradually be assimilated back into you. She snapped her fingers, and just like that, the group was back in Avengers HQ, as if they'd never left. Since Scott has volunteered for the emotion component, you'll need to find the person with the strongest life force. Ideally someone close, a friend or family member, because the 3 of you will share a mental link. There'll be a degree of low-level telepathy between you. If none of that is a problem, we can proceed to the next step. Thea delivered this with perfect composure. Every Illuminati member turned to Professor X, including Black Bolt, whose expression was as odd as the rest. This was Xavier's family business, they wisely chose to spectate. The old professor wrestled with it briefly, then made up his mind. If Jean could freely control the Phoenix Force, it would be nothing but a good thing. As for the personal dynamics between his 3 students, they could sort that out themselves. He reached out to Wolverine through the telepathic channel. Meanwhile, Thea got to work on the rings. The laws of physics differed between universes, but the ring-forging techniques the First Lantern had taught the little blue guardians were genuinely extraordinary. The technology was so far ahead of the present that it might as well have been from another epoch. Using rings to channel and harness emotion still seemed like science fiction, even today. Before long, Wolverine arrived at Avengers HQ, stocky, rough-hewn, radiating raw physicality. Storm walked in beside him, white-haired and dressed in black. Thea finished the initial ring construction quickly. They exchanged brief introductions. Chapter 10:15, Chapter 10:14, Diversion and Interception. Logan, your life force is remarkable. If you have no objections, let's begin. Wolverine had no objections. Like Cyclops, he agreed without much deliberation. Thea consulted Doctor Strange as a formality. In the physical world, the Phoenix Force's destructive potential was extreme. Even a wisp of leaked energy could cause incalculable damage to this universe. Marvel's sorcerers were, on the whole, a weak bunch, but the late Ancient One and Doctor Strange were genuine powerhouses. In Thea's estimation, both were at Circe's level. The three sanctums the Ancient One had established during her tenure as Sorcerer Supreme were solid work, built on the same principle as Thea's own new continent, intercepting higher dimensional threats from a slightly elevated plane. She could borrow the sanctum's defensive infrastructure for this. Most of the heroes stayed at Avengers HQ. A handful of magic enthusiasts and the deeply curious, Iron Man and Batman among them, tagged along. Thea didn't mind an audience. As the daughter of a president, being watched was the default state. She could read comic books during a press conference. Compared to that, this was nothing. Wolverine and Cyclops, on the other hand, weren't thrilled about performing in front of a crowd. Thea sat cross-legged in the middle of the sanctum's open hall and beckoned the three of them to sit facing her. The sorcerers of the New York sanctum had been startled by the arrival of so many non-magic users. Doctor Strange had abandoned the policy of seclusion, but this many outsiders at once was still jarring. The three of them sat according to her instructions, a triangle formation, Jean in the back, Cyclops and Wolverine in front. Thea handed each of them a ring. I'll divert two primary streams from the Phoenix Force. The life ring will amplify your vitality. The emotion ring will let your attacks carry emotional energy. Also, the three of you will develop a degree of telepathy going forward. She played dumb about the triangle, fighting back laughter as she kept a straight face. A man and a woman sharing a psychic bond was romantic, even beautiful. Men and men, woman and woman, that could work too. But throw a third person into the mix, and awkward didn't begin to cover it. Cyclops and Wolverine's eyes met by accident. Both looked away instantly, as if they'd seen something horrifying. Thea cleared her throat, signaling she was about to start. If I lose control? Jean asked, uncertainty creeping in. Thea had to put on a show of confidence. I've seen that Thanos you dealt with before. My strength is roughly on his level. The Phoenix Force is formidable, yes, but let me be blunt, what you carry is less than a 10,000th of the total. If it came down to it, even if you fully turned into the Dark Phoenix, you wouldn't beat me. The words were blunt, but every person in the room relaxed. To put Jean further at ease, Thea layered more than a dozen sealing spells directly onto her body. Try it. See how much of the Phoenix Force you can draw on through the seals. Jean was nervous at first, but when she reached inward, the Phoenix Force that normally demanded the better part of her mental energy just to suppress felt as if it had vanished entirely. This gave her a clearer sense of Thea's strength. Keep going. Release your limits gradually. Thea's tone was casual. Jean clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and began loosening the mental barriers she'd spent years building. Credit where it was due, containing this much power with a mortal mind for this long was remarkable in itself. Getting even a thread of Phoenix Force through her layered defenses was a slow grind. The energy leveraged its own nature to break through barrier after barrier. By the time a single thread, no thicker than a finger, had been extracted, an hour had passed. Thea wasn't doing this out of charity. If she were staying in the Marvel Universe, mastering the Phoenix Force would have been worth pursuing. But she was only passing through. Even so, the Phoenix Force offered tremendous insights. Life and emotion were just the foundation. Deeper layers held mysteries she'd need time to unravel. Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was also worth studying, but unlike Jean, who served as a host, Wanda was more of a user. The connection was fundamentally different. As for the even more elusive Goblin Force, she hadn't even considered it. Too far out of reach. Jean had deliberately left a gap in her mental prison. A single thread of Phoenix Force was drawn directly out, coiling in Thea's palm like a flame with its own life force, though its very concept was far more advanced than ordinary flame. At the deepest layer of consciousness, spirit, and thought, Thea glimpsed the Phoenix Force's true shadow. It had a will of its own. From some higher dimension, it cast an almost lazy glance downward. Thea inclined her head in respect and answered with a smile. The exchange was brief. Both sides withdrew. The Phoenix Force seemed content to watch, an impartial observer, as Thea partitioned the thread of energy and channeled it into the two rings. So it can be done this way. No simple language passed between them, but the meaning was clear. Thea offered the Phoenix Force her ring-forging technique and the method of partition. In the future, it could ease the burden on its hosts instead of the usual psychic tug-of-war. Buy one, get two free, a three-person link would be the standard setup for every future Phoenix host. In return, the Phoenix Force severed the remaining psychic tether to the fragment it had given up. A tiny spark, flickering like a candle in the wind, became Thea's private property. Whatever she managed to learn from it was entirely her affair. Both sides got what they wanted. From now on, the Phoenix Force could coexist more peacefully with its hosts, and Thea had the research sample she needed. In the physical world, as she worked, a surge of life force and a surge of emotional power were drawn from the Phoenix Force like currents from an ocean. Torrential energy poured into the two rings. With Jean as the nexus, two lines of energy linked Cyclops and Wolverine. The direct infusion of Phoenix energy, even filtered through Jean, sent both men into a brief state of mental disorientation. Jean, relieved of half her psychic burden, followed Thea's instructions and carefully began unlocking the seals. Uncountable streams of energy poured in from unknown depths and flooded her body, circulating through the two rings and their wearers in an external loop. All three closed their eyes, beginning their first mental communication. Thea stepped aside to savor the nuances of the Phoenix Force. Other people's power could be studied, but never copied wholesale. She was also experimenting with fusing life and emotion into something uniquely her own. What to call it? Thea Force. The cringe factor felt a little high. Her mind wandered, but subtle changes were already taking place in Jean Grey's body. Her hair was growing redder. Her aura, colder. And a power far exceeding anything this universe could contain was beginning to erupt from within. Chapter 10:16, Chapter 10:15, A Walk Through New York. Her evil personality is surfacing. I suggest we'd better. Ironman pointed at Jean and turned to Thea, his expression clearly saying, "You're supposed to be the strong one here, so shut it down." Thea watched for a moment and shook her head. I don't know how far psychology has advanced on your side, but a personality that's been suppressed long-term will always rebound harder the longer it's kept down. You want to use this as an opportunity to resolve the psychological obstacle. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, had been an exceptional surgeon in his previous career. He understood psychology, and he wasn't optimistic. In his view, treatment should be incremental, not attempted in the middle of an energy transfer. It was too chaotic. Jean's problem is the Phoenix Force. If we can dissolve the wall between her two personalities, she'll finally have a chance at genuine happiness. Where I'm from, there's a technique called dynamic structural psychotherapy. We can construct an adolescent environment around her, find common ground between both personalities, and then. As she spoke, Thea wove magic into the air, reconstructing a simulation of Jean's teenage years. Her father had been a history professor. Honestly, if not for the mutant factor, Jean's life could have been far more ordinary. Dr. Strange's long face registered surprise. I had no idea you were this accomplished in medicine. I hold doctorates in both genetic biology and medicine. That bridged the gap between the two sorcerers considerably. From genetics to biopharmaceuticals, from theory to clinical practice, they found common ground everywhere. Dr. Strange was an authority in surgery. Thea had run her share of morally gray experiments and accumulated no small amount of knowledge. Add the sorcerer angle, linking magic to medicine, and both had distinctive perspectives to offer, though Thea suspected some of hers had originally been the Ancient One's. The Ancient One had died early. Most of Dr. Strange's abilities were self-taught, and some of his ideas were, frankly, underdeveloped. When Thea pointed out the gaps, he couldn't help but marvel. While they chatted happily, the rank-and-file sorcerers of the New York Sanctum, who walked around with their noses in the air on a normal day but were actually a bunch of lightweights, were losing their minds. The Phoenix Force was entering this dimension, its grandeur exceeding anything their imaginations could have produced. Forget keeping up appearances in front of the assembled heroes, some rushed to repair the wards, others reinforced existing defenses, and a few were glancing around nervously, ready to pack up and run. Thea smiled inwardly. Out of respect for Dr. Strange, she snapped her fingers. Wolverine's and Cyclops' rings began to slow their circulation. Jean, her momentum ebbing, gradually came back to herself. You people. Her brows arched slightly, dark red energy flickering across her palms. Then something seemed to register, and the tension drained away, settling into calm. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Thea slipped into doctor mode. Lighter. Like half the weight has been lifted off my shoulders. And I think my personality has shifted a little. Jean was no stranger to education. She'd been living at Xavier's school as a teacher, and though the professor didn't hold formal accreditation and his diplomas weren't exactly recognized in certain countries, Jean herself did hold a doctorate. That doctorate might have been obtained with a nudge from telepathy, but she'd been through the academic system. After her personality split, she'd studied psychology on her own. She understood her own mental state. I don't think you need to reject that dark personality. It's part of you. Everyone carries darkness inside, even Superman over there, even your Captain America. As long as you understand what you're doing, that's enough. Get some rest. Thea opened a portal back to Avengers HQ. The whole entourage filed through, leaving the Sanctum's rank-and-file sorcerers to clean up. With Jean Grey, now the modified Dark Phoenix courtesy of Thea, plus the healed Grandmaster and Thea herself, that was 3 multiversal tier fighters against Krona's multiversal apex. In theory, 50-50 odds. Add Diana, Superman, Dr. Strange, and Thor as individual universe tier combatants, plus Batman and Iron Man as the 2 cheat code types, plus Captain America, who could take a punch from Thanos and embodied the core values of the United States of America. Factor in the remaining heroes. Current lightweights with huge potential, like Scarlet Witch and Iceman, might be able to charge up a big move mid-battle and contribute something meaningful. All in all, their chances looked good. A brief strategy session followed. Thea needed to stabilize her own condition. Her power level in this universe was volatile, she had to suppress certain extreme emotions to keep her strength steady. And if their numerical advantage was going to count for anything, fighting inside Galactus's body was essential. Too many heroes lacked the ability to survive in open space. With Jean on board, Thea stopped bringing up the idea of reviving Galactus. The problem now was getting in. Krona wasn't stupid, wasn't a dungeon boss standing around waiting. He'd reinforced the spatial barrier. The moment they crossed through, they'd be staring down what was technically an energy gun but functionally a cosmic cannon. That kind of firepower would drop Thea after a few direct hits. Standing there like a target maintaining a two-way passage. Absolutely not. We could take Star-Lord's ship, the Dawn. Fly it straight through. It's the toughest ship I've ever seen, but breaching the barrier would take an enormous energy source. Iron Man offered a solid idea, then huddled with Mr. Fantastic and Batman to hash out the details. Star-Lord, the ship's actual owner, was politely ignored. Seeing that there was nothing left for her to do here, Thea gently smoothed the furrow between Diana's brows. Come on. Let's go out. This New York is worth exploring. I spotted a shoe store earlier that looked promising. Her strength was long past the point where last-minute training would help. What she needed was to relax, and relaxation meant maximum combat effectiveness. Diana thought it over. Every trip to a parallel world was nothing but fighting. Taking some downtime before the big battle wasn't the worst idea. She agreed to the shopping trip. If they were going shopping, swords and shields had to go. Diana changed into casual clothes, and the two of them walked out arm in arm. The pentagonal layout of Avengers HQ was oddly confusing. Both goddesses had changed outfits and circled half the building before finding the exit. By the time they reached the entrance, Tony Stark was already waiting in a car, dressed in a sharp suit with sunglasses and a neatly trimmed goatee, looking every bit the man of style. His chubby bodyguard, Happy Hogan, was behind the wheel. Two lovely ladies. Need a tour guide. Chapter 10:17, Chapter 10:16, Chaos Magic. Though he'd waved the two goddesses over with all the flirtation in the world, Tony Stark's subconscious told a different story. He wasn't fond of people who carried shields, and Diana's personality ran toward the resolute and commanding, full of natural leadership charisma. Between those factors, he kept a respectful distance from the tall warrior goddess. His real attention was on Thea. She radiated modern energy, had a personality that ran playful and easygoing, and could strike up a conversation with anyone. As for whether Tony Stark had motives beyond flirting, say, keeping a close eye on the pair, no one could say for sure. Thea read him like a book. She counterattacked instantly, one hand gently lifting Diana's chin, head tilting slightly as she leaned in for a kiss. Diana was just as quick on the uptake, responding in kind. Two red tongues teased and tangled inside their mouths, the kiss lasting a full 30 seconds before they finally pulled apart, still savoring it. Worth noting, as they separated, a glistening thread of saliva stretched conspicuously between their lips. Ah, just remembered my armor's got a glitch. Take care of our guests. Tony sighed, patted the chubby bodyguard on the shoulder, opened the car door from the other side, and walked back looking thoroughly deflated. Free chauffeur and private car, they weren't about to refuse. With Tony the skirt chaser dispatched, Thea pulled Vision and Scarlet Witch into the vehicle as well, partly to put the Avengers at ease. I don't have much experience with everyday life out here. I'm afraid I won't make a great tour guide. Scarlet Witch said, looking a little embarrassed. If she lacked experience, Vision, practically a robot, had even less. Outside of a few group outings, he'd never once left the building on his own. Still, considering the circumstances, Vision accepted on behalf of them both. Whether his own curiosity about the outside world played a part, nobody knew. The rear cabin of Tony Stark's car was spacious. 4 people fit comfortably, and there was even a wine rack and a small table. Thea chatted with them about fashion, art, society, movies, and TV. Scarlet Witch looked blank, unsure how to respond. Vision answered like he was reciting a textbook, rattling off something about productive forces and relations of production that left everyone baffled. This might be a little forward, but you two don't seem to leave headquarters much. Is it because of Mr. Vision's situation? Thea asked. Vision and Scarlet Witch exchanged a glance. Actually, we both have our own complications. Avengers HQ is our home now. Thea thought for a moment, then smiled. The smile was radiant enough to be a painting. Even Scarlet Witch, a woman herself, looked a touch mesmerized. The universe has all kinds of life forms. Appearance doesn't matter. As long as you accept yourself, that's what counts. Our universe has plenty of unique beings. If it bothers you, you could always change your appearance when you go out. Scarlet Witch sighed. The outside world isn't very friendly to us. That's why we rarely take transportation like this. Now that Thea had acquired the Phoenix Force, she was also somewhat curious about Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. In a straight fight, Dr. Strange could wipe the floor with the current Scarlet Witch. But Strange's magic struck Thea as unremarkable. He won purely by pushing his own abilities to their absolute limit, while Scarlet Witch was only just getting started. Chaos magic was a system entirely distinct from any existing school of magic. Thea feigned curiosity. You're a magic user too, right? Changing someone's appearance isn't that hard. Does your world have some rule against using magic casually? As she spoke, she pointed lightly at Vision. The robot-like synthezoid instantly transformed into a dead ringer for Captain America, stubbled jaw, world-weary brow and all. Both of them jolted. Vision patted himself down and found nothing had changed. Just a minor illusion. His magic resistance is very high, and I'm not great at transformation magic, but I can change how he appears to ordinary people. Thea spoke with easy confidence, and Scarlet Witch's interest was piqued. She began asking earnest questions. Thea examined Scarlet Witch's chaos magic with little difficulty. This energy of yours can't really be called magical energy anymore. It's too violent. Its nature is steeped in destruction and emptiness, and it's incredibly difficult to shape. Thea drew a small wisp of energy from Scarlet Witch's hand and studied it carefully. It didn't last long. The energy dissipated on its own, confirming that chaos magic didn't belong to Scarlet Witch. At most, she was merely its user. Scarlet Witch's mutant ability was probability manipulation. Combined with chaos magic, the two working in tandem produced her reality-altering effects. Thea tried several approaches, but chaos magic refused to cooperate. She could observe, not touch. Unlike the Phoenix Force, which could be communicated with, this power simply ignored her on a fundamental level. She wasn't discouraged. After a brief study, she set the ability aside. Like the anti-life equation, chaos magic pursued destruction and annihilation. It wasn't suited to her nature. Still, she came up with an idea for Scarlet Witch. If Wanda wasn't fighting and wanted to use magic for non-combat purposes, there was a way. Lower it. Bring your energy level down. Strip away the violent edge, and your control improves dramatically. The only downside is higher energy consumption. Thea's knowledge far outstripped Scarlet Witch's. She explained while experimenting, and before long, Scarlet Witch's energy stabilized. The red, mist-like energy leaking from her vanished, and there was a subtle shift in her eyes, less ferocity, more softness. The method was sound, but mastering the downgrade technique would take practice. Afterward, Thea swapped Vision's face to something generic and unremarkable, and he joined the chubby bodyguard as a bag carrier. As for paying, the bill would have to go on Stark Industries or the Avengers tab. Thea's money was useless here, and she wasn't about to barter a pair of shoes. That would be absurd. New York on this side was enormous. They'd only covered a single block by the time evening approached. Maybe we should head back. It's getting late. The chubby bodyguard was drenched in sweat, having made 3 round trips already, and still held 7 or 8 bags in his hands. He shot Thea and Diana a look. You two are really here to save the world. Not just here to shop. Thanks to the sweet atmosphere between the two goddesses, Vision and Scarlet Witch, a couple in their own right, had enjoyed a rare, unburdened outing. No psychological baggage. Someone else was paying, someone else was carrying the bags. See something, take it. Was there anything more wonderful in all the world? Only the chubby bodyguard had been force-fed a double helping of couples PDA, which was the main source of his grumbling. It's not that late, is it? A big city's night scenery is a sight worth seeing. Don't tell me everyone in the city goes to bed at 8. Thea looked at the bodyguard with amusement. What kind of international metropolis goes to sleep at 8? They weren't people from ancient times. The bodyguard shook his head vigorously. Chapter 10:18, Chapter 10:17, New York isn't peaceful either. Come on, we're getting drinks. Thea pointed at a bar. Vision and Scarlet Witch, still basking in the warmth of their happy outing, didn't hesitate. The chubby bodyguard could only follow, phone pressed to his ear calling his boss. Did tonight count as overtime? Nighttime New York was Northwest peaceful place. God knew which villain might pop out of the woodwork. He felt the pressure keenly, afraid Thea's group would cause a scene, and equally afraid some local lowlife would embarrass their world in front of the visitors. His luck held. Before long, Tony Stark arrived alongside Thor, the latter dressed in civilian clothes. Scarlet Witch, who had spent years as a Hydra test subject, and Vision, who might as well have been a robot, were both completely out of their depth in the noise and chaos of a human bar. Magic and precision computation hadn't exactly taught them barroom etiquette. The two sat rigid in their chairs until Tony and Thor walked through the door, and only then did they relax a fraction. Why'd you bring them to a bar? Tony said, a touch reproachful. Thea waved it off. They're not children. What's the problem? You're a little old-fashioned, you know that. Tony nearly choked. Old-fashioned? Me. You're sure you mean me and not Steve Rogers? You couldn't find a more open-minded man in all of America. Thea ignored the sputtering Tony Stark, flicked her right hand, and a glass appeared in front of each of them. Even the bodyguard wasn't overlooked. She poured around. Try the finest from our world. This is Dionysus's own vintage. To show good faith, she and Diana drank first. Thor grabbed his glass without a word and drained it. Good stuff. Tony, the bodyguard, Scarlet Witch, and Vision each took a drink as well. Notably, Vision was a synthezoid, the liquid converted directly into energy and was absorbed by his body. Another round. To fighting side by side. Thea refilled every glass. The mood caught fire. The drinking table really was the great equalizer. By the third glass, Thor was bellowing for Asgard. Fortunately, Thea had laid down a sound-dampening barrier laced with illusion. To anyone outside, they looked like a group chatting quietly. Dionysus's vintage coaxed the joy out of everyone who drank it. They were all having the time of their lives. Nobody even knew where Asgard was, but they didn't care. One after another, they raised their glasses and joined in, for Asgard. Tony Stark was still a baseline human. 5 glasses of divine brew was his limit. Given that tomorrow's fight against Krona couldn't include a hungover billionaire, Thea sent the bodyguard to take him home. The rest of them could teleport or fly back whenever they pleased. With the 2 normal humans gone, only the extraordinary remained. The atmosphere finally loosened up. What are gods like in your universe? Thor had clearly been sitting on that question for a while. We are gods. My father is the king of the gods. My mother was a blessed mortal, Diana answered without hesitation. What's your connection to Hela? Thor asked Thea, dead serious. Hela? Who? Diana's attention snapped over. That was a woman's name. Was there another woman? Don't know her. Never heard of her, Thea denied flatly. There genuinely was no connection. But your powers look similar. How did you crush my hammer back then? Were you already that strong? Thea frowned slightly. Back then. What back then? For you it's been years, but on my personal timeline, less than a day has passed. Thor looked half lost. Before Thea could elaborate, a tremendous crash rang out, something heavy slamming into a wall, followed by the staccato bark of handguns and submachine guns. They hadn't decided whether to keep drinking or go investigate when a hulking man came flying through the sound barrier like a cannonball. The barrier shattered. The men froze. The drinkers froze. Hey, the guy on the floor was punched over here by me. I really didn't know you were sitting here. A short distance away, Spider-Man in his red suit called out an apology. Letting the visitors see his city looking like a mess wasn't exactly a good look. No problem. Thea booted the man on the floor back toward Spider-Man. The evening's drinking was clearly over. They flew back to rest. Their city isn't exactly peaceful either. Makes Metropolis look tame, Diana said through their mental link. No kidding. Daytime New York was normal enough, harmonious even. Nighttime was a circus. Over on the DC side, one city meant one hero. Here, every neighborhood had its own hero, and it still wasn't enough. Too many criminals. Spider-Man had a battle tomorrow, yet his nightly patrol couldn't stop. Daredevil was out fighting. Punisher was out fighting. Even that Iron Fist guy was out fighting. The whole city at night was like a festival, loud and chaotic. Seeing nothing left for them to do, Thea pulled Diana back to their room and went straight to sleep. It had been an exhausting day. On someone else's turf, they didn't spar or do anything else. They simply turned off the lights and went to sleep. This perfectly casual arrangement drew a chorus of teasing jeers from the Avengers. The other universe seemed rather open-minded about these things. Early the next morning, they were jolted awake by the clang of metal on metal. They changed and stepped outside to find quite the show. Batman was piloting his new Fenrir armor against Thor, while Tony Stark had broken out his ace in the hole, a suit of armor he'd christened the Odin Blessed, and was going blow for blow with Superman. Thea's attention went straight to Iron Man's new suit. Gone was the usual flashy red and gold. Put simply, it was kind of black. Sharp, angular spikes lined the arms, shoulders, and thighs. When it powered up, deep red energy coursed through the frame, boosting the wearer's strength and speed enormously. The chest reactor, when run in reverse, could fire a massive wide-area energy blast. This thing is called the Odin Blessed armor? Thea asked Vision, who stood nearby. He confirmed. Thea found that amusing. Odin's blessing. More like Tony Stark stole Asgard's destroyer and slapped his own modifications on it. Aside from the head, the thing was a dead ringer for the destroyer in every way. Clearly the same unit Thor had wrecked on Earth years ago. Superman had his usual habit of holding back against everyone, and for the moment, Iron Man was pressing him. On the other side, Batman and Thor were going at it with enthusiasm. The Fenrir armor's high magic resistance and heavy defense left Thor unable to bring his strength to bear. Thea watched for a few minutes, then pulled Diana away for breakfast. Along the way, she spotted several others running their own sparring matches, a natural enough impulse before a joint operation. Chapter 10:19, Chapter 10:18, The Battle Begins. Green Arrow and Hawkeye were comparing archery, fixed targets, moving targets, from long range to close range, back and forth. Zatanna and Scarlet Witch were exchanging notes on magic. Martian Manhunter and Professor X were sharing morning tea. Adam and Ant-Man were debating who could shrink smaller. Jean, you three, good morning. In the mess hall, Thea spotted the awkward trio. The three of them had almost certainly been up all night, though she didn't read anything untoward into it. Just a perfectly normal observation. The three returned an awkward greeting. As a key combatant, Jean had to fight today. She'd changed into a red and black leather outfit with the X-Men insignia on her belt, hair draped over her shoulders. Her presence was sharper and colder than yesterday's. Compared to the day before, she seemed a touch distant. Not a problem, this was an inevitable stage of early personality integration. Combat, especially against a powerful enemy, would accelerate the process. Ms. Queen, how far apart do the rings need to be to take effect? Ms. Queen, how do we shut down the ring cycle? Ms. Queen, this ring. The two men rattled off 7 or 8 questions in quick succession. She answered each one patiently, then fled under their plaintive stares, dragging Diana with her. On the way, she whispered the trio's situation to Diana. The warrior goddess burst out laughing. So they'll just stay like that. Thea scratched her cheek, thought about it, and offered an uncertain, probably. Still laughing, they strolled into the conference room. Today the heroes had assembled in full, ready for a fight to the death against Krona. The Grandmaster's cloaking abilities were exceptional. He'd already slipped in ahead of them, waiting for their signal before joining the assault on Krona. The old fox's combat prowess might be questionable, but his talent for staying hidden hadn't dulled over the years. The two groups each shouted a few rallying cries, then filed aboard Star-Lord's ship, the Dawn. Right here. Punch it. Thea found a weak point in the spatial fabric. Star-Lord maxed out the ship's power output and aimed straight for empty void. At sufficient energy, space gave way. The ship tore through the barrier and entered the convergence zone between the two universes. Not far off, Galactus's remains still hung in the void. The heroes were in full combat gear. One final equipment check. Krona wasn't alone. He'd gathered a substantial force of cosmic pirates and interstellar criminals, some from Marvel, some from DC, all bent to his will. Batman's surveillance drones, deployed during the last engagement, had relayed that intelligence. The heroes needed to punch straight through to the central control zone, find Krona, and take him down. A deafening crash, the ship hard-landed. The Dawn really was built to last, a near-suicidal ram left only minor damage. The whoosh of flight cut through the air. The handful of heroes with vacuum survival and confidence in their speed had already left the ship ahead of the rest, clearing a landing zone. Excalibur in hand, Thea was first to engage. An alien with a rhino-like head and a spider-like body caught the blade's arc and split clean in two. Dark green pus blood sprayed in every direction. For Asgard. Only Thor could bellow that war cry without worrying about alien gore landing in his mouth. Thea wanted to ask, your Asgard is destroyed, you know that, right? Heavy footsteps thundered. A green blur overtook her. The Hulk was ecstatic, smashing a thug with an energy gun to pieces with a single punch and barreling deeper without a second thought. The remaining heroes brought everything they had. Spider-Man swung on Weblands, muttering under his breath as he pushed forward. Batman had switched to a speed-type suit, trailing Spider-Man by half a step. The sorcerers each employed their own methods for rapid displacement. Doctor Strange covered hundreds of meters with every wave of his hand, Zatanna and Scarlet Witch had their own magical means. Green Arrow drew startled looks from his new friend Hawkeye as he activated his armor. Thrusters blazing from his boots, Oliver rocketed after the vanguard. Captain America, symbol of the American spirit of freedom, had none of these advantages. He could only run. Fast as he was, among a crowd of metahumans he looked outclassed. Thea glanced at him and the handful of baseline heroes in the same boat, mostly Marvel's contingent. The DC side hadn't brought any non-powered fighters. She extended a hand. A pale green glow enveloped their feet, and they surged forward, a Marvel Edition mass haste spell. Krona's rank and file couldn't slow them. The combined force cut through like a blade. Thea and Diana formed one spearhead. Jean Grey, Wolverine, and Cyclops formed another. The Hulk was a spearhead all by himself, the three fastest assault groups. The rest were either bound by no-kill principles or sprinting flat out, too busy running to fight. Galactus's interior wasn't structurally complex. Krona's modifications had been minimal, he hadn't invested much effort into the layout. The group pushed through the corridors and reached the central zone in short order. Krona, today is your last day. Thea shouted the declaration, officially marking the start of the battle. Strictly speaking, she didn't have to, but it carried weight. The job was originally Captain America's, the designated voice of patriotic righteousness. Nobody had anticipated the strike team moving slightly too fast. Cap was still somewhere behind them, long legs pumping at full speed. No matter. Thea figured she could carry that banner just as well. Declaration made, she brought Excalibur down in a vicious overhead strike. The blade carried not just emotional energy but a measure of her own pseudo-phoenix force. The fusion between the two universes was accelerating. If there was a single silver lining, it was that she could now borrow a sliver of divine power of death from the other side. Her understanding of life remained shallow. Her pseudo-phoenix force was death blended with emotion, weaker than the original but more intuitive in her hands. This strike represented her absolute best. The sustained charge had built her momentum to its peak. Krona couldn't dodge. His right hand flared with golden light, and a massively thick barrier materialized in front of him. Excalibur bit into the shield with unstoppable force. The first few centimeters parted like butter. Then resistance mounted, but Thea refused to relent, pressing harder, driving the blade down. Krona couldn't evade. He was ruthless in his own right, he let Excalibur cut into him and simultaneously triggered his armor's counterstrike. A white arc of electricity reared up like a dragon, clawing skyward, and slammed straight into Thea. A searing hiss. Countless tendrils of energy crashed against her body. She barely managed to block with her vambrace before the arm guard and the liner beneath it vaporized. The massive current punched through, blasting a bloody hole in her arm about 2 fingers wide, the skin around it scorched an angry red. Chapter 1020, Chapter 1019, versus Krona, 1. High-energy discharge had punched clean through her armor and arm. The blood was vaporized on contact. The wound genuinely hurt, Thea couldn't even remember the last time she'd been injured. But the arrow was already on the string. She threw on a fresh vambrace without bothering to purge the residual energy from the wound, and charged back in. She wasn't the only one hurt. Krona had taken damage too. Excalibur had carved a 15-centimeter gash from his left shoulder toward his throat. The 7 lantern entities were still sealed inside him. In their sealed state rather than merged, emotional attacks did little to Krona directly. But the pseudo-phoenix force Thea had woven into her strike was giving him trouble. At the end of the day, Krona's combat power was formidable, but his essential nature was no different from those little blue guardians. The pseudo-phoenix force came with certain overwhelming properties baked in. Broadly categorized, it functioned as a kind of flame, except it transcended the concept of flame itself. It was the embodiment of all passion in the universe. The Phoenix Force gave life to the cosmos, and ultimately, it would also destroy life. On Krona's wound, the result was void. No blood. Unlike Thea's arm, which had been seared by extreme heat and energy, the Phoenix Force had simply erased part of his body. The wound and surrounding tissue had been removed at a conceptual level, as though a gash had always existed there, as though that flesh had never been. Interesting ability. New God, you've given me another surprise. How did you do that? Krona asked with something like delight. Lunatic. Thea didn't dignify that with a response. On the other flank, Jean Grey, the woman Thea had pinned her hopes on, joined the assault. Wearing the standard X-Men combat uniform, the X insignia on her belt, Jean's red hair streamed behind her. Behind her, the faint outline of fiery wings shimmered into view. Hands straining with effort, she gathered energy and unleashed a near-colorless, semi-transparent shockwave. What is this? Krona's eye for power was sharp. He immediately recognized the Phoenix Force's ferocity and threw up his barrier without hesitation. The invisible energy struck the shield like a sledgehammer, rattling his entire frame. Worse, the energy drain far exceeded any normal calculation. Jean's assault had staying power. Seeing that Krona wasn't effortlessly wiping them out, a cold edge crept into the corner of her mouth, the Dark Phoenix's signature quality beginning to surface. She became a living conduit, channeling an inexhaustible stream of Phoenix Force that hammered down on Krona in pillars of fire. You're an interesting specimen. Blue light flickered across Krona's body as he extracted countless streams of energy, reinforcing the barrier. His armor's output climbed steadily. Curiosity filled his gaze, what exactly was hitting him? Power was approaching 50%, and a woman he dismissed as an insignificant native was pushing him this hard. Keep going. I can hold. Keep going. Jean Grey shed every trace of the caution that had defined her combat history. Here and now she was in her element. From beyond time, beyond space, beyond dimension, the Phoenix Force flowed through her body in an unbroken torrent, crashing against the barrier without pause. As both sides escalated, ambient temperature skyrocketed. The energy in Krona's armor, however refined, was ultimately self-processed. It couldn't match the sheer magnitude of the Phoenix Force. Vast amounts of energy were broken down, their molecular structures dismantled and rearranged. Normally that energy would disperse back into the universe and enter the next cycle. But they weren't fighting in open space. They were inside Galactus's body. Energy appeared to scatter in all directions, yet Thea couldn't shake the feeling that Krona was reclaiming a large portion of it, and a smaller portion was being absorbed by the battlefield beneath their feet. An unintended windfall. At this rate of energy absorption, Galactus might not be far from revival. Thea had once puzzled over how to revive the World Eater. Now it was clear she'd underestimated the problem. Even if Galactus could have been revived earlier, he wouldn't necessarily have helped. Just a wisp of his aura was enough for her to judge that cooperation was unlikely. His presence was chaotic, irrational. The most probable outcome, around 70%, was that he'd devour Krona, the heroes, and everything in between. In practical terms, that scenario was unlikely to play out. But the intent would be there. And now it was even simpler. No devouring required. The heroes and Krona were already inside him. He wouldn't even need to shout, "Get in my bowl." He'd just wake up and start digesting. But they still had to fight Krona. Thea could only stay alert during combat, watching for the moment Galactus teetered on the edge of revival, and strike before he fully woke. Only she, with her sensitivity to death, could handle that task. Professor X, Martian Manhunter, keep an eye on the giant beneath us. Energy is spilling everywhere. There's a strong chance he revives, Thea said through the telepathic channel. Nobody expected a man in a wheelchair to join a battle this intense. A wheelchair at the Olympics was inspiring, a wheelchair in a cosmic brawl was absurd. But the old professor hadn't stayed behind. He'd followed the Dawn into this space, providing what support he could. "What do you need from us?" Martian Manhunter had rarely left the DEO for group missions, but this time he'd made the trip. He and Professor X had been assigned to the rear, relaying communications and guarding the ship. Martian Manhunter's combat power was formidable. If enemies reached the ship, he could handle them. If the big guy under our feet wakes up, hit him with a telepathic blast. Buy me 1 second. That's all I need. The task wasn't unreasonable. Galactus was powerful, but the two strongest telepaths in their respective universes, working in concert, could manage 1 second of control. Especially since a freshly revived Galactus would be starving, and at his weakest. Jean continued hammering Krona. The Phoenix Force showed no signs of flagging, but the immense psychic burden was wearing on her two partners. Cyclops rubbed his head while bracing himself against the wall, looking like a man who'd overdone it at a buffet. Wolverine shuffled along like an 80-year-old grandfather, and still hadn't managed to take down a single grunt. The two exchanged a glance. Forget it, they'd coast. With them absorbing their share of the Phoenix Force's strain, Jean's output only grew fiercer. Seeing that the battle wasn't immediately catastrophic, the Grandmaster, ever the opportunist, finally made his move. He dropped his concealment. His expression tightened a fraction. Arms folded, he conjured a pale blue energy mirror above the battlefield. The mirror snapped through several angles, then fired a beam of white light straight at Krona, a spatial mirror technique, the Grandmaster's signature. The mirror shifted again. This time it unleashed a plasma stream a full meter in diameter. Chapter 1021, Chapter 1020, versus Krona, 2. Thea studied the attack for a moment and understood. The old fox hadn't contributed much of his own power at all. He was using the mirror surface to redirect energy attacks from elsewhere in the universe. The two blasts looked like planetary main cannon grade, whether they came from one of his vassal worlds or he'd simply caught a stray battlefield in the right moment, she couldn't tell. The Grandmaster's mastery of time and space ran deep. He'd spent his idle centuries watching other people fight. Those energy salvos might well have been plucked from some battle on a distant timeline. With Jean and the Grandmaster both committed to ranged assault, Thea felt that lobbing fireballs or shooting arrows was a little beneath the occasion. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and close in with the blade. A distinctive whoosh, and the most recognizable shield in any universe arced toward her. She caught it out of reflex. My shield will help, I'm sure of it. Captain America was currently surrounded by 3 aliens, his face battered and bruised, yet he'd still hurled the shield without a second thought, anything to give Thea a better chance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this level of combat, what good was a shield? But Cap's intentions were genuine, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She nodded to signal she'd received it. The shield that embodied Marvel's national spirit sat in her grip. Objectively, it was well-made, lightweight, supremely resilient, and its defensive power was nothing to scoff at. Thea was curious to see whether the shield, supposedly carrying the fortune of this entire plane, was really that miraculous. Shield in her left hand, Excalibur in her right. Sword and shield was a combination she knew intimately, Diana's signature style. Familiarity was unavoidable. Time was tight, but she struck a quick pose anyway, then charged. A few exchanges in, something odd became apparent. Whether it was psychological or the shield genuinely carried some effect, small lucky breaks kept showing up whenever she raised it to block. Sometimes an enemy grunt got punched into the space between them, blocking Krona's view at just the right moment. Sometimes the Grandmaster redirected a devastating energy blast that forced Krona to pull back and defend. Once, in the most absurd stroke yet, Galactus's body twitched in a pre-revival spasm, some internal structure, blood vessel or otherwise, and physically tripped Krona mid-stride. The attack that would have landed on the shield fizzled into nothing. Thea suspected the shield was genuinely boosting her luck. Feeling good about it, she raised Excalibur and pressed the offensive. Before long, she found an opening. Excalibur caught Krona's left leg in a lateral slash. The 2-meter-tall scientist stumbled. A chunk of calf muscle was gone, the nerve severed along with it. Mobility mattered in a fight, and he knew it. 2 mechanical arms extended from his armor and set to work at blinding speed, replacing the missing tissue with precision components. As long as he could continue his research and find the truth, substituting body parts with machinery carried no psychological burden for him. But Thea's threat forced him to divert attention from Jean. Their 4-way engagement had been an all-out deathmatch from the first second. Around them, the broader battle raged as the assembled heroes pushed back against overwhelming numbers. The enemy forces inside Galactus weren't numbered in tens or hundreds, they comprised several different species. Conservative estimates put them in the hundreds of thousands. The heroes couldn't clear them all in 2 days. They could only form a defensive perimeter, sealing Thea's trio and Krona at the center while they held off the horde. Buoyed by the shield's improbable luck, Thea hammered at every vulnerability she could find. When no opening presented itself, she hacked at the energy barrier instead, not wasting a single second. Krona absolutely deserved the title of technological apex. Spilled energy was recaptured and recycled. Even the attacks from Thea, Jean, and the Grandmaster were partially converted through his internal systems and fed back into his own reserves. After 5 minutes of relentless bombardment, the Phoenix Force's ceaseless barrage finally drew the first hint of fatigue from Jean. She was pushing through on willpower. Thea ran the numbers. The outlook wasn't encouraging. Even at this intensity, they'd need at least half an hour to drain Krona's energy reserves. In practice, that was impossible, too many variables, and Jean's 2 partners couldn't sustain their share of the load that long. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. She called Scarlet Witch through the telepathic channel. Aim at Jean's impact point. Throw chaos magic. Phoenix Force and chaos magic would never complement each other. They were fundamentally opposed energies. Thea didn't need them to merge. She needed a bigger explosion, and no 2 energies were better suited for that than these. On the first attempt, Scarlet Witch was a beat too slow and missed. Her reserves were far smaller than Jean's, timing had to be precise. The second grazed the edge. The chaos magic was ground away by the Phoenix Force on contact. Shielded behind America's core values, Thea felt minimal pressure on defense. She coordinated the entire battlefield, fighting, monitoring Galactus's revival state, and now directing targeting. Now. Fire. Scarlet Witch raised her hand and hurled a bolt of chaos magic at Krona's barrier. In the instant before magic met barrier, the Phoenix Force arrived at the same point. 2 energies that despised each other collided against Krona's defense in an almost romantic encounter. No earth-shattering explosion. No fireworks of light and dust. A fist-sized pocket of space was simply erased. No energy, no matter, just void, as though that volume had never existed. What is this power? Tell me. Tell me now. Krona's excitement was palpable. He'd spent the prolonged battle partially decoding the Phoenix Force's rules. By his calculations, the Phoenix Force could be scientifically replicated, even manufactured. But the 2 forces combined left him baffled. He glimpsed something grander lurking within, yet couldn't begin to analyze it. 2 10-dimensional energies of opposing natures, tangled together, this was far beyond the limits of comprehension. Even Krona was thrown. Good, it's working. Keep going. Hold on, you guys keep fighting. Thea was mid-celebration when the entire battlefield shuddered. Galactus was waking up. The combined detonation had hurt him worst of all, every ounce of energy spillover was coursing through his body. Thea guessed one of the 5 great creator entities had been jolted awake by pain. A sustained low hum filled the chamber. Martian Manhunter and Professor X were unleashing a telepathic blast, holding on, but barely. Thea didn't hesitate. She found a life force node, sheathed Excalibur, drew the Knightsky sword, and drove it home. Divine power of death poured in, devouring the sliver of life Galactus had just recovered. The tremors faded. Galactus died a second time. Chapter 1022, Chapter 1021, versus Krona, Part 3. Thea wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead, silently apologizing to the big man Galactus, and charged back into the fray with Excalibur in hand. With her helping them aim, Scarlet Witch and Jean's coordination grew smoother by the minute. Krona's shield energy continued to climb, now running at 70% output. The Grandmaster, that old fox, saw victory within reach and stepped up the tempo. A rapidly spinning vortex of compressed air formed between his palms, then spiraled outward and slammed into Krona. On the outer perimeter, Diana was single-handedly holding off nearly half the enemy forces. Superman and Thor each joined the inner circle's siege. One swung his fists while the other hefted Stormbreaker, with the occasional heat vision blast or lightning strike thrown in for good measure. Both heroes unloaded their best on Krona without reservation. Batman wasn't about to be outdone from the outer ring either. He waited for the right moment, then fired 3 concussion rounds in rapid succession at Krona. The rounds replicated the Flash's high-frequency vibration ability, latching onto Krona's shield and shaking it violently. Among the assembled heroes, the one who stood out most was still the Hulk. The man had absolutely zero regard for self-preservation. He leaped in with a whoosh, and it was nothing but bare-knuckle haymakers raining down from every angle. Krona reversed his energy weapon and, only then, did Thea realize the thing doubled as a staff. He found a devastatingly precise angle and swept upward, flipping Thor and Superman away one after the other before backhanding the Hulk into the distance. Massive arcs of energy crackled across all three. Superman's expression was the most agonized, but he gritted his teeth and endured. At least energy arcs were more pleasant than kryptonite. The Hulk, bare-chested, was swatted over 100 meters, 330 feet, away, but his body was genuinely tough. Like a runaway freight train, his massive feet pounded the ground as he barreled back, plowing through dozens of grunts along the way, and threw himself right back into the fight. Thanks to the lightning combat techniques Thea had gifted him, Thor had the strongest resistance to energy arcs among the three. They fell into a natural rhythm. Thor took point, tanking hits up front, while Superman and the Hulk flanked and attacked. Under this relentless assault, Krona was starting to buckle. He had no choice but to abandon his full-body energy shield in favor of defending only critical areas, while simultaneously stepping up his offense. He'd rather take minor hits if it meant thinning out the enemy numbers. That gave Thea her opening. She'd been lurking in the melee the entire time, waiting for the right moment. After one particular detonation of Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic, she spotted a gap in his guard. Krona stopped playing defense. He leveled his weapon, the suspected cosmic probe, straight at Jean Grey and fired. The Phoenix Force could defend too. Jean raised her hand with visible effort and blocked the blast. Thea seized the moment, chaining several spatial jumps to slip out of Krona's line of sight, and drove Excalibur into his exposed back. At the same instant, Superman ignored the crackling energy arcs wreathing the weapon and grabbed it with both hands. His back completely exposed to Thea's blade, Krona tried to shake Superman loose. He wrenched twice but couldn't budge him, and he couldn't afford to let go of the weapon. Too late to change tactics. A muffled squelch rang out as Excalibur, bolstered by the pseudo-Phoenix Force, punched through his armor. Clean through, back to chest. A perfect through and through. Thea was ready to pour more pseudo-Phoenix Force in and disintegrate his heart on the spot, but dark wisps of energy seeped from the wound, rapidly corroding and dissolving the holy energy coating Excalibur's surface. She'd used this sword for years. There was real sentiment behind it. And clearly, Krona had done some kind of bizarre modification to his own heart. Still, she wasn't about to waste this golden opportunity. She wanted to destroy Krona's foundation. Excalibur shifted slightly, and she quickly found her targets. Get out here. She ripped Excalibur free, and out with it came the Yellow Lantern entity Parallax and the Indigo Tribe entity Proselyte. These two entities were the most familiar with her. While the others were still fumbling around in confusion inside Krona's body, these two had already followed the channel she'd carved and been pulled free. Parallax grumbled at her briefly, something about why she'd taken so long. Proselyte let out a few soft warbles of gratitude. No time for small talk. Thea sealed them both into lantern rings. Give them back. You thief. Krona erupted in fury, but more than that, the emotional balance inside him had shattered. Mind, strength, speed, his overall state began to deteriorate. Without emotional equilibrium, his rage spiraled beyond control. The men practically radiated killing intent. Thea didn't have time to overthink it. She'd taken two entities, and now Krona was looking at her like she'd murdered his father. He abandoned all caution against the Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic bombardment. His energy weapon blasted Superman and Thor aside. White-hot plasma blazed around his armor. The men loomed like a mountain and struck with lightning speed, thrusting the lance straight at her. No time to dodge. No time to deploy the half-baked pseudo-Phoenix Force. Thea chose to trade blow for blow, counting on Excalibur's edge to take Krona's head off. A heart could be replaced with a mechanical one, but a head? Not so easily swapped. Two ruthless fighters who refused to flinch. Thea's abdomen was punched clean through, leaving a bloody hole. Her divine armor was totaled beyond repair, the edges of the wound charred black. She staggered on landing, coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, and was caught by Diana just in time. She'd never been wounded this badly. To preserve her combat effectiveness, she entrusted her safety entirely to Diana, closed her eyes, and began using divine power to purge the residual energy before repairing her body. Krona, at the critical moment, had stepped back. Thea's strike hadn't fully landed, but he'd evaded decapitation by a hair. Excalibur carved a diagonal gash across his face, from cheek to brow. Flesh peeled back, bone deep. His left eye was gone. Blood flowed freely down his chin, beyond his control. Malthus's greatest scientist had never suffered a wound like this, and no one was coming to help. He could only crank his armor's output higher and stabilize the damage. Thea's willingness to fight to the death inspired everyone on the field. There was no shortage of female heroes present. Jean, normally gentle and refined, drew even deeper on the Phoenix Force. Nearby, Cyclops and Wolverine could hardly back down either. They clenched their jaws and held on. Scarlet Witch concentrated, sinking her attacks. Gamora from the Guardians of the Galaxy drew deep inspiration, letting out a fierce battle cry as her twin swords spun like windmills. If the women were giving it everything, the men had no excuse to hold back. For Asgard, Thor rediscovered that old fire in his veins. He dropped all defense, electricity blazing across his entire body, gripped Stormbreaker, with both hands, leaped 5 meters into the air, and brought it crashing down on the back of Krona's skull. Krona spewed blood from his nose and mouth. He'd been genuinely rattled. He threw a wild backhand, and Thor joined Thea among the critically wounded. Clark, catch. Just before blacking out, Thor hurled Stormbreaker to Superman. Thea, who always kept a fraction of her awareness on the broader battlefield, tossed Captain America's shield to Superman. Shield in his left hand. Hammer in his right. Blue suit, red cape, and that ridiculously all-American face. Captain Krypton, had officially arrived. Chapter 1023, Chapter 1022, Versus. Krona, Part 4. Captain Krypton was obviously a joke, but watching his comrades fall one after another, Superman surged again. No more holding back. No more worrying about collateral damage. The stellar energy inside him began to flow, slow and inexorable. He'd already exceeded single-universe level and was pushing toward multiverse tier. Shield raised, hammer in hand, Superman circled Krona, keeping him from getting a clear shot at Jean and Scarlet Witch. Every last drop of Kryptonian ability was being drawn out at 150%. But in a fight like this, a single lapse could be fatal. The third to fall was the Hulk. Raw muscle was fine for bullying ordinary opponents, but against Krona's precise calculations, the man left too many openings. The Hulk's physical durability was passable. He was immune to psychic attacks. But against pure energy, his defense was 0. Big body, no energy resistance. Superman, being a gentleman, had shifted his attention to protecting the two ladies, which left the Hulk exposed. A single kick to the chest sent the Hulk flying. If Spider-Man hadn't shot out a web line and Iron Man hadn't helped haul him back, he would have flown right out of the fight. Even so, he lay on the ground struggling for a long while and couldn't get up. Ha, ha. On the other side, Thea pressed a hand over her wound, leaned on Excalibur, and forced herself upright. She was back to maybe 40 or 50% combat power, but she had to stand. Everyone was burning through energy too fast, and Galactus was about to wake up again. Off you go. She killed Galactus again, then sat on the ground panting, waving Diana away and signaling that she was fine. Go support Superman. Krona's injuries were mounting. Beyond his destroyed left eye, there was a clean hole through his chest from back to front, plus a concussion courtesy of the hammer blow to the back of his skull. His right shoulder armor was completely shattered too. That was the Grandmaster's handiwork. The old fox had an impeccable eye for weaknesses. But Krona was no pushover either. His armor had some kind of rebound property. The armor was wrecked, but the reflected energy had put the still recovering Grandmaster flat on the ground. The casualty list was growing longer, while the enemy, battered as he was, remained standing. Jean, you and Scarlet take a break. Thea rotated out the two women who'd been holding the line. They couldn't afford to take hits. Both of them and Thea herself needed time to recover, to stockpile energy for the final blow. Without Jean's relentless barrage, Cyclops and Wolverine were finally free from their role as glorified mascots. The Phoenix Force cycled between the three hosts. With Jean standing down, the flow redirected to them, and they could actually fight. Wolverine's already ferocious life force, supplemented by the Phoenix Force, surged to the point that even Krona did a double take. Cyclops' power originated from an extra-dimensional space, and he himself was the conduit between that dimension and reality. When he activated it, a quasi-photonic substance gained kinetic energy and formed a red beam. Now the Phoenix Force layered emotional intensity on top, and the blast was strong enough to warp the air itself. Krona had completely given up scientific curiosity. His energy weapon morphed into a gleaming silver blade. One horizontal cut, and the shockwave alone carved a deep gouge into Captain America's shield. Fortunately, Diana the shield specialist charged in at that moment. The warrior goddess had finally found her stage. Block after parry after deflection. She absorbed the brunt of Krona's onslaught, and her occasional counterstrike sent genuine shock through her opponent. Hiya! Diana put everything behind a single strike, smashing his slash aside with her shield, and in the same motion drove her sword across his neck, carving a bloody furrow along the side of his throat. Ignorant woman. Krona was incandescent with rage. Without fully realizing it, he drew on the entity sealed inside his body. The Butcher, the Red Lantern entity. A colossal bull wreathed in blood-red flames was forced to merge with him. And he didn't stop there. He dragged out the other four as well. Love and Hope. Krona didn't even dignify them. The violet entity Predator and the blue entity Adara were crushed beneath his feet to serve as legs. The green entity Ion, the oldest of the entities, became his torso. The Butcher, with the highest raw attack power, became his right arm. The orange entity Ophidian, the most agile, became his left. 5 entities, their power forcibly ripped out and fused onto his body. Krona was utterly unhinged now. The wild emotional energy flooding through him shredded his clarity, but he retained enough awareness to recognize that everyone around him was an enemy. He swung the energy blade wildly, hacking at the besiegers from every direction. 3 exchanges. That was all it took. Iron Man's Odin-blessed armor was demolished. If his old friend Cap hadn't pulled him clear, it would have been a guaranteed kill. Batman's armor was also destroyed, though the man's evasion was so sharp he escaped with nothing worse than a disheveled exit. 2 walking cheat codes, taken out of the fight. The price Krona paid was a severed left hand from Diana and 2 broken ribs from Thor's hammer. But he didn't flinch. Every damaged section was replaced with machinery. Like a madman, he kept swinging the energy blade. This guy's probably lost it, Thea thought with a twinge of disbelief. The entities weren't meant to be fused like that. Sealed inside the body was fine, but fusion was an entirely different concept. Especially when Krona hadn't bothered to harmonize with the emotions, choosing brute force instead. Monumentally unwise. The enemy had gone all in. They couldn't afford to flinch either. After killing Galactus yet again, Thea quietly conferred with Jean and Scarlet Witch on tactics. Then she confirmed the final plan with Captain America, Iron Man, and Batman. Let's do this. Thea extended her left hand to Jean, who hesitated briefly before handing over a pure sphere of Phoenix Force. Jean wasn't worried Thea would pocket it. She was worried the Phoenix Force wouldn't recognize Thea as a host. Sure enough, the Phoenix Force showed zero courtesy. It didn't remember her at all. Fortunately, Thea's power and realm were both high enough, and her realm exceeded her raw power. Wielding the Phoenix Force briefly wasn't a problem. Together with Scarlet Witch, she counted down. 3, 2, 1. Thea used the Phoenix Force, a power that encompassed dimensions 1 through 10, as the primary driver. Then she applied fifth-dimensional methods to forcibly rewrite reality. Scarlet Witch at her peak could also rewrite reality, but she was far from that level now. Still, her mutant ability was probability manipulation, and combined with her still developing chaos magic, she could provide considerable support. Erasing Krona's existence outright was impossible. At the very least, those fifth-dimensional Joker's power couldn't pull that off. Thea chose instead to alter his fusion state. You're using Ion as your core, are you? Then I'll rip Ion right out. As the oldest of the entities, Ion's willpower was the most formidable. Its resistance was the fiercest. Now that Thea had created an opening, it wasn't about to waste it. With visible effort, Ion clawed its way out of Krona's body. Chapter 1024, Chapter 1023, Victory Across Two Worlds. Ah! The moment Ion emerged, it spotted Diana. An old acquaintance. They'd worked together during the Blackest Night. The god of courage, perfectly in line with its standards. 100 million years of existence, and the entity grasped Thea's plan in an instant. It wagged its tail, darted over, and merged with Diana in a flash. The courage that had been sealed away in another dimension returned, thanks to Ion. Dark green armor materialized across her body. Diana had reached the absolute peak of her own strength. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, Krona was pushed onto the back foot for the first time in this prolonged battle. This was only step 1. Thea had already positioned Adam and Ant-Man in hiding. The moment Ion departed and before Krona's defenses fully closed, the two slipped inside. Technology was impressive but ultimately not a native ability. Complex to manufacture, intricate in structure. Powerful, but also vulnerable to sabotage, especially from the inside. Adam and Ant-Man entered Krona's armor. The internal architecture was, frankly, beyond even Adam's comprehension. Not the occasional, I don't follow, kind. Completely incomprehensible. From design philosophy to conceptual framework, from structure to operating principles, he understood none of it. Krona's knowledge surpassed modern science by an unimaginable margin. But that didn't stop them from wrecking it. Who cares what it does? Sever circuits. Destroy nodes. Smash every energy hub they could find. They were experienced at this. They broke a single point on each line, so that when energy flowed through, it would automatically tear apart the damaged sections. Under normal circumstances, Krona would have caught their handiwork immediately. But with Ion ripped out, his mental coherence had deteriorated further. Frenzied emotional energy rampaged through his psyche. Without the entities to mediate, his control over his own body grew weaker by the second. Fundamentally, the man was already dead and had been for over 100 million years. No amount of injected life force could truly reverse that kind of decay. Krona's body hadn't changed at its core. The life force he'd preserved was finite. Prolonged combat, massive blood loss, and rampaging emotions were pushing him past his limits. My turn. Thea reverse summoned Adam and Ant-Man out, then drew another massive surge of Phoenix Force from Jean. Fire-red wings unfurled behind her, vast and radiant. A majestic phoenix silhouette appeared within her form. She didn't draw Excalibur. Instead, she pulled a blazing sword wreathed in overwhelming power from the void itself. A single sharp, soaring cry rang out. Every hero present heard the phoenix's call on the wind. Those who knew Jean well couldn't help but think that whoever had first named this power Phoenix Force must have heard that very same cry. Thea's speed peaked. At her realm, this was maximum output. Like Kakashi burning through the Sharingan, every second the Phoenix Force exacted a crushing toll. Her window was brief. Krona had just realized something was wrong with his armor. The chaos from losing one entity after another was fading rapidly, burned away by the killing intent bearing down on him. In the face of death, his gaze sharpened back to that cold, analytical scientist's eye. But it was too late. Thea accelerated again and again, crossing the hundreds of meters between them in a blink. Facing Krona's clear, probing stare, she didn't hesitate. Like a spinning crimson arrow, she punched straight through his chest with a clear phoenix cry ringing in her wake. The obscenely durable armor offered almost nothing. The Phoenix Force blew a gaping hole through Krona's torso. He stared down at it, still half in disbelief. Me? Am I really going to die? You died a long time ago. Diana stood before him, eyebrows sharp, black hair whipping behind her. She gripped the sword of Hephaestus with both hands and swung. One clean horizontal cut severed Krona's head. The chief scientist of Malthus had never unlocked the secret of creation. He carried all of his regrets back into the grave, a corpse once more. Ha! Everyone felt the weight lift. A villain who'd cast his shadow across two worlds had finally been brought down. Every hero was wounded. By the end, even Professor X had joined the fight. Cleanup went smoothly enough. A handful of top-tier combatants mopping up conscripted grunts was no contest. Thea collected the remaining 4 entities first. Diana, covered in wounds, dropped out of the ion state. All 7 entities were finally accounted for. Then, at Reed Richards' suggestion, she stabbed Galactus one more time for good measure. A strange feeling washed over her. She'd killed this version of Galactus so many times, and he'd never once given experience or dropped loot. Devourer of Worlds. Please. What a waste of a perfectly good title. After a quick search inside Galactus's body, Diana found a black-bound tome. A large one, easily 2 meters tall. The Book of the Black. Its name literally meant death, but it had little to do with Thea personally. This was the Black Lantern Corps' book. Just like the Green Lantern Corps had the Book of OA, the Sinestro Corps had the Book of Parallax, and the Indigo Tribe had the Book of Nock, ? This was the Black Lantern Corps' equivalent. Its primary function was storing life force. Krona had used this very book to cheat death, surviving 100 million years to cause trouble today. Sinestro's devoted follower Lyssa Drac had been corrupted by the Book of the Black. Her mind was fractured, and she was currently wandering inside the book like a two-dimensional creature. Thea thought it over and decided to release her once they got home. Is the crisis over? Batman scanned the surroundings. Thea did the same. Unfortunately, not yet. The two worlds are still mid-fusion. They had no idea how Krona had fused the worlds in the first place. The man's soul had been fractured, effectively dead for over 100 million years. The underworld couldn't reach him, and whatever remnant of his spirit remained had been claimed by the Marvel Universe. She turned to the Avengers. Everyone, time is still short. The crisis hasn't been fully resolved. We may have to say our goodbyes here. It's been an honor fighting alongside you. Then she turned to the Phoenix trio, who were visibly exhausted. Jean, lower your mental barriers a fraction. I need to communicate with the Phoenix Force. To separate the two worlds, I'll need its help. The negotiation went smoothly enough. Thea nodded and withdrew from the mental space. Heroes from both worlds embraced, exchanged well wishes, bringing this joint battle to a close. Will we ever see each other again? Captain America reclaimed his shield and asked with his usual grace. Thea smiled. Once the connection between the two worlds is severed, I doubt they'll converge again. Then I wish you all fair winds. It was my honor to fight beside you. And mine. A warm handshake. A genuine farewell. The Avengers departed aboard the Dawn. The Justice League, carrying Krona's corpse, teleported directly back to their own world. Chapter 1025, Chapter 1024, Another Crisis. Ah, it's good to be home. Returning to their own world, ordinary heroes felt nothing, but Thea's reaction was the strongest. It was as if a massive weight had been lifted off her. She felt light enough to float. She told the Justice League to head home and rest. Every one of them was battered. Meanwhile, she still had work to do, separating the two worlds. Death divine power flowed back into her body, and the feeling of fullness was euphoric. Emotion wasn't bad per se, but that erratic, fluctuating sense of dissonance had never sat well with her. Before this, her realm had exceeded her combat power. Now, having mastered the pseudo-Phoenix Force and observed the power of chaos up close, that gap was closed. Her combat power might even edge slightly ahead of her realm. No golden flash above her head, no system-wide announcement, but she estimated she'd reached multiverse peak level. The pseudo-Phoenix Force entered her body. Thea considered for a moment, then blended it with her eyes. The original eyes of Erasure had relied on divine power for fuel, but divine power wasn't truly suited to drive that ability. The pseudo-Phoenix Force, however, was a perfect fit. Death and emotion merged together, finally elevating the eye's power to maximum. If Darkseid wielded Omega beams, representing the power of ending, then hers could be called Alpha beams. Death preceded life. Alpha was the first ray. Her ethereal, luminous gaze pierced into the far distance, through mountains, over rivers, across realms, galaxies, and the boundaries of the universe itself. She found the convergence point of the two worlds. Two invisible rays, faintly tinged with emerald light, shot from her eyes. They struck the convergence point. At the same instant, a flash of red blazed in the Marvel Universe, the authentic Phoenix Force. Two powers, similar yet distinct, collided at the junction. No earth-shaking explosion. No cataclysmic upheaval. Ordinary people felt nothing. But through the mutual cancellation of these two transcendent forces, the worlds began to drift apart. A figure emerged, clad in tattered dark green robes, a giant who had long since surpassed the very concept of height. The Spectre. He stood in the void, pulling the DC universe toward himself. On the other side, the Marvel Universe produced its own galaxy-spanning giant, Eternity, foremost among the 5 great cosmic entities. He, too, pushed his own world along. An invisible ripple swept across every sentient being in both universes. The higher one's plane of existence, the deeper the sensation. Through their combined effort, the two worlds finally separated, returning to their own orbits. Thea was spent. She dropped to the ground where she stood. Apart from the Phoenix Force, which was still running at full arrogant power, the remaining 3 of them were equally exhausted. Who on earth knew how Krona had fused the two worlds without anyone noticing? Krona's corpse was simple enough to deal with. Dismembered and scattered across hell, the underworld, and heaven. If he came back from that, hell had truly frozen over. She checked the endless family rankings. Encouraging results. Having comprehended the pseudo-Phoenix Force, she'd climbed to 9th place. One step closer to her second sister, Death. Was the world crisis over? Thea would say, absolutely not. The crisis was far from over. The Marvel Universe had returned to normal, but the trouble on their side was only beginning. This trip to the Marvel Universe had deepened her understanding of the emotion godhood several times over. Beyond the return of her death divine power, there was another signal, one that felt like impending doom. Even without her precognitive advantage, through the emotion and death godhoods alone, she could feel it. The universe she inhabited was very close to dying. Without intervention, the countdown to oblivion would be measured in days. Since their inception, the Seven Lantern Corps had been burning through emotional energy without restraint. That was the catastrophe. The entire emotional spectrum was on the verge of depletion. If it wasn't recharged in time, a big bang would happen in an instant. Less than 3 days. She ran the numbers carefully. Her gaze pierced through space itself. Thea saw Kyle Rayner, still on the Blue Lantern homeworld Autumn, chatting with St. Walker without a care in the world. That walking cheat code needed to step up. But she couldn't just tell him outright. Kyle Rayner needed to approach this with reverence and a willingness to sacrifice, carrying the 7 entities through the source wall. If he were an alien, he might be easier to persuade. But Earth humans were way too shrewd. If Thea laid it all out, he'd immediately ask, if it's that dangerous, why aren't you doing it yourself? Greater power, greater responsibility, and all that. So the truth had to be revealed in part, and it couldn't come from her. Better if she had nothing to do with it. The further removed, the better. Fortunately, all 7 entities were in her possession. A little sleight of hand and no one would be the wiser. Thea embedded a message inside each entity's spiritual core, explaining that the universe was on the verge of annihilation due to emotional spectrum depletion. Then she transmitted all 7 entities back to Autumn. Between the fighting and pushing 2 worlds apart, she was genuinely exhausted. Using her severe injuries as an excuse, she told Diana not to worry, then retreated to the underworld for seclusion. Meanwhile, on Autumn, Kyle Rayner was deep in conversation with St. Walker. The two genuinely clicked. Their ideals, dreams, and personal values were a perfect match. So perfect that Kyle's actual girlfriend, Saranic, was starting to give St. Walker some odd looks. 7 beams of light cut across the sky and descended onto Autumn. Thea had crafted 7 rings specifically to store the entities, complete with a brief account of recent events. To maintain her cover, the tone of the embedded messages was deliberately casual. As the host, St. Walker intercepted several of the rings. Her Divine Majesty was wounded retrieving the entities. St. Walker received Thea's message and said, voice tinged with sorrow. Kyle wasn't sure how to respond. St. Walker's faith was deeply sincere, he genuinely treated Thea as a divine figure. Kyle, as an Earth human, had trouble accepting that framing. Still, he knew Thea had taken a group to the Marvel Universe to fight Krona. She'd kept the 7 entities out of the battle under the pretext of guarding this universe, fearing that their participation would accelerate the emotional spectrum's decline. The Lanterns had essentially won this one by sitting it out. They were in no position to criticize from the sidelines. As a member of the Green Lantern Corps, it was only right that he take the green entity back. Seeing that St. Walker showed no objection, he reached for the ring containing Ion. A brief message flooded his mind. The emotional spectrum reservoir was nearing depletion. The universe was on the brink of annihilation. Thea was extremely shrewd. She knew most people trusted answers they'd discovered on their own far more than information someone else handed them. She was certainly that way herself. The messages embedded in the entity simply laid out the problem and the stakes. As for the solution, she hadn't written a single word. Chapter 1026, Chapter 1025, Alarming News. The sudden message startled Kyle Rayner. He tried to follow up, but the mysterious warning offered no further response, as though the voice had been a hallucination. As for communicating with Ion directly, Kyle's emotional attunement was strong enough to manage it. But Ion had been abducted by Krona and then borrowed by Diana for battle. The entity had already fallen into a dormant phase and wasn't responding to anyone. He asked several more times. No reply. Puzzled, he released the ring. Was it just his imagination? Being the sensitive type, Kyle felt it wasn't that simple. Seeing St. Walker pick up his ring without a hint of concern, preparing to return the entity to the central power battery, Kyle stopped his friend. You didn't notice anything unusual when you touched the ring just now. St. Walker stared at him blankly. Thinking the entity might be damaged, he quickly inspected it. The Blue Lantern entity Adara was sleeping soundly inside. Nothing wrong at all. What did you find, friend Rayner? Kyle didn't know how to explain. Somewhat awkwardly, he asked, could I touch your entity? It was a presumptuous request, to put it mildly. If he'd asked Atrocitus the same thing, they'd have come to blows on the spot. Fortunately, St. Walker's bond with Kyle ran deep enough that he handed over Adara's ring without hesitation. The warning message appeared again. Kyle's expression hardened. He stopped hesitating. He touched each of the remaining rings in turn. Without exception, every single one carried the same message: the emotional spectrum was nearing depletion, and the universe was on the verge of annihilation. It never occurred to Kyle that Thea might have planted the messages. He automatically assumed the entities themselves were issuing a warning. And the entities were, in essence, collective embodiments of sentient emotion. Thea's messages were hidden so deeply within them that even after the entities woke, they'd find no trace of tampering. They'd likely interpret it as some kind of revelation. Kyle shared his discovery with St. Walker. The Blue Lantern was only half convinced, touching each ring in turn. He heard nothing. If this had happened to Batman, the men would have demanded answers to 17 questions before dropping the subject. But Saint Walker had always been the mystical type. His thinking still had that medieval quality to it. He placed great stock in revelations, prophecies, that sort of thing. We must report this to Her Divine Majesty at once. Realizing the severity, he scrambled for his lantern ring to make the call. The result was predictable. Frantic Saint Walker was met with the equivalent of, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." It landed like a critical hit. What now? A serious problem loomed over them both. Kyle contacted Earth. He placed calls across the cosmic network. The news wasn't encouraging. Every key combatant from the recent battle was offline. Thea had gone into seclusion in another dimension. Diana had returned to Themyscira alone, and the island's barrier was up. Superman, having tanked multiple direct hits from Krona, was either soaking up solar energy inside the sun or holed up in the Fortress of Solitude. None of the heavyweight heroes could be reached. As for Batman, from Hal Jordan all the way down to the current female Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz, not a single member of the Green Lantern Corps had any warm feelings toward him. Add in the rumor that Batman was an unofficial affiliate of the Sinestro Corps, and that made it even worse. Just as Kyle was at his wit's end, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders, Saint Walker suddenly remembered something. There were 2 former Guardians right here on Autumn. In the original timeline, Sinestro had massacred the Guardians. Ganthet and Zed survived because they were well-liked, fleeing into hiding for a simple, pastoral life together. Here, the 2 had simply never left. No one had asked them to go. And why would they? Autumn was reputed to be the most beautiful planet in the universe. They'd talked it over and decided to settle down right on the Blue Lantern homeworld. That 2 founding Guardians could be so thoroughly forgotten was, admittedly, a little sad. Fortunately, Saint Walker remembered them at the last moment. Their retreat was some distance away. Saint Walker and Kyle flew for a while before finding them. No time for pleasantries. Saint Walker laid out the problem directly. The emotional spectrum reservoir. Caught off guard by the term, Ganthet's mind went momentarily blank. He had a feeling he knew what it was, but the memory was ancient and tangled. Truth and fiction blurred together. He wasn't sure whether he actually knew or not. What about Her Divine Majesty? She should be able to handle this. No matter how badly the Guardians had bungled things, Thea could always clean it up. That had been the rhythm for a while now. I caused the mess, you fix it. Even Ganthet had grown accustomed to this dynamic, and his first instinct was to look for Thea. At the mention of the goddess he revered, Saint Walker nearly broke down. Her Majesty's injuries were too severe. She has fallen into a deep slumber. Ganthet was stunned. Dead? No, surely not. Even Kyle was taken aback. That serious? When he'd contacted Earth earlier, the reports had been brief, but nothing suggested the kind of Pyrrhic victory that would put Thea in a coma. Then again, considering how many frontline heroes had been seriously wounded, he wasn't in a position to argue. Heroes had bled for the safety of the universe. As a fellow hero, he wouldn't mock their sacrifice. And now, with the crisis resurfacing, he felt the growing conviction that it was his turn to step up. Who could possibly have wounded her? Was it Darkseid? Ganthet knew Thea's power well enough. He truly couldn't imagine who could push her into a deep slumber. Saint Walker and Kyle exchanged a glance before Saint Walker answered, his expression complicated. It was Krona. Ganthet thought he'd misheard. Krona had been dead for how many years? Only after Saint Walker briefly went over what had happened did the pieces fall into place. Damn it, he couldn't afford to retire after all. A former colleague had nearly blown up the universe, and he hadn't known a thing about it. He felt none of the joy Kyle and the others might have had at being carried to a free win. All he felt was how narrowly he'd escaped extinction. He'd sensed something when Thea separated the worlds, but he'd never imagined the situation had been that dire. Krona's power was something Ganthet understood intimately. Even back before they were Guardians, when they were still Maltusians, an ancient cosmic race, Krona had already towered above the rest. After their diminishment, the Guardians had managed to seal the First Lantern through sheer numbers, but even at the height of their own power, the best they could do was exile Krona. The gap in ability within the same species was immense. The Guardians weren't all from the same generation either. Their lifespans were simply so vast that they'd long since stopped caring about seniority. Take Horuba, whose memories Thea had read several times over. He'd been Krona's student. Zed, in turn, had originally been Ganthet's student. Ganthet was one of the few remaining Maltusians from Krona's own generation. Within the species, his talents were middling at best. Nothing special. Krona, on the other hand, had been hailed as a great scientist even in his youth, the kind of kid every parent held up as the gold standard. And later, he came to represent the absolute pinnacle of what the ancient Maltusians could achieve. Chapter 1027, Chapter 1026, The New White Lantern. Unfortunately, all of that had turned to dust. The brilliant mind was dead, and somehow the mediocre one was still standing. Thea had rallied a group of heroes and hacked Krona to death in pitched combat. She was critically injured, a whole slew of heroes were critically injured, and in Ganthet's view, that was perfectly expected. It would have been stranger if they'd walked away unscathed. According to Kyle's account, he'd handled each of the rings himself, but none had yielded anything of note. Kyle Rayner, why do these revelations only respond to you? Do you know the reason? Ganthet asked. The green ring on Kyle's finger was one Ganthet had forged for himself. Kyle naturally held goodwill toward the old guardian and answered without hesitation. Because I possess all 7 emotions. He gave a brief summary of how Thea had trained him. I see, so the goddess trained you as a White Lantern candidate. Ganthet considered this for a moment. This crisis is severe. I need to return to OA and review some historical records. Somewhere in my memory, someone mentioned something about an emotional spectrum reservoir. In truth, he'd already recalled it. The reservoir was Krona's theory, but his colleagues at the time had scoffed at the idea. Emotions had a reservoir. Absurd. He left St. Walker to guard the emotional entities and gave Mogo explicit instructions before departing. No one, absolutely no one, was to take the entities, no matter who came asking. Still smarting from his previous mistake, the living planet agreed without a moment's hesitation. Unlike the 8 Templar Guardians, Ganthet had lived on OA for billions of years. The planet's defenses might as well not exist for him. He left Kyle Rayner waiting outside and walked straight into the Guardians' council chamber. Ganthet said, and the 8 Templar Guardians, the number of little blue Guardians had crept back into double digits, though the bonds between them were tissue-thin. There was no joy of old comrades reuniting. I thought you'd already left the Green Lantern Corps. The bearded guardian had apparently established himself as leader among the group and naturally didn't welcome anyone who might dilute his authority. Another crisis is coming. Which of you is capable of leading through it? Humph. Ganthet ignored them entirely. Everything fell to him in the end. He began pulling up OA's historical archives. Somewhere in that ocean of records, he needed to find Krona's original research on the emotional spectrum. What is the core of emotional energy? He quickly located a set of notes, pages upon pages of text that ultimately said nothing of substance. Krona himself hadn't figured out what emotions actually were. Ganthet flipped through it and marked it with an X. He picked up another file, an experimental log. If green light is overused, it may cause a corresponding counter-emotion to proliferate across the universe. Krona had theorized it would be fear. The more the Green Lantern Corps wielded their rings, the more fear would breed throughout the cosmos, like a scale tipping. Press one side down, and the other rises. The analysis was sound and methodical, but no one had cared about Krona's theories back then. The Sinestro Corps had been around for years now. Too little, too late. Ganthet marked another X. He pulled up one more document, a draft Krona had written before his exile. Emotions are tangible, physical manifestations. They have substance and form. They are a resource, and they are not infinite. The handwriting grew blurry after that. Krona himself hadn't been entirely certain. At least, not at the time. Before Kyle had come to him today, Ganthet had been only half convinced. But now, between Kyle's inexplicable revelations and Krona's research, the evidence pointed toward the emotional spectrum reservoir being real. He shared his findings with his former colleagues. Impossible. Is there anywhere in this universe we haven't set foot? I refuse to believe in some emotion reservoir, and the idea that it's running dry and about to explode. Ridiculous. I don't buy it. The bearded guardian shook his head emphatically. The remaining 7 were split, some convinced, some skeptical. The chamber devolved into something resembling a marketplace. Ganthet was equally lost. He'd pressed Kyle multiple times, where was this reservoir? But Kyle didn't know either. Said was more perceptive. After careful thought, something clicked. She leaned in and whispered to Ganthet, could it be behind that wall? That's the one place we've never explored. Wall. Ganthet didn't understand at first. Then it hit him like a bolt of lightning, and long-buried memories flooded back. He remembered standing alongside Krona before the source wall. They'd been young then, members of the universe's oldest race, formidable beyond measure. Yet even Krona, whose intellect was unmatched in all of history, had been humbled before that wall. It defied scientific analysis. For the first time in his life, Ganthet had seen shock and bewilderment on Krona's face. It was after that visit that Krona's research grew increasingly radical, increasingly obsessive. He built the cosmic probe, observed the hand of creation, and gave rise to the multiverse. All of it traced back to the source wall. Instinct told Ganthet that the source wall, the emotional entities, and Krona were connected in some fundamental way. Unfortunately, Diana had taken Krona's head, and his soul had disintegrated into ash. There was no one left to ask. After thinking it through from every angle, he addressed his former colleagues. The source wall. The emotional spectrum reservoir must be behind it. The bearded guardian regarded him with barely concealed mockery. You've lost your mind. 3 of our most brilliant colleagues sacrificed themselves on that wall. Have you forgotten? Kyle Rayner is different. Why do the 7 entities call only to him? Because he's destined to become the White Lantern. Because the entities need his power to return to the emotional spectrum reservoir. The other guardians remained skeptical, but they joined the search through Krona's records. As more and more evidence surfaced, it became clear that their race's greatest scientist had been 60 to 70% certain such a reservoir existed. As for where it was, that was open to interpretation. Emotions had only been a side project for Krona, the secret of creation was his true obsession. Whatever madness Krona had committed, the Guardians respected his scientific work. A scientist of his caliber wouldn't falsify his own research logs. Some of them even thought a step further, they wouldn't be the ones taking the risk, so there was nothing to lose in trying. Without alerting the rank-and-file Green Lanterns, they brought Kyle to an uninhabited star sector. Colleague Rayner, let us see how a White Lantern is truly born, Ganthet said. Kyle felt a knot of nerves tighten in his stomach. The 7 rings housing the dormant entities floated beside him. Saint Walker, who'd insisted on both guarding the rings and watching over his friend, had followed them. Kyle drew a deep breath. The Guardian's explanations had been vague at best, but the implication was unmistakable, this was beyond dangerous. Yet he was the only one who could do it. The only one who could take up the White Lantern. Chapter 1028, Chapter 1027, Kyle Rayner's Mission. Fusing the 7 emotions to become a White Lantern was Step 1. Finding the reservoir was Step 2. Refilling it was Step 3. And every step, without question, would be fraught with mortal danger. A year ago he'd been a painter. Kyle had never imagined he'd be the one saving the universe. The pressure was immense, but so was the honor. His grasp of emotions was still surface level at best. Someone like Thea could project them outward, infuse them into weapons, even weave them into spells, none of which Kyle could do. All he could manage was the mechanical, step-by-step method she drilled into him. Green as the foundation. Then blue. Yellow. Indigo. Orange. Violet. And finally, red. The 7 lights manifested across Kyle's body in sequence. The first 3 came with relative ease. By the 4th and 5th, the strain was visible. The last 2 had to be wrenched out through gritted teeth. The emotional entities stirred, roused by that singular resonance. One by one, they poked their heads from the rings to observe. Then, as if reaching some unspoken understanding, they materialized in full, hovering in the void, watching Kyle in silence, communing wordlessly among themselves. Kyle's emotions surged to their absolute peak. When the 7 finally achieved a fragile fusion, Ion cast one last look at this world, a glance tinged with reluctance and with fate, and plunged into Kyle's body first. Adara followed. Then Parallax. Proselyte. Ophidian. Predator. The Butcher. Returning to the emotional spectrum reservoir. That was the mission they'd carried since the moment of their creation. Even Ion, the eldest and longest-lived among them, could not refuse the call. Bolstered by the 7 entities, Kyle's emotions, previously no more than a flickering candle, erupted into a roaring inferno. Raw, blazing emotion burned through him. Friend Rayner. Saint Walker cried out in alarm, lunging forward to save his closest friend. Wait. Ganthet seized his arm. The torch. The torchbearer? Could he be the one prophesied in the Book of OA, the one who passes the torch? Judging by this display, colleague Rayner possesses extraordinary potential. Perhaps he truly can save this universe. The former Templar Guardians murmured amongst themselves. The emotional energy erupting from Kyle sent shivers through beings who had lived for eons. The flames continued to burn. But as time passed, a faint glimmer of light threaded its way through the fire, barely perceptible at first, nearly invisible unless one looked carefully. It grew brighter, more defined, until it became almost blinding. A searing white light blazed outward as if to illuminate the entire universe. The second White Lantern was born. He'd taken no shortage of shortcuts, true. But driven by a martyr's sacred purpose and aided by all 7 entities, Kyle Rayner shone in that moment with the most brilliant light of his entire life. Every ring wielder in the universe felt it. Regardless of whether it was day or night where they stood, they felt it in the deepest reaches of their hearts. What a cheat! Thea muttered from her hideout in the underworld, still playing dead. She curled her lip. Years of careful planning, and someone else had caught up in a matter of days. The feeling was, to put it mildly, irritating. But given that Kyle was risking his life to save the universe, the title of Torchbearer was well and truly earned. She was still playing dead, offering no assistance. The road had been rockier than expected, but Kyle had become the White Lantern all the same. He recited the oath and donned a white combat suit. Kyle opened his eyes. Those eyes, once brimming with an artist's quiet passion, now carried a bone-deep exhaustion. The competing emotions tore at him, rage one instant, compassion the next, until it felt like his skull would split. Even with all 7 entities reining themselves in, channeling 7 incarnate emotions through a single ordinary human was an ordeal beyond measure. But with the entities fused into him, his mission had crystallized. Their purpose was now his. Where is the source wall? I need to get there immediately. He turned to Ganthet. How do you know about the source wall, colleague Rayner? The bearded guardian's curiosity was piqued. They'd discussed it out of Kyle's earshot, he shouldn't have known the term. Kyle tapped his temple. The entities. The 7 entities told me. Their mission lies there. I understand the crisis facing the universe right now. We're running out of time. The Guardians exchanged glances. Consensus came quickly. Together with Ganthet and said, 10 Guardians combined their power to teleport. A few jumps brought them to the edge of the universe, to the source wall, prison of countless mighty beings. Seeing the source wall's eternal, unchanging grandeur for the first time left both Kyle Rayner and St. Walker awestruck. The wall filled their entire field of vision, stretching endlessly in every direction, extending beyond the limits of sight. No one knew what lay on the other side. It seemed older than the universe itself, more ancient and more vast. What are those things on the wall? Kyle could see countless figures embedded in its surface, all manner of shapes. Giants dozens of meters tall. Cosmic beasts as vast as a starfield. Bizarre life forms of indescribable form. They looked astonishingly lifelike, expressions, poses, gestures, all preserved like an artist's perfect work. But through the White Lantern ring, Kyle could feel the crushing power radiating from each of them. A suspicion formed in his mind. Those are all beings who tried to uncover the secrets behind the wall. Our colleagues are among them. That was a very, very long time ago. The bearded guardian pointed to a spot on the wall. Kyle followed his gesture. He could indeed make out 3 small blue figures, though they'd merged completely with the wall. Their faces still wore the terror of their final moment, the instant the wall stripped away their lives. We've arrived at the source wall, Kyle. What do you plan to do next? Ganthet had contributed the most power to the teleportation and was slightly out of breath. Kyle looked again at those frozen beings. Every last one of them, without exception, had been ensnared. Was he stronger than they were? A thread of doubt wound through him. He wasn't a god. Wasn't some cosmic powerhouse. Just a lantern, and not even a particularly qualified one. What made him special? He clenched his fists, an internal war raging. Maybe he wasn't the main character at all. If he charged in head first, would he just become another relief sculpture on the wall? He'd come here too hastily. Shouldn't he wait for Thea to come back and ask her opinion? 1,000 thoughts tangled and clashed. Some urged heroism, charge in fearlessly. Others counseled caution, think this through carefully. Still others said to go back and consult someone else first. Am I really just an ordinary person in the end? Facing himself honestly, he laughed ruefully and, with enormous difficulty, made his decision. I'm going in. This is my mission. Chapter 1029, Chapter 1028, Lights Out. Making this decision hadn't been easy for Kyle Rayner. Those who could truly face death with equanimity were always few. The modern mind was complicated, people who could commit to a cause, who could look death squarely in the face, were vanishingly rare. He had no idea whether he had a future. As he understood it, he'd slam into the wall, merge with it, and the entities would enter on their own. That was how it was supposed to work. The universe would be saved. And he would remain on the wall forever, frozen in his final posture. At least I get to choose when I die. He slapped his cheeks, forcing his facial muscles to relax. When those who came after saw his remains, they'd at least know he'd died smiling. Kyle Rayner kept telling himself that. 2 deep breaths. He didn't turn around. St. Walker, you're my best friend. Don't try to stop me. This is my mission. And tell Saranic. I'll love her forever. He talked St. Walker out of following him to his death, then turned to face the source wall. Would this be where it ended? Almost certainly. An ordinary earthling, an ordinary artist, pinned to the wall alongside cosmic titans for future generations to admire. Silver lining, maybe. His thoughts were scattering. He shook his head, purging every stray notion. If he was going to die, he'd die with glory. He pushed his speed to maximum and launched himself at the source wall, a streak of light, hurtling forward without a backward glance. Several kilometers vanished in a heartbeat. Under the watchful eyes of the Guardians, Kyle Rayner hurtled toward the source wall. The expected image, his body stripped of life, flattened into a bas-relief, never came. The wall offered no resistance at all. As if it simply didn't exist, Kyle shot straight through. What in the? The bearded guardian's jaw dropped. He'd been absent from normal reality too long to trust what he was seeing. Said looked to Ganthet. As the eldest, most learned guardian present, a contemporary of Krona himself, he should have the knowledge to explain this. She was disappointed. Ganthet couldn't explain it either. Kyle hadn't just survived, he'd passed through the wall as if it weren't there. Where was the wall's legendary barrier? The power said to ensnare every intelligent being who touched it. Lord Ganthet, is Kyle? Saint Walker asked, his voice heavy with grief. We wait here. Kyle will be fine. It was all Ganthet could say. What had just happened was beyond anything he'd anticipated. Good or bad, only time would tell. Time continued its indifferent march. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. An entire day passed. Kyle Rayner hadn't reappeared. The good news they'd hoped for never came. Bad news, on the other hand, arrived in abundance. As the longest-serving, most storied Lantern Corps in existence, the Green Lantern's rings finally went offline, drained by the universe's depleted emotional energy. Hal Jordan had been fighting criminals on Earth when his ring cut out without warning. He dropped out of the sky like a stone. If Superman hadn't caught him, he'd have been paying the underworld another visit. 1 minute after Earth's rings went dark, the central power battery on OA ceased operations. Let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The oath still echoed, but the green light had gone out for good. Yellow went next, followed by violet, indigo, and red. Saint Walker stared at the feeble blue glow on his ring, a candle guttering in the wind. Uncertainty gnawed at him. He didn't know if his friend was safe. Didn't know if he'd ever fly again. Didn't know if this universe still had any hope. Your Divine Majesty, I beseech you, guide my path. Help me reaffirm the faith in my heart. Under Ganthet's thoroughly unamused gaze, Saint Walker slipped away to a corner and began praying in a low voice. Thea was still in her playing dead phase, so she certainly wasn't going to pop up with words of encouragement. But she hadn't given up on her most devoted follower. She transmitted a vague impression, something that roughly translated to, everything's going to be fine. Saint Walker's spirit soared. Her Divine Majesty was alive. The universe still had hope. A powerful sense of duty surged through him. No longer worried about the future, he resolved to do what he could. The Blue Lantern Corps had been founded most recently, and their rings operated at a baseline charge of 150% rather than the standard 100. They still had residual energy. Saint Walker rallied the Blue Lanterns and set out across the star systems, rescuing lanterns who'd been left stranded or worse when their rings went dark. Besides the Blue Lanterns, Larfleeze also had power to spare. His ring maxed out at 100,000%. Even diminished, that was still an enormous reserve, and with Avarice's defining trait being hoarding, Larfleeze's ring had always been at full charge. By proportional depletion, he still had around 300 to 400% charge left. The sudden energy loss had terrified him, though. Alone with no one to consult, all he could do was huddle somewhere and tremble. Remarkably, Thea could hear his desperate calls too. She didn't know whether to laugh or sigh, the ridiculous creature had apparently developed a degree of faith in her. Nothing approaching Saint Walker's devotion, but enough to qualify as a casual worshipper. New gods didn't need worship, but a direct plea was hard to ignore. As with Saint Walker, Thea feared Larfleeze might literally scare himself to death, so she sent a similar message, don't worry. Nothing to lose sleep over. His underlings had long since stopped relying on their rings, so the sudden blackout barely affected them. The Yellow Lanterns and Indigo tribes stayed put on their respective turf. No need to fly around fighting monsters, aside from a few unlucky souls, the losses were minimal. The Red Lanterns and Star Sapphires were much the same, content on their homeworlds. Worried about the future, certainly, but no major casualties. The Green Lanterns bore the brunt. Those stationed on OA were lucky. Even without innate racial abilities, as long as they were still breathing, OA's advanced technology could save them. Those who'd been on patrol, playing space cop, matching wits with cosmic criminals when their rings suddenly died, could only pray. And the truly unfortunate. Crossing a black hole or drifting through deep space when their rings went dark. Their deaths were utterly pointless. Already depleted after the Blackest Night and Third Army crises, the Green Lantern Corps had never recovered its numbers. Now they'd suffered another devastating blow. Even with Saint Walker's rescue efforts, over 500 were confirmed dead, with a similar number missing. What happened? Was OA attacked? Do the Guardians have any directives? Facing the rescued lanterns, Saint Walker fell back on his trademark line, all will be well. Whether anyone else believed it, he didn't know. But he believed it with every fiber of his being. Chapter 1030, Chapter 1029, The Advancing Highfather. Thea had been monitoring events throughout. Although Kyle Rayner's journey had largely followed the original timeline, there remained a margin of uncertainty. He had a strong chance of saving the universe, but failure wasn't impossible. She'd prepositioned teleportation anchors near each of her loved ones. If the universe detonated and underwent a hard reboot, every friend and family member would be whisked to her pocket dimension for safekeeping. In the worst-case scenario, she could personally intervene to save Earth. Everyone else out there would just have to fend for themselves. But the source wall blocked her sight completely. Even the anti-monitor tower she'd seized from the antimatter universe couldn't glimpse a thing inside. All she could do was wait in silence for the final outcome. Another day passed. By her calculations, the universal reboot was only hours away. Ordinary people continued their daily lives, oblivious to the catastrophe bearing down on them. The blue and orange lights finally died. The 7-lantern core that had once spanned the cosmos seemed to have passed into history. Whether the universe itself would follow remained anyone's guess. Why is it taking so long? What is Kyle Rayner doing in there? Even Thea was growing anxious. In her estimation, Kyle was supposed to charge in, dump the entities into their respective pools, then waltz out with the life equation. Simple and clean. So why was it taking this long? But fate, it seemed, had everything in hand. With roughly 30 minutes left on the clock, a beam of white light, considerably dimmer than when it had entered, shot out from behind the wall. The Guardians scrambled over each other to catch him. Colleague Rayner. Torchbearer. The scene dissolved into chaos. Watching this unfold, Thea finally exhaled. She extended her senses. Lantern rings across the universe were flickering back to life. The emotional spectrum had stabilized. The 7 entities had dissolved into their purest emotional essence and replenished the reservoir. And Kyle Rayner's white lantern ring now contained something that defied easy description. The life equation. Thea allowed herself a small smile. As long as the equation was outside the source wall, everything else was manageable. But now wasn't the time to make her move. The banner of righteousness still needed to fly high. Her gaze pierced the dimensional barriers, turning toward New Genesis. Though she'd anticipated this, events were unfolding exactly as expected. The moment she'd spotted the life equation, Highfather had spotted it too. With Thea's rise and the anti-life equation in Darkseid's possession, Highfather's pressure had been mounting by the day. He still cut an imposing figure, but the wisdom in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by urgency and a trace of greed so faint it was nearly imperceptible. As the leader of the forces of justice, however, he couldn't simply charge in and seize it by force. He had subordinates' morale to consider, relationships to manage, appearances to maintain. Highfather's gaze fell first on the underworld. Thea's power already exceeded his own. Long before his eyes reached her, she'd slipped into her playing dead routine, lying there in perfect stillness, the picture of sleeping beauty. He then looked toward Apocalypse. Darkseid had already extracted most of the anti-life equation. A dark, roiling mass of energy loomed above the planet, driving the demon armies into a frenzy of assault. But Darkseid was holding firm, and with none of the archdemons committing to the fight, his odds were strong. As for Heaven, Highfather didn't bother looking. Each archangel individually was weaker than him, but together they could overwhelm him, to say nothing of Michael, Lord of Heaven, whose power he had no desire to test. Thea, grievously wounded and comatose. Darkseid and Hell's forces both tied down fighting each other. Heaven's stance unclear, though they'd always remained above worldly affairs and theoretically wouldn't compete for the life equation. More to the point, Darkseid had the anti-life equation. If Highfather claimed the life equation, cosmic balance would be preserved. He was practically hypnotizing himself with justifications. The catch was that he couldn't take it the way Darkseid would. Even dealing with a mortal like Kyle Rayner required tact and discretion. Especially given that Diana knew Kyle Rayner personally. If Highfather, champion of justice, resorted to outright theft, what would she think? The warrior goddess's unwavering commitment to justice and her commanding presence inspired respect even in Highfather. Diana was on good terms with several of his legion commanders. If he didn't want to alienate everyone around him, he needed to tread carefully. And yet the life equation's pull had shattered his composure entirely. Once selfish ambition takes root, it grows like wildfire. Somewhere deep down, Highfather knew he shouldn't cross this line. But the realities pressing in on him left him feeling like he had no choice. His legion commanders were formidable warriors, each with their own sense of justice. Highfather didn't want them involved. After careful thought, he summoned his adopted son, Orion. Darkseid's second-born had been raised as Highfather's own, and Orion would lay down his life for the men he called father. Father, you called for me. Before long, Orion arrived at Highfather's chambers, bigger, broader, and more imposing than ever. My son, I need you to handle something. Your command is my duty. I will obey any order unconditionally, just tell me who the enemy is. Orion declared with characteristic fervor. I need you to travel to a particular universe and find this young man. Bring him back to New Genesis. He possesses the ultimate weapon that could end the war between good and evil. Highfather kept the details deliberately vague. Orion studied the image on the screen. Kyle Rayner, reasonably handsome, clearly young. Not someone he recognized, and the men didn't look evil. He bore no resemblance to the cosmic monsters or interstellar crime syndicates Orion had expected to hunt. But orders were orders. He pulled out his mother box to receive the target coordinates. One look and he froze. These coordinates were unmistakable. Father, this universe is the one where the goddess of death and Diana come from. Their home universe. Orion was thoroughly confused. If they already had allies there, why send him? New gods generally avoided visiting another new god's home universe. The native populations worshipped new gods as genuine deities, showing up as yet another god caused nothing but complications. It was an unspoken rule among all new gods, not just New Genesis but Apocalypse too. Unless you were there to fight, you didn't set foot in someone else's home universe. My son, do you believe in my justice? Highfather deflected with a question. I always have. Without hesitation. Orion's response was absolute, and he meant every word. Trust me. You're the only one I can entrust this to. Take my personal guard, select the most loyal soldiers, and bring this man to New Genesis as quickly as possible.